What's up, my people? It's getting here, y'all. Ooh, I am exhausted. I feel like I need a housekeeper. I really do feel like I need help. Oh my gosh. I am drained. You guys, I did my hair until like 2 in the morning. This hair stuff messes up my schedule. For real, for real. I need to find a way to wash my hair. And you gotta take me less than 3 hours because I can't do this. This is not life. Oh, now I have to clean. Oh, Lord. Get in here, peoples. Get in here. I saw this video yesterday and I was like, oh, well, we should talk about this. Oh, my gray hairs. I was like, what is that? Oh, I'm so tired. Let me what's happening? Oh my gosh. I am so tired. I could go back to sleep. Look at my eyes. I could really go back to sleep. I am exhausted. Huh? A little oil in my hair. Like, I feel like my hair is growing. I mean, it is growing better. I feel like it's growing longer. Like, last time I had a cut was in April. I might cut my hair in December. Get a good cut in December. There are certain parts of my hair I want them to grow out, like my crown area. Ooh, I wonder what's happening there. Cuckoo me, let's give the people another minute to get in here. No, not cut it, but like you're also afraid to cut your hair. Because I want all my hair to be even. My only problem here is like, hey, Valen, what's up? How the kids? My only problem is like my crown area right here. I don't know what's going on. Like, it needs to just grow longer. Like, what the freak? What is this? Like, get down and meet your friends. Come on, meet your friends. It's not too far off, but dang. You see? We'll see how it goes. That's why I've been waiting. I'm going to wait until December so it grows even more. Well, thank you. I wash my hair, boo-boo. I wash my hair every week almost. I can't do dirty hair anymore. I don't know how people can go like 2 weeks, a month, months without washing their hair. I can't do it. Ooh, I can feel it. I'm like, something is wrong. Yeah. The back of my hair also grows really fast. I've noticed that. We have different growth rates throughout our heads. I need more massages. Like, what is this? But yeah, it's never even. It really sucks. Like, what is this? Like, this is crazy. So look, I'll just wait. Because I'm like, I don't know what else to do. But I'm like, it's micro. Maybe I need to do more scalp massages right here. So it can grow a little bit more. I don't know. But this is the Way oil. It's a mini oil. They had it on sale. So okay, I'll try it. It's pretty good. Pretty light. It's pretty cute. Pretty light. Okay. All right, you guys. Let's start the video, y'all. Let's start the video. So yesterday, I was doing my hair. Hey, Lonnie. Oh, thank you, my love. I was doing my hair. Whatever I was doing. I was so tired, you guys. I've been doing 2 a days at the gym. So it's like when I do it, I like burn like 2,400 calories. Y'all, it is draining. I've started doing 2 hours on the Stairmaster, you guys. 2 hours. Yeah, you gotta watch it because I'm like, if my scalp is dirty, like my hair feels icky. I don't know. It's just, oh no, I can't do this. I can't live like this. I started doing 2 hours on the Stairmaster. Sheesh. Ooh, okay. Ooh. All right. So it's been interesting. So because of that, I'm so tired. But yesterday I was doing. I was washing my hair yesterday, right? So I came across this video. So it seems like they do these panels. You know, Black people love doing these panels, right? When they know they're not emotionally regulated to do panels. So they did this panel in the UK, right? The Black people of the London town. they had this panel and they had a brother in there saying, like, trying to explain why he doesn't date Black women. I'm assuming he is married now to an Indian woman, right? So there were some Black girls who showed up there. And to me, honestly, I feel as though I would assume they were told the topic before they got there, right? Like, this panel is going to be, or today's show is going to be about a man who says he doesn't date Black women, right? So to me, that's just me. What do I know? But I think I know plenty, right? Is that if you're not emotionally regulated, if you're not mature, if you're not capable to, talk about certain things, you just shouldn't show up, right? Do not show up. Hey, Mark, come at you, right? Do not show up, right? Don't show up. Like, if you hear a Black man say, I don't date Black women, and it's going to have you crashing out, don't show up to that panel, because it's not conducive to your well-being, right? Like, the only people who should engage with these conversations are people who can actually have these conversations. Hey, Janet. Hey, Danny. What's up? Right? If you can't have the conversation, don't show up. Yeah, I'm like, don't show up. I guess maybe they pay them. I don't even know what they do. But I'm like, yeah, don't show up. Any topic that you're not emotionally mature to handle, you shouldn't show up for that. Because you're most likely going to crash out. And it's the internet, so you're being recorded. And it's going to be there forever. So I'm like, do not show up. I also feel like for him as well, I think he should have asked who is going to be on the panel, right? Because I feel like some people just don't know how to have difficult conversations, right? And I'm like, and this is something that I have noticed, like, a stark difference between Europeans versus Black people, right? Like, Europeans, they can have very heated conversation. Everybody sits down, right? Everybody sits down. Everybody has the conversation. Black people, they can't sit down. They have to be loud. Hey, Jay, what's up, bro? They got to be loud. They got to go below the belt and things like that. We have a problem. I will never stop saying it. We really have a problem, right? You're like, even with the stuff, like, even with, they're very emotional. Like, we're Black people by nature are really emotional. It is not a Caucasian people. It is not a Cartesian people. It is not a people that is emotionally regulated. I'm good, bro. Thank you for asking, right? Makes sense. So I'm like, you're not capable of having difficult conversations. We're just not capable, right? Even when people get triggered, instead of taking someone to court, they'll just pew somebody. You're like, why are you pewing the person? Right? Like, take Remy Ma, for example, right? If your friend stole your money, if a friend stole $10,000, you sue her. You don't shoot her. You can just sue her. You can just take her to small claims court, okay, or even the bigger one. I forgot what the bigger one is called, right? But sue her, take her to court, file papers. You don't have to shoot the lady. What does that do for you? Because she goes from stealing to now being a thief to now she's a victim. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, I'm like, that makes no sense to me. Sue the lady. Don't shoot the lady. Sue her and resume your career. Because you have more money to make. You have bigger things to do. But instead, she decided to shoot the lady over $10,000. Like, what does that even, like, what sense does that even make to you? Like, you're about to be a mega superstar. You're crashing out over 10 grand. It's not even real money. $10,000 cannot change your life. It's like, okay, it's cute little shopping money, right? But is that the kind of money you want to go to prison for? If you're going to shoot someone for stealing money, it has to be millions of dollars. Hey, Lacey, what's up, bro? Did you take your stuff? You better drink that stuff, child. Okay, right? Makes sense. That's not worth shooting someone over. You can be upset because it's like a friend stole your money. It's very upsetting. It's upsetting. Like, why are you stealing my money for? Just ask me for the damn money, right? But do you have to shoot the lady when everything you worked for is really, really within, like, it's right here. Like, everything you worked so hard to get is right here. No, she had to go shoot the lady. Oh, thank you. Maybe you should print my face and, like, tape it on the thingy. Tape my face on it, right? The screenshot, right? You don't have to shoot the lady, right? But I just feel like, I feel like culture-wise, We have, and I said, because I also need to be very clear, because I've realized that some people, when they hear me say Black, they automatically assume I'm only talking about Black Americans. No, there are more Black people in the world than Black Americans, okay? I said Black people, okay? Usually denoting people of African ancestry. Black people, these people right here, okay? Black people. I did not say Black Americans. I said Black people, okay? There is an issue with like emotionally controlling yourself. We struggle with that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to say something. Listen, I'm going to say something. Yeah. Please don't be offended. Yeah. Gone to waste 7 years. Even if she had none that was waiting for her, but it's still 7 years of your life. For $10,000? Like, that is crazy. You mean to tell me like a year in prison was worth $1,500 about? That's about $1,500, right? Right? So you were going to prison was worth $1,500 a year. Because if you shot her ass for 10 grand and they gave you 7 years, it means every year was about $1,500. $1,500. You can make that working a month at McDonald's. I'm just saying. The 7 years you were locked up, anybody who committed to working at McDonald's for 7 years would have made way more money than that. It's just not worth it. Right? But once again, you will notice that we really struggle with the pros and cons and actually weighing the consequences and doing the math. Like, do the math, run the numbers, right? If I make this choice, how much is it going to cost me? If I make this other choice, how much is it going to cost me? We don't think about consequences. We don't think about the cost of our actions. We don't even think about the cost of our words. Like in this past week, like I guess like 7 days from here past, right? How many Black people have you seen, right? Who have something to lose, run to social media, turn on their phone, put on their bonnets, and just say things that they could have kept to themselves, right? You could keep that to yourself. What's the cost? I feel like a lot of Black people need to walk around with a scale. Yes, an actual scale, right? So they can measure the gravity of what you're about to say. Like, what is this? A ton? Don't say it. Oh, I want to say this. Okay, how much does it weigh? Oh, 20,000 kilograms. Then don't say it. Okay? You don't have to say everything that comes out your mouth. Like, this is just crazy to me. Or if you really want to say it, maybe sit down with ChatGPT. Okay, I want to say this. This is the best way to say it. But, oh, you might want to say it like this and say it like this. You have to reason. When I was younger, I'll tell you this. When I was younger, right, with the whole slavery stuff, colonization stuff, human trafficking stuff, you name it, right? Historically, the way Europeans have always treated Black people, especially calling Black people all kinds of animals, all kinds of monkey and things like that, it used to really, really hurt me. Okay? Especially, I remember even the Dred Scott case. That really used to mess me up. What the heck? Because if the Supreme Court says that you are 3/5 of a person, then what's the remainder? The 2/5 is what? Animal matter? Like, what? What are we even talking about? And I remember the first time I saw the Dred Scott case, right? I was like, what the heck? I'm like, he's a human being. He is standing in front of you. He's responding to you like he's a human. He's just a Black human, right? That used to really have me triggered. And one day recently, it was last month or so, I watched a video by Nick Fuentes about Black people, and certain things did trigger me because I am Black. So, it's not always pleasant to hear certain things being said, like, what about your people, damn it, right? But you know what? I take a step back and I have to say, because I've had this feeling before myself, but whatever. I have the right to be hypocrite, whatever, right? But I have to say, growing up, being really, really upset and being triggered at the fact that a lot of white people they've always felt comfortable treating Black people a certain way. Even when I was in high school, we read The Heart of Darkness, right, by Conrad, and they're going inside of Congo. And so they describe Congo as this dark place. African people is dark. Everything Black is always evil, right? Whatever, right? What the fuck? What's wrong with these people? Who asked you to come here anyways, right? Now, not saying Europeans are civilized now. I never said that part, right? But I'm saying that sometimes I can see how Black people can be compared to animals. I really can. I'm sorry, right? Because I'm Black too, damn it, right? I can really see because, I feel like an animal is a living being that just lives off of instinct, right? Their main preoccupation is survival, right? They don't really reason like that. Oh, should I be? Maybe not. Therefore, I am, They don't do that. Maybe in their own way, they have some kind of reverence for God. But when you see how they kill each other, like, but damn, okay, they're just living off survival. It's just their instincts, right? And many times when I look at Black people and the behavior of Black people, I don't see, I really do not see, hold on a second, okay? I really do not see people, okay? I really do not feel like you are looking at, oh yeah, I know I'm spelling it wrong. Okay. I really do not feel like we show up as sentient beings. Okay. We're very carnal. We are really, really carnal, right? Doesn't matter where you are. Listen to most Black music today. Very carnal. Sex, killing, murder, drugs, like anything God says not to do, they're out here dancing to it. They have no shame, They have no shame. When it comes to education, what's the easiest subject I can study? What's the easiest major I can major in? What's the quickest way I can do my homework without even having to put in any effort? Always looking for shortcuts, right? When it comes to food, no self-control. Just eat and eat and eat. We have recipes that make no sense. The amount of butter makes no sense. The amount of sugar, it makes no sense, right? The level now of promiscuity amongst Black people, out of order. Completely out of order. It's like, this world today, the world we live in, for as much as you humans have come a long way, right? But there's still a lot to do. Yeah, exactly. They don't care. Hey, Nav, they don't care. They do not care, Lonnie. Like, it's really hurtful because there's certain things you don't want people to be able to say about your people. But then you turn around and you look at the behavior, you're like, oh my Lord. It's like y'all just wake up to give people ample of reasons to dislike you. You wake up and you give people ample reasons to doubt your intelligence, to doubt your competency, to just doubt you overall. People just don't trust you. And every time they wake up, they have proof of like, yeah, this is why you can't trust these people. Yep, this is why these people can't be da-da-da. You know what I'm saying? So carnal. We are such a carnal people. The world humanity today, we've come so far. But how many of these inventions, how much of this tech was created by Black people? Even to this day, there are still so many problems that need to be solved. And it's like we don't even burden ourselves with the fact that as part of the human race, we got to contribute something to the progression, the development, the sustainability of humanity. No, all we care about is ourselves. Dancing, eating, sex, drugs, killing. I mean, you name it. You name it. We don't feel triggered we don't feel ourselves called to any of these challenges that are currently plaguing the human race. You'll sit there, if they talk about going to the moon, going to Mars, going over here, going over there, you're not going to see any Black person in that conversation. And I'm like, why are Black people not interested in space as well? Right? If they talk about renewable energy, they're there. If they talk about sustainability, they're not there. If you talk about banking, investing, they're not there. All we care about is the flesh. How do I look? How do I smell? Who can I sleep with? How much money can I make from a date? One. Violence, being extremely violent physically, violent with the words, never having self-awareness, right? So my point is, if even you yourself were not Black, you will start to question, are these people fully human? Because who behaves like this? Truly and honestly, who behaves like this? You put anything, for the most part, in the hands of Black people, it will fail. I'm not saying this to be mean, you guys. That's why I say if you're sensitive, abstain from this live, right? You put anything in the hands of Black people, it's going to fail. We are horrible stewards. We are bad stewards of ourselves. We are bad stewards of our own money. We are bad stewards of our own health. We are bad stewards of our finances. We are bad stewards of our vaginas, our penises. We are bad stewards of our credit. Like look at us. Look at us. Look at how we conduct ourselves. It's embarrassing. Like, seriously, I'm like, sometimes I'm like, this is crazy. This is really crazy. Right? We just don't care. We don't care. Young Black people go to class. They don't say to themselves, I must be the curve. I must lead. I have to be the best in the class. I got to have the A's in the class, right? How many Black kids think about being valedictorian? Shout out to DDG. Okay, one of my favorite Libras. Okay. Okay. You see? No, Black kids go to school, class clowns. They are so comfortable being clowns because they think that is their role. Once again, carnal, I'm here to entertain people, amuse people, dribble a basketball. How about your brain? How about your mind? Right? The average Black person, how many hours do we actually spend sharpening our minds, challenging our ways of thinking, challenging our ways of being, challenging how we show up, even challenging the way we listen to each other? We're so violent. We are a violent people. We're so violent. We're so barbaric. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to be mean, you guys, but we are just so violent. We are just so barbaric. We like, how often do you see a Black person? You're like, oh yeah, I know for a fact this person is going to leave with kindness no matter what. No, they love to scream Black community, right? But when there's a disagreement, everybody goes for the white meat. Everybody goes low as fuck. How low can I get? No. If being Black means something to you, you got to lead with compassion. Even if I don't like what you're saying, I have to lead with compassion, right? Got to lead with compassion because everybody's been through stuff. And sometimes some people don't have the best verbiage, right, to express themselves, but you have to lead with kindness. That got to be part of your frequency signature, right? You got to be somebody who leads with kindness. Even if you're going to make reproach or whatever, but your reproach have to be done in a way that the way you frame it, the person can say, you know what? I didn't want to hear it, but I had to hear this, right? Got to lead with kindness. We look for ways to hurt each other. We look for ways to degrade each other. We look for ways to demean, debase, humiliate, embarrass, shame other people that look just like us. What do you get out of this? Right? And then people wonder why you got some Black people who just abstain from other Black people because we're not well. It's not even physical. We don't even need like physical medication. We need soul medication. We need spiritual medication because we're not well. Because well people don't act like this. People who love themselves do not act like this. People who love themselves do not talk like this. This is unhealthy. This is seriously unhealthy. It is seriously, seriously unhealthy. Right? But like you see, if you yourself were not Black, you'd be like, something is wrong with these people. Because are they fully sentient beings? I don't know. Sometimes I do question, right? But I do know we are. We just refuse to be. Because it is so much easier to be carnal. It is so much easier to react to your flesh, to indulge your flesh. Oh, I want to cuss her out. Oh, I want to shoot his ass. Oh, I want to go sleep with this person. I want to drink all of this. I want to smoke this weed. Wump. It is so much easier to be carnal than to challenge yourself to be a sentient human being. I control myself. I control what goes in my mouth, just like I control what comes out of my mouth. Self-control. I pray for the day that more and more Black people decide to have self-control and realize that having self-control is not a weakness. It's actually a strength. It's like being able to control yourself, right? It is a superpower because anybody can just give into their rage. Anybody can just give into their hatred. Anybody can just give into being upset. And in your mouth, it just goes on and on and on and on. But the thing about words, right? Words, it's like a can. Once you open the can and you spill out the beans, you can't put them back in. It's unsanitary, right? When you open your mouth and you start pop, you can't take it back. You can't take it back. And how many people have destroyed good relationships because verbal bullets, right? Verbal missiles. This is crazy. You have to learn to control what comes out of your mouth. This is insanity. Yeah, exactly. Because that's the black brand. How low can I go? How shady can I be? How much can I roast? And we take pleasure in being known for being shady. We take pleasure in being known for roasting people down. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Shading people. But the thing is, this is cruel behavior. You're good at it, but you're good at being cruel. Right? Because it's easy. It's easy to be mean. The Bible even tells us that. It's very easy to be mean. And that's what Jesus said. If all you do is love people who love you back, how are you different than unbelievers? Right? How are you different? Hold on. I can't talk to save my life, y'all. Forgive me. Where's the thingy? John, what? Okay, let's read this right here. But you see, and even that too, like that's a problem too, because today you have a lot of people also who, you know, once upon a time, Black people used to care a lot about the Word of God. Black people used to really read the Word of God. They really made an intentional effort to abide by the scriptures, right? But this is John 13, verse 34 and 35, and it says, "A new command I give you, love one another. As I have loved you, so you must love one another." Okay, by this, everyone will know that you are my disciple if you love one another, right? We like that's the thing. Okay. And that's the thing too. It's like once upon a time, you had Black people who were sitting here, oh, we're Christian, we love Jesus, this, and that. But it's like, okay, but one of Christ's commitment is that you have to love other people. And nowhere does God say they're going to be perfect. Where? Okay, weird. Jesus is not asking you to love perfect people. He's asking you to love imperfect people because you're also imperfect, right? We are all imperfect. But what we do, what I've come to realize is that what we do is we punish people who are weak where we're strong, right? And then when we have others hold us accountable when we're weak, we get triggered. No, right? And that's why everything you do, I even told Esther that, everything you do before you speak on someone, before you judge somebody harshly, you should try to do some kind of background research on the person. Because once you understand where they came from, how they were kind of raised, this, and that, it's going to make a lot more sense to you. So things that would have triggered you are not going to trigger you because now you have a better picture of who this person is. Right? You understand the context of their upbringing a lot more. So then their reflection makes more sense to you because you can then say, I can see how you would think like this because based on how you grew up, and not to be shady, I can see why you would feel this way. Right? Because some people grew up in households that were completely chaotic. Right? Some people grew up in many Black people grew up in households that were completely chaotic. Right? Many Black people grew up in households where the Black mother was emotionally unregulated, screaming at people, yelling at people, being shady. And because it was your natural environment, you think it's normal. But what is natural is not always normal. But what we do is we have normalized certain behaviors that are truly ungodly, that are truly barbaric. There is a way of talking to people. And I know I'm saying that too, right? And you'll see with these young people, all of them actually, right? But the young ladies especially, because I'm like, you see, to me, if you saw your mother argue a certain way, you're going to argue the same way because you learned that from your mom. I can just tell when I see a young lady conduct herself a certain way, especially during a disagreement, I can already tell who her mother is. Right? Because if your mother loves to insult people, you're going to insult people because, hey, boo-boo, because that's what you saw, right? It's sad. But a lot of people did not grow up with Black mothers who were emotionally mature, right? They did not grow up with Black mothers who even healed or even realized they needed healing. The household household was chaotic. But sometimes chaos can be normal for some people, but it should not be normalized, right? My prayer with this video, for those of you watching, because I said if you're sensitive, if you're an immature woman, don't watch this. It's not for you, right? But my prayer is for a lot of women, because I'm going to put even more down on women, is that you should learn to argue, right? And I wish that for a lot of Black women, I'm not saying Black American women, I said Black women. Hey, Margaret, right? That for a lot of Black women globally, that we would all learn to argue. And we would actually redefine, redesign, have a whole new paradigm as to what an argument is, what it should look like, and how it should conclude, right? An argument is not a war. It's a disagreement. You understand? To a lot of Black people, if we have a disagreement, automatically we're enemies. I am not your enemy. We simply disagree. That's it. There's a disagreement. There is no need to insult people. There is no need to cut to the white meat. There is no need, there's just no need for that, right? But I will also say, because there is a lack of decorum. There is a lack of class. There is a lack of manners. And when you're the kind of person who, as soon as you get into a disagreement, your initial outburst is disrespect. Me, honestly, it shows me that you grew up in a low-income household, because ain't no way you were raised middle class. Ain't no way you were raised upper echelon, right? Because where there is money, people actually whisper, right? Money does not like noise. And that's why usually poor people are the loudest, because they're the brokest, right? In life, you got to have some kind of finesse, sagacity about yourself, right? You have to be a refined human being, right? So first, you need to understand what a disagreement is. It is not a war. It's simply a disagreement, right? And hey, sunshine, and just because we disagree on this topic, it doesn't mean we're not going to agree on something else. Like, be so for real. It's just a disagreement. Because I have my perspective, you have your perspective. And usually our perspective are fully formed by the life we lived, the shoes we've walked in. So we cannot always, oh my gosh, like I expect you to see the way I see it. No. Maybe a week from now or 2 weeks from now, a person might say, you know what? Right then I didn't see it, but now I'm seeing what you're talking about. It happens to me all the time. I'll say stuff on my life. People disagree. But a week from now, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you know what? This is exactly what Marlene was talking about. You got to give people time. That's it. But a disagreement is not a war. Even if somebody says something that is hurtful to you, it doesn't mean they don't like you. They themselves could be sorting out how they feel, because they probably got trauma. A lot of Black people got a lot of pain inside of them. Black men, Black women, Black children. A lot of Black people have a lot of pain inside of them. You know, I think a lot of Black people are functioning depressed. We are depressed, right? We function because bills have to get paid, food has to be made, things like that. But in the inside, we're not okay. A lot of us are not okay. So to say, oh, because you're a man, you should be okay. No. Oh, because you're a woman, you should be okay. No, we're all Black children. We all Black children. And before we became adults, right? Before we became adults, we lived in households that were sometimes not conducive to being a wholesome human being. So my thing is, when, especially if we're Black, and that's the thing that really kills me, right? That's the thing that really kills me, because if we are all, if we all come to be Black community, it's like we should all have a certain level of empathy, because we should be able to relate. I feel as though nobody should be able to understand you better than your own people. But sometimes we lack empathy towards each other, right? But I'm like, a lot of us did not grow up in healthy, functioning households, right? We didn't grow up in healthy, functioning households. So I feel like sometimes too, that got to be, like Marcus Aurelius would say, prepare yourself in the morning for who you're about to encounter. So if you know you're about to encounter a lot of Black people, you should also say to yourself, I know they might trigger me, but I also know that they might be hurting. So when you say, like, you say the things you don't like, but then you also try to say something also good about them. So that way it's even keel. So if something bad happens, like, child, she probably going through it. What is she doing? You are crazy. But you don't internalize it, right? You know what? Even when I live in New Orleans, for example, right? A lot of Black sisters in New Orleans were utterly disagreeable. You guys, they were so disagreeable. Like, what the heck? Right? One time I went to La Madeleine. This like French restaurant thing, it's like a French fast food chain thingy. Y'all should have seen that baby sits at the counter, y'all pregnant. When I tell you her face was tight, you would think she was constipated. I said, girl, don't be spending my food. So then I started making jokes so she could kind of like relax a little because she was so, I'm like, you see, and that's why I say a lot of my people don't have self-awareness. I don't think she realized her energy because most likely something happened with the father of her child. She brought that to work and she didn't even realize. Right. And so, and you see, and sometimes even that too, sometimes it can make you feel like, well, why are you here? Why are you so mad? You can see her energy and you might want to match her energy. But at the same time, when I looked at her face, I knew I was older. Right. So to whom much is given, much is required. I'm like, she's still young. And I feel like the sad part today is we don't have a lot of matriarchs today because today our matriarchy today, especially here in Black America, our matriarchy today is pretty much encouraging young girls to hate men, to believe in prostitution, to do anything for money, all kinds of bullshit, right? But how many women, how many matriarchs are sitting down, the young Black sisters, the young Black babies, and saying, baby girl, I know you're upset, but this is how you have to regulate your emotions, right? You don't bring your stuff from the house into the workplace. It's just not fair, right? I know it's hurting you, but it's not fair to other people. So I started making jokes and she started loosening up, right? Because she's a baby. She's a baby who got herself in some grown people shit, and now she's stressed out because we don't give advice to our young people as well. We yell at young people. The average Black child gets yelled at more than they get encouraged. We have a problem, you guys. We really have a problem. We yell at young people. Shut up. Sit right there. Da, 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 da. How often do we say, you're beautiful, you're intelligent, I believe in you? Maybe if we spoke to Black children the way we see Black children, a lot of this behavior out here, it wouldn't exist, right? Because when you speak life into people, when you speak life into a child, little by little, they're going to start believing it. If you wake up every day and your mom tells you you're going to make it in this world, you're going to be somebody, good things will happen to you. You might not believe her at first, but one day you will believe her. And that's going to create a sense of pride in you because everybody deserves to have at least one cheerleader. You got to have at least one. We got to have one person who believes in you, right? But most Black kids, it's always insult. It's always you're not good enough. It's always excessive criticism. It's always this, it's always this, it's always that. Because we have a lot of our parents who don't have self-awareness. They don't realize that the way they were raised is too much trauma. And for as much as you could have survived it, it doesn't mean that you do it to your children. It's very toxic. It's very toxic. Many of us were raised in toxic households. Okay, right? Like, you understand? But we don't speak life into Black children. We speak a lot of insults. Yes. Oh, we know how to insult people. But it's really hard for us to speak life into. We're quick to insult. Black people are so quick. And I say Black, I mean Black Americans, Africans, West Caribbean, West Indian, Caribbean, I don't care. We are quick to Afro-Latinos. We are quick to insult people. Because the way we would handle, maybe it's a DNA thing. I don't know, y'all. I'm not a epistemologist, how you call them people. Okay. I am not one of these people. Okay. But my thing is, right? One thing that's for sure is that all of us Black people, descendants of the enslaved, we have been abused by white people. They've been very cruel to us. Right. And so we do it to each other without even checking, like, why am I acting this way? Why do I talk to her? Because I know if I'm hurting, she got to be hurting too, right? If I'm hurting, he has to be hurting too. Because they did it to all of us. It's like everybody was traumatized. Everybody was bullied. And we have taken the abuse of white people and we wove that into our own culture. We have normalized abuse from white people in the way that we parent, the way that we handle each other, the way that we socialize. We need help. We seriously need help. And we do it to children, we do it to Black children. So then they do it to each other. You understand? Because something has to be wrong for a 16-year-old Black kid to go shoot another 16-year-old. Because if you don't love yourself, how can you love someone that looks like you? If you're constantly being insulted, If you are constantly being degraded, if you are constantly being told you're dumb, you're not good enough, or even calling these young people racial slurs, this N-word is completely diabolical. It's not a good word. You know, you keep calling a child the N-word, the N-word. How do you think he's going to see himself? Where's they have power? How about you call young people what you want them to be? Astronaut, scientist, business person, CEO. Why can't we normalize calling young Black people CEOs? Why can't we normalize calling young Black people anointed? Instead of calling a young Black baby the N-word, why don't you call that child anointed? It's the same energy, right? But I'm saying, like, this is what happens when you are dealing with people who are carnal. They are not, like, they don't use their minds. They refuse to use logic. They refuse to use reason. They refuse to be intelligent. They are just surviving off of instinct. It's like if you actually remove their brains, they wouldn't mind. Okay? You understand? They would not mind. I think a lot of Black people, if you could take their brains out, they wouldn't even mind because they don't even use their brains. You're not using it. You don't need your brain to do this. This is just you living off of instinct. So we can just take the brain out. They're not going to care because they do not value their brains. And then I'm like, and this is the part that triggers me, right? This is the part that triggers me. Why don't you use your fucking brain? Use your brain. Would an intelligent person move like this? Would an intelligent person dress like this? Would an intelligent person behave like this? Would an intelligent person react like this? Show people that you are intelligent, right? And one thing intelligent people can do is understand delayed gratification. I could kill you, but I'm not going to do it. I could shoot you in the ass, but I'm not going to do it because the same way I have a mom, you also have a mom. I might not like you, but I don't want your mother to cry, so I'm not going to do it. Right? How many Black people would not even be in prison right now if they had used their brain for 5 seconds? Why are you doing this? Right? Oh, I'm just jumping in the car to ride with my friend. It is 11 o'clock. Why aren't you in school? Use your brain. Use your brain. You understand? And I feel like because white people always banished prohibited, I don't know how you say it, right? From using our brains, we have normalized not using our brains. We are doing exactly what they wanted us to do. We are being we are being who they wanted us to be. People who don't use their brains, they just use their muscles. That's all we're good for. Our muscles and our reproductive abilities. That's it. Our muscles, our physical strength, everything with us is physical. That is all white people used us for. Physical shit. And today we continue to live like that. And I'm like, no, we have to reprogram ourselves. Being physically strong, it's natural to us because it's in our DNA, right? Having these African genes will make you incredibly strong. It is what it is, okay? That's it. But that's easy. So now we got to work on the things that are hard. We got to work on things that we don't have a long tradition of working on. We got to work on our brains. We got to work on using our brains. We have to work on using reason. We are destroying ourselves. We destroy ourselves. We destroy other people. We destroy our children. We destroy our brains because we don't want to stop for a second and think. If I say this, then what? If I shoot this person, what's going to happen? If I take this money, what's going to happen? If I sleep with this man, what is going to happen? No, just go ahead and do it. And I'm like, you have a brain. Can you use your brain? It's not going to hurt, I promise. Okay? No, it's not going to hurt. The young baby girl, 19 years old, she lied to her dad that she's about to go put gas in the car. Parking her car all kinds of wrong because she had to get into this man's car. I'm like, I'm not trying to be offensive, right? But he's a Latino man who cuts grass. Them people strong as hell. You're 19. You don't even weigh more than 100 pounds. Why are you getting into this man's car? Use your brain. If you get in this car and he locks the door, what are you going to do? He's taking you to his house. Do you know who's in that house? When you watch the news, the number of illegals that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, it's like 8 million people came here illegally. They talk about it all the time. Catch and release. The prisons in Venezuela, they've opened the prisons because the president, he hates America because they ain't shit also, right? They opened the prisons in Venezuela and they said to the people, leave, fuera, and never come back. So I'm like, there are a lot of people who are here. I'm not trying to be mean, but there are a lot of Latinos who are here in the country illegally who are from prisons. And if you watch just one documentary about the prisoners of the Latin America, baby, these people are different. Their prison culture is different. What? Although they got a whole different culture. They have a different culture, right? So you go into that house. What if there are 20 illegals in there? You go into that house. What if there are a bunch of men in there waiting for your ass? Use your brain. I told mom and dad I'm going to get gas. Have integrity. Why are you lying to your parents? And now look, because now what's being implied is that she was doing prostitution, right? I'm like, you have killed your mom. You guys, I swear, I'm like, you killed your mom? Hold on. What's her name again? Right? Okay. Just dead. But I'm like, the more they talk about on TV is giving prostitution. How can your mom take that? It's one thing for you to be dead. But now they're going to say, oh, her daughter died being a prostitute. How can your mommy take that? I'm like, you destroyed your mom. I'm like, her mom is going to die. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm like, her mom's not going to live long. Your mom is not going to live long. You have killed your mother. Because these people don't understand. Use your brain. If something happens to you, what you going to do? Go to the store, buy a new 19-year-old? You can't buy a child. I mean, it doesn't work like that. And when people say things about you, like, oh, she went in there to have sex for money. How is your mom how's she going to cope with that? How's she going to cope with that? You had, I'm like, you guys, this story had me so fucking messed up in the head. I'm like, what is wrong with these kids? Right? You have what you need. You have a house. You have 2 parents. You have a car. You go to school. What is the rush? But once again, we got bad matriarchy. We got these bad women, Shira 7. And I said, if her parents find out that she was watching Shira 7, they just sue that lady. Because she's encouraging all kinds of foolishness. TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. How many black girls are sitting here, even grown-ass black women? Some are even married with children. And they encourage other black babies to go sell their bodies for money. Because the love of God is gone. We are surrounded out here by a bunch of witches. These women right here, they are workers of iniquity. They are really, really workers of iniquity. That man killed that child, and then he went over a bridge. He grabbed her body. He threw her body over a bridge like she's not somebody's child. Threw her like the way you throw a trash bag overboard. He just threw her body over the bridge. I'm like, what have you done? What have you done? You don't need to do any of this. You are 19 years old. What is the rush? Where are you going? Like, seriously. Like, and my thing is, even if you see certain things, why can't you just create content? Build your channel. Create content. Be patient. Huh? Be patient and well-doing. Hey, Brittany. But no, because we have a culture today, shortcuts. What's the easiest way to make money? What's the easiest way to get a grade? What's the easiest way? How many nurses have fake nursing degrees? Always seeking shortcuts. This is it. We completely have this like angst. We just despise using our brains. If I do this, then what? If I do this, what's the next step? Right? And do I really have to do this? What if it doesn't go as planned? Because there's what you think is going to happen, but then there's what also could happen. Illegal immigrant. Right? You get in the car. What if he locks the car? What if he grabs you in there and then he puts the thing, like, you know, sometimes like there's this like liquid thing. When you put that over people's faces, they pass out. They pass out. Right? What if he chokes you in that car? He takes you to his house. What if there are a bunch of illegals in there waiting to rape you? And my thing is not to be offensive, but why? I'm not saying to be offensive, but I'm once again, because I'm using my brain, so it is what it is. But why would a U.S. citizen want to have sex for money from an illegal worker? You're U.S. citizen. This is your nation. You are an American citizen. Why would you sell your body to an illegal? Someone doesn't have a green card. Somebody came here illegally. But you think as an American person, it makes sense for you to lay under an illegal immigrant for how much money? If anything, because he's an illegal, you should have the money to pay him to come cut your grass. Hello, make it make sense. Make it make sense, right? But people do not want to use their brains. You got to think. Every action has a consequence. What is that? You got to think about that, right? And do you have what it takes to sustain the consequences? Do you have the money for the consequences? Do you even have the physical strength for the consequences? No, you're going to go do it because once again, people are carnal. They don't want to use their brains. They do not want to use their brain. God gave you this big ass brain. You don't want to use it because all you want to do is live according to your flesh. You're going to die. You're going to die. And the Bible tells us that all the time. It says the wages of sin is death, right? Yeah. It's a spell. It is not a good word because it's a word that dehumanizes people. And we see it all the time. When white people want to do a genocide on you, they will call you something that takes away your humanity. Like Palestinians, they'll call them the seed of Amalek, right? Or Arabs, they'll call them terrorists, right? They use the word to dehumanize you so that when something bad happens to you, nobody feels sorry for you. Right? It is not a good word. And the Bible even says that what you call a thing will be a thing. And that's what the Bible says. You got to watch the stuff that comes out of your mouth. But I've come to realize my people do not watch what comes out of their mouth, just like they're not careful about what goes into their mouth. They don't care. But if you don't care, how can you succeed? Because the very foundation of having a successful life, I don't mean money. I still about a peaceful life, harmonious life, a fruitful life. Your words, right? Everything we have in this world started because somebody spoke a word. I want light. They want to make the light. I want mirror. They want to make the mirror, right? When we call things to life, a plane, it never existed, but somebody said, a plane became a thing, right? Right? Became a thing. So words are incredibly powerful. Right? So it's one thing for white people to say it because we know there's a lot of hatred inside the hearts of white people when it comes to anybody who is not white. But for you to be black, and I would, once again, but I also feel like people are comfortable using the N-word because people don't use their brains. Because if you were a black person, if you were a coaching and intellectually led black person, you would weigh the gravity of the N-word. If my grandma was here, would I feel comfortable saying that in front of her? If my ancestors were here, would I feel comfortable saying that in front of her? I'm sure they would start crying. I'm sure some of them even have PTSD because that word, it jars. It's very jarring, you know? It's a lot. It is a lot, right? You know what I'm saying? It is a lot. It is a lot. Right? So it's like, to me, if when you use your brain will say to you, I have no right to use that word. And the people who normalize the N-word in the Black American community are rappers, Jay-Z, them kinds of people. But the problem with these people is these are not intellectual people. These are carnal people. For you to sell drugs to your own people, you don't use your brain. What the fuck? Right? Because you would say, I know I need money, but she needs money too. Who don't need money, right? But does my need for money supersede my need to be a protector of the community? Because you live in this Black neighborhood, right? So when you go to a Colombian, you go to an Italian, and you take their powder and you bring it back to your people, what does that say about you? You don't use your brain. Because at least if you use your brain and you had an evil brain, you would take their shit and sell it back to their own people. Hello, not my people. Because when you use your brain, you say, woe is me if I bring death into my own people. I don't want to be known for that. And this mother, if I sell these drugs to her, she will lose her children. Then these Black children will end up in foster care, right? Because you use your brain. When you use your brain, you start to see how one action affects everybody. The butterfly effect. Because it's not just, oh, I sell her the drugs, she gives me money, that's it. No, that's not it. Keep going. Because she's not going to stop. Now she's going to be an addict. She's going to keep coming back, right? So now she can't function as a mother. So then what's going to happen to those kids? They might stop going to school. And it's never just one thing. There are multiple. There's a bevy of consequences that comes after this one act. But JC's not educated. Do you even know if he finished the 9th grade? No. But people put this man on a pedestal because he has money. You don't need a brain to have money. You can just have evil intentions. Right? And that's also the problem too, is that in the culture, there is a lot of emphasis on making money and not having integrity. Right? Or make money, but don't be harmful. Because everybody should say to themselves, you know, shame on me if I ever bring harm intentionally to my own people. But people don't care. They intentionally bring harm because the goal is not to be a protector. The goal is not even to be a healthy member of the community. No, the goal is, hey, I know these people. I have proximity to these people. I have the same complexion as these people. I know how they talk. I know how they feel. So therefore, I'll just take advantage and just sell them the drugs. Why would you sell drugs to your own people? Because you don't use your brain, right? You don't use your brain. Because why would you do that? Because it's not going to stop. Then you also got the little brother who's watching you do it. Oh, yeah, there's always somebody watching you. Because if you're a big brother and you're selling drugs, you are going to influence your little brother to do the same thing because he looks up to you. There's always somebody looking up at you. Right? And that's why a lot of Black people refuse to understand and they refuse to accept the fact there is always little people looking up at us. So be very mindful. Because it's not about, well, it's just me. And it's not my fault. I'll be a role. You don't have to want to be a role model. Nobody said, hey, let me be a role model. That's not how it works. But you can't control who looks up to you. But nonetheless, you have young people looking up at you. So therefore, you must try your best to be a great example. Right? And this is where a lot of Black people too fall off the wayside because they're cowards. They don't want to sacrifice. They don't want to say, you know what, I do want to do it, but given the fact that people look at me, let me not do it. Right? Because when you're a role model too, you have to be more, you got to have more conscience. You got to be more conscientious. Like, you know what, I guess I can't do it. Guess you can, huh? But you see, but even that too is good for you. Hey, for me. Because it makes your path really narrow. And when your path is narrow, you're less likely to fall because it ain't too wide. Right? That's how it goes. But they want the money, but they don't want the responsibility, right? To display a behavior that is aspirational, a behavior that is, respectable. They don't want to do it because they don't want to use their brains. Right. And that's why, for the most part, Black people make for bad role models for young Black people. That's why, for the most part, if you want Black children to be successful, you have to remove Black children from older Black people. These young kids who are in these gangs, right? All these little babies, all these little Black boys in these gangs, how'd they get there? An older Black man, right? An older Black man. It's wickedness, right? These little Black girls out here getting involved in prostitution, obsessed with the wigs, the lashes, the wump. How they get involved in that? An older Black woman. An older Black woman. We destroy our own people. We eat our youngs. We intentionally mislead our young people. We are wicked. This is what you call utter wickedness. We intentionally mislead our young people. Because if you've done evil and you've been through evil, as an older voice, you should say, don't do what I did. Here's what I did. Here's the price I paid for this. I never want to see you here. Go fight for your life. Right? If you're an older woman, an older Black woman, if you failed at relationships, you would say, yeah, it didn't work out. Maybe the man wasn't shit, but I think also I wasn't shit. Take ownership of what you did. No, I did nothing wrong. It was a black man. I did nothing wrong. Niggas ain't shit. No. We got to stop. Right? You were also part of that relationship. So there are things that you did. So tell your daughter, baby girl, yeah, he wasn't shit, but in these areas, like right here, right there, mommy could have done better. That's a fact. I could have done better. I could have tried. No self-awareness, because I'm not trying to be mean. I ain't trying to be mean. But you realize that the collective of Black elders are bitter people. They are bitter. It's a bitter people because through their lives, they didn't use their brains. And there are consequences in life when you don't use your brain. Because had you used your brain, you would have known. If you go down, because life is like a fork, huh? You go route A, you go route B. If you go route A, this is what it looks like. You go route B, that's what it looks like. And you make a choice. But when you don't use your brain, you don't even stop for a second to ascertain the fact that, I do have choices. I can go A, I can go B. So let me take a moment and reflect. Where do I want to go? No, they just go because they live like animals. They just live off of instinct. They don't live off of reason. And one time I was even thinking about that because when I was like, sometimes when I do have the time, when I feel like it, right, I do watch a lot of philosophers, right? I like philosophy. I like to see these people, like whether it's Carl Jung, Nietzsche, Freud, all these crazy people. But one day I was watching this documentary about Nietzsche, and I said to myself, maybe the reason why Black people struggle so much with what they call in the Latin, they say the logos, logic, reason. It's the fact that, in Africa, like I'll speak for West African people. I don't know about the rest of Africa, but for West African people, I'll say this. For as much as we have great African proverbs, or we have some great West African proverbs, but we don't have philosophers, like people who sat there all day and just thought and wrote, right? Which lets me know, sometimes not lets me know, but it made me question, were we ever a people that was really concerned with the study of the mind as much as Europeans are? Because with Europeans, you can find a litany of philosophers. Like these people opine, they think. You look at French history, for example, most French mathematicians were also philosophers, because they thought a lot, like, what about this? What about that? Right? Famous one is Descartes too, like they thought a lot. You know what I'm saying? They think a lot. Unfortunately, they think for evil, but they think a lot. I cannot say, in the 1800s or the 1600s, the 1200s, you had West African philosophers who really sat there like, what is the meaning of life? What is the purpose of life? Why do we do what we do? Okay? Right? But the thing about Alexandria used to be part of Turkey. You see, so it's not on the continent. It's not on the African continent, right? Was it part of Turkey, Alexandria, right? But I'm talking about the continent itself. Like even in Egypt, yeah, they were more so engineers, but where is the philosophy? And that, I don't know, maybe I'll do more research, but it really did something to me because I'm like, with the Europeans, there are a lot of philosophers. They just think about stuff. Yeah, but it was part. I'm like, Turkey is over there. They're like, you got to cross the water to get there. But I'm talking about the land mass that makes up Africa today, right? Hey, Queen, right? But I believe math engineers, especially with the Arabs, I believe it was all there. But I'm talking about reason, not just religion, but because I do believe some part of religion is philosophy. But I'm like, active philosophy. I must think. I need to think. Right? I'm like, this stuff right here is real because I'm like, today I see it because I feel like certain things is it epigenetics, right? Like certain things are passed down through DNA, and maybe that could be a problem. I don't know. Maybe that's the root cause. Like, is one of the root causes of this? But I'm like, why is it that my people do not love to sit in a moment of reflection? I need to think before I act. Why is it that my people don't say to themselves, it's okay to take a day before I act on this. It's okay to take a week before I respond to this. It's okay to take a nap before I engage with this because right now I need to shut my brain off, go to sleep, and I'm gonna wake up. I'm thinking about this later. We are very impulsive, and that right there is always going to be treacherous because An impulsive person, right? An impulsive person, and you're not going to make good decisions because you're impulsive, because you're responding in the moment. You respond to stimulus. Once again, just like an animal, a lion sees a gazelle. He can't say, oh, I don't know. Let me think. Am I really hungry? I don't know. Am I starving? I don't know. No, he has to go for it because who knows the next time he's going to find food. And he has a lot of people to feed. So even if the belly is full, he is programmed to chase. He just chases. But humans can't function like that. Right? We can't say, I'm going to start chasing. Oh, I'm going to. No, we can take a step back and be like, you know what? I don't know. Let me take a moment, think about this, and then come back to it later. Right? But a lot of Black people, we live off of instinct. And I'm like, that is incredibly treacherous because you are not like, I mean, I guess we are somewhat an apex predator, but you don't live life as a predator. You live life as a member of society, as a member of a community. So you can't just live, move, behave like an animal, right? You cannot just live off your instincts, right? You can't do stuff like that, right? You can't do stuff like that. So I'm like, but the problem is, like I said, we have a lot of people that are Black and older, both genders, who are just bitter people. They are bitter. And the thing about, and that's why you have to avoid bitter people. And that's why you might have to avoid a lot of Black people, especially Black people of a certain age. Because the thing that causes bitterness in people is the lack of self-awareness. It is their lack of accountability. Yes, I'm not going to say that people don't do you wrong sometimes. It's human nature. It's the trade-off of interacting with human beings. It's the trade-off of trusting human beings. You might get hurt. You might get played. You might get lied to, right? However, once you have self-awareness and you say to yourself, maybe I also played a part in this, right? Maybe I made it feasible for this person to do X, Y, and Z to me. Maybe if I had not done this, this, and that, this also wouldn't have happened to me, right? Gotta take accountability. But the problem is, bitter people, not only do they suffer with the lack of accountability, lack of self-awareness, they also suffer from forgiveness issues. They don't know how to forgive other people. Because you see, once you become self-aware and you take accountability, yes, you do indeed remove some of that weight from the person that you're blaming. And they don't want that. They want 100% of the burden to be on the person they blame. It's like, it doesn't work like that. Right? We all played a part, even if it's only 5%. Take ownership of the 5%. Take ownership of that. I played a part in this right here. This is all me. That's it. Right? And you'll see that you'll be less bitter. You'll be able to disarm your heart. You'll be able to let the Holy Spirit in. And as you forgive that person, you'll be able to forgive yourself. And then you'll be in a better position to give better advice to young people. Right? It's no different than people who have AIDS or HIV because they're so mad. They're so angry because somebody gave me the disease. Yes, you're right. Somebody gave you the disease, but you also could have asked for an HIV test. You also could have used protection. You also could have taken more time to know the person, right? The first night, you didn't have to sleep with that person because ultimately you trusted a stranger with your health. So you got to take accountability for that shit. You can't just blame other people. What they did was fucked up. But at the same time, no one is going to protect you. Nobody's going to save you. And that's why you always have to move with your brain and put yourself in safe position. But a lot of our young people move in very reckless, unsafe ways. Well, bad things will happen. And when bad things happen, you can't blame the other person fully because you played a part in that. Right? Gotta protect yourself. And the best way to protect yourself is to use your brain. Do I know this person well enough to have sex with them? Do I know this person well enough to have sex in the dark? In the dark? How do you know they don't even have like bumps and stuff around their pubic area? How do you know? It's all dark. Right? Do I know this person well enough after one dinner to go to their homes, to their house? Do you know what's there? Hello, right? But you're not moving in a way where you prioritize your safety because you're reckless. And you're reckless because you live like an animal. You think you have the physical strength of a lion, which you don't, But you move like a lion. But when you go in that den, they're going to kill your ass because you're not a lion. You are a defenseless human being, right? And that's why, compared to animals, we have to use our brains because we don't have the physical strength of a lion. See, a lion, if he chases a buffalo, whatever, even if the whole pack wants to whoop his ass, he can fight because he's built for that. That's a big ass creature, right? He can fight. And he knows his people will come running right behind him. So you see, animals can engage, especially like the big ones, like lions and stuff. They can engage in reckless behavior because not only are they physically strong because they're built for that shit, okay? They have a whole pack, whether it's other lionesses, whether it's other lions. When they see one of them in distress, they all come running. It's like, bah, 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 bah. This shit gonna go left. So you have nothing to fear because you know your set is deep AF. Like they're going to come rolling deep, okay? That's one thing. You as a human being, you don't have that. You're not physically strong like that. So when you step in that house, you have no idea what can happen to you, right? And by the time your people find out, what can they even do? Like, because by the time they get there, you might already be dead. That's if they even know where to go. So you can engage in these instinct, carnal ass, reckless ass behavior as if you have all this physical might in your body. You don't. You're a weak ass human being. Look at how the flu, just the flu alone can have you knocked out for 2 weeks. We're not that strong. Okay, we're really not that strong. We die quickly. Okay. If it was not for the modern progress, like advancement of science, like a lot of us wouldn't even be here. Maybe even I would have died in childbirth, right? We're not that strong. We're not that resilient. We die pretty fast. So that's why we got to use our brains to make sure we do not intentionally put ourselves in reckless, harmful situation where we're going to end up dead or infected with HIV. It's a real thing. Okay? It's a real thing. But you'll see people here and the way people live, you will think these people are cats. They have 7 lives. They can afford to die over and over and over again. It's like, no, you only have 1 life to live. And it does not take much to kill a person. It doesn't take much to kill someone, right? So you got to use your brain. But I repeat, though, whether it's the older Black patriarchy, it's the older Black matriarchy, a lot of people out here are very bitter. They are really bitter, right? It's a lot of bitterness. I even listened to the whole like Maya's interview because I didn't listen to it, but they were talking about how Maya said that, she didn't want to be married. We're going to do a lot about that. She didn't want marriage for herself. What did Maya say? She don't want to get married. She chooses herself. She married herself, But the part that I saw was that Maya explained that her parents got into a divorce. I'm like, there you go, right? And me growing up, I always knew Maya's full of it too, though. She really is. Hold on, you guys. Okay. Hold on. What's that man's name? The fine man from Group Theory. There you go. Bryce Wilson. There you go, right? When I was growing up, right, Maya was in love with this man. Y'all remember him from Group Theory, okay? Tell me if you want me to. You remember him, right? She was madly in love with this man, okay? She was madly in love with this man. Now, I guess the man cheated. The man broke her heart. And if you remember, if you watched Real Housewives of Atlanta, right? Right. If you watch Housewives of Atlanta, you know that he had a child with this lady. There you go. He had a baby with this lady. He has a daughter with this lady, right? So I'm like, okay, it could very well be that you were brokenhearted because listen, if your parents had a divorce and they had a very messy divorce, most likely you have trauma from that. Most likely you have PTSD from that. Most likely you have abandonment issues from that, right? Libra, perfectly fine. Okay, she's a Libra, right? It's okay. Admit that to yourself, right? Then she was madly in love with this guy, and it seems like he cheated. Then he got this lady pregnant, right? It did something to you. What is it gonna cost you, right? To sit on this podcast with your bestie. What is her name? What's her name again? What's that girl's name from Canada, child? What's her name? Hey, Elena. What's her name? Y'all, what is that lady's name, child? Joe Budden podcast. Melissa Ford. There you go, right? What is it going to cost you If you sit there with Melissa and say, Melissa, the reason why I chose not to get married, because when my parents had a divorce, I think they had a messy divorce. I think they could have divorced in a healthier way, but it really scarred me and it caused me to have abandonment issues. When I got older, I tried to get over that by saying to myself, maybe love is not that bad, right? But I gave my heart to someone. And unfortunately, there was cheating. You had a baby. So between my parents' divorce and the betrayal I had in that relationship, I said to myself, I would rather be by myself, because that kind of pain, it really triggers me. I have separation issues. I have abandonment issues and things like that, right? Just say that. No, because once again, like I said, a lot of Black matriarchs are bitter, and bitter people can never be vulnerable. Bitter people can never be transparent. It's the same thing with Tracy also, right? Tracy sat here and be like, oh, I chose my single life, right? In this moment. Okay, I get to know my real self and I get to be by myself. And this is how I am discovering myself. And I am having sex with 22-year-olds at 56. Bunch of bullshit, right? She was madly in love with Abu. So, once again, Abu was younger than her. So what I would do, but that's just me because I got integrity, right? Is to say to the Black women, listen, me, I have a thing for younger men. Right. And even though you shouldn't do it, because boys do mature a lot slower than girls. So there is a risk in being an older woman and always pursuing younger men because they're not done living life. Right. But I met someone. I really liked that person. I really loved the person. His name was Abu. Right. But the problem is, I fell in love with him before I discovered his culture. I slept with him. So therefore, got digmatized before I studied his culture, right? Because in his culture, given that he's Senegalese, they are polygamous, right? Their dad was polygamous, their granddad, everybody's polygamous, right? They're Muslim, okay? Right? But if there was one person I could have married, it would have been Abu. Unfortunately, culturally, traditionally, it just didn't work out, right? And I have yet to find someone that makes me feel the way that he did. So therefore, I don't know. It's a little bit hard. That's it. Oh, I want to be single. Oh, I choose myself. Oh, I don't want to be married. Oh, hey, Kevin. Okay, with the suit. Oh, I don't want to be married. Oh, I don't want to do this. No. You wanted marriage with one specific person. It didn't work out. And it scarred you really badly. And you have not recovered from that. And you are still hurt because of that. Right? But I'm like, Maya, okay, right? If Bryce had not fucked up, where would you be today? Right? Let's be so for real. Okay? And I even feel like the song that she did, I'm falling in love with you. I'm falling because I can't get up. Don't want to get up. I feel like that song was meant for him because in the video, let me show you the video. Hold on. Let me show you the video. Because when you watch the video, the guy favors him. Okay? Let me see. When you watch the video, the guy in the video favors this guy. Let me see if I can find the guy for you guys. Here he is. Hold on. Okay, you know we can't play these videos, y'all. YouTube go. Hold on. I want you to see his face. You see what I'm saying? Right? Don't you feel like he favors him? I'm like, she made the song for him. Like, y'all need to go sit down somewhere. Okay, y'all need to go sit down somewhere. I don't have time for this. Doesn't this man right here favor Bryce a little bit? Okay, doesn't he favor Bryce? So the video, she's talking about how she fell for this guy. She's stalking the man. And mind you, she's a Libra. So I'm like, we know that's BS. A Libra who said, oh, I don't want marriage. I chose to marry myself. Girl, shut the hell up. Nobody falling for this crap, okay? Nobody in their right mind is falling for this crap. First, Pisces. 2, Libra. 3rd was what? What was it? Was it Scorpio? Yeah. Right? Then we said Cancer. 5th was Virgo, right? When it comes to how badly they want people to mean. Okay? Like, please, go sit down somewhere. Libras cannot be alone. Go sit down somewhere. Okay? So my thing is, this man looks like this man in the video. And in the video, she's all over the video, stalking him. She chasing him. She's spying on him. Wumpty wump wump. So growing up, I've always felt like she wrote the song for him. Okay. So for her to then say, oh, I want to marry myself. Oh, this, and that. Maya, please stop. You're a freaking Libra. Like, nobody is going to believe this. Okay. I know I'm not going to eat this shit up. Now, the sisterhood can eat this shit up. Okay. But I'm not going to eat this shit up. You have trauma. You've been scarred. You have abandonment issues. You have separation issues. Just say that. Like, listen, ladies, right? I believe that love is beautiful. I think love is awesome, right? But my parents' divorce, it really did a number on me. It messed me up. Because most likely they were not mature, and they made this shit what it shouldn't have been. And usually when you see people go through a nasty divorce, it lets you know they don't really want a divorce. They just want to make each other's life as painful as possible. Because if you're really done with this marriage, just move the fuck on. Exactly. She's a freaking Libra. Imagine Kim Kardashian without a man. Imagine Amber Rose without a man. Imagine freaking Cardi B without a man. She's a damn Libra. We are not falling for this. Imagine Keisha Cole without a man. This shouldn't make no damn sense. Okay? You are a damn Libra. Like, there's no way in your DNA, in your zodiac, okay? Or what's the name? What's her name again? Athena. All right. You were built to be in love. Like, that's just the way that you are. It's like a Pisces not being a hopeless romantic. Like, nobody in their right mind is going to believe this crap. Go feed that to the birds. Like, and I'm not a bird because I use my brain, you know. I don't peck. I chew. Okay. There you go. Right. Exactly. So she's full of it. You know what I mean? But she's saying it to the sisterhood because she hasn't healed. She's bitter. She is bitter. She is bitter. Right? Just like Tracy also is bitter. But just say that. Say it. And I also feel like even with Maya too, her mom was probably bitter too. Because in the marriage, even if the marriage went left and they got a divorce, how much do you want to bet that Maya's mom blamed everything on her dad? How much do you want to bet? Right? How much do you want to bet that Maya's mom took no accountability for the divorce? Everything was the dad's fault. And you see how this is how, yeah. Do you see how, exactly. Thank you, Elena. Do you see how Black women give other Black women bad advice? And they make it hard for their daughters to successfully navigate relationships with men? A lot of young Black girls, if their moms, listen, I'm not trying to be mean, but it can come off mean. And that's facts. I have self-awareness, right? A lot of Black girls, if your mom was not in your life, you'd be married by now. Right? If your mom was not in your life, you would already be married. Her bad advice, her unforgiveness, her bitterness, her lack of accountability, her always blaming men is making it hard for you to nurture and grow your relationship. So everything always starts off well. You tell your mom within 6 months, the relationship goes by the wayside. Your mom is a negative influence. She's bitter. You have a bitter mother. She's bitter. And you have to accept that. And it's hard because I think most young ladies believe, oh, my mom wants the best for me. My mom wants the best for me. Yes, in a grand scheme of things. But right now, your mother hasn't healed. So do you not see how when you're giving love a chance, when you are out there being a hopeless romantic, do you not see how it triggers her? Do you not see the jealousy in that? It's triggering to her. Right? Because you're believing in a man. You're being nice to a man. You are trusting a man. It triggers her ass because she hasn't moved on. She hasn't taken accountability. Right? Because so many women believe that they are so blameless when it comes to relationships falling by the wayside. And I'm like, no, you played a part in your divorce. Even if it's 5%, own that shit. Most women want a blameless divorce. Oh, I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. Yes, you did. It was your marriage. It fell apart. Like crap. Okay. Exactly. They're not helping the young generation. And this is why we're seeing an influx in young Black girls being lesbians. Because the mothers and their bitterness, they are so bitter. Go to freaking therapy. But how much do you think a young lady would benefit? How much do you think a young Black girl would benefit from hearing her mom said, you know what, daughter, yes, your daddy did X, Y, and Z. However, I could also say when it came to disagreeing with daddy, sometimes a mommy could have been more respectful. Woo! Oh my gosh, right? She can't do that. She cannot even say to her daughter, though I know for a fact, there are many things I didn't do, because you don't have to cheat. I think a lot of women think, oh, I never cheated on him. You don't have to cheat on a man to make him feel like you don't want him in that marriage. You're disrespect, right? And I'm sure you already know if your mom is disrespectful. How does your mom argue with people? Is your mom quick to cuss people out? Is she even quick to cuss you out? Then think about how she was talking to your daddy, right? This is not how you keep a man. And that's why I say you got to talk about customer service. A lot of Black women, they don't know how to argue. They don't even know how to argue amongst themselves as women, let alone argue with a husband. That is your husband. He is not your enemy. Even if there's a disagreement, we are still family. So we got to be mindful of what we say, because we're going to stay in this house together, right? But that's why I say a lot of Black women, they need to walk around with a scale that they can weigh the consequences of their words. Your mouth, this right here, the boca, that bush is going to get you in trouble, and it gets them in trouble every single time. The Bible is clear. Yes, the Bible says that a sweet word appeases the soul, right? But what most Black women do with their mouth, trigger, poke the bear. You see, it's problematic. So to be this old and to not tell your daughter the reality of what was in this marriage, which is, you know what, daughter? Yes, your daddy did X, Y, and Z. But I can also say, when it came to how I used to argue with your dad, I could have done better. You know what I'm saying? I didn't always have to go so damn low. That's right. I could have talked to him a bit nicely. I could have conveyed my point without being disrespectful, right? But the problem is, most Black women think effective communication is disrespectful communication. You're crazy, huh? You keep insulting people, you will find yourself by yourself. You are crazy. Nobody's going to keep putting up with a disrespectful ass woman. That is just a fact. Even in your job, they will fire you. In friendships, they will fire you. At the church house, you will be fired. At the school, you will be fired. Nobody is going to put up with a disrespectful person. Point blank, period. This is crazy. Right? You cannot talk like this to a man. That's why I said earlier, we are going to have to completely dismantle the structure, and we're going to have to rebuild what an argument is and what an argument is not. An argument, a disagreement is not war. We are arguing. Now, what are the rules? What are the do's and don'ts? We got to have parameters to how we argue successfully. It is not to go to the white meat. It's not to hurt people. I want you to see it my way. You want me to see it your way. That's cool. This is all negotiation talk. That's it. But you got people out here, when they argue, you would think they're enemies. You guys, you sleep together. You have unprotected sex. You have kids together. You swap saliva. How can you talk to each other like this? This is disgusting. It is seriously disgusting. And a lot of Black people are completely disgusting in the way that they argue. This is not what an argument is. This is a fight. And if every argument in your relationship turns into a fight, this relationship will not last. This marriage will not last. What the fuck is this shit? Okay? This is low vibrational bullshit. Right? You got to rethink what exactly is an argument. And also, an argument is not an opportunity for you to show your ass. It's an opportunity for you to show that you have self-control, that you see yourself as a child of God, that you are mindful of what the fuck comes out your mouth. Let me tell you something. Let me use myself, right? On that Saturday, on Saturday, Jimmy triggered me. Maybe I triggered him first. I don't know. But I do know I was triggered. I was really triggered. But because the whole day I was playing Dr. Miles Monroe, may he rest in peace, right? Jimmy triggered me, y'all. He triggered me, you guys. I was triggered, you guys. When I tell you, it felt like there was a baby demon fighting in my chest, like, bah, 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 I must come out. Right? There was a whole demon, y'all. It was a demon in my chest. But Dr. Miles Monroe, he kept talking, because the demon is like, y'all, because, I'm Black too. Like, it's in me. Listen, you got to die to your flesh every single day. Because Jimmy's he's talking, and I'm like, ooh, he needs to stop, right? The baby demon is like fighting in my, like, it's like a gremlin trying to, like, but get me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. I'm like, what the fuck? And then I have Dr. Miles Monroe. You gotta control your emotions. I'm like, what the fuck? So then I got the Holy Spirit, like, girl, what you gonna do? I'm like, I guess I'm gonna shut up. I'm like, what the fuck, you guys? I'm on the bed. I got up, take a shower. The baby demon is fighting inside of me. The Holy Spirit's like, what choice you gonna make? Then I'm like, the Dr. Miles Monroe, who cares what they said about you? You gotta control your feelings. I said, Lord Jesus. Y'all, Marlene's in the shower. I get out the shower. I put my lotion on. The baby demon's like, he's right there, Marlene. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. I pulled the blanket from my head. I said, oh, Lord Jesus. I gotta be a role model. Because if I betrayed myself in this moment, how would I face my people on the YouTube? Pull the blanket over my head, y'all. Marlene went to sleep. I went to sleep. But I let Dr. Miles Monroe, like, he was talking in the background the whole night because I needed to calm down. So that the next day, Jimmy avoids me. I wake up, Dr. Miles is still talking on the YouTube. I started laughing. So then Jay went to the gym. He finally came back. He looked at me. I looked at him. I started laughing. He was like, well, sorry I wasn't nice to you yesterday, but you really triggered me. I thought, okay, that's fine. You know, but I was like, but you know what? I was so proud of myself. I'm like, oh, thank God. You guys, that baby demon was trying to say some really, really unkind things. But I was like, oh God, look, you know what? I am so proud of myself because I didn't let it out. But yo, when I tell you that thing was doing jiu-jitsu in there, hey Jen, that thing was doing jiu-jitsu. Bow, bow, let me out! The pressure is getting worse, okay? I was like, let me out! When I got in the bed, I was like, oh, he's right there, man. He's right there. Let me get one time. I said, ooh, it sounds tantalizing. I put the blanket on my head. Said, let me go to sleep. Drank the water. I drank the water, y'all. And I went to sleep. Oh, Kevin, it was doing jiu-jitsu in my chest. Pa. I'm like, jiu-jitsu? He knows jiu-jitsu. Child, they was doing jiu-jitsu in my chest. The whole crucifix. I felt it, you guys. But I am proud to report the lady does not say a word. That's Victorian English for you, bitch. The lady does not say a word, okay? The lady went to sleep. Like Aurora. Okay, somebody called me Sleeping Beauty, okay? I sure did go to sleep. Okay, you guys, Dr. Miles Monroe was out here just cooking. Let me put a video. You guys, my chest. It was like I had tightness in my chest. I'm like, these demons is in there. They're doing jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu. They're doing jiu-jitsu in my chest. They were doing jiu-jitsu. They were elderly doing jiu-jitsu in my chest, y'all. I said, what is this? Hold on, y'all. You see, I told you I let this man was talking the whole night. He was talking the whole night. Hold on. What song was that? Huh? Y'all. Oh, yeah, this is it. Was it this? You guys, it was one of these videos. Man, hold on.
There comes a moment in every life when your emotions scream one thing and truth whispers another. And in that moment, the battle is not around you, it's within you. Your tears may say, give up. Your fear may shout, run. But deep down, there's a still voice from God saying, stand, think, and trust me. Now more than ever, we are being shaped by what we feel rather than by what we know. We scroll, we compare, we react. We feel overwhelmed and call it real. We feel unworthy and assume we are. But let me ask you, what if your emotions are lying to you? What if the storm isn't outside you, but the one raging in your mind? The Bible didn't say follow your feelings. It says in Proverbs...
I swear, have you ever wanted to do something so ratchet, and then there's somebody that comes in, it's like somebody's being mature? That was Dr. Miles. This is the whole thing, you guys. This is happening. He's talking. I'm like, where the fuck am I? Like, But I'm like, a choice has to be made. Are you going to react or are you going to shut the fuck up? And I'm like, it's doing jujitsu in my chest. Like, it's trying to come out. He was like, girl, control your emotions. Control what comes out your mouth. And I'm like, oh, Lord Jesus.
Chapter 4, verse 23, guard your heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life.
Oh,
In other words, your life is flowing in the direction of your thoughts,
true.
not your emotions.
Oh, Lord.
What you allow to occupy your mind determines the peace you'll have, the strength you'll walk in, and the purpose you'll fulfill. Interestingly, some of us spend more time managing our social media feeds than we do managing our thought life. We clean up our faces, our clothes, our homes, but leave our minds cluttered, vulnerable, and exposed. And then we wonder why peace escapes us. We wonder why we break down so easily, why we overthink, why we lash out, or why we give up too soon. Could it be that we've trained our emotions to be louder than our minds? Furthermore, feelings were never meant to be our compass. Truth is. But truth only becomes a weapon when your mind is trained to use it. That's why the enemy doesn't always need to destroy your life to defeat you. He just needs to confuse your mind. If he can keep you reacting emotionally, he'll keep you from responding spiritually. Still, there is good news. You can train your mind. You can think like God wants you to think. You can develop a mental discipline that's stronger than your mood swings. You can grow a spiritual muscle that helps you hold your peace when the world is falling apart. But first, you must stop babysitting your feelings and start building your mindset. You must choose to guard your inner life the way a soldier guards a city gate, diligently, daily, decisively. Now, I'm not saying your emotions don't matter. They absolutely do. God gave them to you for a reason. But they're not your master. They're your messengers. Emotions are indicators, not dictators. They tell you something's wrong, but they can't tell you what to do. Only God's truth can do that. And that's why your mind must lead and your heart must follow, not the other way around. Think of it this way. If you're driving a car and your emotions are in the front seat,
We're gonna die.
Your life is headed toward a crash.
We're gonna die.
But if your mind, renewed by God's word, is in control, then even when emotions try to swerve you off course, you'll stay steady. Because you're not led by feelings, you're led by faith. Let me say this plainly. If you want peace, train your mind. If you want focus, train your mind. If you want breakthrough, train your mind. God is not going to do that part for you.
And I feel like this is where we struggle. This is really where we struggle. Because I was like, I'm taking a shot and the man is just talking. I'm like, oh, but I'm like, you felt like, there really is good and bad in all of us, right? There's greatness in us. There's evil in us. And every day it's a fight. It's a fight to let you have a choice. I feel like if you're a child of God, you're going to fight to always let the good take over the bad that's inside of you, right? And then people who just don't care, who are very carnal, live like animals, or people who just agree to live for the devil, they always give into the evil part of that. Because everything is a choice. You make a choice. It's not an easy choice, but a choice has been made, right? Right? And even during the day, because it was like, before I got here, because I was at the gym all day, but I was like, he kept talking about this. Romans 12, verse 2, which it says, do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you'll be able to test and approve of God's will is his good, pleasing, and perfect will, right? What's the other version, right? What's the King James version? Okay, which, everybody knows this one, right? And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God, right? I think a lot of us, my people, right? We really need to go back and retransform of minds, right? Retransformed of mind according to God's perfect will. But you can't know God's perfect will if you don't read the word, right? And when you are more into God's word, you will have more self-control. And people, usually if you have, the higher your self-control is, the higher your emotional IQ is going to be, the higher your intellectual IQ is going to be, because it's a lot easier to behave like an animal. It is a natural reaction. We're not good, y'all. We are seriously not good people. Like the Bible even says, the heart of man is wretched. So if you leave us to our natural selves, we will do bad things. We are capable of hurting children, stealing, killing, looting, you name it. We are just a wretch. We're not good people. If we didn't have laws and cameras and shaming tactics, only God knows what all crazy behinds will be out here doing, right? But when you attach yourself to the word of God, you understand that there is a better way. There is a better way, right? There is a better way. There is a better way to disagree. There is a better way to respond when you're triggered. There is a better way to go about it. There is a better way to be understood. There is a better way to be relatable. There is a better way to correct. There is a better way to discipline. There is a better way to think. There is a better way of being. But by yourself, you'll never know what that way is. You need God for that. Right? You need the word of God for that, which is why I think it's so sad that they took God out of school, God out of here, taking God out of so many places just to not make the gay people uncomfortable, right? But now look at our society. It's even more wretched than before. Even the gay people ain't safe. Okay? Because when you even had gay people who feared God, it was a lot safer to be gay. Okay? But now you really have godless gays. Like you have people, okay, I'm a Christian, I'm black, I'm gay, whatever. I know God don't like it, but they were more mindful. Today, you have a completely hedonistic homosexual community, and I'm like, even the gay people themselves are not safe because these are cruel, cruel gay people. They're very cruel. They don't care who they hurt. They don't care who they infect with diseases. They do not care. They don't care. It's a godless people. We are living now in a godless society. So everybody is being led by my emotions, my emotions, my emotions. And like he said, you put your emotion in the driver's seat, you're going to crash out. You're going to lose your life. You're going to lose your life. You're going to lose many things that are very dear to you because you are living through your emotions. And we are encouraging a lot of Black people to be an emotionally led people. It is dangerous. People are going to get hurt. People are actually getting hurt. People are getting hurt, and our young people are getting hurt because we are encouraging our young people to be way more emotional than Cartesian. They make bad decisions, they die. You see? Yeah, they make bad decisions and they die. They die, right? Because when you prioritize emotions as a community versus being cogent, being lucid, being intelligent, being a critical thinker, bad things will happen to these young people. They will keep dying and dying and dying and dying because nobody's saying, okay, I get that you're mad, but it's killing somebody the way to go. You killed this person that way, right? I get that you're upset because growing up, your dad was not in your life. So does that mean that you go and hurt other people? Okay, when you hurt that person, now what? What does that do? Is that going to erase the fact that your dad never showed up? No, you are still going to have to live with the fact that your dad didn't show up, right? Hurting other people will never make you feel better forever. Maybe in the moment, but then you can have a lifetime of regret for that. Matter of fact, you might even have a life sentence prison. You'll have to be in prison for life, right? You know what I'm saying? So this is what we have. And the thing is, a lot of Black people is hurt people. Right? You can wear nice clothes. You can spend a lot of money on your makeup, your weaves. It doesn't matter. But you're still hurting on the inside. And you just engage in consumerism as a coping mechanism. I'm saying you need to come to God. Like we need to have a come back to Jesus moment, okay? Right? So it's like, it's a little too much. But I'm like, you got to be transformed. The Bible says, do not conform to the world, but be ye transformed by the word of God. Right? And then that way you'll know his perfect will. And God's perfect will for us is self-control. Control yourself. Control yourself. Calm down. And know that in the end, everything works out. Right? But me, I went to sleep, you guys. Went to sleep. I didn't see him until like 2 p.m. the next day. He just came in there and looked at me. I looked at him. Started laughing. Because Jimmy always laughs. He's like, when he's uncomfortable, he'll laugh. He's like, oh, I'm sorry I did that, but you really triggered me. I said, okay. He's like, I'm like, okay, because you got seriously, like Marlene, like one promise I've made to myself is to be a peaceful person. Like I don't like screaming, yelling, all that stuff. I don't like it. Okay. Right? I don't like it. I really don't like it. Like, and I'm being so for real. I don't like it. Because I'm like, the older you get, you realize, like, you know what? You only have one life to live. Do you really want to spend your time being hurtful to people? Right? You only have one life to live. Do you really want to take your time to insult people, degrade people, and things like that? Like, no. You know, when they say people remember for how people will remember you for how you made them feel, right? I'm like, yeah, I take that stuff seriously. Like, I don't want to be the one that hurts people. Right. And even if I feel upset, does that give me the right to be hurtful? I'd rather go to sleep. Because when you're mad like this, sometimes you black out. You might even say things you're not even realizing you're saying it because you're so mad. And then you'll wake up the next, like, oh shit, what the fuck did I say? Right? But how many times can you have those moments? When are you going to start saying to yourself, don't even say it, right? Because if you know tomorrow you're going to wake up and have all kinds of remorse because you said it, then don't say it. Go to sleep. It's okay to go to sleep. It's okay to disengage. It is okay to go night-night. And let the Holy Spirit counsel you while you sleep. You might wake up the next day and be like, you know what? Child, it is what it is. Okay? Whatever. Life goes on. All right? I'm going to share the video for me so you can just watch the video. I'll share it in the community tab.
He'll equip you, he'll guide you, he'll strengthen you, but he won't override your thought life. Mm-hmm. That's your territory to take dominion over. And that's where this journey begins. In your mind, in how you think, in what you feed it, how you frame your struggles, and how you filter your emotions through faith. Mm-hmm. Because no matter how spiritual you are, you cannot live a victorious life with a defeated mind. So today I challenge you, not just to feel inspired, but to think differently, to renew your mind, to guard your heart, to stand in the authority that Christ gave you and say, I will not be ruled by my emotions.
That's right.
I will think like this.
Amen.
Renewed.
And I think about this, right? So how many people, if they had controlled their emotions, would not be in prison right now? My friend, he would be in prison right now. He would have given his wife the phone, like, are you crazy? Here's the phone, gotta go. He wouldn't be in prison right now. 35 years. How many people would not be in prison right now had they controlled their emotions for even 30 seconds? Like, this ain't worth it. Is this really who I want to be? Do I really want to fight with somebody over a cell phone? I ain't got time for this. This is beneath me. Right? Right? Oh, somebody killed my family. Do I really want to be the one to go kill their family too? You know how it feels to lose a family member. Why do you want to do that? Do you want to be known as a killer? You want to be known as somebody who took a life? Are you serious? Right? Control yourself. Right? And we don't, because the culture encourages you to be impulsive, because that makes you real. No, it makes you real reckless. There's a better way. There's a better way to get revenge. There is a smarter way to do it. Right? Oh, I got to make money. Got to go make money. Let me go be a drug dealer. Okay. But you know, it don't last long, because you're either going to end up dead or you end up in jail. So short term, yeah, sure. But what about long term though? You see, and a smart person, an intelligent person considers both. Short term, what do I stand to gain? But what about long term? Incarceration. You'll never see your mom again. You'll never see your dad again. You'll be locked up in there. You'll miss out on birthdays, Christmas, parties, graduation, and also funerals. You'll never come outside. Why? Why? For what reason? Do the math. Whatever you might make in this drug game in the short term, let's say you might make 200,000, even three, let's even say $1 million. Okay, short term, you made $1 million. You really think that, you really don't believe that if you challenge yourself over the course of your life and you actually engage yourself in legal employment or some kind of legal business, that you can make $1 million? Like, seriously? Even in 10 years, if you make 100,000 over a course of 10 years, you've made $1 million, right? So think about that. Short term, $1 million. Okay, life in prison. So if they give you 35 years, divide 35 years by $1 million. That's peanuts. Okay, the shit ain't worth it. But because people don't do the math, because they don't like numbers, right? Now, if you do 100,000 times 35, how much is that? That means like a 3.5 million. There you go. So you quickly realize it is better to be an honest man than to be a criminal. Because long-term, honesty pays, crime doesn't, right? But that's called being a critical thinker. You got to think. And a lot of Black people do not like to think. We like to be carnal. Playing sports, being athletic, dancing, sexing, selling, criminal, anything that's easy for the flesh to do. But whatever comes easy to the flesh is a sure ticket to hell. You're going to go straight to hell. You got to take pride in what's hard for the mind to do. Because if you conquer your mind and you can control your mind, right, you'll be successful than most people without spending a single day in prison. Right? When you compare Black crime to white crimes, for example, right? White people, if they even go to crime, if they even go to jail for stealing money, it's usually a lot of money because they even use their brain. I'm going to go there for 50 billion, right? Bernard Madoff, 50 billion. The other one, the recent guy, I forgot his name, with the curly hair, that Jewish boy also, 45 billion, right? Sam Friedman Bank, whatever his name is, okay. Right? So between these two Jewish people, you have about 100 billion. So if they give you life in prison for 50 billion, I mean, technically, that's pretty good. That's pretty good math, right? Because even 35 years for 50 billion, that's like, okay, every year in prison is worth $1 billion. That's kind of worth it. Most Black people, they go to jail for what? $5,000, $10,000, a goofy argument, right? We are low-level criminals. Because even in doing crime, we don't even use our brains to commit good crimes. At least do a bank heist, steal 100 million. So if they put you in there for 100 for life, it makes sense. The math actually makes sense because, hey, at least your whole family has 100 million. But you'll go to prison for what? $5,000, $20,000, $500. Like your life means nothing to you. Why were you born? You're worse than a slave. Like, this is crazy. At least a slave, they don't want to go. You are willingly putting yourself into slavery. For what reason? Because you don't control your emotions. And it's glamorized and it's encouraged for Black people to not control their emotions. That's why they give us reality TV shows. They give us Zeus Network. They give us TikTok. You know what I'm saying? They do it all so that you can feel as though, as a Black person, my feelings matter. My feelings are valid. No, they're not valid. If your source is corrupt, your feelings are corrupt. They're not valid. If you have a healthy mind, if you are a healthy-minded person, if you are a God-fearing person, right? No, they don't always seize the funds. They got to find it. They got to find the funds. Many times they don't find the money because the money's gone. They send money to the Cayman Islands. They have ways of hiding the money. They don't find the money. They find, like, if they have houses and things like that, they'll find it. But that boy Sam, they're not gonna find that 45 billion. The money's gone. I gonna find it. Bernard Madoff, they didn't find the money. These people are good at this. This is what they do. Yeah, they hide the money. They have all kinds. They're good at this shit because they use their brains. There's a guy like Mike Milken. He sold a bunch of junk bonds. Like, they had the horrible ratings. He knew how to sell to the people. He became like almost a billionaire selling crappy bonds to people. They bought it because, you see, they use their brains for good. Like, they know how to scam because it's more intentional, right? But us, the crimes we commit, we're in the spur of the moment. There was no rhyme or reason to it. There was no thought process behind it. There was no structure to it. It was just an emotional act, an emotional crime. And so I'm saying that's crazy to me. Because at least if you're going to go to prison for something meaningful. When Remy goes to prison because she shot someone over 10 grand. Right? So if we do the math, it's like every year in there, she went there for $1,500. And I'm like, that is crazy. It's embarrassing. Right? Because you got to say, if I was to work a year, a job, how much would I make? So if you say, okay, I can make $60,000 a year. So at least if they're going to put you in the freezer for 7 years, it got to be at least $420,000 or more. Right? Because you're sitting there, you can't work. So it has to be worth you sitting in there. So at least it got to be worth your annual salary. But when you are about to be one of the biggest female rappers And now you're about to sit your ass down at $1,500 a year. This is embarrassing. This is willful slavery. This is willful slavery. So if you feel like you can make $100,000 a year, if you're going to get locked up for 7 years, your crime has to be at least worth $700,000 or more, right? But if it's less than $700,000, it's not worth going to jail for, because free you can make this money, right? That's what I'm saying. But it's like, once again, it's like being Cartesian hazy. It's being Cartesian. What the fuck am I even doing? But we don't like to think. And like when I go on TikTok sometimes and I hear this bullshit line, oh, my feelings are valid. No, your feelings are not valid. Who the fuck are you anyways? Who are you? Right? What have you achieved in this world? Who needs you? How much do you make? Right? So if you have a mediocre life, your feelings are not valid. These are the feelings that have caused you to be mediocre. So if anything, you should not trust your feelings, right? If you are in life, I don't know how to say it, but I'm gonna say it like this, right? In life, if you are a loser, right? If you're living the life of a loser, should you trust your feelings? No, you have feelings of a loser. You've never won. So you don't even know what winning feels like. So how can you trust your feelings? You don't know what the fuck you're doing. All you've ever done was lose. So should you trust your feelings? No, you should trust reason. And then you go find reason in books, in podcasts, preachers, people who have had success in life, because their feelings are more valid, because they have feelings of winners. They come from a place of wins. They come from a place of being successful. They come from a place of a lot of people wish they had my life. Right? So your feelings are not valid. Right? How many wins have you had in life? What have you accomplished in life for you to feel so high and mighty? Because, oh yeah, my feelings are valid. You're a nobody. And you are a very unsuccessful somebody. So no, don't trust your feelings. Trust reason. Right? Trust reason. All right? Gotta trust your reason. Yeah, exactly. And so desperation, survival, and you're going to live like what, Kevin? You're going to live like an animal, because this is how animals live. They don't have shelter. They don't have grocery stores. They don't have access to water, whatever they want to. They live outside. So animals are desperate and they're on survival. And that's how most Black people live. And then when white people say they see us like animals, we get upset. No! We don't function the way we show up in the world. We don't show up like people who put reason on a pedestal. We don't put reason on a pedestal. We put foolishness on a pedestal. And then we all socialize ourselves to think this is normal. It is not how sentient people live. It's not normal. It's animalistic. You don't live like this. Even like some of this rap music sometimes, you guys, these are homicidal tracks. It's all about murder, body bag. When I see you, right? It's all about murder, and people dance to it. But I'm saying, if you were not Black yourself, you'd be like, what kind of indigenous crazy tribe are these people? Like, who are these cannibals? Because it's not normal. But then you realize that they're not even listening to the lyrics, or maybe they got so desensitized that they don't care anymore. Right? Because the light of God is not in these people. Because if you actually listen to the lyrics, oh, hold on, wait a minute. Who are you killing again? And a body bag, who? Killing who? For what reason? Why does he have to die? You know, it was like one day, I remember I was in New Orleans, right? One day I was driving out there in the West Bank. I think it was J. Cole. And he was saying something about, oh, when I see you, I'm going to load the chopper, body bag. I said, oh, no. This is it. Because I don't want to support music where Black people sing about killing other Black people. I gracefully bow out of this. I was like, this is it. Because you get older and you really start to listen to the lyrics. And you're like, hold up, wait a minute. What is this? Right? But many times, people don't even fully listen to what's being said. It's more so the beat. I like the beat. So therefore, I play the song. Because you're behaving like an animal. It's the beat. The beat makes me dance, right? But the mind will make you listen. What is being said in this song? And do I want to dance to that? Hell the fuck no. Why do you have to kill him? Why does he have to be a body bag. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So like people do not want to think. Yeah, I'm gonna load the chopper, blah, 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 blah. There you go. So I'm like, oh no, I gotta go. This is too damn dark. Right? And that's why they get young people early with this music, because their mind is not fully formed. But when you get to be, when you're a grown ass adult that prioritizes logic and reason, you say, hold up, wait a minute, what did you say? Right? These people you're calling niggas, they're your fellow black people. Are you kidding me? Why, if a white man made a song like this about what he's gonna do to black people, we would all be outraged. What the fuck are you talking about? Why would you kill these people? Why would you put these children in body bags? Y'all need to go to school. This is crazy, right? But when you live like an animal, oh, I like the beat. It's a vibe. Wumpty wump wump. It is not. It's a homicidal vibe. Like it's ethnic cleansing vibes. Like what the freak? This is not good music. But if a white person made this music, we would all be outraged. We would call for rap, whatever this is, to be canceled. Because what the fuck is this shit, right? What is this? But you get older, you start paying attention to the lyrics, and you say to yourself, do I condone this behavior? And if you don't condone the behavior, then you cannot support the music. I just can't. Yeah, and people are out here dancing to it. But I'm saying, if we were not black ourselves, and you saw people dancing and having fun to this kind of music, we would call these people cannibals. Right? Like, we just met a tribe of cannibals. They kill their own, they make music about it, and then they dance and they smoke and twerk to that kind of music. You would call these people primitive. Right? Like, these people are primitive. Who does shit like this? Right? Because intelligent people would say, well, this music is talking about killing people that look like me. Why would I dance to that? What's merry about the shit? What is joyful about the shit? Like, what the fuck? Oh, no, the beat is good. You see? There you go. Because you live like an animal. Because if you live like a sentient person, you would require more than the beat to be good. Well, the beat is good. Yeah, you're right. But why can the lyrics also complement the beat? Right? And this is what they do. They find a great beat and they put the most diabolical lyrics. And we're like, oh yeah, we just eat this up. Because once again, we have no standards. Because when you have standard for yourself, just like what you actually eat, your food also has a diet to it. You're going to have dietary restrictions of the kind of music you listen to. Like, this is just too damn dark. It is too diabolical. There's nothing fun about this. There's nothing hopeful about this. There's nothing empowering about this. It's all about revenge, killing, murder, tricking, twerking, sex, alcohol, tricking. Listen. You know? So I'm like, you know, and that's the thing. It's the reality of people who live like animals. I'm not saying it's not the reality. It definitely is your reality. But this is what happens when people prioritize their emotions over their intellect, right? Because if your reality was focused more on prioritizing or putting intellect on a pedestal, your reality will look completely different, right? That's what he's saying. Your emotions, if you prioritize your emotion, your life will look a certain way. If you prioritize your mind, your life will look a certain way. There is a choice that has to be made. Do I live my life according to my emotions? Or do I live my life based on a set of principles that are godly and that are also going to lead me to have a successful life? And I'm saying most of our people are not principle-based people. They are an emotionally led people. And their emotions are not rooted in successful behavior. They're rooted in detrimental behavior, because a lot of Black people don't even know successful people to even, oh yeah, let me copy your behavior. No, we are more familiar with failure. Right? We are more surrounded by failure, bitter people, people who gave up on themselves, people who put up with abuse, people who abuse, things like that. So when you're surrounded by people who are low vibrational, your emotions are going to be likely to be low vibrational. Right? And you'll see why. And you'll see that this is why God even says, usually when God picks a person, he usually says, depart from your people. Like he told Abraham he had to leave his people, right? He told Gideon he had to leave his people. Joseph, it wasn't like leave your people, but technically he left his people, right? Who else, right? Joshua had to leave his people also. But usually God will tell you, you got to leave your people, because your people, they're not like the way they think, their culture is not conducive to you achieving your destiny, right? Because your own people and their weird mindset will hold you back, right? They will hold you back. They will hold you back because they don't know what success looks like. All they know is failure. And success is not shopping. Success is not wearing designer clothes. Success is not buying a mansion. I'm talking about like wholesome, like you are a wholesome person. You have peace in your heart. You have love in your heart. You get along well with people, right? You're a likable human being. You understand me, right? But I'm like, a lot of Black people are surrounded by failure and failures, people who have failed at life because they failed at mastering their emotions, right? And we want to emulate people who have failed. No, we have to emulate people who have succeeded. And if there's an attrition of role models amongst Black people, then we must go outside and go find it outside, right? We have to, because if you keep catering to your emotions, and you keep being around the people who tell you, oh yeah, indulge, 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 I am saying your life is not going to amount to much, and you're going to have lots of failures, and you will also be bitter, because your life could have been so much more had you learned to control your emotions, had you learned to control what comes out of your mouth. You got to control what goes into your mouth, and you have to control what goes out of your mouth. Only you can do it. But if you surround yourself with people who say, oh, have no inhibition, say whatever you want, whenever you want, however you want, because they asked for you, they triggered you, girl, okay, well, you're not going to make it. Because these are not behaviors of successful people, right? You see what I'm saying? So that's that. It's bad business.
Focused, surrendered, strong. Because that's the only way to rise above the noise and walk in purpose. We live in a world that glorifies feelings, a world that teaches us to follow our hearts, trust our vibes, and move with our emotions. But here's what most people never pause to consider. Emotions are inconsistent.
Yep.
They rise and fall like tides.
Yep.
They're easily influenced, constantly changing, and often driven by fear, insecurity, and past pain.
Exactly.
So what happens when your emotions become the steering wheel of your life? You go in circles.
Yep.
You crash.
Yep.
You break things, and you end up far from the life God designed for you to live. Mm-hmm. Now, let's be honest. Every one of us has had moments where our emotions got the best of us. Yeah. Maybe you lashed out in anger, made a poor decision out of fear, or gave up because you felt hopeless. Mm-hmm. And in that moment, your heart may have felt right, but the outcome told the truth. Your emotions aren't always wrong, but they're rarely wise on their own.
Exactly.
And that's the danger. Because when your mind is untrained and your emotions are unfiltered, your spiritual walk becomes unstable. On the surface, it looks like a mood issue, but underneath, it's a mindset issue. Mm-hmm. This is why the Word of God doesn't tell you to trust your feelings. Mm-hmm. It says in Romans chapter 12, verse 2, be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Not your emotions, your mind. Transformation doesn't start in your heart, it begins in your head. Mm-hmm. Because your mind sets the direction and your emotions try to follow. Likewise, Jeremiah chapter 17 verse 9 warns us, the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? That verse alone should stop us from using phrases like just do what feels right. Mm-hmm. If your heart is unrenewed, it can't be trusted to lead. Mm-hmm. If your emotions are unmanaged, mm-hmm. they'll deceive you, even destroy you. Furthermore, when you let your emotions lead, you're handing your future over to something unstable.
Preach.
Think about that. Can you build a healthy relationship if every disagreement turns into an emotional breakdown?
Exactly.
Can you build wealth, discipline, or spiritual growth if every inconvenience throws you into panic or doubt? Mm-hmm. No, because emotions don't build, they react, they respond. But it's the mind, trained, renewed, disciplined, that makes decisions based on truth, not just triggers. I've seen too many talented people lose opportunities because their emotions sabotaged what their gifts prepared them for. I've seen believers, anointed and full of potential, sink into depression or addiction, not because they were weak, but because their minds were never trained to stand strong when emotions screamed loud. And if we're going to grow, if we're going to fulfill destiny and walk in purpose, we must face this head on.
Yeah, control your emotions.
Your emotions are real, but they are not reliable guides for your life. Now, hear me clearly. Emotions are not evil. They are part of the soul God gave you. Jesus wept. He got angry. He felt sorrow in Gethsemane. But even in the depths of emotion, he chose truth. He didn't allow his feelings to override his assignment. That's what spiritual maturity looks like. When you feel the fear, but move in faith anyway. When you feel the offense, but still show up. That's the mind being stronger than emotion. As a result, we must learn to recognize the conflict between the spirit-led mind and the emotionally driven flesh. The flesh wants relief. The spirit wants growth. The emotions want escape. The spirit calls for endurance.
I remember this one too. Where's is it? Ephesians? Okay, Ephesians 4:26-27, right? What does it say? It says, to be angry without sinning. A concept from Ephesians 4:26-27 means experiencing anger as a natural human response to injustice or offense, but ensuring it doesn't lead to harmful actions like bitterness, revenge, prolonged resentment. Okay. And I'm saying we struggle with that. Okay. We really, really do struggle with that. So here it is. Ephesians 6:4-26. Okay. Be ye angry and sin not. Let not the sun go down upon your wrath, right? So even the Bible says, like, you're a human being. You're going to feel some kind of way. Like, listen, okay, you're a person. But because you feel a way doesn't give you permission to sin, right? But you see, the culture says, because I'm black or because I'm a black woman, no, that's the perfect one. Because I'm a black woman, because I'm unprotected, because I have the right to be belligerent. No, you don't. Understand? And this is why I personally, I don't identify with this whole black woman movement thing, because I feel like it's apostate and also it's anti-Christ, it's anti-God. Okay? Because in the black woman movement, the black woman is the God. She is the one that gets worshipped. She never checks herself. She has no self-awareness. She don't apologize. She's always a victim. You have to worship her. No matter what she does, she's never wrong. And to me, that is a movement that's against the will of God. Okay? Message me. Okay, that is a movement that is against the will of God. Does that make sense? What you have to do is understand that we should all see ourselves as disciples of Christ or children of God. So we have to be, we have to understand we're here to worship God. And what does God say? God said, I understand you're upset, but you don't have the right to sin, right? I understand you're mad, but you don't have the right to be hurtful. You don't have the right to lash out at people, start cussing people out, insulting people. You cannot do this shit, right? And this is another reason why I personally, I don't do the whole blackity black stuff, because I've come to realize that the blackity black stuff, it doesn't prioritize God. God is not at the center of this. Blackness is at the center of that, which is weird because we didn't work hard to be black. We're just born black, right? But we should always have God in the center. And so you can't just identify with people just because they happen to be black, but you identify with people because you share common values, right? And I feel like those shared common values should definitely include honoring God, whether we're Christians, Muslim, whatever. I mean, we should be here because we all believe that God needs to be honored. I feel how I feel. You feel how you feel. But at the end of the day, what does God say? And that's what he's saying. You can have your emotion, but your emotion is not the truth now. It's just your emotion. The word of God is the truth. What does God say? Do we cuss these people out or do we pray for these people? So if the Bible says, I know you're mad, but the way I want you to solve this is by praying for the person who hurt you, then that's it. And we do it. We go about our business. because we have learned as Christian that obedience is greater than sacrifice, right? Which is what the blackity black movement doesn't honor. Even the whole Black women movement, they don't honor. They don't honor God themselves, because they don't say, even though I feel this way, but as a woman of God, how should I conduct myself? As a woman of God, how should I talk to people, right? Because in everything God does, there is order. But they don't understand God. They don't respect God. And they wonder why they have so much turmoil and confusion in their lives, because you don't honor God. You honor self. You worship thyself. It's not going to work, because Black women have made a false idol out of themselves, and you will be punished for that. You know, I even feel like all these layoffs that are going on is part of the punishment. And I'm like, for me, I feel like it's going to get worse, because in 2 Kings, this is what these women did in 2 Kings. It didn't end well. But because you're not allowed to make a false idol. It's even in Leviticus. Like in Leviticus, they were told they couldn't even, like, when they started making the temple of God, like they couldn't carve certain things like that, because you were not allowed to do representation of things in heaven, all that kind of stuff. But God says it. He says it very clearly. He is a jealous God. He will not compete with anybody. He will not compete with another God, a false idol. He does not compete. You try that shit, you're going to see where it lands. And what a lot of Black women are not realizing, because most Black women are led by their emotions, that's all they do all day, prioritize their emotions. That's why they never talk about solutions, right? But I'm telling you, you have created a false idol of thyself. And because you have done that, you've made yourself an enemy of God. Because wherever there is a face, there's a false idol, there's a fake idol, God will attack. The angels of God will attack. And he said, I will bring my great army. I will bring the locusts. The locusts, it's like when they come on your field, like when they come on your crop, they just devour everything. So to me, when I see all these layoffs, like 300,000 over here, 25, I'm like, yeah, it's the locusts. God has brought forth the locusts against Black women. And he said it all the time. Pride comes before the fall. And even you don't believe in God, whatever, doesn't matter. In life, when things get out of balance, there's something that happens to always bring stuff back in balance. We are meant to live in homeostasis. This is how it goes. Yeah, it is their God. Blackity, black. It's like, where is God in all of this, right? No, it's a punishment, Mark. I'm telling you, it's real. Like, if you read in 2 Kings, it happened. But God said, I will bring my locusts. What's the call? Let me find the passage for you. You'll see. Will bring my great army, the locusts. Let's see if I can find the passage for you. Hold on. Where is it? Okay. So it's Joel chapter 2, verse 25. Let me see. Hold on. Is it the one I'm looking for? Okay, let's read this, right? Let's see how it goes. Hold on. So let me read this. So I will restore to you the years that the swarming locust has eaten, the crawling locust, the consuming locust, and the chewing locust. You see, so it's different kind of locust, huh? My great army, which I sent among you. You see? Okay. So God said, I send those things against you, and everything you worked hard for, everything you built, they came and devoured that crap. But usually if you repent, God will be okay, fine, I'll restore you. But with God, there is no restoration without people repenting. No, you got to repent. Once you ask God for forgiveness, he's okay, fine. Okay. But he's like, my great army, which I sent against you, right? Because they will come and eat your stuff up. Everything you've worked hard for, everything you've built, wumpty wump wump, they're just gonna come and just devour everything, right? So you gotta be very careful. And sometimes you think it's other people when it's actually God. He's making things hard for you because he needs you to go and talk to him, because there's a behavior he doesn't like. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but it doesn't matter. But even Fanny opened the door to also have bad things happen to her, right? But I'm saying, when you have a thing in this life, right, you should always honor God. With everything you have, honor God, right? Do things the right way. Do things with integrity. And also, just because you have power or you have money or you have some kind of influence, you don't weaponize that to hurt people, right? You gotta have the heart of a leader. God could say, I'm so sick of y'all always going to war. I will flood the entire planet, but he doesn't, right? So you have to learn to have self-control. But what we have seen is that a lot of Black women who have positions of power, they weaponize their personal bias. They weaponize their feelings. They weaponize their office. They weaponize the pen to persecute people that they just don't like. That's not okay. You can't work like that because there is a God, right? And I also feel like if you work in the Justice Department, right, to some extent, you are somewhat, representing part of what God's ministry is, which is to make sure we live in a just society where things are fair, where things are honest and transparent. So if you go there to do crime your damn self, you will be exposed because there is a God and you have to fear God. You really have to fear God, right? Even the way you talk to people, you handle people. You could say, yeah, Marlene, they're deserving of a lash out. I'm sure they are, maybe, I'm sure. But if God was watching you right now, would you feel comfortable talking to this person this way? If the answer is no, then don't do it. Because he's watching you. He's watching all of us, right? And we have to be mindful of that. And I feel like someone who is led by the Spirit of God is always mindful that I am not alone. I walk with God. I would think Christ was a Pisces. I would see Jesus more as a Pisces than a Libra.
And your mind is the battlefield where this war is won or lost.
Ooh, my butt.
That's why the enemy is not just attacking your circumstances. He's attacking your thoughts, because if he can hijack your thoughts, your emotions will follow and your life will unravel. But you have a choice. You can rise above that pattern. You can stop living emotionally and start living intentionally. You can renew your mind daily with the word of God until peace becomes your default and clarity becomes your posture. That's what God wants for you. He doesn't want you tossed by every feeling or moved by every storm. He wants you rooted, steady, wise, focused. A person who's not led by emotions, but led by revelation. So today, I dare you to pause and ask, have I been thinking with my emotions or thinking with my mind? Have I let how I feel become more important than what is true? And if so, am I willing to shift? Because only when your mind is aligned with God's word can your life align with God's purpose. What if I told you that your life today is a reflection of the thoughts you entertained yesterday? That the quality of your decisions, your peace, your progress, and even your relationships all come down to the strength of your mind. Not how emotional you are, not how gifted you are, but how trained your mind is. Because you can be anointed and still unstable. You can be intelligent and still impulsive. But when your mind is anchored in truth, you don't just survive, you lead, you grow, and you win. You see, life will throw you into situations where your emotions are louder than logic.
Yes, yes.
The diagnosis comes, the betrayal hits, the money dries up, and suddenly your heart wants to panic, your nerves want to quit, and your voice wants to lash out. But in that moment, it's not your education or even your experience that will carry you, it's the state of your mind. Either you've trained it or your emotions will take over. The Bible puts it plainly in 2 Timothy chapter 1, verse 7, for God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind, not a scattered mind, not a reactive mind, a sound mind, disciplined, clear, and stable. That's God's design for you. That's how you're meant to live. So why does it matter to train your mind? Because life doesn't always give you time to catch your breath before the next challenge comes. If your mind is unprepared, your emotions will rise and run wild. And every time you respond from a place of instability, you distance yourself from purpose. But when your mind is trained in God's truth, you respond with wisdom, not worry, with faith, not fear. Look at Jesus in the wilderness. He was hungry, tired, and physically vulnerable. The enemy didn't just tempt his body, he targeted his mind. If you are the Son of God was not just a suggestion, it was a mental attack. But Jesus had trained his mind with truth, so his response was instant. It is written. That's how a strong mind wins, by recalling God's word faster than your emotions can react. Think about Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, falsely accused, thrown into prison. Everything in his emotions would have told him to hate, to revenge, to give up. But Joseph's mind had been trained to see God's hand even in painful seasons. He understood that purpose isn't canceled by pain. It's often refined through it. That's the power of a renewed mind. Or Daniel in a foreign land where everything was designed to erase his identity and compromise his convictions. And yet, the Bible says Daniel purposed in his heart that he would not defile himself. That purpose didn't come from emotion, it came from decision. And that decision was possible because his mind was already made up before the pressure came. In each of these lives, the common denominator wasn't luck. It was mental preparation. It was spiritual clarity. It was discipline. And I want you to know that kind of clarity is available to you too. You don't have to live tossed around by fear, discouragement, or mood swings. You don't have to keep losing sleep because your thoughts won't shut off. God has given you the power to train your mind. And when you do, everything changes. You start thinking before reacting. You start responding with wisdom instead of worry. You begin to hold your peace, even in chaos. You no longer let people's opinions control your value. You stop being a slave to feelings and start being a steward of your thoughts. And make no mistake, this is not just personal development, this is spiritual warfare. The enemy knows that a trained mind is dangerous because when your mind is renewed, he loses access. He can't plant lies where truth has taken root.
And you see, and this is why, you hear this part, like he said, a trained mind is really dangerous to the enemy because he can't control you. And you wonder why. Hey, Diana, what's up, bro? And you wonder why, if this is why for the longest, white people have done everything in their power to make sure that Black people don't control their mind. Because it's like they have skewed our behavior towards like anything physical, right? Physical labor, like slavery, whatever, right? But they have even sports and stuff like that. White people usually have skewed Black people or steered Black people towards a direction of physical strength, not intellectual strength, right? Because I do feel like they didn't want people, she's weird. They didn't want Black people to have a trained mind because if these people are physically strong and they have a trained mind, we're going to be in trouble. Right? So because they're so strong, distract their mind. So because it's, hopefully y'all get me right. Because the average white person is not that big. If you take an average white man compared to an average Black man, the Black man is usually bigger than the white man. Right? So imagine if a person so big is not just physically strong and they are mentally trained, you're not going to be able to stop these people. Right? So white people being as small as they are, it's not okay, but I can get it. If I'm that small and you're that big, for me to be safe or for me to have power over you, I need to train you to not want to train your mind. So it's like white people are the mind, Black people are the body. Does that make sense, you guys? Right? It's like an elephant in the circus, right? They broke that elephant so down that he doesn't even realize he's an elephant anymore. Because technically he can break this whole shit and just walk away. Like, I gotta do this. Okay, why are you doing this? You're an elephant. You can beat everybody up in here and go about your business. Right? But when you have a submissive elephant, you realize they've broken down. Right? So what I'm saying is, I can see how if you have these big Black bodies, if they're that big and they're intellectually strong, you are at a serious disadvantage. So you steer these people towards physical endeavors, right? Physical endeavors, alcoholic endeavors, crime, like anything that doesn't really grow the mind. Because as long as they're not intellectual people, you can then have control over them because all they're good for is for physical labor, right? So what I'm saying is a lot of Black people have to learn to wake up and realize, hold on, wait a minute. Do I really want to just be physical labor? Or do I want to have a trained mind and have the physical strength? Because that comes by default due to nature. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you really got to think about that. But I'm like, to me, I feel like this right here is intentional. It's an intentional thing to have Black people like skew excessively towards their physical property, towards anything physical, right? Versus things that are intellectual. I think it's by design, because then you will have a very, very powerful people. And then what if such a powerful people then wants to subjugate you? You're not going to be able to stop these people because they have the physical strength and they have the trained mind. But they don't want our minds to be trained. And that's why they use the media, whether it's music, entertainment, Black celebrities, you name it. Right? Makes sense? So I'm like, they give you a diet that always tells you prioritize your emotions, prioritize your emotions, prioritize your emotions, because they don't want you to train your mind. Because a Black person with a trained mind is something they fear. So I'm saying you got to start encouraging more Black people. You got to train your mind because they expect you to be emotional. They do. Right? They're like their entire system is built on you being emotional. If you stop being emotional, who's going to go to prison? Like, well, I'm saying slavery never ended. It just rebranded itself, right? That's called prison, right? But if you stop being emotional, you'll have less and less crime. But if you have less crime, you have less prisoners. Then you don't need as many judges. Then you don't need as many police officers. Then you don't need as many detectives, right? So you see, Black crime sustains an entire economy. So you need these people to be criminals. Because otherwise, how do you pay for all these salaries? Right? So it's like so the whole ecosystem is built on Black people consuming content from fellow Black people, because they'll trust that more, who are telling them, oh yeah, be emotional, be emotional, be emotional, be emotional, be emotional. Right? And we don't have enough Black people saying like, no, you don't have to be emotional. Be logical, be reasonable, be Cartesian, right? Use your mind. Think about the bigger picture, because they want you to go to prison. Oh, oh my gosh, they're waiting for you to go to prison. Because it's a whole business, right? It's a whole business. If you don't commit the crime, people lose jobs. Why do you think that I want to stop the killing in Chicago? Because it's a whole business. It's like probably $1 billion business. Black people killing each other makes people billionaires. Come on now. Right? But as long as you continue to be emotional, you'll never see the bigger picture. It's all like it's all by design. You start using your mind like, hold on, wait a minute. All these jobs wouldn't exist if I'm not emotional. Well, there you go. So put these people out of jobs. Right? You got to put these people out of a job. And the best way you do that is by not being emotional, by not reacting. Right? Do not react the way they expect you to react. Right? And this is where I also feel like love, the real meaning of love, it got to come back into the hearts of Black people, because, yeah, it's got to come back to Black people, because the day we start seeing real love out here, even if somebody kills your brother, even if somebody kills your sister, your initial reaction is not going to be, I need to kill you too. It's like no, something must have happened to you that made you feel as though this is how we do shit. Like we take people's lives. Oh, I'm hurt. I take somebody's life. But you took my sister's life. You took my brother's life. I'm not going to take your life. I'm going to ask God to forgive you because you were hurt. Understand? The day we can, I'm telling you, the day we move in with real love, white people they're gonna stop making money. That's why, and this is when you realize God is right, because they are depending on you. Like they're like, yes, do it. Like they're at the edge of their seats. Like, I can't do it. Kill his ass, shoot his ass, seek revenge, go kill his ass. Because they have a prison waiting for you. But if you say, I will forgive, I'm not saying it's okay. I'm not even saying it's easy. But I refuse to be a Black person that kills other Black people. That has to be your identity, right? I don't kill other Black people. I just don't do shit like that's just weird. I'm not a cannibal, right? But you see, unfortunately, that a lot of Black people too, like it's not even in their ethos. Like I'm not a Black person that kills other Black people. I don't do shit like that. That's just weird. Why would I even kill them? What? No. Okay, that makes no sense to me. I don't like your ass, but whatever, well, whatever. Okay, I gotta kill your ass, right? I'm not a killer. But unfortunately today, so many of our young people have embraced this killer identity. Right? Because there's no love. Right? And the best way that you can thwart the plans of a racist white person is by giving love to another Black person. By forgiving another Black person. Right? Because you got to see the bigger picture. When you give love to an undeserving Black person, you are teaching that Black person that being Black means something. It's not, listen to me, right? It's not that I'm okay with what you did, but you being Black, it means something to me. And I'm pretty sure nobody's ever told you or showed you what love and forgiveness looks like. So because I'm Black, let me be the first one to do it. What you did was really hurtful, but I forgive you. Because I don't even think you know yourself, right? And I don't even think you understand how special it is to be Black. But therefore, I understand somebody got to demonstrate good behavior. I'll be the first one to do it. Right? Because that's what leadership is. I don't wait for someone else to do good things. I do it first. Right? Because it's easy to be low vibrational. I'm like, it's easy to be stereotypically Black, petty, argumentative, wumpy-wump. It's easy. What's hard is being classy, huh? Right? What's hard is having a standard. Just because you did this to me, I'm not going to do it back to you. Because when I see you, I don't just see you. I see your children. I see your mother. I see your father. I see all these Black people who love you. And so in respect to all these Black people, it's fine. It's going to be between you and God because, first of all, I know you're not going to get away with this. But the thing is, I refuse to be the Black person that does something nefarious to another Black person. That is just not my brand. And that will never be my brand. If I don't like your behavior, I will tell you, right? But to go out of my way to hurt you, I don't get involved with stuff like that. That's low vibrational behavior. Because what does that do? Right? And what I'm saying is when you don't reciprocate with low vibration towards another Black person, you are showing that Black person what it means to see value in Black people. You might not see value in yourself, which is why you act like this. It's quite obvious. Okay. But because I see value in you and I see value in Black people, I'm not going to reciprocate your goofy ass energy. You're goofy. Because your whole life, no one has ever showed you that you had value. Because the day you start seeing yourself as a person of value, not consumer, but as a person of value, even you yourself, you're going to be very mindful how you show up in this world. And a lot of Black people are not mindful how they show up in the world because they're emotional. Right? And that's why the brand is so bad, because people are not mindful that they have a brand. And so when you don't even know that you have a brand, you're more likely to be reckless with your brand. When you know that you have a brand, you're like, you know what? This ain't it. Right? Even me, like I said, the thing about Jimmy thing too, right? It's like, even as a wife, right? I have a brand as a wife, and I really fight hard to be a person that has a peaceful home. I don't like screaming. I don't like yelling. I don't like all that. It's just weird to me. I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? I want to be a person that has a house that's very peaceful, very chill, very quiet. I like stuff like that, right? I don't like that kind of stuff, right? So that is my personal brand. I'm not saying I don't get triggered. I do get triggered because what I want, what he wants, I don't know. Maybe he does lie sometimes. I don't know. But that matters a whole lot to me. So if something happens, I work really, really hard on not being responsive. It doesn't mean it's not hurting. It doesn't mean there's not a demon in there doing jujitsu, trying to come outside and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, this is who I want to be. So therefore, we're going to take the blanket, drink some water, go to sleep. Right? And that's what I'm saying. When you show up, what is your signature? Like when you show up, what is your brand? When you are disagreeing with people that look like you, how low are you willing to go? How far are you willing to go? And I would hope you would say, I can never go that low. Because my point is not to hurt you. My point is to understand you and hopefully kind of show you how you can probably do better. Right? And that's why I say, like, even, here on YouTube also, like, especially now, it's very en vogue right now to make content about Black people this, Black people that, Black women this, Black women that. I could do it too, because I'm sure you make a lot of money, because people are doing it. Because if you see people do stuff back to back to back, it's because the algorithm is loving it. And if people watching it, you're going to make the money, right? But once again, you ask yourself, what is my brand? Do I want to be a person where my whole YouTube channel, every thumbnail is Black people this, Black people that, Black people this? This is ridiculous. Okay? No, I don't like that stuff also. Because even if you see a fault in people, you should have a solution. If your goal is just to make the content to expose the bad behavior, but you don't offer any kind of correction, any kind of book, podcast, message, pastor, whatever, then what is this? Right? Is that also your brand as a Black person? Oh, all I do is talk about my own people, expose them, and get paid off of it. You're no better. You're low vibrational as well. Because calling out the sin does not make you high vibrational, right? Encouraging people to see this right here is not where you want to go. And if you need help, you got this person, you got this book, you got that book, right? And I pray to God that you take this seriously, because God wants something better for you, right? Anybody can expose the problem. Anybody can point the finger. But how many people can say, I believe that if you really want to change, you can, right? If you really want something better, you can have it, right? If you really want to be successful in relationships, you can. But something's going to have to change, right? Something is going to have to change. A lot of people who are Black or conservatives, oh, I'm a Christian, but when you watch their content, right, or you consume the content, it never gives, is this how Jesus would have talked to people? Okay. Is this what Jesus would have, like, even the ending of the video, the conclusion of the video, is this how Jesus would be, would he be okay with this? Right? Because we have to call our own, we got to call our people to redemption. You can't, oh, look at you, look at your behavior, look at what's wrong with you, Okay, sure. But did it ever occur to you that maybe they never had anybody demonstrate good behavior? Don't even know what it looks like, because to them it's normal. But normal doesn't mean okay, right? And that's why Christ, when you read the Bible, he called that bad behavior, but he always gave parables to people that they could try to understand. You got to meet people where they are. This behavior right here, it is not acceptable. But I understand that maybe you grew up in a way where you never saw anybody do anything differently. So you think it's normal. No, this is not normal behavior, okay? Successful human beings do not function like this. And if you continue to function like this, you're going to keep getting the same results you've been getting, because there are a bunch of people waiting to lock you up. There are a bunch of people waiting to make fun of you. There are a bunch of people waiting to call you the N-word. There are a bunch of people who are waiting for your downfall. Your goal is to find God, lock in with the Lord, that you might understand what it is to be a winner, what it is to be spirit, like what it is to be godly, to be spiritual, right? To be spirit-filled and to be spirit-led. Because once you move that way, you will find that there's so much more ease in your life. You understand, right? Because sometimes, like, even like there was a thing with the a wig store with Jonathan, and you had a bunch of Black women who lined up to get the free wigs and things like that. So of course people make the content and, oh, Black women are lining up for wigs and wumpty wump wump, but it was a particular demographic of Black women were lining up for wigs. If they're lining up for wigs, then obviously they don't have the money, right? But you think affluent Black women are going to line up for wigs by Jonathan? No, they're not, right? So sometimes we talk about people too, we have to understand that these, yeah, their skin is Black. But the big issue here is not the Black skin. It's more so, I guess, like socioeconomics. It's more so their school district. It's like, it's their culture, right? And they haven't seen anything better. So yeah, it's not a pleasant sight to see a bunch of Black girls fighting like animals for wigs when they can grow their own hair. They can grow beautiful hair. But we also have to take a step back and say, okay, after I'm done picking these people apart, could you also consider that many of these young girls grew up in environments where they were never told they were beautiful, right? Everything has a root cause. You know, like to me, that's the thing. And I feel like this is where you have to make, if you are a serious content creator, is that you don't just talk about certain, like the surface. Oh, on the surface level, here's what I see. Yeah, sure, that's what you see. But what's the root cause of this, right? Because there has to be a root cause, because normal people don't act like this, right? So could we also consider that certain Black girls from certain neighborhoods with certain incomes, right, were probably never told they were beautiful, right? Probably went to high school with not the best clothes, right? With not the best aesthetic, not the best this, right? And also when they see what they see, the message is successful Black women wear wigs. Successful Black women do this. Successful Black women do da 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 da. Right? So we also got to look at ourselves and say, okay, what message are we sending to lower income Black girls when it comes to what makes a Black woman beautiful? Right? Because nothing happens in a vacuum. Right? Nothing happens in a vacuum. You got to look at root causes as to why people do the things that they do. But if your analysis, oh, they're just doing it because they Black. Well, I think that's a bit late. I think that's a bit lazy. Okay. I think that's a lot that's extremely lazy. It's really lazy, actually. Right? But if I can see how, if you didn't grow up with a lot of money, you don't have a lot of money, you're not in the best situation possible, a free wig will probably make you feel better, because ultimately these are women and they want to look good and they want to feel good. And so for them, a wig is how they achieve that, because there's a lot of maturing that has to happen. And I pray that we get to a point where a lot of young Black girls, a lot of young Black women, no matter where they fall on the social economic ladder, will say to themselves, right, my natural hair is beautiful. And the best way for me to feel good about myself and to love myself is by taking care of what God has given to me. But even that too, it's a process. It's a journey, right? It's a journey. And people need to be encouraged when it comes to believing that what you have by default, what God has given you by default, is beautiful. Right? But once again, that requires you to use your mind, right? Because the more you use your mind, right? The more you use your mind, the more you'll start to say, well, why is it that I don't like my hair? Why is it that I don't like my complexion? Why is it that I don't like my lips? And you'll start to realize it's just toxic programming. There's nothing wrong with you, right? But once again, that requires having a trained mind. But if a mind of a person is trained, they're less likely to be a consumer. Right? When somebody's completely led by their emotions, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want that, instead of saying, but who am I? Right? And who do I want to be? Right? So that's one of my biggest prayers, that, you know, we move forward and a lot more Black women start embracing their natural hair, start pouring the love and care and commitment and be more consistent with your natural hair, right? And you will never have to line up for anybody's wig, because you won't even need the wig. Your hair will be so long and beautiful. People think, oh my gosh, like, is that a wig? No, that's my natural hair. No, that's a flex. Okay? You understand? But it's like, these are things that also have to change, because even these lace fronts, they are extremely damaging. Okay? They cause scars sometimes. They wound people up sometimes. They cause baldness many times. Like, you just don't need the stuff, right? But also, that requires a trained mind. And the more you train your mind, you'll see that there's a lot of crap out here you don't need. You're beautiful. You are a beautiful young lady. You don't need all this extra shit. You don't need it. Okay? You really, really do not need it. You're like, just take care of your body. That's about it. Okay? So I'm like, he's kind of right.
He can't manipulate emotions when your convictions are firm. That's why he works overtime, to keep you distracted, anxious, and mentally lazy. But God is calling you to something greater, to a sound mind, a steady mind,
Amen.
A transformed mind. Amen. So I ask you, what kind of mind are you building? One shaped by truth, or one ruled by emotional chaos? Because your future, your peace, and your calling all depend on it. Let's be honest. Emotions are powerful. They can inspire you to take bold steps or paralyze you into doing nothing. They can connect you to people or destroy relationships in seconds. But the truth is, when emotions sit in the driver's seat of your life, you're headed for a crash. Not because emotions are evil, but because they were meant to lead you. They were meant to serve you. You don't need to look far to see what happens when people are ruled by their emotions. You see it in the spouse who walks away from a marriage in a moment of offense. You see it in the person who burns bridges in anger and then lives in regret. You see it in the dreamer who gives up on their vision because discouragement convinced them they weren't enough. It looks like impulsive decisions. It looks like anxiety that won't let you sleep. It looks like walking away from things God gave you, all because your feelings convinced you that you were finished. Yet here's the sobering part. Feelings change. What feels overwhelming today may be irrelevant next week. What looks hopeless in your emotions might actually be an open door in disguise. But when your mind is not anchored in truth, your emotions will keep you unstable. You'll wake up confident one day and crushed the next. You'll feel motivated in the morning and defeated by afternoon. That's what happens when your life is ruled by emotions. You become double-minded, and as the Bible says in James chapter 1, verses 6 to 8, the one who doubts is like a wave of the sea, blown and tossed by the wind. Such a person is unstable in all they do. That instability doesn't just affect your mood, it infects your destiny. Because when you're led by emotions, you can't build, you can't sustain, you can't be consistent. You start things and quit halfway. You love people one minute and resent them the next. You trust God on Sunday, but panic by Tuesday. And all of that is not a personality issue. It's a mind issue. Your emotions have become the master. And your mind is just trying to keep up. I've seen too many people with gifts, callings.
Let me tell you this too, right? This also pertains to like your fitness journey, weight loss journey, your diet journey, what you put in your mouth journey. Okay, this is a trained mind. Am I going to eat this? Am I going to work out today? Am I going to lose the weight? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, even the parts he's saying in here, I see myself too, like an untrained mind. You know what I mean? I should have stuck to my little Stairmaster. It was like, oh gosh, I gotta go do that thing again, right? Untrained mind. It's a real thing. So you see, like every day you got to work on this. Like, I don't even think you ever get to a point you say, oh yeah, I'm good. I don't have to work on my mind. No, it's every day. Even today, I was like, oh, do I want to work out today? I'm so tired. Okay. But every day you got to train your mind. You got to show up to train your mind until you get so good. Like, okay, what used to bother me yesterday doesn't bother me tomorrow, but today. But guess what? Then the next day, there's a different kind of challenge. That's a new challenge now for you to train your mind. I can't let this trigger me. I cannot let this get to me. I cannot let this make me sad. I can't let this cause me to feel so defeated. I can't go through life internalizing everything. You got to have a trained mind. We all do, right? We all do. And this is like where you realize that sometimes, you know, and I'll say the woman again, because I feel like sometimes a lot of women, they really preoccupy themselves with trying to control men or change men. No, change yourself. Control yourself, right? The only person you can control is self. You will drive yourself sick. You're going to be distraught if you're always trying to control someone else's action. You cannot. You can only control self. So focus on self. And hopefully, if these are good people, they will be inspired by your transformation and they will start to change themselves. Right? The best testimony you can have is by changing yourself. That makes you social proof, right? You can have all the great advice in the world, but if you yourself don't live it, you don't breathe it, you don't embody it, people will not listen to you. Oh, if your advice is so good, then why are you following it? Right? You have to start with self. Stop trying to control other people. Oh, but what about this person? What about that person? It doesn't matter. When you die and you stand there on Judgment Day, you're going to have to answer for self. When you were in your mother's womb, you were in there by yourself. You live life. You're here by yourself. You got to answer for yourself. Don't worry about other people, right? Because your desire should be, I want to get better. So because I want to get better, I don't mind getting called out. Because I want to get better, let me know so I can get to work on it, right? I don't want to dwell doing something that's not positive for me. Let me know so I can change it. That is the mindset of a winner, right? When you have a loser mindset or you have a C student mindset, well, what about these people? What about those people? That's why you're always behind the curve. You have to desire to lead the curve. right? And so people that have a natural leader propensity, right? They don't mind being called out. Their standards are high. They demand a lot out of themselves. They don't mind that, oh, I got to work twice as hard than that person. Yeah, because then I'll be twice as strong. Hello, perspective is everything, right? Do you want to be average? No. Do you want to be exceptional? Yes. You only have one life to live, right? So why are you holding back? Why are you holding back? Go pursue greatness. Be someone different. Let that be part of your brand. This is a person right here. If you call them out, oh, wow, thank you so much. Because every day I wake up, I look for ways to improve. So I'm glad you told me. They take offense to anything. Oh, I don't like this about you. Wow, thank you so much. I never considered that, but thank you. Why do you even say that? Don't get hurt by that, right? Because you understand people have their opinions. But as long as you know who you are and what you're not, it's not a problem, right? People have the right to their opinions. Why are you crashing out? Because you don't have self-awareness, right? Which lets me know you don't spend enough time with yourself, right? Understanding yourself, how you could do better, the pros and cons. Oh, I do this really well, but right here, I could work on that, right? I'm really good at this, but I'm not so strong over here. When you understand yourself, nobody can hurt you, right? But when you have this, I guess, like super glossy image of self, which is usually, a little delusional, right? When somebody says anything that contradicts how you see yourself, you're frazzled. Why? Everybody's not going to like you, right? Everybody's not going to find you beautiful. Everybody's not going to give you credit. You should know that going in, right? So why does that trigger you? Why are you triggered? Understand, right? To me, that's kind of weird. Even when it's like the whole thing with Jayla Nicole and Travis Kelce, for all these Black girls to be out here crashing out that a white man married a white woman, that's the natural thing to do. Is people marry their own people. Why are you triggered? Right? Where in life have you ever seen a white man of a certain stature leave his whole white community to go marry a Black woman? How often does that happen? So why did you think this time around it was going to be different? Crazy ass expectation, because you're not dealing in truth. You're dealing in your goofy ass emotions. So stop being emotional, right? Stick to the facts, right? If you are a white man, who are you most likely to marry? A white woman. Now, add on top of that the lady's a billionaire. Shit, who gonna say no? Would you have said no to her? The answer is no. So let's move on, right? Dwell over this. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, what? A white man is about to marry a white woman. It happens all the time. Wonky womp womp. Right? You have to train your mind. Even Kayla Nicole, she should have known it was just a thing. He was not going to marry her. Right? She should have known this. Right? Come on now. That's it. Enjoy it. When it's over, it's over. Go about your business. It was not going to happen. It was never going to happen. Right? You have to understand, sometimes you date people, sure, but you know dang well he ain't gonna marry you. Okay, he's not going to marry you. Why would you be his wife? What would ever make you think that? Okay, his mother's white. His brothers are married to white women. His nieces and nephews is white people. Okay, you think he wants to be the one to have the biracial kids? For what reason? Like, seriously, make it make sense though. Make it make sense. So why are you surprised by this? Right? Because you go into shit being completely emotional instead of being rational. This might last for a few months. It might even last for a few years though, but it's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere. So the sooner you realize that, the better. But why would a white man bypass a white woman to go marry a Black woman, especially if the white woman is a billionaire? Hello? Make it make sense. Makes no sense. You just want to be hurt for no reason. You got to have realistic expectations, right? And so when stuff happens, you're not hurt because you saw the shit coming. Like, yeah, I knew it was going to happen, so I wasn't hurt by that. I saw it coming. That's it. Stop ignoring the red flags, okay? Like, Mayday, you got all these warning signs and shit, and you like, oh, it's not real. No, these are real warning signs. It is not going to happen. And it's okay. It doesn't have to happen, right? Can't be this delusional. Like, it's crazy to me.
And God-sized dreams miss their moment because they let emotions overtake them. Fear kept them quiet when they should have spoken. Shame kept them hidden when they should have shown up. Anger burned down relationships that were meant to bless them. And now they're stuck, not because the enemy won, but because they surrendered their mind to a moment of emotional weakness. Even more tragic, many of us confuse emotional highs with spiritual strength. We cry in worship, but collapse in the face of challenge. We feel empowered in a conference, but a simple text message throws us off for days. Why? Because your spirit can be willing, but if your mind is weak, your emotions will sabotage your assignment. God doesn't just want to stir your feelings. He wants to strengthen your mind. Let me tell you this plainly. Emotional living is expensive. It will cost you time, peace, relationships, and in some cases, it will cost you years of progress. Every time you allow your feelings to make the final decision, you pay a price. You may not see it immediately, but over time you will realize you stayed too long in some places, you walked away too quickly from others, and you missed God's best. Not because you didn't want it, but because your emotions wouldn't let you receive it. So what's the solution? You have to retrain your mind to lead your life. You have to pause and ask, is this God or is this my mood talking? You've got to let the word of God interrupt the emotional chaos and bring clarity to your confusion. Because when your mind is ruled by truth, emotions lose their grip. You may still feel fear, but you won't bow to it. You may still experience hurt, but you won't let it harden your heart. You'll feel, but you'll still choose faith. That's maturity. That's stability. That's spiritual power. Because let's face it, life will always give you reasons to feel off. People will hurt you, situations will disappoint you, and the enemy will whisper lies into your emotions every chance he gets. But when your mind is trained, you'll recognize the lie, reject the trap, and respond in wisdom. You'll have the strength to say, no, this emotion does not get to run my life today. Truth will. That's the kind of strength God wants to develop in you, not just emotional survival, but mental dominion. You are not a slave to how you feel. You are a steward of what you think. And when your mind is trained, even when the storm rages, you'll stand unshaken, undistracted, and fully grounded in truth. Let me show you something that changed everything for me. Your mind is not just a battlefield. It's a builder. Whatever you allow to sit in your mind will eventually show up in your life. Thoughts become beliefs. Beliefs become behavior. And behavior becomes your legacy. So if you want to change your life, you don't start with your circumstances. You start with how you think. I know that sounds simple, but let's go deeper. Some of you are struggling not because your heart is weak, but because your mind is undisciplined. You're not failing because you're lazy or unspiritual, but because you never learned how to train your thoughts. You try to pray, but your mind wanders. You try to worship, but anxiety takes over. You try to believe, but past trauma screams louder than truth. That's not weakness. That's warfare. And it's time to fight back. That's why the Bible says in 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 5, we take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ. Did you hear that? Take it captive. Not entertain it, not agree with it, not replay it in your head 50 times. You take that thought and you say, this doesn't line up with the truth of God's word, so it has no authority in my life. That's spiritual discipline. That's what it means to think like this. So what does it actually look like to think like this? I use an acronym, THIS, to break it down. Think the word. God. Hold your thoughts captive. I invite the Holy Spirit into your mental space. Speak what aligns with God's truth. Let's walk through it together. First, think the word. You cannot think right if you're not filled with truth.
Mm.
You cannot overcome lies by trying to feel better. You overcome lies by feeding your mind with what God has said. It's not about having positive vibes. It's about standing on eternal truth. Jesus didn't resist the devil with emotions. He resisted with scripture. It is written. That's how your mind learns to win. Then hold your thoughts captive. That means you don't let every thought run wide.
Yeah.
You stop them, you analyze them, you say, is this from God or is this from fear?
And this also, thank you, Margaret. This also pertains to TikTok videos. You know, some of you ladies, you guys, yes. You know, I'm a black woman, so I'm gonna talk to you on this, but you like more being your harsh on this, yes, because who you love the most, you chastise the most, okay? Let me say this, right? What you say here is so powerful. You know, some of you ladies, the content you engage with on TikTok, bad business. These girls, their men chronicles, their men diaries, the who the F that I married, it is nothing but trauma. It is nothing but poorly processed fear. It's just all kinds of foolishness. Okay. And you sit there and you consume this content. You go from one TikTok to another TikTok. After a while, the algorithm learns that you like this kind of content. So your FYP is filled with this man cheated, this man stole my car, this man this man that. This is the ecosystem that online that you are creating for yourself. And you consume this content all day, every day. How are you not going to have PTSD? Then you come to Instagram, you behave in the same manner with your algorithm. You go to YouTube, that is all you seek. Bad things are going to happen to you. I kid you not. What he's saying here is so real. Insecurity from past trauma. So many women today are going on social media. They're not even processing what has happened in their relationship, right? They're not even sitting down with a healthy professional to process what happens in the relationship. They treat you guys, the viewers, as their therapist, and which is really fucked up because for the most part, the average person is not equipped to listen to this amount of trauma. It is unfair. Like even therapists have therapists themselves to not go crazy, but you have a regular crowd, average viewers who are being used as therapists. And these women are coming to social media and just venting and venting and venting without any kind of introspection, self-reflection, awareness, nothing. And they're just dumping all this trauma on people who are not equipped to deal with all of this. This is too much. It's just too much. And then you say to yourself, wow, this must be real. This must be real life. This must be a real life. And you internalize that. And like he said, eventually your thoughts, your beliefs will become your behavior. So then when you start meeting men, even men that haven't done anything, you're already on 10. Like, what? Why are you so mad? Why are you so mad? Well, go look at her FYP. Go look at what she's consuming on TikTok. Right? And I'm like, that is crazy to me. Right? You got to be very mindful to who you listen to. And when this person is talking, ask yourself, has this person even healed? Has this person even fully processed what has happened to them? Has this person even meditated on the truth of God? Like, where is God's message in this? There's no godly message. It's just hatred. Hatred, deflection, blaming other people, accusing other people, and never looking inwards to be like, you know what? It starts with me. You don't say. Right? It starts with me. And there are so many women they have so much trauma, so much fear. They have separation issues, abandonment issues, all kinds of psychotic issues, okay? And they want you to believe, oh, no, I'm not. No. Just like Kendra G. Every time I see Kendra G, I'm like, Kendra, to me, she represents, like, she is the living embodiment of a woman who was afraid to be in love. Because when she called her dad and her dad said to her, oh, I don't want you to be engaged to this man, focus on your career, she listened to her dad. So now she has a career, she has no man. And the engineer guy, he went and got married, he has a family. And I think deep down inside, Kendra G, that's the man she really loved. But she's also in denial because that's what they do. They hide their needs behind their careers. They become so career obsessed to forget about the person they're missing, right? But I'm like, that engineer guy, he like, she really loved him. And what her dad did to her was detrimental because he made her feel like love is not worth it. Go pursue a career. But it's like, baby girl, you can do both. Meanwhile, he's married to your mom. He has a wife, as if his wife didn't have dreams as well. But then he's telling you, his daughter, oh, no. You can't be married. You can't be loved. What about your career? What about your career? So now here's his daughter. Like, look at her. All she can say is, I have money, but what else do you have? What else do you have? Right? And it's like, and it's okay to say it. When I called my dad, I wish he would have encouraged me. Because sometimes when you call people, what you want from people is encouragement, not more fear. Right? Not more fear. Oh, what about your career? What about your career? But what about her mom? How did she make it? Right? But you can work it out. There is a way. Right? There is a way. And ultimately, if it was just for you to work from home anyways, because you do everything online, it probably would have worked out. But it was fear. Oh, if I get married, my life is over. I'm going to have to give everything up for a man. Oh, I'm going to have children. Whoa. And now what? You're out here having sex with Nigerian scammers with no papers? Like, seriously? Seriously? Right? Make it make sense. Right? Make it make sense. But it's like a lot of people, they talk to you, they give advice to you, so-called advice, but it's coming from a place of fear. No different than tap. Oh, well, it hasn't worked by now, so we'll get a job. A place of fear. What hasn't worked? Because some things have worked. What hasn't worked? So let's focus on what hasn't worked. How do we make it work? Right? But it's a place of fear. People out here talking to people from a place of fear. And a lot of Black people, they don't even give advice to people from a place of objectivity. It's always from a place of fear. Oh, well, it didn't work out for me, so I'm scared for you. Why are you scared for me? Just tell me what you did right and tell me what you did wrong. There's nothing to fear. Right? Oh, well, my marriage ended up in a divorce, so I'm scared for you. I'm not going to get divorced. Tell me what you did right. Tell me what you did wrong. Hello, somebody. Make it make sense. Why? Like, what is all this, right? Oh, I'm afraid. I'm scared. No, you're not scared for who? Afraid of what? Right? Because if I make better choices than you, I'm not going to fail. I'll be all right. So tell me what you did right and tell me what you did wrong. That's it. Right? But you're going to tell a child, oh, you shouldn't ride your bike because I failed. Everybody falls and they get back up. Right? We're going to say, oh, you can never drive a car because one day you might get into a car accident. So be a better driver. Be more mindful on the road. Like, oh, you can buy a better car that has all this detection stuff, whatever. Yeah. Right? Right? There are things we can do to mitigate the risk of something bad happening. So we say, okay, here's what I did good. Here's what I did bad. Right? So I feel as though if you fix what I couldn't fix, you might have a better outcome than I did. That's it. There's no reason to, oh my gosh, I'm afraid. I'm scared. I'm afraid. You see, an untrained mind. What are you afraid of? Right? What the heck? This is crazy to me. Right? Talk about it. Okay. I did this right. Here, I think I did maybe 5 out of 10. Over here, 6 out of 10. So maybe if you really make it your business to focus on these two things right here, I think you'll have a better outcome than I did. Boom, 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 boom. We're done. Okay? We are done. But just because you as a mother, you did not have a successful marriage, it doesn't mean that your daughter is not going to have one. She's not you. She's her own person. What she needs is not you being afraid of men. What she needs is, okay, baby girl, here's what you do and here's what you don't do. Because if I could have done it again, here's how I would have done it differently. Self-awareness. But there's no reason to put fear in the head of this young person. Why? Why are you doing that? Because you're evil. Okay? You got to empower people, not scare people. That is crazy. She deserves to try love. She deserves to try marriage. Just because yours didn't work, it don't mean hers is not going to work. We just got to give her we got to give this young lady the right kind of mentorship, the right kind of guidance, right? Pick your battles. Everything is not worth fighting for, right? Listen, it's not a big deal. Don't make a big deal out of small shit, because you're gonna hopefully be married forever. Why we like this is not worth the whole fight, right? It's not that serious, right? There are bigger things. There are more serious issues that will arise in your marriage. This is not worth fighting for, right? Everybody is scared. That's part of life. But just because you feel afraid doesn't mean you don't do it. It just means that I'm afraid because I am not well informed. Many times, the more you inform yourself, the less scared you become, because, the more I know, the more empowered I feel. That's it. So if you feel fear arise in you, it reveals to you that you are not as well prepared as you thought you were. So study more. That's it. There's nothing to fear, right? But it's like people love to put fear into people's head. Oh my gosh. Oh, you haven't done this by now. You haven't achieved this by now. I mean, it depends to some extent, right? But I feel as though it will be more beneficial to say to a person, this is what you need to work on. Now, you know what I mean? That does nothing for people, right? You need to focus more on this. You're really good at this. You're, a C student over here. You're an F student over here. So I feel like first, let's focus on where you are a C student, right? Work really hard on this, and then we'll go to where you're an F student. We're going to work on this. But if you are committed to it, if you want it bad enough and you are committed and you are receptive to being coached, I think you can have it. Why not? Hello, right? Stop trying to scare people because stuff didn't work out for you. Stuff didn't work out for you because you refused self-awareness. It's not that hard. It's not that hard, right? It's not that hard. Things could have been handled better. You didn't have the maturity to do that. It's cool. But moving forward, though, how do you want to proceed? And I would hope you would say, you know what? I want to be a bit more mature, a bit more calm, a bit more introspective, and have way more loads of self-awareness. It's going to work out for you, right? But yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to be yours, right? Your mom could have never been married. Your grandma was not married. Your aunties, that is their business. They were not married. What do you want to do? Right? And then once you get married, because that's one curse you're going to have to break. But once you get married, what kind of marriage do you want to have? So instead of worrying about what your mom didn't have, your grandma, okay, sure, whatever. We already know that. We don't have to keep repeating the bullshit. Okay, we know they were not successfully, whatever. We know that. You say, I want to do that. I want to do something that my family, the women in my family have yet to do. Okay, cool. So then how are you going to have, because you're going to have to be different. Because if you do what they've done, you're going to get the same result, right? So your mom, you got to divorce your mom spiritually. Your grandma, divorce her ass. Your aunties, divorce these people, right? Now you got to start from scratch and say, oh, a young lady that gets married, how does she act? How does she behave? Okay. Then if she gets married, what kind of wife is she? Like we said about Innocent, you got to become a creative director. What does that look like? Right? You got to decide what you're going to be. You are responsible for the blueprint of your life. You can be influenced by your mom and have the same results. Or you can say to yourself, sis, I'm sad it happened to you, sis, but this is not going to be my journey. This is not going to be my story. We are different people, right? Just because you gave birth to me does not mean that we are cursed to have the same faith. No, because I use my mind. I use reason. I will not make the same mistakes as you because I want to do better. Right? That's it. That's that. It's not that hard. Right? It's not that hard. Just because your dad left your mom doesn't mean that your man gonna leave you. Maybe your mom was worth leaving. I know it's hard to say, huh? But it's the truth though. Because you see your mom, but you have never seen your mom as a wife because you were not married to her. You are your mom's daughter. You're not your mom's husband. So you have no idea the kind of wife that she was. And the day you have self-awareness and you start realizing the kind of wife your mother was, like, girl, I can see why he left, sis. I can see it. Right? It's okay. It's okay to be honest. Right? And with that honesty, be honest with yourself and say, I don't want that in my marriage. That's it. Okay? You don't feel bad about it. because it was her marriage to handle. And obviously she mishandled her marriage because she couldn't regulate her emotions. Because she didn't do her job being a great creative designer, okay, for her own wife, for her own life, for her own marriage. She didn't decide. She was not intentional about this is the kind of wife I'm going to be. And this is the kind of wife I will never be. I don't want to be this kind of wife. This will never be me. So help me God. She was okay with whatever. So therefore the marriage fell apart. It's cool. It's what it is. And same thing for your dad too, right? That's it. But intentional people are more likely to be to have the outcome that they desire because they are intentional. Right? This is a purposely designed life. So therefore, the outcomes are also going to be purposely designed. It's going to make a lot of sense. You know what I'm saying? It's going to make a lot of sense. I remember one time I was sitting here, not here, but somewhere in the house somewhere. But I was watching a video by, what's her name? Chidi, whatever, the hair girl. Right? And she was really sad because her boyfriend, I guess he broke up with her, and she was hoping that they were going to get married and things like that. So I guess it didn't work out. She was really sad. She put on the weight, all kinds of shit, whatever, right? But then one day she made a video and she talked about she had a weed addiction, that she was addicted to smoking weed. Like she smoked a lot of reefer. Okay. And I'm like, well, if you was a pothead, how could you expect marriage if you're a pothead? Right. So I'm like, you see, and I said, not trying to be mean, right? But why would he marry a pothead? For what reason? And I'm like, thinking one day she made a video. She's like, yeah, because she was meant to go to medical school. And she decided not to go to med school because she wanted to be a content creator. I said, okay, so you dropped med school to create content. Red flag. Then you confessed that you used to be a pothead. Okay. Then she confessed that she used to drink a lot of alcohol. And I'm like, you were not wifey material. You were girlfriend material. So I feel like when the young man, he woke up and he realized, like, no, I got to get the fuck out of here. Because where am I going to go with this lady? She doesn't want much for herself. She doesn't want a lot for herself. I'm like, Chidi, why are you a pothead? Why are you an alcoholic? And also, why are you not going to med school? Yo, I was so confused. So then, because, let people talk. They'll tell themselves, right? So the more she kept talking, I'm like, well, the young man made the right decision. Because if you were not you, would you want your brother to marry a young lady who don't want to go to med school, to make YouTube content, smoke weed, and get drunk all day? The answer is no. Right? But they will never come out and say, you know what? Even though it hurts me that he left, the way I was treating myself, I acted like I was not ambitious my damn self. So yeah, I would have married my damn self. The young man left. So now he left. I guess she sobered up. She stopped smoking, stopped drinking, stopped doing whatever the fuck she was doing. I'm like, so he did you a favor. But you did not want marriage, right? Because if you really wanted marriage, you would not be a pothead, right? If you really wanted to be someone's wife, you're not going to have an issue with alcohol. That is crazy. Okay? You're not ready for marriage. If you really wanted to be a wife, why'd you go to med school? I don't understand why you can't go to med school and do content. I am so confused. Like, what happened? Right? You can do both. But I'm like, it's giving red flags after red flags after red flags. I said, yeah, I can see why the young man bounced. And he did the right thing. Because he has to put himself first. Because I'm like, from the sounds of it, it sounds like you were dead weight. Because you don't know what you want. Right? You don't know what kind of brand you want to have. What is your brand? Right? No, they're not, because these ladies are allergic to that. They don't want to be held accountable. TikTok is the village where you go when you want people to help you blame somebody else for your shit. That's what TikTok is all about. TikTok is a place of no accountability. It's always somebody's fault. So when you're mentally weak, that's where you go, because it's not a place where people go for reflection. They go there to scapegoat other people, blame other people, point their fingers at other people, but they never look inward like, what the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with me? Because they think there's nothing wrong. How can there not be nothing wrong? Like, this is crazy, right? Everything starts with self. But I'm like, gee, I understand why the young men left. Right? If you're giving loser vibes, because that's some loser shit. If you're giving loser vibes, why would this young man say, oh, yeah, I want to marry a loser? It is not aspirational. Not saying she's not a sweetheart, right? I like her. She's a sweetheart. But this will holla. It's all over the place. And even I was really confused, because I'm like, how can you be how can a young Nigerian lady be out here doing shit like this? Like, this is so against the culture. Like, what the fuck is this? Right? It's against the culture. Right? She decides to lose weight. She can't commit to it. She's going to gain the weight right back. You see? Because your mind is not trained. Your mind is not trained. Right? And a lot of young ladies too, their minds ain't trained. That's why they always want to blame people. You give up too fast. You don't know how to suffer. You struggle with that. It don't work out, you quit. Did you quit? No, you got to endure, and you got to be able to have self-awareness. Like, shit, I'm giving loser vibes. It's okay to say that. I'm not saying you are a loser, but right now you're giving loser vibes. So how do you stop being a loser? What does that look like? And it starts with self. You got to have mental fortitude. Like you got to force yourself to be mentally resilient. And it starts with self. You got to have an honest look at yourself, right? And be this stuff that I'm doing. If I didn't even know myself, if I read this on a resume, I'm like, yo, this girl's a loser. What the fuck is this? Right? Be so real with yourself. Do not live this enamored version of yourself. You're not who you think you are. This is who you truly are. Put yourself on paper and ask yourself, if I didn't even know myself and I read this, what the fuck is this? Right? Right? So, hey, but I'm like, he's not lying though.
Then hold your thoughts captive. That means you don't let every thought run wide.
Exactly.
You stop them, you analyze them, you say, is this from God or is this from fear?
Exactly. So when you watch a YouTube video, you ask yourself, is this video a message from God? Or is this video that a content creator made because she's living a life full of fear? Right? And people that live a life for fear are people who have an avoidance issue. Like they avoid life. They don't want to tackle life. They are avoiding it. They avoid this, avoid. You don't want to have that kind of problem. You got to learn to confront what you fear. Right? Because most of the time, it just reveals that you are unprepared. You're unread. You are, you haven't studied enough, right? But if you fix those things, you should be okay. Right? Even this whole I hate men stuff, is it really that you hate men or you don't understand men? So that's what causes frustration for you. You don't hate men because every time people talk about the man, you show up. So do you really hate these men? Or are you more so frustrated because you have a hard time being fluent in the language of men, right? Oh, Marlene, you're right. I don't hate men. I really struggle understanding them. And when I don't understand them, it causes me to feel insecure. It causes me to feel frustrated. It causes me to feel unseen. There you go. You see, this is how a mature person speaks. I don't hate men. But I do get frustrated that I am not fluent in the language of men. Same thing with some men also. They don't hate women. They're just frustrated because they don't really understand what is it that a woman wants. She says she wants this, but when I see her behavior, she goes after something completely different. Yes, most women are confused. Hello, right? Make sense? That's it. That's that. So don't say things you don't mean. Speak to the root of your issue. Your issue is not that hatred. Hey, Laura, your issue is not the hatred of men. Your issue is I don't understand what a man is looking for. And therefore, it causes me to feel frustrated. It causes me to feel insecure. It causes me to feel unseen. Wumpty wump wump, wump wump wump. You see, when you speak like this, then we can help you out. Oh, I just hate men. I just hate men. You're batshit crazy. Go somewhere. Okay. Right? You have to learn to be loquacious. You have to learn to properly articulate what you are feeling. Don't be dismissive of what you're feeling, right? But you have to learn to, in a mature way, articulate how you feel. And what you feel is frustration. It's not hatred. People throw this word hatred so casually. I saw a video about Didi. She made a video. She was like, oh, African people hate Black Americans. I said, here we go again. Okay, here we go with this hyperbolic, incendiary language. Hatred. Have you ever seen hatred? Do you know what hatred looks like? Because obviously you haven't seen it, Didi. You haven't seen it. You can say dislike. Okay, sure. But then again, who cares? Seriously. Okay. But I'm like, you got to talk about things in a mature way. You know what I'm saying? Even this whole Black American versus African people thing, right? I can understand the frustration. Like, hey, if you're a Black American, you could say to yourself as a Black person, as an African person, right? It hurts me when I feel as though you don't embrace me, right? It's perfectly normal. I don't feel embraced by you. I feel judged by you. This is how you gonna get shit resolved, right? Because I wish, especially given everything that's happened in this country, the way white people have treated Black Americans in this country, right? I wish you were a bit more on my side. I wish you were more compassionate. I wish you understood me. You understand? But when you start a conversation with, oh, you hate me, people, they also get like, okay, what time is it? Right? There are ways of talking that are conducive to us getting to the bottom of this problem and hopefully having better relationships moving forward. Right? So feeling rejected or feeling not embraced, it is never a good feeling. But could you also see that some African people too feel as though they're not being embraced by African Americans also, right? Everybody's hurting, but it's like, okay, you're hurting, I'm hurting. We can either fix this or we can make it worse. And this is why people have to be very mindful of the language that they use though. But the problem is, which I think also needs to be addressed, is that because I speak for West African people, for a lot of West African people in this modern day, which what I call mainstream Black American culture, right? There are certain values, right, that have been embraced by mainstream Black American culture that will never sit well with African people, that will never sit well with West African people. Matter of fact, they don't even sit well with some African American people, because these values are not good values, right? So it's like, yeah, it never feels good to not feel embraced by someone, but could you also concede to the fact that it's not enough for people to share a common complexion or to, 100 centuries ago to share the same, what's it called? Provenance of the same cultural heritage, like the same ancestry, whatever. But it's like people also align better when they share common values. Right? Because if all we have is Black and our hair texture and our lips and our noses, it's not enough, right? We need more than that. And I think sometimes where a lot of my cousins, people who are African Americans, kind of like, I guess there's a dissonance right there, is that to you, being Black is everything. I'm Black, so therefore embrace me. But I will also ask you to you gotta you gotta add more structure to that request and understand that it is not enough to just be Black. Because if being Black was just enough, there wouldn't be such a crime problem in your own community, right? But there is one, because being Black is not enough. Because the problem we have a problem of values, right? And if two people do not share values, if we don't have common values, if we don't value the same thing, you guys, it doesn't matter how Black we are, how much ancestry we have in common, it is just not going to work. Because the values are not aligned. What you value and what I value is not the same. So then how can we be friends? It makes it hard. It's going to be really, really hard. I have a friend since like high school, even though I did my middle school, actually. I did block her ass, but whatever. I still love her, just blocked her for a little bit, right? But she was trying to give me the same bullshit of like, oh, the whole, like during the whole Trump thingy, kind of trying to imply that, oh, because I'm African, that's why I'm a Trump supporter. And therefore, I hate Black Americans. Oh, you're so damn stupid. I'm married to one. Okay, you're dumb as hell. My kids are half. All right. The issue here is the values. What do you value? What do I value? Right? You see, me as a West African woman, I'm sure you can tell, right? Marriage for me is a big deal to me, right? In your culture, marriage is an afterthought, right? Because what matters is what the woman wants. Even if it causes all kinds of chaos, the kids, you will suffer because you're not going to be able to do it, right? The kids will suffer, community suffers, the people do suffer a lot because it doesn't work. Matriarchy like that, it doesn't work, right? So we look at life differently, right? Me, I don't think a family should be without a dad because you're crazy. I'm not doing this by myself. To you, you've been programmed that you can do it by yourself, even though time after time after time, you have ample of examples of Black women who have failed. They can't do it. They were never meant to do it by themselves. Just because you think doesn't mean you can. Just because you want to do it doesn't mean you should. You shouldn't do it. It's not healthy. It's exhausting. And that's why today, and more we start to see you have more and more Black American women who are on medication. antidepressant, anxiety medication, one thing, one. You never saw this shit before. Like if she was really stressed out, she's gonna go to church, scream real loud, and then she's gonna go home. She fine. Right? But today, even that's not enough. She needs to be medicated. We've never seen this. I've been here since 1996. I can tell you the number of Black women that were on antidepressant. Antidepressant? What the fuck is this shit? Okay? Right? This is crazy shit. Because the place was you go to church, you scream, you cry, you dance, you run around the church so many times, and then you're good to go. Like, I'm good till next week. I'm good. Gotta go. It wasn't like that. But because your matriarchy keeps saying, you can do it by yourself, fuck a man, fuck a nigga, and you buy into that because you don't realize that most Black American matriarchy is bitter. And I say this with all respect, but it's bitterness. Because if you love your daughter, you don't want her to raise kids by herself. She's not going to make it. But to encourage her, leave. Something happens. Most Black American women, if she calls her mom or she calls her auntie, she calls her girlfriend. Oh, my man did it. Girl, leave. Girl, leave. That's always your advice. Pack your bags and go. Pack your bags and go. Leave. What the fuck? Everything is always leave because you live out of fear. You have a lot of PTSD. And you don't know how to process that. So as soon as something happens, you get anxious, you leave. Yo, I leave. Leave to go where? Where are you going? And then you get another relationship. You get pregnant. You get scared, you leave. Now you got 2 kids by 2 different men. Then you go again. You get scared, you leave. Girl, listen. At some point, you're going to have to learn to make it work with these men. Right? Right? I mean, what do you want me to say? I remember one time, this girl, she got mad at me, right? I guess she's my ex-subscriber. Maybe she still watches me. I don't know. It was like years ago. She got really mad. She was like, Marlene. I said, yes. Because I read my comments. She said, you don't like African Americans. I always find it to be so funny. It always amuses me. I'm like, oh, really? Okay. She's like, oh, you don't like African Americans. And I hope your husband cheats on you. And I remember reading that comment and I just laughed. I said, baby girl, bless your heart. Baby girl, I'm West African. Do you think a West African woman is scared of cheating? I am not Black American. The Black American woman has decided to let herself be influenced by white women. White women are the ones who have said, if he cheats, I leave. Then the Black American woman said, well, I guess I'm going to do it too then. If he cheats, I leave. This is not my culture. Most have you seen Chioma and Davido? Have you seen Chioma? Like Chioma is crazy. Chioma is leaving me. I'm like, girl, you have me defeated, okay? You have me defeated, right? Hold on. Wait a minute, right? Do you know how many times this man has cheated on this girl? She ain't going nowhere. I'm like, the easiest thing you can wish on an African woman is, oh, your husband cheats on you. If you really want to hurt an African woman, tell her your kids will not go to Harvard. Okay. Your kids will be bad in sciences. No, it doesn't bother me because to her, doesn't bother me because I understand the culture. I'm telling you, when you understand people, you have mercy for people. In her culture, cheating is the worst thing a man can do because she's African American. For them, cheating is like, oh my gosh, a man cheated. My life is over. I packed my bags. I filed for divorce. That is your culture. You lose your shit at infidelity. As if it happens sometimes, but it's not the end of life. But because a lot of Black American women, their role models are white American women. So if the white American woman says, I'm not going to tolerate that, the Black American woman says, well, I'm not going to do it also. Why? It's not your culture, right? West African culture is built on polygamy. You understand me, right? So for you to say to a West African woman, the worst thing I can wish to you is that your husband cheats. Baby girl, this is light work. This is light work. Child, baby, I got stories. The auntie, we got stories for days, right? Even my granddad was polygamous. Girl, please, right? This is small work because what you value as an African-American woman and what I value as a West African woman, it's not the same. That's why I say we might have complexion, we might have noses and hair, whatever. We might have this common African ancestry, but because it's been so long, we have a different set of values, right? You're African-American. You are an African-American woman. to you, because your matriarchy, your society says, oh my gosh, girl, if he cheats, you go. If he cheats, you're gone. If he cheats, you're gone. So you listen to that shit. And many times you don't even know where the fuck you're going. You end up in your car. You see how silly you are, right? Because to you, it's more about the message of, oh, nobody cheats on me. If you cheat on me, I'm gone. To go where? In her car? In a homeless shelter? See, and this is something the African woman, me, West African, I will never do. You think I'm going to leave my house because somebody cheated? Me, leave my house, my bed, my comfort to sleep in a car. I will never do that. You're crazy. Okay? This is our culture. You understand? We grew up seeing certain things, but to most West African women, cheating is not a big deal. It's a big deal for Western people, right? To West African people, the culture is built on polygamy. My granddad was polygamous. My granddad had 24 kids. Okay? Okay, even my dad's granddad, his father's dad, he was polygamous too. Like, people out here just polygamous. It's not a big deal. But the worst thing you can wish to an African woman is that her children will not be successful. Like, that's the part where she loses her shit. Okay? Because she can endure pretty much anything as long as her children succeed. That's why I say we don't share the same values. Most African American women, she'll say you can't stay for the kids because your happiness matters. The African woman will say you stay for your children because your children need to be successful. So I say we don't have the same set of values. You get me, right? You have an auntie, she'll stay in this bad marriage just to make sure he takes her kids to college. If he got to send her kids to America, Canada, France, whatever, and he needs to pay their entire tuition. Once they have their degree and they get their first job, they should look, I'm good to go. But she will not leave this marriage until you do right by her kids, because she knows if she leaves and he gets remarried, her children will be an afterthought. No, that's not possible. Okay? He will pay for their school fees. They will go to school. He's going to pay for everything. Then he's going to send these kids to Europe and they will have a degree. Then they'll have a job. She might even stay for the wedding because he has to pay for the wedding. Then she'll be like, okay, maybe I'm tired now. I want to go. Right? But it's like the African woman, she knows how to suffer because she knows what she wants. Her children must be successful. That's it. Her kids not going to be out here running the streets, being all kinds of scattered, doing all kinds of crazy shit. It will never happen. Like, she will die for her kids. Here, the culture is, it's me first. If I'm unhappy, I file for divorce. If I'm unhappy, I leave. Even though they know most Black children, most Black American kids who grew up in a broken home will end up in prison, they will do it anyways. You tell an African woman, if you divorce this man, your child will go to prison. She's going to stay right there. You can beat her, you can kick her, you can spit on her, do whatever you want. The fact that her son or her daughter is going to end up in prison if she leaves this marriage, she is going nowhere. She's going to stay right there. That's the culture, right? And we are built for that. We are trained for that. That's why I say we might have this ancestry, but we don't have the same set of values. You, as soon as there's infidelity, you run. Ah! Okay, the fuck you had sex. Want you want one. I'm not saying I'm not making light of it, but it's like it happens sometimes. You know what I'm saying? It does happen. Okay. And you see even Beyonce. Did Beyonce leave? No, because I guess her little Creole West African roots, she's gonna stay her goofy ass in that marriage. That's it, that's that. Yeah, because these women, the women are fully aware that, you see, the thing about African women compared to like African American women are not chasing equality. I think if you ever speak, I'm one, but if you ever meet a more traditional than I am, she will tell you, most West African women, as far as I'm concerned, Fumi is South African, so she can tell you how she feels about that. But most West African women, they're not out here chasing equality to men, right? African American women want to be equal to men. I think most West African women have a clear understanding of this is who men are. I ain't trying to change his ass. I'm not trying to just do right by me and do right by my kids, right? That is her main concern. Her children have to be successful. Like, people can't say, oh, her daughter is over here pregnant, her son's in prison, because that's when you say the enemies have won. The people, my enemies in the village have won. Okay, like, that's the part she cannot take. She can't take that part, right? The cheating is not that it doesn't hurt, but it's not going to be as hurtful as her children not being successful. Like her kids have to be doctors. Her kids have to be engineers. Her kids have, because, you know, and also I think also it has to do with the fact that, you know, there's no retirement account in Africa. Like you don't have Social Security. You don't have Medicare, Medicaid. Your children are your pension. Your children are your retirement. So in her head, if these kids don't make it, what about my future? Right? So it's like you are like, she's like I guess like a stakeholder kind of thing. You are married. You have your kids. You fight. You endure that your kids can be successful. So that way, when they're all successful, they all take care of you. Fuck this man. But it's like that she has a long-term vision because her kids have to make it. Her kids got to make it. Right? And then when she's older, she lives her life. She goes from kid to kid's house. She ain't got time for this man. Over here, the culture is I come first. So if he hurt me or he cheats on me, I'm out the door. Right? Without saying, okay, but how does divorce affect the children? Right? Their sleep schedule, their schooling, their self-esteem. Because once you leave this man, most likely he won't see the kids as much as he used to. That's the reality. If he gets remarried or somebody gets pregnant, he's going to be more involved in those kids' lives than your own children. Like you think about all these things, right? And you're like, yo, this stuff is real. So what do? I could leave, but what about my kids? Or you stay and then you make sure your kids are successful because I can take care of myself. And that's why many of these women are really, really big into the Bible because they go through a lot and they rely on God to sustain them in their marriage, right? But they're going to stay because their kids have to be successful. Here, the children are not a priority. Like Black American children are not a priority. They're just not. It's how the Black American woman feels. Her feelings are the priority. That's all that matters. How does she feel? If she's happy, she stays. If she's not happy, she destroys everything. And if she put the kids in the car, she'll put the kids in a homeless shelter, whatever. Because God forbid, I can't stand this man. I can't stand this man. A lot of us at point in our marriages couldn't stand the person. Okay? But it's not about what you can stand. It's about the vision you have for yourself and your children, but especially your children. Right? That's it. So I feel like these women, they're a bit more aware that this is what most men do is going to happen as long as he does right by my kids. Right? But most African women who have tried to embrace the Western ways, I'm going to be a feminist, he cheated, I'm leaving, the kids have suffered. Because he will punish you, he'll punish your kids. It never fails. Right? That's just how it goes. So, do you want this man to pay the school fees? Do you want this man to be involved in his kid's life? Do you want him to see you're gonna have to put up with the shit. You're gonna have to learn to pray for this man. But these are the cultures, right? Right? Exactly. And it's like, cousin, you're very emotional because the problem is also you live in a white society. So because there are more white people than you, even if inherently you know white people have done us wrong, but sometimes you do forget, and because they are the majority, it's very easy to say, well, since they're the majority, so their way must be the right way. It's like, no, it's not the right way. And that's why when you got Mother Shiraza Ali, when she speaks, I understand her perfectly because I get exactly what she's saying. I understand exactly because to a West African woman, what she's saying makes perfect sense. It makes a lot of sense. But you see, she's not a feminist. And most traditional West African women are not feminists. They are realists. And their goal is my child must be a doctor. My child must be, and also it's a big thing because the aunties, they all compete. Whose son is here, whose daughter goes to this school, whose son is going to this university. It is a big, big, big deal. Education is a big deal for African people. Marriage is a big deal for African people. I think as an African person, I speak for West African people, but West African people, you haven't really made it until you've achieved two things, like three, I guess. Like first, you got to go to a big, big school, have a big, big degree. That's number one. Number two, you got to get married. Number three, you got to have kids. Right? Once you make that, people, oh my gosh, you're a success. You made it. Right? But this is the hope of most West African mothers, that my child will go on to do great things. So whatever I have to endure for my child to be successful, she will endure. And that's why it's very rare to see the child of a West African woman in prison. But it's very common to see the child of a Black American woman in prison. because we don't value the same thing. She can't suffer for her kids. The African woman will suffer for her kids. She can't see that. Like, oh my God, you don't stay for the kids. You can't stay for the kids. But what if you staying will prevent your child from going to prison? You should stay. And you should trust God. Whatever this man, and that's another thing too, right? That's another thing too, right? Me, I will say this, being Ivorian, whatever, being West African, whatever, it's like the culture also is God can change anybody. We're not saying it happens in a day or whatever, but God can change people. But it's better to try to say, let me pray for this man that God can change his heart so he can come back to his family, right? But over here, it's like there's never even a thing to say, maybe I can pray for my husband. That's why I find it very funny when I see content like, oh, Africans don't like African Americans or Africans hate African Americans. I think most African Americans don't even like each other. How often are you going to see two African Americans are in a disagreement? Even same gender, different gender, doesn't matter. But even if there is a disagreement, we're going to see a beautiful conclusion. Like, you know what? Let's agree to disagree. I still love you anyways. No, it's going to go left. It's going to go left. So I find it very funny because I'm like, even the way you treat each other, you don't even give the signal to foreigners, to immigrants, that you are a people that treat each other well. So therefore, people should also move accordingly. If you come into a mix and you see two brothers or two sisters or a brother and a sister, they cussing each other out, they use racial slurs, they beat on each other, they say all kinds of mean, sometimes the stuff is just so mean. It's just so mean. And people are not even aware that these videos, they're going all around the world. And you see two people who come from the same home, the same womb, the same basket, the same slavery, the same, like you have suffered equally. But sometimes the way you talk to each other, it is just so cruel. Like if you didn't know any better, you would say to yourself, do they have the same mom? Right? Do they have the same daddy? Because sometimes like they must not have the same mom. They probably have the same dad, but different mom. Like, no, they have the same mom. They have the same daddy. This is one people, but this is how they handle each other. It's very cruel. It's very cruel. You know, sometimes you'll sit here, you'll watch content on the TikTok or whatever, social media, whatever, and you'll see some African American women, the way they talk about their own Black American men. But if you're a foreigner, if you listen to that, how are you not going to say to your daughter, don't go marry these people? Because if she's his own sister, and this is what she has to say about her brother, but damn, because who would know the Black American more than the Black American man more than the Black American woman, right? If you're a Black American man and you go on social media and you say all kinds of crazy shit about your own sister, people will say, well, hold up now. Don't marry these people because look at what her brother just said about her. Something in the behavior got to change, right? It got to change because there are millions of people consuming this content, watching siblings just rip each other apart. And it's like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? And to what avail? Like, what do you gain by doing this, right? What do you gain? So you think if you're a Black American woman and you go on TikTok and you make disparaging content for, because that platform has 5 billion people, whatever, right? You make content that reaches millions of people because you just never know. But usually if it's negative, it'll get to 1 million views, right? Look at what you just did. That's just bad PR. But you think, oh no, I'm talking about him, but they're not going to lump me together. Of course we will. We're going to lump all you people together because he's your brother. So if he's that bad, you must be bad too because who raised y'all? Y'all got the same parents. Right? It's like if I came here and talked bad about my brother Kevin, no, well, if Kevin is that bad, you must be bad too, Marlene, because you grew up in the same household. Oh, duh. So I don't gain anything by speaking ill of Kevin because there's no way you can speak ill of Kevin without speaking ill of yourself. He is your brother. There are ways of talking about people. You know what I'm saying? There are ways of talking about people. It's very disparaging. You know, it's very hurtful, right? But we can say things without going too far because we understand that there are viewers, there are spectators, there are immigrants, there are a lot of people who don't understand the nuances of being African American. But the way you're saying, the way you make this content, how the fuck is somebody not going to say, well, I don't want my daughter to marry these kinds of people. Well, I don't want my son to marry these kinds of people. When you're talking about one particular instance, you should, oh, I met this guy. His name was Damien, and Damien did this. Just talk about Damien. Oh, I met this guy named Marcus, and Marcus did this to me. Okay, it's about Marcus. But when you say, oh, niggas ain't shit, you're talking about everybody. You haven't met everybody. Even you yourself as an African-American person, even as an African-American woman, you haven't met every single African-American man. You don't know all these people. It's like 43 million people. So you split down the middle. You say, okay, there's probably like 22 million Black women, Black American women, and there's 22 million Black American men. Have you even met 1,000? Right? But you have these, like, you have your I don't know, your few experiences. You get on your phone and you say, oh, these niggas. No, you've only met 50 people. Talk about the 50 people you met. Leave it at that. The people that I met, here was my experience. But I can't speak to all Black American men because I only know the people that I know from my neighborhood, from my block, from my city. Wumpty wump wump, just say that. But to grab this massive paintbrush and to paint your own people in such a way for billions of people on this goofy Chinese app to listen to, it's crazy to me. Like, how can you give people, you give your ops like the talking points to be mean to you? But so what? Like, I'm like, what do you want people to do? You're always giving people ammunition to look at you like you're crazy, and then when they do look at you like you're crazy, you get offended. But then maybe you should be mindful of the stuff that you say in public, right? Because it's not just Black people or Black Americans on TikTok. Everybody's on TikTok. Everybody's on YouTube. Everybody's on Instagram. You can't just be saying all kinds of crazy shit like this. This is crazy. And these words, they have consequences. Because if you're saying it, how can you expect a foreigner to not be scared? If this is your personal appreciation of your own brothers, how can you expect anybody to say, oh, yeah, you know what? Oh, they sound lovely. Oh, this sounds like a lovely people. I can't wait to meet these people. Make it make sense. Right? I don't think it's worth if the man can't leave. No, but I feel like, what I'm talking about too is like, this is a model that existed before because, if you got married in the 70s, the 60s, the 80s, the model is different. I think today, most people are a bit more educated, right? I think most people are a bit more educated. I think most men today are a bit more educated, right? I think most women too are a bit more educated. So your marriage is not going to look like exactly like your mother's marriage, your grandmother's marriage. Times have changed, right? And we thank God for Jesus, right? And I think also today you have way more young men also who are a bit more serious about being Christian, being men of faith, so even they don't want these problems, okay? Because you can catch a lawsuit, especially if you live here in Maryland, the bad things can happen to you. But my point was to say that in general, I'm compare contrast, right? In terms of values, compare contrast to most West African women, her priority in a marriage are her children, right? To most Black American women in their relationship, their priority is their personal happiness. So therefore, we don't value the same things, right? Not minimizing infidelity, but I am saying, is one affair a reason to destroy your whole life? I will say no. No, and yes, not to say I've been cheated on. I haven't been, but maybe if I was, I'd still stay. I don't know. Most likely I would. But I'm just saying, like, it's one affair. Are you going to break up a whole household, move your kids to an apartment, a different school district, all that stuff because of one affair? Like, to me, that is some crazy shit. That is some crazy shit. There has to be a better way for you to punish this man without destroying your kid's life. Like, kids need stability. That's just crazy to me. Okay? That's really crazy to me. I'm not doing that. And even me also, I promise you, if you call me and you tell me, oh my gosh, Marlene, my husband cheated, I'm like, girl, he ain't shit. But you're going to stay, right? Because it's crazy to me. Go to therapy. What happened? How did we get here? And how can we make sure it doesn't happen again? But I will never say to a woman, oh, yeah, oh, he cheated, pack your bags and leave. Leave to go where? Where are you going? Sometimes shit like that happens. Like, it's fucked up, but shit like that happens. How are we going to deal with it? And I don't believe it's destroying the family. No, Jimmy's not going to do it. I'm serious. He's not that kind of person. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, he is not that kind of person. I promise you guys. That's why I feel like it's not even fair when people make content and try to use this brush and paint every Black American man in a certain way. Y'all will meet Jimmy one day in person. He's not that kind of person. He really isn't. That's what I'm saying. And that's why I always say sometimes too, people got to be clear, right? People got to be clear and said, I dated niggas versus I dated a Black man. My husband is 100% African-American, right? And I swear, Jimmy is an awesome person. Even Kevin has supported my channel since Trey was born. The kid's almost 15 years old. 15. I have lives that go for like 11 hours. Kevin will stay by my side. Are you kidding me? So I'm like, it's really hurtful when you say things and you generalize a whole people, which is what hurts me because, African people hate African Americans. You don't like how that feels because you feel like, they are generalizing everybody and just hating everybody, which is awful because don't lump me with these people. But then imagine how that feels if you are a Black American woman and you generalize every single Black American man. That is not a good feeling. And vice versa. If you are a Black American man and you generalize every Black American woman, it is not a good feeling. We got to stop doing this shit. It doesn't feel good. But people don't mind it. People don't mind doing it to other people. They don't want to be done to them. I'm like, no, that makes you a narcissist. If you don't like something, you should work really hard to not do it to someone else. It is not a good feeling. And then we also got to think about, what about the Black guys who want to be good guys, who want to be honest and self-righteous, not self-righteous, but they want to be righteous. They want to be good. They want to be loving and stuff. The more y'all keep saying negative things, they might say, well, damn. You're damned if you do. You're damned if you don't. Right? We still got to encourage those who want to be good, to stay good, to remain good, to believe it's worth being good. Because if I'm good, I will be appreciated. Right? People, even with the T app opened I already knew this, but I think the T app made it very evident that most women usually go for niggas. They don't date Black men. You're not dating a man. You are dating somebody who lives like an animal because he's all about his emotion, right? And then when you actually meet a Black man, because he is a man, he is an alpha male, and he knows who he is and who he's not, you don't know how to act because you've never been with a man that has given you structure, right? But I will you guys, I promise on everything I love. It's not even just on this live. It's not because we're on this live and I'm trying to, no, for the God that I love. Here is Christ of Nazareth. Like, seriously, Jimmy is not a cheater. He doesn't do the cheating stuff. He's here all the time. He's always here, right? I don't have these issues, but it's not because I just think James is just a good person. And also, I don't even think that my father-in-law also cheated. He's always at the house. Okay? Like, even when we started dating, he would come home from work. He wasn't leaving. That's why I said not everybody cheats. Not everybody's out here seeking to cheat. Everybody is not thinking about sex 24/7 like that. This is just weird. It is just weird, right? But imagine me, I'm West African. If I was to listen to some of these things people say, I'm like, oh, damn, I'm not going to do this shit, right? But I'm married to a man who's full-blown African-American. And I'm telling you, there's a lot of Wahala. I don't even deal with this crap. I don't deal with this crap. Like, he doesn't wake up in the morning, I need to oppress this lady, abuse this lady, James is always here. We're always here. Like, he's always here. Like, this is crazy. Everybody is not evil. Everybody's not out here doing evil. Every Black American man is not a criminal. Every Black American woman also is not batshit crazy, obsessed with wigs. Like, this is crazy. We got to stop doing this. It's weird. It's really weird, right? But sometimes it does happen. Maybe one day it will happen in my marriage. What do I know? I hope it doesn't. But what I'm saying is, if it does happen, is that a reason for you to say, I'm going to just burn my whole house down? And I say no. The desire could be there and is fully justifiable. But what I am saying is, go to therapy first. See how we got here, right? Could it have been that there was some kind of emotional abandonment? Were y'all even sexually active? Were you guys yelling and screaming in that household? Like what happened? I just want to know how we got here first. And then if we go to therapy and you feel like, you know what, Marlene, I really can't forgive this, then okay, right? But to say, oh, he cheated, so I'm calling my lawyer. Womp-de-womp-womp. I want a divorce. I'm like, you are being batshit crazy. You're being emotional. You're doing too fucking much, okay? You understand? Everybody makes mistakes. Now, it shouldn't. I don't think cheating is a mistake, because some part of it is actually intentional. But nonetheless, though, people should go to therapy. How the fuck did we get here? Right? And once y'all go to therapy, then you can say, you know what? And do it for at least like 6 weeks. Don't just do it for a day. Do it like 6 weeks of therapy, even like 6 months of therapy. See if this was something, like, is this something we can fix? Is this something that we can move past? If the answer is yes, then just do that. Move on, right? So fucked up thing. Now, if it's like, oh, he was completely in love, he had a bunch of kids out there, then that's completely different. Because at that point, okay, most likely that was in his behavior before y'all got together. So this is kind of weird. Yeah, you know, they're chasing toxic men. You know what I mean? They don't want healthy black men, but you do have healthy black men, which is what I said about, what's her name? Keisha, Cash Doll, right? That's exactly what I said about Cash Doll and her football player, okay? Because I've said for once, she met a man, right? She met a black man. She didn't meet a YN, so she don't know how to act. You see what I'm saying? She don't know how to act. So what she gonna do is she gonna sabotage that relationship because she's used to clowns. She's used to fake dudes, like fake alpha dudes, overcompensating, daddy issues, faked up, fake gangsters. These are not real men. So not the weave, the fake ass, the wumpty wump wump, YN. Them people, they move around like they down low. Okay, it's like they have a taste for transsexual people. Not trying to be offensive. Okay, but their aesthetic gives, it's like you want to be with a man that dresses like a woman. But I feel like with this brother here, because he's mad rich, y'all, he is mad rich, he is mad disciplined, he is mad accomplished, he is not a clown, he's not them goofy ass clownish ass rappers. So when this brother says, I don't want you to wear wigs, I'm like, it makes sense. If your hair, I mean, now she damaged her hair, fucking up with the wigs. Her hair used to be as long as Cardi's hair until she damaged it. But my thing is, if your hair is natural, why are you wearing wigs? Like once in a while, yes, but your daily, like your everyday should be your natural hair. Right? A dark-skinned woman with hair down her ass, why are you, hey Lacey, why are you wearing a wig? You don't need the shit. Now, as I said it before, I've never seen Keisha with a blemish on her face. She don't have acne on her face. So you don't even need makeup. Now, you can do like a BB cream. And I think sometimes when men say they don't like the makeup, I think they say like when it's too much, it's overwhelming. Because when you take it off, you look like somebody completely different. But I think if you do like a no makeup look, it's not a problem. He's not even going to know. But I'm saying, like, I think when most men say, I want a woman that doesn't wear makeup, I don't think they mean bare face, even though that might be a thing. But can you wear less makeup and look more like your actual self? And we see that with the wives of very affluent men. These women don't wear too much makeup. They look like their natural self. It's a little bit of BB cream, a little bit of concealer. You know what I mean? Like, it's like growth. It's like Hailey Bieber stuff, right? So I'm like, to me, that's not a problem. But then you got the sisterhood with their trauma and their foolishness and their boldness, because many are bold. But, oh, he's controlling you. He's this. So a man who says, wear the hair that God gave you, that's control. But if a man says, I need you to put glue on your forehead every day and then you got the strap, because you gotta attach like a Ninja Turtle, okay? Like you're in a dojo somewhere, then okay, that's love. If you gotta put makeup on and lashes and this and that for this man to find you beautiful, that's okay. But if a man says, just like Jesus, come as you are, somehow that is control. Go sit down somewhere. Just tell me, right? Just tell me that you have never been in a relationship with an actual alpha male, and that makes you uncomfortable. Oh, hey, McCoy. Okay, just say that. Just say that. Because you're used to dealing with them goofy ass mama's boy who pretend to be tough. Them little gangster boys, they're not real tough. They're emotional little boys. They are emotional. Right? And that's a big ass black man too, huh? Her baby daddy, he really short. So imagine how he must act. Napoleon complex. But if you date a black man that's like, he's a man, like this dude is strong as fuck. He is rich as fuck. He is respected as fuck. Does he even have a criminal record? No. Your baby daddy, here's the receipt. It's like a damn CVS receipt when it comes to his foolishness, right? Keisha, just say, I am not accustomed to dealing with a man that has this high vibration. That's it. We're going to help you out. I'll help you out. Right? But to me, he's right. He is so right. If your hair is down if your natural hair is down your butt, why are you going to wear wigs for? Make it make sense. If anything, you should take care of your natural hair because it's so long. It's just so beautiful. Most women want your hair. Here you are hiding your hair. How does that even make sense though? Because she don't use her brain. Okay? You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, but I'm like, Not saying, even me, it could be that even cheating could cause me to crash out. But I'm just saying, like, once you're done being upset, I need you to come back in yourself and say, what's the bigger picture here, right? But if it's to divorce this man, to go sleep in your car, that is some crazy shit to me. You have to learn to forgive. Like, you don't have a choice, right? And you also have to believe that he can be a better person. And this right here, it might never happen again. You got to have that kind of faith until proven otherwise, right? But it's like, it's a lot of people who talk to people and say, oh, if he did it once, he'll do it again. It's possible. So can the next man. Hello? The fuck? Right? Nobody's perfect. But I'm saying, when you look at the man, right, do you just judge him on one thing he did wrong? Let's say you have a man that's a great, I mean, I guess he's a great dad, great provider, great this, but he cheated, okay? Are we just going to say we're going to hold this one thing against him? Because it goes like this, right? Let me show you this. That's the way I look at it. The stuff got to make sense, right? So, here is the tray of this man's character. Oh, crap. Sorry, y'all. Oh, Lord Jesus, be careful, right? Here you have a tray. This is the man's, this tray is heavy. My goodness, what is this, okay? You have a whole tray, and this tray represents the man's character, right? So you see all these things on there. Okay, so he has all this good stuff on his tray. This is the man's character. So, I mean, it's given New York City skyline, okay? So he has all these good things. All right, cool, no problem, awesome, right? Now, this man right here with this beautiful tray happened to cheat, okay? Are you going to completely discount everything you saw on this tray because of this sin right here? I would hope you would be a better judge of character than that, okay? I would hope so. I would hope so. I would hope so. And that's life, right? That's life. That's the game we play. But you got to know how to make good choices. And you can't just say, oh my gosh, he cheated, I'm leaving. Oh, he had an affair, I'm going. Oh, oh, where are you going? Oh, I found somebody else. Okay, but what if he does something wrong? Then what? You gonna leave again? And then again and again? When do you stop leaving? When do you stop? Right? So I repeat, I do not promote cheating. No. I am not for cheating. No. But I'm also not a fucking idiot. Okay? And I say sometimes it happens. Yes. Does it happen to everybody? No. But sometimes it happens. If it happens, what do we do? And to me, it's not divorce. You take your ass to therapy, because how the fuck did we get here? What happened? Right? And I would even want to know, what did he like about her? Yes, I mean, I'm crazy like that. What was it about her? Tell me. Okay? What did she do? What did she say? What did she look like? Because maybe she did something you weren't doing. And that also takes humility. It's hard to say, but sometimes you got to hear it. Right? That's like me, even with Martell and Melody. One time they really had me triggered too, because Martell kept telling Melody, for example, right? Y'all messing with y'all. I end up not working out for the day. Okay. But Martell, for example, he had told Melody, right, that he wanted BJ's, right? So Mel, she likes for Martell to go down on her, but she don't like to go down on him. Right. And it's so funny how the sisterhood pretended not to hear that part. But I'm like, to me, it's one thing. If you say, well, I don't want to give you a blowjob, but I also don't want you to give me one, I think that's fair. But if you say, okay, I like it when he whatever, but I don't want to reciprocate that, I don't think that's fair in a marriage, because you're a cheater. You're withholding something from your husband. Because if you like somebody playing with your flower, why can't you see how he might also like that in return? Right? So sometimes you should do it too. And sometimes it should come from you. If he's always the one to go for your flower, sometimes you should go for his stuff too, right? Oh, listen, you okay? Whatever. Okay, y'all grown, right? Okay, cool. Right? You should initiate that kind of stuff as well, right? Because if it makes you feel good, I'm sure it'll make him feel good as well. But she didn't want to do it. Meanwhile, Ariane, that they call coleslaw, she was slob on the knob, like corn on the cob, like blah, 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 blah. Okay, she was doing all that stuff. So I'm saying, okay, if you leave a certain need of your husband, especially, I feel like that one is a reasonable one. It's not like in the behind, you know what I'm saying? I think this one is a reasonable thing. right? If you leave a reasonable sexual need of your husband unmet for a very long period of time, if he finds somebody to do it, girl, I don't know. Could you call that cheating? Or do you say, oh, she's helping you out? Right? Because to me, that is very weird. But when I heard Martell said that, I was like, no, he has a point. Because if you don't like it also, that's fine. So he don't give it to you, so you don't give it to him because you don't like it. That's cool. But even that too, I feel like that is something that should have been addressed when they were dating. Like if you don't like, if he really likes this stuff, you don't like that kind of stuff, then y'all not sexually compatible. So what y'all gonna get married for? Right? But I'm assuming if y'all got married and you got a bunch of children, right? Then obviously y'all like sex. Because why do you have all them kids for? How'd you get all these kids? Okay. So if you like it, why can't you do it to him? I don't understand that part. So that's where I also agreed with Martell. It don't cost you, even if it's 2 minutes, you can't do it. 5 minutes, you can't do it. You are willing to have your entire household shaken up because your husband is burning with the sexual need. You don't want to do it. So you don't really care to be married. Right? So me, when I heard him say that, I was okay, Arion is doing something that you don't want to do, but yet you're the wife. Make it make sense. So why are you married to this man? I'm so confused. If you don't find his private part attractive, if you don't see yourself giving him whatever, right? Why did you choose to marry this man? Because obviously these things, they matter a lot to him. So you were not the wife for him and he was not the husband for you. Why are we here? Right? And I think that also needs to be talked about. If you are I like to cut, I have a baby sis, right? Have a baby sis. She told me a story because it weighs a lot on her. Told me a story because her dad was cheating. Okay. Her dad was cheating. And so great provider, great education, whatever, Ivy League, all that kind of shit. Right. And so she said her dad cheated and her dad was cheating. And so what her dad would do is that he would come home on the weekends, for example. So he would not come home on the weekends. And that would make her mom really, really upset. Because she's like, he's not here, so he must be with another woman. Now, I get that. That's very, very shocking. Okay? Very triggering. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. It's very triggering. And if your mind, like the man said, if your mind is not trained, you can lose your shit. Because what the fuck? Where is the husband? Right? But what I said to her was, I wish her mom would have known me. Oh, yes. I said, I wish her mom would have known me because I would have talked to her. Right? He's not home. You're upset. You're angry. You can fuck up the whole house. You can burn his clothes. You can destroy the car. You can pack your bags. You can leave. You can do all these things. I mean, it's within your purview. It's within your right. You can do it. Right? Hey, Susan. Right? But I'll tell you this. If he's cheating with that lady, when he comes home, make him food. You're like, Marlene, what? That's exactly what I said. Make him food. Act like nothing happened. Do not let people disturb your peace. You understand me, right? When it comes to your household, y'all, listen, this is me. Okay, this is me. This is my Aquarius mind. When it comes to your household, this is your house, right? You are the queen of your castle. This is your house. Let no one trouble your sleep. Let no one trouble your peace. Don't let anybody, people are going to be scared of you. You know, Queen sent me a video. I'm going to play for y'all. And that girl said, this girl, she's on Aquarius. Make them food. Act like nothing happened. Oh, good morning. Would you want some eggs? Want some food? Okay. Go live your life. On the inside, you're burning. I get it. On the inside, you're crying. But I'm telling you, see this shit long term. See this shit long term. You're going to fucking win. Okay? See me, I coach winners. You're going to win. Everything works out in my favor. Okay, anybody that works against you, they don't get on their knees. They're going to grovel for forgiveness. Do not engage with this foolishness. You know, sometimes you have to say to yourself, he must be cheating because he's lost. He must be cheating because he's confused. He doesn't love himself. He's lost. He's a lost little baby. He got mental issues. Because I think the problem sometimes is, the issue is you have some people who internalize it. Oh, he's cheating because there's something is wrong with me. Maybe you could do certain things better, but deep down also, it might be him also. He might have issues. Ignore the foolishness. Live your life. If somebody leaves, he needs to leave. You're not going anywhere. And I remember one time I told that to a friend because she thought the man was cheating, so she wanted to grab her bags and go. I said, we're in America. We are in America. And if you're married in America, there is a way you do things because we have laws in this country, right? If you pack your bags and you leave, you might never get this house, right? Because you packed your bags and you left. That's number one. Number two, right? If you pack your bags and you leave, they have a term, what's it called? Abandonment of the marital home. So they have a weird word like that. Like it's like you abandon your marital home. You don't know how any of this shit could come back to bite you in the ass. Leave to go where? You need to know what the law says first. If somebody has to go, he needs to go. Because if it ever comes down to we have to split assets or we have to decide who gets to keep the house, you need to be in that house. Because if you leave the house and somehow through court filings, whatever, they're going to give you back this house or put you back in that house, good luck to you. Because why did you leave? Did you even talk to your attorney before you left the house? No, you're being emotional, right? You're being seriously emotional. Sometimes it happens. People cheat. It happens. Do not let that be the reason why you unravel at the seams. That is crazy to me. The man is gone. He stayed there. Make up a story. Oh, maybe he had a flat tire. Maybe he slept in his car. I don't know. I don't care. Live your life. Take care of yourself. Take care of your home. Protect your assets. Protect your children. And this is why also you have to know how to occupy yourself, how to keep yourself busy, and you got to have this like strong mental state. I will win this shit. I don't know who the fuck she is, but it's not going to last. And do you know how you get most affairs to not last? By not giving a fuck. You see, affairs, me, I've come to realize them shit right here. It's nothing but it's like an emotional holdup. Okay, it's like being held at gunpoint by your emotions. Like, oh my gosh, what is this? Okay, no, because as soon as you give into this shit, you start being upset. You start going through the phone. You start reacting. You start pouting. It makes the affair even more tantalizing. Like it makes the affair more appetizing because you are reacting to it. Right. And most people, like children, the more you tell them not to do something, don't address shit. Address what? Who are we talking about? Oh, I noticed that I didn't notice shit. That's the problem. I didn't see shit. What did you see? What did you see? I remember when I'm gonna play the video for y'all. Y'all don't know me. I'm stupid as hell. Okay. I'm really dumb. I am seriously dumb. What did you see? You saw what? I saw a video of what's that girl's name? The one that's dating Chad, that was dating to Chad Ochocinco. Right? The last one, the recent one, the Latino one, right? And she said that she looked at the home videotapes and a young lady was coming into the house. So she realized he was cheating. I said, okay, you saw what? She said she saw the lady on the tape. I said, okay, then delete the tape. Act like you didn't see it. How do you know you saw what you saw? Who cares? Live your life. Because to me, you were married, right? You were married. You had an affair with Chad. Okay. So this is what he does. You had no problem doing that. So now if you get to a point where you realize, oh, he's still doing it. Well, he's just being himself. What's wrong with that? You like that about him, right? Go the other way. I saw the girl on the tape. Delete the tape. Erase the tape. Record on the tape. Exactly. Y'all got to listen to me. Y'all too damn emotional. You are crazy. I didn't see shit. Now, where you get triggered, if you saw her leave with bags of money, well, damn. But if he's just having sex with her, he's having sex with her. Who cares? Why do you care? You were a married woman. You had a faithful husband. You left the husband to be with Chad. This is where you wanted to be. So this is where you are. Enjoy it. I saw the girl on the home tape. Okay, Ann. Act like you didn't see it. Are you dumb? Are you slow? So when you say, oh, address what? What are we talking about? Oh, husband, I noticed that you were having an affair. Are you slow? Are you that pathetic? Address what? I said live your life. Live your life. And may the best woman win. But I promise you, it'll be you. It won't be her. And you will never try that shit again. Because, oh, this girl is crazy. Let me tell you what this girl said. Hold on. You are crazy. You are. The day you understand that, you have to, where people expect you to go the other way. If they expect you to go left, you go right. They expect you to go right, you go left. If people want you to be triggered, this is when you have to be the calmest you've ever been in your life. They're like, what the fuck? Is she trying to kill me? Because now he's scared. This is when you have power. He needs to be scared of you. Not because you're just calm. Be like, what the fuck is wrong with this lady? I guess we'll never know, will we? Right? But that's not going to leave his mind, because then you don't know. Does she know? Does she not know? If she knows, why is she not reacting? If she doesn't know, then what the fuck is she doing? Well, I guess you'll never know. Right? I guess you'll never know. Let me see. Hold on. Let me show you what. Hold on, because Queen sent me this, right? Hold on. You'll get me. Yeah, exactly. Because if you leave that house, the odds of you getting back into that house are slim to none. Because you left. So obviously you're gonna leave the house. You left, right? So you're fine. You can take care of yourself. Can you take care of yourself? Do you want to be in your car? You might want to sit your ass in this household. Okay? Sit down. Get a journal. You're gonna be all right. You're gonna be just fine. Okay? This whatever is happening to you has happened to countless of women. Life is not over. You gotta be smart, you know. Yeah. Do not engage with this low vibrational energy. These are stupid ass little kids. They're dumb. Don't give it life. It's like a fire, right? If there's no oxygen, it goes out. Don't give it oxygen. That little goofy ass flame they think they got going on, it ain't gonna last, because you're not gonna react to it. Yeah, he will go crazy, because at this point, is she poisoning my food? Does she want to kill me? What the fuck is going on? Even he's gonna start being scared. But you see, there is something like when you're that kind of mysterious and you're that kind of composed, it scares people. And at the same time, it's scary, but it draws people in because they don't understand what's going on. Because normally this is how a woman would react. But I'm not most women, though. So I'm not going to react like that. You're not going to make it. She's not going to make it. You're both not going to make it. But I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to lose weight. I'm going to go shopping, do my hair, do my makeup, live my life. And that triggers people. Because what the fuck? Where is she? You might even start going to the gym at 2:00 in the morning just because you feel like it. Right? Y'all, listen. Let me play this video for you guys. You understand what I'm trying to say. Hold on.
And here's the truth about scary. It's not yelling. It's not drama. It's not blowing up someone's phone. Scary is control. Scary is constraint. Scary is making someone realize that you could respond, but you won't. Psychologists call this the power of the pause. In negotiations, even a 3-second silence makes the opponent more likely to fill in the gap, often revealing more than they intended. Most people try to earn respect by over-explaining, justifying themselves, and begging for understanding. The studies on persuasion consistently prove that the more you talk, the more cues you give away, and the more leverage you lose. Look, we've all had those moments where we double texted 12 times in a row, called 6 times back to back, wrote a paragraph that no one's going to read. None of it makes your point stronger. It only proves theirs, that they can get you to overinvest your energy. There's this concept called the paradox of attraction, where the men we don't care about chase us the hardest. And that's because attention repels and indifference attracts, whether we like it or not. Your time is limited. Be selective with the people you let in, be selective with the fights you choose, and most importantly, be selective with your words. The women that get treated best by men know when to be sweet and when to be scary. And here's the truth about scary. It's not yelling. It's not drama. It's not blowing up someone's phone. Scary is control. Scary is constraint. Scary is making someone realize that you could respond, but you won't. Psychologists call this the power of the pause. In negotiations, even a 3-second silence makes the opponent more likely to fill in the gap, often revealing more than they intended. Most people try to earn respect by over-explaining, justifying themselves, and begging for understanding. The studies on persuasion consistently prove that the more you talk, the more cues you give away, and the more leverage you lose. Look, we've all had those moments where we double texted 12 times in a row, called 6 times back to back, wrote a paragraph that no one's going to read.
And my thing is, you have to read, especially if it's someone that's like, if you are married to someone who has, you know he's going to have a great career and make lots of money, you need to have that in your head. You will die in my hands. Everything you worked for is going to be in my hands. You're going to die in my hands. I will be at your funeral. Your inheritance, it will just go straight to my kids. That's it. People, I don't think, child, man, listen, child, people are too damn sensitive for me, okay? He must die in your hands. Everything he's worked for, you will be responsible for all of this. Do not fret your heart. Victory is yours. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just yours. This right here, these are just what they call the vicissitudes of life. This too shall pass. But his inheritance, everything he's worked for will not pass through your fingers. You hear me? That's it. Secure the bag. Okay? That's it. You really have to learn to be like for real, gangster. Like, you gotta be gangster in the spirit. People gonna be scared of you. You see this girl, I watched like a girl was making a content about her, and she was talking about Jessica. What's her name again? Becca Bloom, right? And I was like, this girl sounds like an Aquarius. If this girl's on Aquarius, I'll be really surprised. So I looked her up. She is. I think February 11th is her birthday. I'm like, there you go. She's very strategic. She acts all innocent and stuff. Don't trust her ass, right? But I'm like, this is it. I'm like, shout out to Aquarius because Queen sent me that. I'm like, she's right. Do not react. If people want you to go left, go right. Doesn't go right, you go left. Be unpredictable. It scares people. And at the same time, it makes you attractive because they don't know what the fuck you're doing. So now he can't think about this lady because it's like, I don't know what the fuck my wife is up to. She's not mad. She cooks. She's friendly. She works out. Sometimes she works at 3 o'clock in the morning. What the fuck is going on? Ignore the fuck out of people. Like that's it. But at the same time, you got to know how to keep yourself busy, right? Kind of, you don't let, I get it. Like, it's sort of, where's my husband? He's not home. Sis, I get that. That's for the birds. Let it be. You're going to get tired. We're going to get to a point he's not going to be able to keep his hands off of you. Wait, let me raise this man for you. I got time for his ass. I got time. But it's like, y'all, as soon as these men act up, you start being scared. Oh my gosh. You're not confident in yourself, which lets me know you don't know what you bring to the relationship. I don't like that. Gotta be confident. Don't get scared, right? Everything works out in your favor. You just gotta be strategic. Don't be emotional. But Marlene, how can I cook for a man who cheats? Because he's your husband. What do you want me to say? Okay, cook for the man. If it was a homeless man, you cook for him. But the Bible says, when you're nice to people who mistreat you, it's like you put hot coals on their head. He will pay for the shit. He'll pay for it. Don't worry about it. In due time, he will pay for the shit. Everybody always does, you know. You don't have to make yourself all kinds of, you don't got to do that shit. Like, everybody pays for that shit. Right? But he must die in your hands. That's it. That's why I said to Miss Gail, I said, you're going to divorce this man. He don't even have much to live. Just stay married. He's going to die soon. He probably has like 10, 15 years to live. You already made 28 years. You survived 28. What's another 10? That ain't a big deal. And it's not like you're going to live 10 in prison. You're living 10 in luxury. So endure. He's going to die soon. And all of this will go to you. Okay. You can do it. How do people do 25 years in prison? How do people do 35 years in prison? How do people do 60 years in prison? Because they make it up in their mind. I have to do it. I got to make it through. And they learn, they survive prison. But this is not even comparable to prison, it's just a marriage, right? So if you in your mind say, I will get through this shit, you fuckers are not going to get to my head. You're going to make it. You really will make it. And you'll make it with flying colors. They even write a book about that shit. Exactly. But how do you do that? You got people who go to prison at 20, 21, 30 years, 40 years, and they make it because they decided to make it. You got to have the same mindset. I will make it through this bullshit. Okay, this is some bullshit, right? And life, it's like anything else. Sometimes wars, they happen. If you have something that people want, they will attack. You got to be serene. I will whoop your ass. Watch me, try with that shit, see what happens. Right? That's it. And that's why you gotta surround yourself with ladies that are mentally as batshit crazy as you are. Like, yeah, girl, you can do it. Fuck them people. But the thing is, the best way to always keep your sexy to me as a woman is to always be mysterious. Do not react to this foolishness. Do not react to it. Don't even give into it. People are going to get bored. And you'll see how it's going to end. You're like, oh, well. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. Hold on, let me see something real quick. Because obviously it seems like there's a book about it. I didn't even know that, but let's see what they say.
The Power of Pause. Learn to respond to situations appropriately. Written by Kelvin W. Nathan.
emotional.
Published by Audiobooks Office. Introduction. In the fast-paced world you live in, it's easy to react impulsively. A harsh word, a snap decision, or a rushed action can create unnecessary stress, conflict, and regret. But what if you learned the art of the pause?
Mm-hmm.
What if, instead of reacting, you took a moment to breathe,
Mm-hmm.
reflect, and choose your response with intention?
Mm-hmm.
The power of pause teaches you how to master this critical skill, helping you navigate life's challenges with calm, clarity, and control. Learning to pause isn't just a strategy, it's a way to transform your interactions, decisions, and outcomes. The first principle of pausing is awareness.
Mm-hmm.
You can't respond appropriately if you're not present in the moment.
There you go.
Often, emotions like anger, fear, or frustration hijack your mind, pushing you into reaction mode.
Mm-hmm.
Pausing allows you to step out of the emotional whirlwind and observe what's happening.
I think he answered your question, Lord. What is it worth it? What is it not worth it? That's why he said, take a pause and think. You'll get the answer. You'll know. Right? But I just feel like if you worked really hard and you vetted this man and y'all got married, then I would say it's worth it, unless he wants to kill you. But I'm like, why would he want to kill you though? Right? But like you said, you would pause and you would ask yourself, when is it not worth it? And you journal, you write, you make a whole mind map. You'll get to the answer. Don't be afraid to think. Right? Do not be afraid to think. You will know when it's not worth it, but not with your feelings, with your thoughts, with your reason, with your logic. Like if you got to get a whole whiteboard and start doing, okay, this, and that, you will realize when it's not worth it. But what I'm saying is the first sign of trouble is not the reason that I'm going to go get a divorce. No, that is not strategic. That's just you being emotional. Oh, he cheated on me. Oh, he slept with this girl. Fuck that girl. Fuck her ass and fuck him too. Now go work out. Go live your life. Okay? Live your life. Okay? The fuck. Like seriously. Oh my gosh, what? I need to know who she is. What if she's prettier? That might hurt even more. So you might not want to look. That's why I always say go into people's phones and shit. Because what if you go in there and the girl is actually prettier? What you gonna do? Right? Now, if you do find out that she's prettier, then get your game up. Level up real quick, okay? Like, yeah, level up. That's what he's saying. He said you have to pause. So I can't give you the right answer, but because everybody's different. But he said you got to pause and think about this stuff. Like you can't just be emotional, which is my point.
Happening, both within yourself and in the situation around you.
Yeah, he's right.
This moment of awareness creates the space you need to respond thoughtfully rather than impulsively.
Exactly.
Next, the pause gives you
That's why I said, even if he cheated, because I'm sure it has to be shocking, but I'm still saying, let not your first reaction say, oh, he cheated, so I'm filing for divorce. No, he cheated. You can sit in that. How does it make you feel? It hurts. Okay, cool. Let's go to therapy. After you go to therapy, if you get there and you really feel like, oh, hell no, I can't do this, then you know, because you were not emotional. You went to therapy, you did the work, and because you did the work made you realize, like the work is the proof that you need, not the emotions that you need to say, okay, I really can't do this. But if you go to therapy, not for a day, not for 6 weeks, but for like 6 months, then you say, after 6 months of therapy, I have realized that I can't move forward with this. No problem, because you did the work. And maybe had you done the therapy, what's called premarital counseling, you never would have married this fool in the first place. Hello. Right? But if you go to therapy and you do the work and you say, you know what, we really can't move past this, I wish you all the best. Try it. And by God's grace, it will never happen again. Right? Cool. Let's move on.
the opportunity to assess. Instead of acting on autopilot or letting your emotions take the wheel, you can evaluate the situation.
There you go.
What is truly needed here?
Okay.
What outcome do you want to achieve?
Exactly.
When you pause,
Oh, I'm divorcing him. Why? I'm hurt, so I want him to hurt. What about the children? Collateral damage. Oh, he hurt me, so I need to hurt him too. Outcome, you sleep in a car. Are you hurting him? No, because now they're having sex in your bed, sis. There you go. While you're sleeping outside. Right? You haven't had your resume updated in 5 years. Hello. I divorced him. Okay, with your unupdated resume. You don't go work at McDonald's. Keep playing those stupid games. Right? You're not there yet. So what's the rush? Why are you in a rush to be homeless? He hurt you. Okay. But he will have to answer for that. Don't worry about it. right? But if it's, oh, because he hurt me, therefore I need to go file divorce to hurt him, I am saying you're gonna hurt yourself. You're gonna end up in your car. You will sleep in your car. That is where you're going to be. So now who's the boo-boo the fool? You. Or I can't pay the mortgage anymore. Well. Seems like we do needed his salary and his cheating ass. There's what you want to do and there's what you should do. Use your mind. Use your logos, okay? Reason with yourself because you can't do it yet. Maybe 5 years from now, but guess what? 5 years from now, y'all might be a whole different couple. What do I know? It definitely needs to be, premarital counseling needs to be a must. Because then we're going to avoid a lot of foolishness. Societal pressures, impressing others, God looks good on paper. Yeah, but because you're still emotional, right? If society is still putting pressure on you, Laura, you are an emotional person. You got to mature. You got to be purpose-driven, not emotional, right? If you are worried about impressing others, Laura, you are struggling with your maturity as a woman, right? Because impress others to suffer for a lifetime, I don't think so. Marriage should be for life. Because of others, you don't go into a marriage and pop on your face. I don't think so. I don't think so, girl. I don't think so. The art of the pause, okay? The God looks good on paper, sure. But you're not marrying a piece of paper. You're marrying a human being. Bam, 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 right? You can do on TikTok. You ever mess on me on Instagram? You want to email me, okay? y'all crazy. All right? You see, there you go. You see, I didn't lie. She's going to end up in her car. You see, my god sister's going through this. Divorcing husband in a hotel with 3 kids. Talk about she don't want a house. She don't want what, you see, she's being emotional. And the thing about the house, it's not even about whether you want the house or not. The house belongs to the children. It is their inheritance. Hey, Jesus. Yeah, because she's emotional, Margaret. She's black. She's a black woman. She's emotional. I can tell you this. They are highly emotional. They're not strategic, right? Because it's not about whether you want the house or not. The house is for the children are the inheritors of this man. That house belongs to the children. So it's not about what you want. It's about what the children are entitled to. What are we doing? Yeah. Because they're emotional, Elena. They are so emotional. No, Marlene, I can't stay here. Oh, Marlene, I can't endure this. Girl, bye. If the people had grabbed you and a judge had sentenced you to life in prison, you would do the time, wouldn't you? There you go. If it was prison, you would say to yourself, well, I don't have a choice. I'm here. There you go. So what I'm saying is this is just marriage. It's not prison. You can find a way to make yourself happy in your marriage. Even if it's the worst marriage ever, it's in your head. You can decide to be happy in the most unhappy places ever. It's a choice. How do prisoners do it? You know, initially when they go there, they have depression and stuff. Some people put on suicidal watch and stuff like that because, 20 years, 40 years, 50 years. Like, what the fuck? Why am I here? But eventually they get out of it. And then they find a way. They keep themselves busy. They accustom themselves. Okay, this is it. I have to do it. If you say to yourself, I have to do it, you're going to make it. No, but baby, listen to me, right? Listen to me. Part of being an adult too, right? Even if you didn't check his bloodline, at the end of the day, you signed the contract. Got to make it work. That's why they don't like church, huh? That's why they want these new age pastors who divorce and this and that. Nah. Ultimately, you signed the paperwork. You are responsible for this. This is on your credit. It's on your credit, girl. It's on your credit. You agreed to this. Make it work. But Marlene, I can't. It's hard. Well, duh. But it can be easier. It's in your mindset. I had a friend like that. I'm like, you don't have a choice. Do you want to be in your car? Right? Because I'm real. Where are you going to go? In your car? She started crying. I said, oh, Cancer, can you stop? Oh, it's you people. You water people. I'm sick of y'all. Okay? Okay? But most Black women prioritize their feelings. They don't have a strategy. I'm like, oh shit, we're about to be broke. Okay? Right? You can survive whatever you put your mind through. You just told yourself you couldn't because you watched some goofy ass white woman tell you couldn't do it. You can survive whatever you want. You guys, let me tell you something. When I got pregnant with Maverick, you think I want to be pregnant at 40? Like, what the fuck? What is this? Like, low-key, high-key, I didn't even give permission to get pregnant, but whatever. But my point is, I said to myself, I will not have postpartum depression. Have you ever seen me depressed? I made up my mind. Because at first it was hard because I haven't had a baby like latch on me like this. What the fuck is this shit? This is too much. Right? But then I started looking all the mammals, the baby mom, the mamas, the monkey mamas, the ape mamas, I was like, okay, they're so maternal. I guess I can do it. Right? But I decided I was not going to have postpartum depression. Right? There are many things I want to do. And sometimes I can't do them. Whatever. I'll get to it when I can. Because I refuse to be sad. Oh my gosh, y'all don't understand me. I refuse to be sad. Right? No, it's my life. I'm going to be happy. Like, I'm going to be a happy person. Right? I refuse to be sad. So my thing is, if you decide to make it, you're going to make it. You can and you will. If this was prison, you wouldn't have a choice. Hello? You don't have a choice. Yeah. Yeah. She's emotional. And she's listening to people that are emotional. And she's listening to people that have made bad calls. That's what most Black women do. They gravitate towards people who scream fear and panic and hysteria. You have to control your nerves. Gotta control your nerves. She should get back in the house with that man. Why divorce him for? What happened? He cheated. Oh, child, here we go. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it has to fall on her because she's the most vulnerable, my baby. It's the reality of it all. Because by herself, she's not going to make it. You know what I'm saying? They can't do it, my love. They cannot do it. As women, listen, we have to be honest about our nature. As women, we're emotional. Like, we're just emotional creatures, which makes sense because we carry babies. Can you imagine if women were programmed to be like men? Children will suffer. Babies will suffer. Because we are emotional, it makes us better nurturers. And fortunately, when it comes to crises, we also don't understand that a crisis is not really a baby. You got to be a bit more rational than a nurturer, right? But you understand why. Because before we lived this way, we used to be outside in very unsafe conditions with small babies to care for. So we have to be emotional, right? If most mommies were not emotional, can you imagine babies? Like, they wouldn't have like emotional intelligence because babies need that. Babies need that. But because we have it to take care of the babies, sometimes it doesn't translate well when it comes to life conflict because we are emotional instead of being rational. That's why most women do better when they have some kind of patriarchy, because patriarchy helps her to level out her emotions, even for men too, right? The fact that men can be so rational sometimes is good for them to have women around too, because it helps them to also consider sensitive people, sensitive issues, people that are not as strong as you. So we're really meant to complement each other, right? We are meant to complement each other, not to compete with each other, not to be at odds with each other, but we're really built to complement each other. Right? A man will help you be a bit more rational, a bit more logical, a bit more Cartesian. So when you compare that with your nurturing side, it's beautiful. A man also being around good women, they will help him think about the weaker people, the weaker vessels, the people who need help and things like that. So he's not always going to be like, oh yeah, you're right. I got to be more mindful. It's like an elephant. You can't just be stomping at everybody. You're really big. You got to be really mindful, Mr. Elephant. Okay, you got some big ass legs. You know what I'm saying? So that is that. But if we have a sister who says, I'm going to divorce the husband. Okay, I get that. You want to divorce him. And then what? Because this is why this is my question to Black people all the time. After you do this, then what? They can never answer me because they haven't thought about it. They're just hurt. You divorced this man, then what? And I don't know if you're new here, but I usually say, if you want to divorce someone, run the numbers. You got to treat your divorce like a business plan. Do you have the money? Right? Do you have the resume? When was the last time you updated your resume? Right? Do you even have a LinkedIn page? Do you even have contacts on your LinkedIn page? Right? What about your credit score? Do you even have savings? No, they don't even do a business plan. They want to go file for divorce. Let's even assume the judge says, okay, pay this woman $3,000 a month. Do you think he's going to pay automatically? Yeah, the fuck right. There are people who are still waiting 10, 15, 20 years later to get their alimony payment. There are people who know how to hide money. It is not that easy. Life is not a movie. But if you marry a finance person, a banking person, he knows how to hide money. An accountant, oh yeah, he definitely knows how to hide money. Good luck getting his money. Right? There are some people, it's easy to get their money, like athletes and stuff like that, because usually you know how much they make, right? But there are some people out here with certain careers, their whole career is hiding money from the government. So how do you think you'll get this man's money? Right? And if you take him to court, he might even be more defensive because now he don't want to give it to you. So you got to know your person and you got to know how to move. And some people, you can use a stick. Other people, you kind of have to stroke their coat, huh? To get the money out of them. You got to be strategic. That's why I say you got to be a business person, right? Maybe, I don't know, right? Yeah, because she's emotional. She's an emotional woman. And let me find out. She's a water sign. Oh, y'all in trouble. She's not going to listen. Okay? Yeah, she's not going to listen. If your cousin, Margaret, if your cousin is a water sign, good luck with that shit. Okay? Yeah, exactly. Like you have to decide, like, I will not have postpartum. I can make it. I will figure this out. And not just that, too. I think most women also have to say, I need to understand my man. Like, you got to understand your man. Because my baby sis I'm talking about, the uncle in question, he's a Capricorn. So he's very prideful. When you deal with these people, them zodiac people, they got them horns and shit, right? These are prideful people. Capricorn, Taurus, and Aries. They're very prideful people. So if they feel slighted, good luck with that shit. They're not going to be reasonable. Because now it's war. These people lead with the horns. So I'm like, when you deal with someone that has horns like that, you got to be very mindful how you're going to deal with this person to get what you want. You got to know your person. Got to know your person, right? Me, I know Jimmy I'm married to a Gemini. I know they're crazy people. I know my people very well. And the sad part is that when people are with people, they marry people, they date people, they never make it their business to learn the person. Even if I'm going to leave, what is the best way to leave given this person's temperament? Right? You gotta be mindful. But pride is the thing, huh? But I'm like, if you are dealing with these horned people, be careful. Right? Be very careful. You want to divorce a Capricorn? Better be careful how you go about it. Better be very careful. Because with these people, it's hard. It's hard for it's Capricorn people, it's really hard for them. Right? Forgiveness. Child. Aries people are very, very stubborn. Very stubborn people. Taurus also very stubborn, right? So I just feel like when you walk with people, you got to know these are stubborn people. Water sign, extremely emotional, very, very sensitive, right? They're very, very sensitive. Fire sign, destructive. Get out the way. Okay, just get out the way. Oh my gosh, fire is coming. Let me move my chair real quick. Okay, you got to know who you're dealing with. You deal with air signs, very strategic people. We could also be manipulators. Good luck with that shit. Okay. So it's like you got to know who you're dealing with so you can have the best results. Okay. You got to know who you're dealing with. Yeah. She's in pain, Lena. She's not, her pain has completely taken over. That's what the pastor said. If you put your emotions in the driver's seat you're going to crash out. She's gone. Yeah. Yeah, and then what? You're mad. Okay, you divorced this man. Then what? They can never answer that part. Then what? I said that to her. You pack your bags, you leave. Then what? Then what? I break it down when she's like, oh, barely, oh, cancel, shut up. Right? She didn't want to pay this bill. I said, okay. What about if he tells you to pay all the bills because now he's going to kick your ass out? Then what? Pay the bill, sis. Pay that one bill. She was all up in her feelings. I said, girl, you better distract your mind. You better get busy real quick. You are crazy. Do you want to be in your car? Or do you see yourself moving back in with your parents, with your daughter? No. You're not going anywhere. Live your life, stay in that house, be nice, cook the food, go about your business. That's it. Everything will get back on track. We're going to be okay. Okay? We're going to be okay. But it's like the people, oh my gosh, I'm mad. Burn the house, burn. You going to burn the house with you in it? Are you sane? Are you okay? Are you crazy? You're still in the house, sis. You're crazy. You are really, really crazy. People are crazy. People are too emotional because people don't want to deal with, like, people don't want to be adults. It's like this life out here, y'all, this life is gully. This life is not pretty. This life is not a fairy tale, y'all. There's some real gully shit. Yeah, I'm seeing it, right? You understand? This life out here is y'all. This is a jungle. Like, this is crazy, and that's why I say you need to learn. You gotta have mental resilience. Like, you people are crazy. They're crazy, Lord. They are crazy. All right, right? Yeah, you have to. But like he said, you need to pause because the problem is, Lord, because the way you're talking, baby girl, you are also insecure about things because you're not confident. Right? If you really don't believe that God has something good in store for you, you're going to rush, you're going to pick something crazy because you don't believe, right? Everything you wrote is giving, I don't believe in myself, right? Pressure over here, pressure because you don't even believe for yourself. Because if you believe for yourself, you wouldn't feel the pressure. You feel pressure because you don't believe. That's where we have to start. But if you don't believe that, oh, I will be married, I will have a great husband, I will have a great family, then yes, you're going to be scared because you don't believe. So I'm like, yeah, bad things will happen because you don't believe. And everything we go and we get and we seek out of fear, it's usually bad business because you did it because you were scared, right? You don't believe, right? Okay, right? You don't believe. I'm like, no, you can't do this. You just can't do it.
To ask these questions, you align your response with your values, goals, and the bigger picture.
Exactly.
This clarity often leads to solutions that de-escalate conflicts, foster understanding, and strengthen relationships. Pausing also strengthens your ability to choose. Reacting is automatic, but responding is a choice. By pausing, you reclaim control over your actions. You no longer feel like a victim of circumstance, but a conscious participant in shaping the outcome.
You don't listen to me.
Whether it's a thoughtful reply in a heated conversation or a measured decision in a high-stakes moment, pausing helps you act with intention.
Because you see it. And the thing about when you pause, you see it. If I say this, it goes like this. If I go here, it goes like this. Oh, shit. You need a moment to think about stuff. You have to. I'm telling you, and it shows that you have a high IQ. Intelligent people don't talk fast. They think before they speak because, like, if I say this, I commit to this. If I say that, I commit to that. Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute now. What is this? Wait, hold up. What? And you see, that's why I enjoy, like, philosophers like Nietzsche. Like, Nietzsche is this Libra, he is crazy as shit. But it's like, you gotta calm down. My people don't have faith. Somebody does you wrong and you think God's gonna let it slide. So that's why you feel like you gotta take the lead. Why you gotta take the lead? You don't think God saw the shit? Wait until you see how God handles this person. Be patient. Calm down. Like we say in French, calme-toi, faut te calmer. And say in Spanish, calmate, right? Calm down. I know it hurts. But you sometimes also, you gotta hurt to see God's glory. God's gonna do a thing. Calm your ass down. Trust me. I never give bad advice, you know. Because I don't want to come out and tell y'all I give a great advice, but it's okay. I don't give bad advice. I don't. Because I see the shit from a mile away. I'm like, this right here, if you go this way, this is it. I see it. Because you see, I think people think I'm a very nice person. I just have really high standards. I don't like foolishness, but I'm a very nice person. Right? I had another friend. I told him, I said, if this man leaves, he's not coming back. Do not let this man walk out that door. She thought it was a joke. Oh, Marlene, you don't understand. I have his daughter. I'm like, he can always have more daughters. He makes sperm every day. I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? He left and never came back. That was a joke. Oh, Marlene, I miss him. You're a dumbass. Right? Kept telling her, don't do it, sis. And the thing about it too is that, which I know, sometimes I guess it might be easier said than done, but it's the culture. I grew up around that shit, so it's not a big deal for me. But it's like when there's a mistress, right? This is when you have to be the sweetest woman you've ever been in your life. Because the only thing she has over you is that she doesn't scream. Think about it. This is business. It's no different than you have a product, right? You might have a great product, but then your competition, they just did a discount. Oh, buy one, get one free. So you can say, well, I'm going to do a sale too. Or you can say, instead of doing a sale, I'm going to tell you more about what I have to offer, like value proposition, storytelling, this, and that. That we saw with the whole thing, right? We saw that like Love, they really struggle with that, right? So, but they could say, hey, we're having a hard time with Love. Let's just put everything on sale. Sure, you'll get money fast, but then what about that? What about next time? You're going to destroy the brand. I think Gucci's going through it right now, right? Or instead of putting the products on sale, you can double down on your storytelling, your ingredients, your packaging, the status that you give, right? So my thing is, if there is a mistress or she might even be a mistress, it might just be a work thing, whatever. The only thing she has over you right now is that she doesn't scream and it's new. That's it. If he stays there long enough, he's going to see every woman is the same. Just a matter of time. Buy time. Time works in your favor. Think about what I'm saying. The two things she has over you. It's new and she doesn't yell because she doesn't know him yet. And he doesn't know her yet. So she's on her best behavior. So what I'm saying is you also got to be on your best behavior. Don't scream, don't yell. Because then what's the difference? Why? What's the benefit of this affair? And there's none. Because, well, my wife stopped screaming. You don't scream yet, but I'm sure you will eventually. She's asking him for money. He's going to get annoyed. You see what I'm trying to say? You got to think like a business person. Don't take shit personally. Yeah, but I think the reality also, too, is that you have to understand, too, Laura, right? If you say, I have seen, like, my cousins, my older cousins, endure loser men, could you concede to the fact that your cousins also were probably losers? Because if a woman, if you're not a loser, you cannot attract a loser, right? If your older cousins are married to losers, maybe they're losers too. They were obviously doing loser shit, but your cousins were not doing I'm winning shit, and that's how they attracted losers. Not to be offensive, right? But your cousins had loser energy. So because they were in their loser energy, they attracted losers. Because maybe it was societal pressure, this, and that. But that, once again, this is still moving from a place of scarcity mindset. And that you will attract fuckery. Because you're not even choosing for you, you're choosing for everybody else. And that right there is not the mindset of a winner. Right? So you endure. Because the whole point was to be married to please other people. So then stay married. So that way they can be happy. Because you didn't get married for self, you got married for other people. Make sense? But you cannot be on a winner. You cannot have a winning strategy. You cannot be on some winning vibration and attract a loser husband. Where is he even going to meet you? Losers and winners don't eat together. Right? That's why they got first class, business class, and coach. They don't usually meet. Winners don't meet losers. So if you married one, then you're also one. So that's it, right? Then it's not even about choosing better men. They have to choose themselves first. They have to choose to be better first. The man is not the problem, Laura. The man is just a reflection of your subconscious. You marry people, you go with people that you think this person is on my level. This is what I deserve. Right? So if you want to have better people, you must become a better person. And what does that look like? Right? But if you don't even know what better looks like for you, how can you attract somebody that's better? It's not going to work. You understand? Like, because if for you, better is, he has a good job, or he happens to be a Nigerian doctor. That's it. That's all you care about. Okay, cool. Right? That's it. Then that's what you got. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. Like, people got a business plan. You got to be more intentional. Hey, Sunshine, you got to be more intentional. Yeah. Because because I'm like, because she was screaming so much. And I'm like, this lady out there, she's not screaming. So he's feeling like, well, she's nicer to me. She's calmer. Even though he probably loves you more. But she's being more strategic. That man don't left. And he left everything, y'all. He left everything in the house. He bought everything brand new bed, new mattress, new TV, because when he was moving in with that lady, he wanted her to have everything new. He left everything with my friend. He went and bought everything new. Matter of fact, they went shopping because I think he needed her credit. Yo, it was so damn crazy. I was so confused. She really thought it was a joke. And I was like, this girl is insane. He is not coming back, sis. Okay? He's not coming back. Okay, so you got to think about that. Exactly, because your cousins are on a loser frequency, and it's not to be offensive, right? But if you're doing winning things, you cannot be around the idiots. I'm going to explain this, right? If you're a young Black woman and you really focus on things of the mind, like the Latin people say, things of the logos, like you value reason, thinking, critical thinking skills, healthy disagreements. Like, we disagree, but it's polite, it's respectful. There are certain people, as soon as you talk to them for 15 minutes, you be like, you know what, this ain't it. You don't have what it takes to be my husband. You don't even have what it takes to be my children's father. Are you kidding me? We can't do this, right? But unfortunately, a lot of our young ladies don't consume themselves with things of the mind. They really focus on their bodies, big ass, big titties, lashes, lipstick, all that sexual carnal shit. So because you're not a woman who prioritizes the mind, like they say, like the logos, you don't know how to find a man who also values the mind. He might be good, like he might be a great doctor, a great whatever, but he don't have the intellect for a successful life. All he knows is how to do his job. He don't know how to be a leader. He don't know how to take care of a family. He doesn't know how to control himself. He doesn't know how to do delayed gratification because he doesn't read. He only knows how to do his job. You can be a great doctor, but a mediocre man. My uncle's a great doctor. He's an awful person. Failed marriages because all he cared about was being a great doctor. But what about being a great human being? Right? You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. Like, because that's what I'm saying, because when you decide, if you say to yourself, right, what kind of wife do I want to be? And what kind of wife I don't want to be? But you see, the problem is, not to be offensive, but because you will think I'm male-centered, huh? Because I talk about cheating like that. But you will think I'm male-centered. I am really not. Okay? But the problem is, most women are men-centered. Oh, I got to find a good man. No, you got to find a better version of you. The man is only a consequence of the work you've done on yourself. That's it. But it's like, no, if I got to find the husband. No, you got to find a better you. Right? Everything starts with self. If I have a low vibration, until I fix this vibration, nothing better is coming. It's going to be the same type of man over and over and over again. Right? You got to become a better you. What does that even look like? How do you argue with people? Well, Mom, fix that. Your mouth, how much do you talk? You talk too damn much? Fix that. Right? Your clothes, change that shit. Why are you dressed like this? Right? When you start working on becoming a better human being, a better person, a better business person, you will see that you attract better people. Right? That's that. But you got to fight to put yourself there. A man is not a savior. A man is, it's life partnership. But what is going to save you in this life? It's your reasoning skill. The logos, like the people say, it is your mind. You got to have a better mind. You got to have a better mindset. You got to have a better outlook. You have to start reading more, challenge yourself more, really understand what kind of wife do I want to be? What kind of wife do I not want to be? Once you know what that is, a lot of people don't qualify. You're like, oh shit. But I feel like sometimes, because the ladies like what they like, they want to pick low vibrational men and think that by just calling him a husband, it's like hocus pocus. Okay, like you just swirl a baton and then he's just gonna change and transform into this great husband. He don't got that shit in him. He might have a big penis, but he don't have husband material in his ass. That ain't no damn husband. That's a fuckboy, right? Just because a man has good sex don't make him husband material. And just because you marry him and then call him a husband, it's not some kind of spell. Hocus pocus. Oh, now he's a husband. No, he doesn't have it in his ass. Now, he could, but that got to come from him. Because he has to even desire to be a husband. If that's not in his heart, he will always give you crumbs because he don't want to do it. Right? There's no greater relationship. There's no greater marriage than to be married to someone who wants to be a husband. Because if that's what I want to be a husband, I want to be a dad. If he really wants that, he's going to do it well. Even when he fails, he'll course correct because his goal, it was always to be a great daddy. Like, oh, I want to be a great dad. I want to be a great husband. Those things, they mean a lot to him. But if all that matters to him is his career, his title, his money, this is not husband material. That's a selfish person. Yeah, they think it's like hocus pocus. Oh, if the day he marries me, when I start calling him husband, then he'll just know how to act like a husband. That's not how life works. You can call a thing, but the person has to want to live up to that. If they don't aspire, you can't force somebody. You can't force people. And you're going to make yourself sick trying to force this man. He doesn't want to do it. He don't want to do it. You know what I'm saying? I said, like Uncle Shay, he don't want to be somebody's whatever husband. Do not force him. He's going to abuse the lady. He doesn't want to do it. He does not want to do it. Right? But I'm like, if you encounter even you ask yourself, right? Somebody who wants to be a husband, somebody who's always thought about a husband. What are five things you think he always prioritizes because he wants to be a husband? Most likely, he's gonna be a great communicator. He's calm, he's respectful, right? He's gonna have great credit. He's gonna have great work ethic, right? He's not gonna be spending too much. You know what I'm saying? When he has free time, he usually does stuff around the house, or he's reading something to make himself better. When you're in his car, he's playing podcasts on how to be a better human being. He's not playing no rap music with the booty and the booty and the booty. He's not, what is this ratchet bullshit? Right? A lot of his friends are already married. Like, there's a way, because like-minded people flock with like-minded people. Right? It's not that hard. But the problem is, I think because girls nowadays love to have sex. Y'all meet people with big dick energy and you think, oh, because he got a big dick, he gonna be a great husband. No, he gonna be good in bed. That's about it. Get it right, get it together. Okay? Is marriage even in this culture? Was his dad even a good husband? Hello? Right? How many of his friends are married? Right? Yeah, they're awful human beings. They're good at their job, but they're awful people. And sometimes they're good at their job because they bully everybody on the job. Exactly. But I'm like, if you don't marry for the right reason, it's hard. But I just feel like a lot of ladies also have to understand that right now, I have a loser energy. So once you fix that energy, you are more likely to attract better people. Right? That's it. I'm like, you got to do better. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Finally, pausing cultivates resilience. Life will always throw challenges your way, But when you master the power of the pause, you become more adaptable and emotionally grounded.
Exactly.
You respond to difficulties with grace, transforming even tense situations into opportunities for growth. This book will guide you in harnessing the power of the pause to improve your relationships, decisions, and peace of mind. Are you ready to stop reacting and start responding with purpose and confidence? The transformation begins with a simple pause. Let's start now. Did you know that according to research, our brains take about half a second to process sensory information? In the heat of the moment, this half second can be the difference between a thoughtful response and a regrettable reaction. Imagine possessing the power to pause, reflect, and choose your response, all in that tiny window of time. It's all about cultivating self-awareness, identifying your triggers, and practicing mindfulness. So why not take a moment to explore how this power can transform your interactions and relationships? You'll be surprised at the impact it can have.
And I even feel like if a woman took the time to write the kind of wife she wants to be, the kind of wife she doesn't want to be, and then she said, "Hey, DeepSeek, help me to describe the husband that would perfectly be a match for that." I even feel like DeepSeek will give you a pretty good understanding of who you should and who you should not marry. I really think it can, right? But it starts with self, because if all you want to do is be a wife, that's crazy. What kind of wife do you want to be? Right? You got to get granular with this kind of stuff. Like, you got to know, I want to be a wife that is able to do this. I want to be a wife that has a peaceful home. We don't scream. We don't argue. I want to be a wife that can feed her kids, cook for her kids. I want to be a wife that can really, really be intentional and think about the wife you want to be and the wife you don't want to be. I don't want to be a wife that struggles financially. I don't want to be a wife that worries about money. I don't want to be a wife that has to, have a lot of outside financial burdens on me. I don't want to be a wife that has to worry about this. I'm like, fully take the time to write a whole document on the wife I want to be and the wife I don't want to be. And then once you're done, you add DeepSeek. Can you give me ideas of the kind of man what kind of man would make a great husband for the wife I aspire to be? And I'm sure it's going to give you a very clear answer, because it's an algorithm. It's very Cartesian, It's like, it's not emotional. I'll get to the bottom of this. You're like, oh crap, this is what I need. But problem is, too many people having sex prematurely, so now their minds is confused because of the sex. The mind is confused because of the sex. The mind can't think clearly because the emotions, the feelings of the sex are clouding your judgment, right? But this is like who you're going to spend the rest of your life with is a serious, serious decision. And it can't come down to how he looks or how he is in bed or all this. Oh, he's about to be a doctor. Who gives a fuck? I mean, it does matter to a certain extent, but he might be an asshole. But is he going to be a compassionate doctor, a loving doctor? Okay. These are real things, right? But I'm like, child, this is crazy.
For more information about the ebook version of this audio, check the video description or visit audiobooksoffice.com. We noticed that 67% of you who listen to our video are not yet subscribed to the channel. Please help support the channel by hitting the subscribe button and liking the video. Thanks for inspiring us to create more content for you. Chapter 1. Understanding the Power of Pause. The essence of silence, often overlooked, holds a unique power in our everyday conversations. You may question its significance, but consider this: a pause can transform a simple exchange of words into a meaningful interaction. It's not just about the absence of sound, it's about the space it creates for thought, reflection, and anticipation. Think about the times you've paused in a conversation. You're not just filling a gap or stalling for time. You're giving yourself the opportunity to process, to think before you speak. You're allowing your listener the chance to absorb what you've just said, to react, and to respond. The power of pause, then, isn't just in the silence. It's in the connection it enables between you and the person you're speaking with. But it's more than just a tool for conversation. It's a way of embracing mindfulness, of being present in the moment. It's a chance to slow down, to take a breath, to listen, not just to the words being spoken, but to the silence between them. As you go about your day, you'll find countless opportunities to harness the power of pause. In meetings, in negotiations, in difficult conversations, and even in your everyday interactions, a pause can be a powerful tool. It can give you the space you need to respond thoughtfully, rather than react impulsively.
Exactly.
It can transform the way you communicate, listen, and understand. So next time you find yourself in a conversation, don't be afraid to pause. Embrace the silence and see where it takes you. Chapter 2. Recognizing impulsive behavior. While harnessing the power of pause can transform your conversation, it's also worth noting its ability to help you become aware of your impulsive behavior. Impulsivity, defined as hasty actions without forethought or reflection on consequences, can often lead to regrettable decisions.
Yep. And I'm gonna say this right in this part too, you guys. If you see your mother in this, like if you feel like your mom was an impulsive woman, it's okay to have self-awareness. You know what? My mom was quite impulsive. So therefore, because she's my mom and I spent a lot of time with her, did that rub off on me? Am I also impulsive? You guys, it's okay. It doesn't mean your mom's a bad person, but you just recognize that, my mother was impulsive. And because I was with her for almost like, 2-3 decades, right? It rubbed off on me, right? So once you understand that, then you'll see, okay, in this family with the ladies over here, we have a problem with being impulsive. And this is something that we have to work on. I have to work on that, right? You can't tell them not to stop being impulsive. You're going to get offended. But start working on yourself and you try not to be as impulsive, right? And then she'll follow suit, right? But you really have to work on that.
Let's start by understanding how impulsive behavior manifests. It's that quick, thoughtless reply in a heated discussion.
Exactly.
The impromptu purchase of an expensive item you don't need, or the sudden decision to quit your job because of a stressful day. You've likely experienced these instances where your emotions lead and rationale takes a backseat. Recognizing your impulsive behavior is the first step towards managing it. It requires self-awareness and honesty. You must be able to identify your behaviors that lack thought or reflection. Do you often find yourself saying things you later regret?
Yeah.
Do you make decisions based on immediate gratification rather than long-term benefit?
Exactly.
These are indications of impulsivity. Remember, recognizing impulsive behavior isn't about self-judgment or criticism. It's about understanding your patterns and tendencies and acknowledging that there's room for improvement.
That's it.
It's about giving yourself a chance to respond rather than react.
Yes.
The power of pause plays a vital role here. By taking a moment to pause, you allow yourself time to think, to evaluate the situation, to reflect on the consequences. It's a moment of quiet amidst the storm of impulsive thoughts, providing you with the opportunity to choose a more thoughtful and appropriate response. Ultimately, recognizing impulsive behavior and using the power of pause to manage it can lead to a more balanced and controlled approach to life's challenges.
Exactly.
Chapter 3. Identifying your triggers. Charting your emotional landscape. It's important to identify triggers that spark your impulsive behavior. Imagine yourself as an archaeologist, delving into the recesses of your mind, uncovering artifacts of your emotional responses. Your triggers may be buried under layers of experience and may not always be obvious. Yet with patient introspection, they can be unearthed and examined. Triggers could be anything: a word, a tone, a visual cue, or even a specific person. They are the stimuli that stir your emotions, sometimes in ways you don't even realize. It's important to remember that your triggers are personal to you. What might seem insignificant to someone else could be a significant emotional catalyst for you. Start by examining your reactions in different situations. When do you notice a surge of emotion? What was happening around you? Who was involved? Take note of these details. You're not judging, you're simply observing. Your aim is to understand your emotional responses, not to suppress them. Once you've identified your triggers, don't rush to change them. You've taken a significant step in understanding yourself better. It's important to be gentle with yourself during this process. Remember, self-awareness is a journey, not a destination. Chapter 4. Creating a pause moment. Amidst the turmoil of emotions, carving out a pause moment for yourself can be a powerful tool. When a situation pushes you to the edge, it's important to recognize that you have the power to control your response. This pause moment isn't about suppressing your feelings, but rather about creating space to process them. The process of creating a pause moment can be simple. It's all about awareness. The first step is recognizing that you're in a heightened emotional state.
Yeah.
This could be anger, frustration, anxiety, excitement, or any other emotion that's pulling you away from a calm, rational state of mind. Next, you need to physically remove yourself from the situation.
Yep.
This could mean stepping outside for a few minutes, moving to a quiet part of the room, or even just closing your eyes and taking a deep breath.
You see? And I will say this is something that many of us, we didn't witness that growing up. It's like emotions are heightened, people go crazy, and people stay. So it goes left, right? We don't often see people walk away. We don't often see people say, okay, I need a minute. Okay, sure. I need to step outside for a second. Or you know what? I just want to go to sleep, right? We don't know how to disengage. We fully engage and it goes left. People end up dead. People end up getting incarcerated. People end up saying things they don't want to say. People end up saying, okay, that's it. I'm gone. It just goes left, right? But as somebody said, you know what? I just need to disengage right now. I need to go to sleep, right? Many things would have happened a certain way. But I just feel like for us to say right now, I need a moment to myself or I need to disengage, we see it as a weakness because you ain't black until you buck all the way. And I'm like, this is not safe. This is not safe. This ain't safe. Okay. We have to normalize being vulnerable and understanding that it doesn't make you weak. It means that you have self-awareness. Like this is something that's above my scope. Like right now, I am not emotionally sound to deal with this. I need a moment. Because it's above my emotional scope. Right now, I don't have the tools to deal with this. I feel overwhelmed. Right? It doesn't make you weak. It actually makes you very, very strong because you have self-awareness. You know when it's too much, like this is just too much. Like, I can't do this. At least not right now. Come see me tomorrow. Like call me in 3 days. Right? You have the right to disengage. Doesn't make you a coward. Makes you really strong because you understand that this right here is above my scope. I don't have the tools to deal with this emotionally. Like I can't do this. I'm not going to be at my best. So is it okay if we resume this tomorrow? Is it okay if we talk about this in 2 days from now? Right? It's okay. Because it's better to pause or even go to sleep for hours. And then when you come back, you're refreshed, you're calmer. You know what you want out of this conversation, so you're more likely to get it than for us to just sit here, just say the most nastiest, disgusting things to each other. And like that leads to what? It leads nowhere. It's not good business. Okay? It's not good. He's right.
The key is to create a break from the immediate emotional trigger.
Yep.
Now you're in your pause moment. This is when you take the time to process what you're feeling. Ask yourself, what's really driving my reaction? Is it appropriate for the situation? What might be a more productive response?
Exactly.
By asking these questions, you're not just reacting, but consciously deciding how you want to respond.
Exactly.
Creating a pause moment is about self-control and self-reflection. It's a skill that takes practice, but over time it can become a natural part of your emotional response. Remember, it's not about avoiding emotions, but managing them in a healthy way. Chapter 5.
Okay. So now let me stop right here. Let's go back to because we came here for this, but whatever, who cares? Okay. So I saw this video, right? Because they were talking, I didn't know what this video, but he played this video. So let me play the video.
I don't know. Let's go.
So my question is for Ginger J again.
LDN is London.
My first question is, the things that kept happening with the black women, what made you think it was a race thing?
I didn't.
But you now date outside your race because of it?
Yeah.
Or did I get that wrong?
Not just because of that.
Okay, so what is it then?
It's just a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. attitude. I love.
Yeah, it sounds like you hate black women. I'm sorry.
I hate black women.
Yeah, it sounds
Does
not
it sound
that
like
you
I
hate
hate my mum?
Not that you hate black
Do
women.
we have time to go in?
Do you know what's annoying about Cookie? Cookie applauded. With the rest of the women, they was applauding. And then it turns into, it sounds like I hate black women, but you just applauded the black woman I was talking about. Sounds like somebody hates themselves.
Why does it sound like I hate?
Yeah, because what do you mean attitude?
I don't. All right, watch that.
What, did I give attitude just now?
Yeah, I don't know.
Did I give him attitude just now?
I think you did.
I didn't give any attitude.
A little bit.
You,
what?
Because from
Oh, I feel like you hate black women now.
Do you see why I said that?
What do you mean?
Do you see why I said that? What do you mean I have attitude? I'm even smiling with you. What's with the mimicking? What's with the when did I ever do this? Like let's calm ourselves down now, because I will show you the attitude that you're looking for, because I ain't giving it to you yet. I'm on 20 right now. Don't let me give you 100, please.
Why wasn't it just?
He proving his whole point. The lack of self-awareness is never cease.
Me, you see, when I saw this, because I saw it through him, but we can go watch the other people. But I saw this video through him first, right? And I'll say this, right? I think sometimes, because the first lady was like, oh, but how do you know that it's a race thing? Like it's a thing that black women do. And the first girl who stood up, I said, you see, that's the lack of self-awareness. And that's why me personally, I don't know ginger man, but I'm like, me, honestly, I don't do conversations with people who don't have self-awareness. Like, if you're not aware that there are certain things that black women do more than other gender, ethnic groups, whatever, that's crazy to me. That is really crazy to me, right? So it just lets me know you're comfortable the way that you are. You don't want anything better. Now, to me, if you are, because that's the thing, because I don't understand why people claim not to like each other, but they're always stuck next to each other. But if your thing is, right, I'm a black woman and I'm interested, or I would love to be with a black man. I would love to marry a black man, right? Because Esther sent me a message. She was like, oh, ginger man, he'd been in prison for 11 years. Is that what she said? What she said? She said, yeah, he spent 11 years in prison. He's not a prize. Why do you care who he dates and marry? So for me, I will say this, right? I don't really care because I guess he's married to an Indian woman. Personally, you don't have to be attracted to someone. You don't have to like someone. The thing is, at the end of the day, he's still a man. At the end of the day, he's still a black man. There could be some valid critique in what he's saying. Not because you want to be with him, but for the man that you want to be with, or any man that you want to be with, right? So this is it. If I go to a panel and I know the title of the panel is, I don't date black women, I don't want to be married to a black woman. If, like the man said in the book, The Art of the Pause, if a black man saying something like that is a trigger to you, you should not be going to that place, right? You got to have self-awareness, right? Even knowing that this video is on social media, if these things are a trigger to you, you shouldn't even click on that. But most importantly, you should not go to these venues because it's a trigger for you, right? And if it's still a trigger, it implies that you don't have the know-how, savoir-faire. You don't have the skills. You don't have the toolkit to deal with such a trigger because it's going to trigger you. So why are you there? Right? Now, to me, the woman that I would expect to go there are the black women. Okay, I would love to. I'm not going to be offended because it's not a trigger to me. I understand that some people don't like black women, but I would just like to know why you don't like black women. Okay, that's cool. I would also like to know maybe there's something I'm doing that I could change, right? Because if your goal is to, because you have even the other guys in the panel, there are many dudes on the panel who agree with him, but they understand the social media ramifications of agreeing with certain stances when it comes to black women, because they'll grab a brush and they'll just say, you just hate black women, right? Because a lot of them are narcissists. And you are usually a narcissist when you don't have self-awareness, right? So the guys won't say it, but they all are in agreement. He's just the only one to say it. But many people do agree, right? If you are, let's say you're a young black woman and you're very attractive, you're very pretty, right? You go out there and you see your type, you see what you're attracted to, right? And what you're attracted to, they see you and they walk past you. They look at you, they lock eyes, they walk past you. Something is going on, right? No, but the thing is, he admitted he was triggered. Oh, he said he was triggered. Oh, he admitted. He said, oh no. He said, didn't I say I was triggered? Right? So no, he's definitely triggered. Even his position lets you know he is triggered. So he's saying it because he's been hurt, so he wants to hurt people. Right? There's even a part in there where he said, the girl asked him, well, what about your mom? And he was like, well, if my mom was here right now, she'll just break everything down. I'm like, what the fuck? How were you raised? Right? But they were so busy going back and forth with him, they weren't even listening to what he was saying. But I'm like, it's quite obvious that his mother was not a healthy role model for him. And it really scarred him. Right? And if he went to prison also, we also know he has a hard time managing his emotions. And you might realize that he was only raised by his mother. Probably didn't have a lot of male influences in his life. So that's why I say, like, sometimes you got to know the context of people to see why they act the way that they do. And then you're not going to be as triggered. But my thing is, if you're a young lady and you're out there, very cute, everything's right, and you go out and you see people that you like, and they see you too. They lock eyes, they keep walking. They look at you, they keep walking. They see you, they keep walking. Something is there, right? So it's like, would you not? Exactly. He said that, but they weren't listening, right? Like, so I'm like, wouldn't you want to know what is going on? But the problem is, because we're living in such politically correct times right now, people are so afraid to get canceled. Nobody wants to say anything. So it's like the wheels ain't moving. And that leads to a lot of frustration. The guys, the fellas, they want to say stuff, but they're afraid to say it. Right? And many of them too are scared because the Black woman brain is very, very aggressive. Say whatever you want. It is aggressive. It lacks self-awareness. It's very, very impulsive. It's very combative. And it's also very masculine, right? So men don't want to engage with all that because to what avail? What is that going to lead to? And when it comes to social media, the odds of you finding women who say, yeah, brother, you know what? You're right. I see your point. It's really rare because even if they do agree, they will gaslight you because they have to be loyal to the sisterhood, right? That is how it goes. But I would assume that as a young woman, if you have seen your type multiple times, you have seen what you're attracted to, and it also has seen you. It looks at you, it locks eyes, and it keeps walking. You would say to yourself, he's probably scared of something, right? Something is wrong. So as a good businesswoman, instead of being offended, you would issue out a survey. How can we service you better? What's the holdup, right? Would you want a payment plan? 1T1.1. This is usually what businesses do when you don't want to buy. If you go on their website, usually they'll retarget you and, hey, do you want 10% off? Hey, do you want free shipping? Because they want to close the deal, right? But I feel like also because Black people, you don't have a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of successful business people in Black culture. It makes it really hard for us to see things from a business perspective, which is feedback, even if it's not given in the most polite way possible, right? You can still find something constructive in there and you can apply that to become a better person that you may get what you want, right? The young Black girls there too, very, very loud because I'm pretty sure they grew up in very loud homes. Like their homes must be loud. I think many of them probably Nigerian. So I'm like, they probably grew up in a very loud house where people are always yelling, people are always screaming. So she really thinks she's not giving attitude. Because she's right. In her culture, this is not a problem because this is how most women act in her household, right? But to people who are not in your culture, to people who don't know your family, to outsiders, you are freaking loud, right? It is no different. For a very long time, especially in the UK, they had this Black girl. She's Congolese though, but they liked her a lot. Her name is Nella Rose, right? And I really do believe Nella's a sweetheart. You know what I'm saying? She'd been through a lot. Her mom died. Her daddy died. Her aunties and uncles were just awful to her. Like she went through a crap load. Like she really, really did. But one thing about Nella and her persona, I always felt like she was too fucking loud. Nalubi, she is too fucking loud, right? And a lot of the Black girls in UK, they gravitated towards her because that is their energy. They're fucking loud. Right? And you can also say a lot, more Black people in England are probably, they're usually like African or like West Indian, whatever. But it's like, you're fucking loud. You're too fucking loud. You're just too damn loud. I'm like, girl, can you whisper? Okay? It's very, very loud. Now, I get it. In your household, in your culture, your immigrant culture, maybe people talk at 2,100 decibels. But for most people, it's excessive. Right? Me, I could never really get into her content because it was just too loud for me. I don't like, it's too much. Really, it's too much. You know, even growing up, my mom's people are very loud. My dad never really liked her people. Oh my gosh, these people are a bunch of invaders. He used to call them invaders. When they would ring the doorbell, my dad just ran for the hills. Oh no, because they're very loud. See, my dad's people, they're very quiet. My mom's people are loud. They're close to Liberia. Like, they're so fucking loud. They're so damn loud. Why are you this loud? Hey, Val. Child, it's a Western culture thing, child. Okay? They're very, very loud. But, like, if you ever watch Nella, Nella is loud. Right? This is their cultural signature. It is awful. And it's off-putting. Because most men don't like loud women. It is not attractive, right? But like I said, if in your culture, most women are loud, if your mother is loud, your aunties are loud, you have normalized this behavior as acceptable. And then when people reject your culture, you get offended. Yes, because it's barbaric. You know, we used to when I used to vacation with my mom in Paris, right? We used to go vacation in Paris, and my mom had her favorite cousin, my Uncle Louis, okay? Because he knew all of Paris, and my mom loves to shop, and he loves to shop too, right? But you guys, we would be on the metro. Oh, I used to be so embarrassed. We would be on the metro, be on the bus. My uncle's on the phone, you guys, speaking in my mom's native language. I'm like, oh crap. This is ridiculous. We are in front of people. And it's not even like, oh, there's something wrong with my mom's language, but it's like, nonetheless, that we are in France, like we're in Europe. People here speak French. And it's kind of rude to speak your language when nobody understands what the hell you're saying and you're loud. You know, like when you go to Japan, for example, people don't get on the cell phone in a subway, right? People on the subway in Japan, you don't talk. You don't talk. You don't eat. You're on the phone because they're mindful of their neighbors. Right? I'm like, yo, dead ass, like, I want you to, you want you like, what the fuck? You guys, that's why I used to die every time. Like, what the fuck? Why are these African people so damn embarrassing like this? What is wrong with these people? My dad couldn't stand my mom's people. Oh, Jesus. He used to call them the invaders. Oh, les envahisseurs. He's like, the invaders are here. He would just run. He didn't want to deal with these people because they're loud, you guys. Maybe one day if I ever go back, I will record them. You'll see for yourself. My mom's people are loud. They're just loud. Oh, it is painful. They don't whisper. Like when they talk, I remember even Jimmy, like the first time James heard my mom on the phone, he's like, Marlene, is your mom okay? I think she's fighting with someone. I was like, no, Jimmy, she's having a good time. He's like, huh? Like, he's like, if you're happy, why are you so loud? I'm like, child. Okay, this is insanity. This is insanity. Oh, Lord, God, my mom is loud. Oh. Like, James would be like, Marlene, I think your mom is fighting someone. You'll say, like, no. She's just having a conversation. Because it's like they're just loud. It's like they don't hear themselves. Huh? Especially with the phone. Oh my gosh, it's excessive. It is excessive. It's too fucking loud. You're too loud. Ah! Okay. Like, you don't have to be this loud. Just increase the volume. You don't have to be this loud. Like, what is wrong with these people? Right? So I'm like, in their culture, like, it's like, it's okay to be this loud. I'm like, it is not okay. And so to some people, your level of decibels it gives aggressive. You might not think you're aggressive, right? But in Western society, in civilized culture, this is just unacceptable level of noise. It's just too much. You don't have to be this loud. Yeah, they're really loud. Do you see this? I'm telling you, it's a DNA thing, huh? They're just loud. They're like, you gotta comment, like, yeah. They're just, oh my gosh, you guys. Woo! It is a lot. Yeah. It's just, they're just loud. They don't know how to not be loud. I'm like, the person actually hears you. You don't have to be this loud. So it's normal to be loud. So when people say, oh, you're being loud. No, I'm not. Yes. Right? To this country's standard, you're loud. Per your culture, maybe not. But you're not in your culture anymore, right? Like, no, it's just, yeah. It's just too loud. It's just allowed. Black people just loud people, y'all. I don't know what to tell you. They're just loud. They're just so damn loud. And I'm like, you don't have a reason. you don't have a reason. You see, everybody's been traumatized. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has been traumatized. So to her, she's thinking like and I'm like, I'm not trying to be funny. And because I can see her point, right? She really thinks she's not being loud. She really thinks she doesn't have an attitude because this behavior is normal to her. But technically, and like in a bigger scheme, it is not normal behavior. You're too agitated. So he's agitated. You're getting agitated. This gonna go left. This is not gonna work. You got to be calm. The first lady who spoke, she lacked self-awareness, but she was calmer. She was calm. So she wasn't like trying to poke him and stuff. She's like, no, I want to understand, even though I do feel like she's playing dumb a little bit, right? But I'm like, you are really, really loud. Like, it's just too much. It's really loud. Yeah. So they bring that out of her. It's their culture. They bring that stuff out of her, right? But I'm like, sometimes you can be, if you grew up a certain way, because certain things are normal around you, you think, oh, there's nothing wrong with that. And what I'm saying is, there is a bigger world outside of your little oyster, right? There's a bigger world out there that is bigger than your family and your personal culture. And in the bigger world, these things are just not acceptable, right? Yeah, of course, because I'm telling you about, she doesn't think she has an attitude, because she said, right now I'm on a 10, but I can get to 100. But where do you think she learned that? Matriarchy, the woman in her family, and the friends that she has who most likely have mothers and aunties just like she does, right? But I'm like, she's being for real. For her, it's not, she doesn't think she has a problem. So when you keep telling her, oh, you have an attitude, you're triggering her, because she's like, no, I'm on my best behavior. Because she's judging best behavior based on the standards of her culture, which are like non-existent. But you can't function like that, right? And that's why I say sometimes a lot of Black people think, oh, they don't like me. And like, no, I don't think people have a problem with your person per se. They just don't like the culture. Because sometimes it could come across as if you have a culture that is just not considerate of other people's feelings and their culture and their norms and their eardrums, because it's too loud. It's just too loud. There's no need for it to be this loud. It doesn't have to be this loud. You're just too damn loud. It's too much.
This is to amaze me, bro, because it ain't all women that sound like that, that talk like
It's
that.
too loud.
And I know it's predominantly in a specific sect of Black women, because not all Black women act like that, man. But
It's too
that
loud.
stereotype definitely comes from the Black women
It's too loud.
label, man. But 2025, bro,
Oh.
that whole, bro, that's Western women, period, bro. Yeah, I mean, anybody of any color that listens to Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion, that's on Shade Room and Hollywood Unlocked, is all doing the, you know what I mean? And that's the fucking problem, dog. And you're going to run into that more times with Black women. Just, it is what it is, bro.
Response instead of reaction.
That's how women are. We like to snap and
Not all women, but
Nah,
Black women.
not
love to
all
snap.
Thank you very
women.
much.
Majority of Black women love to snap, innit?
White women do it too.
White majority of Black women.
Okay, so you see, this is the loser shit I don't like. So first she says, oh, as women, this is what we do. Every woman doesn't do that. Have you ever met a Korean woman? She's not going to move like that. You ever met a Chinese woman? She's not going to move like that. It's usually Black women who do all this neck bobbing bullshit, right? It's okay to be honest. Now, do some white women do it? Yes, white trash, right? The most white people who hang around Black people are usually white trash white people. right? It's not usually classy white people, because if Black people spend more time with classy white people, it would force us to look inward and say, you know what, maybe I can do better, right? But the majority of white people who come around Black people are usually white trash. They are the rejected of white society. They're the hillbillies, they're the crackers, the rednecks, right? These are the kinds of people who hang around Black people. They don't have much to offer. They don't have much to offer their own community, right? But if you were to actually meet a classy white woman, she would not do all of this stuff. They don't do that kind of stuff. What's all this? Keep your head steady. Like, there's no need to do that, right? So that is not correct. Just because you have normalized certain behaviors, oh, well, because I'm a woman, no, these are just excuses. You can be a better woman, right? You can be a calmer woman. You can be a classier woman. You don't have to do all of this, right? You're not Shanae, right? You want to be a caricature. And most Black women today, I think, because they don't even know who the fuck they are themselves, they resort to what they see on TV, what they've seen in TV shows like Shanae, all them goofy ass Felicia, all these goofy ass tropes, right? And they think this is Black identity. What you call even being a Black woman or your Black identity is something that Hollywood gave to you, right? Small hat people gave that to you, right? Because you saw this behavior on TV. I even wonder if in like the 60s and 70s, most Black women were doing all this stuff, right? No, it's a TV thing. It's what we saw on TV. And because you identify with this caricature of these goofy ass characters, now you're living embodiment of a caricature. This is insane. You don't need to do all of this to be understood. There's no need for that, right? So even if some women do it, what kind of woman do you want to be? Right? Because for a lot of men, be Black men or other, even white people also, especially white men of a certain caliber, this confrontational shit, they out. It's too much. Because they don't do that in their culture. Right? But my thing is, what kind of woman do you want to be? And what kind of man do you want to attract? And do you think the man that you want to attract, he's into all of this, whatever this is? No. What is this? What's this thing with your neck? It's weird. Stop doing that. Okay? Stop doing that. You can come out from amongst them. Like whatever your culture is, you can give yourself a better culture by studying the world and studying what actually works, what gets women to be chosen, what gets women to be appreciated, right? And if this part of your culture doesn't serve you, leave that where it is. You don't need this stuff. It's not serving you. It doesn't serve you at all. So no, not all women do it. We just saw, what's her name, Becca Bloom? She Chinese. And her Chinese self said, you have to learn to pause before you talk. So no, not all women do it. Right? Not all women do it. And I also will say this. You do all this caricature bullshit, you're more likely to end up by yourself, baby mama, or married to a low value man, because these are the only kind of men who will put up with this stuff. This is not behavior of successful people. Okay? You have to stop that. Surrender this kind of behavior. It's not good culture. It's not.
They love to snap, and white women love to follow Black women. Disagree with me.
It's a Black thing to be animated.
And kick your fingers.
It absolutely is, dog. It's like hip hop. You know what I mean? Like hip hop, a lot of things from Black culture have been adopted by all the races, bro. And all this chicken in your neck, that comes from Black culture. I don't give a fuck what nobody got to say. And it's popular. And then all these women that have been brainwashed and conditioned with the same type of shit they see on the movies, on social media, and the music when they friends, and the way they talk, and the way they dance, and where they shop, where they vacay, and what they do, and who they fucking, and the Tinders and the Bumbles, all that shit's the same, bro. You get the same shit, but that started with Black women, bro, or Black culture. You lying to yourself if you fucking sitting here thinking that Black women don't own that. Yes, the fuck y'all do. Not all of them. And it sucks for the Black women who don't identify like that. Right? And it's right now, 2025, bro. 2020, you know what I'm saying? 20. You rewind time back, 2000s, 90s and shit, bro. It wasn't the same fucking way, bro. You know what I mean? 80s, 70s, 60s, bro. Your mama, your grandmama was not acting like these chicken heads do today. I'm sorry. When they did, it was slim to none. Shit, dependable. supportive, rocks and shit. Not today, bro. Not today, dog. And unfortunately, it's poisoned everybody, man. But black women, y'all got to own this one, bro. It would serve to y'all's benefit to do the opposite. It would serve to your benefit to not move that way, not present yourself that way, and not be empowered by doing all this shit, because nobody likes that shit, bro. Nobody likes that shit, dog.
Agree
It's
with
a
me.
black thing to be animated.
And kick your fingers.
I never said there's nothing wrong with sassy.
Even with the gays, bro. All that come from the gay black man, dog. That come from the gay black man, bro, and it's poisoned all the gays, bro. All of them, bro. They come from the black woman.
Animated.
And kick your fingers.
I never said there's nothing wrong with sassy. I never said there's nothing wrong with sassy. But here's
Everything
what I
wrong
do
with
love.
sassy,
I love a
bro.
woman
Sassy's
that's
trash.
feminine.
So I'm not feminine.
No, not when you get angry. And not when
I'm
you
not
get
angry
attitude.
though.
Your mom has no sass, yeah?
I'm so confused. Yo, clock it.
Your mom has no
Clock it.
sass whatsoever?
My mom will box everything
Sure.
down.
So,
But I don't like it.
oh, okay, fair enough.
Do you understand it
Fair
now?
enough.
Just because my mom
No,
does
you
it
made
doesn't
your
mean that I
mom sound
fucking like
she's
it.
the only one.
Just because, are you like, listen to what you're saying? Just because my mom
But
raised
why is
me
it when
and
it's
was sassy,
Latino
doesn't
woman
mean I
is
like it.
sexy?
When your wife is upset.
Okay, see, this was a bit. Sorry, guys, Jim was talking to me, so I missed it. One thing this girl did, I didn't like. It's like you guys are having a conversation, like you're amongst yourselves. So you guys agreed to be there. Why are you talking about his mother? Why are you talking about his mom? And you see, and this is why I personally, I'm so against this one size fits all black woman identity, because I don't conduct myself like that, right? Talking about somebody's mom, these are fighting words. Oh, what about your mom? What about your mother? That is out of line. Low class culture, low value culture. You just okay. Why are you talking about his mother? Right? Would you feel comfortable if you were talking to another woman and you were having a disagreement with another woman? Would you feel comfortable talking about her mom? No, because those will be fighting words. Do not talk about people's moms. Talk about yourselves. You talk about me, I talk about you. We talk about the matter at hand. Do not talk about people's parents. Do not talk about people's mothers. He's not talking about your mom. Don't talk about his mom. Don't do that. But you see, in their culture, this is how you argue, right? A man is saying something, I'm triggered, so I'll talk about his mother, right? This is bad behavior. This is bad culture. Don't talk about people's mom. Leave his mom where she's at, okay? Even if she's an awful person, who cares? That's not your business, right? Talk to him, he'll talk to you. Just like he should talk about your dad or talk about your mom. No, that's crazy. Because these people didn't sign up for y'all goofies panel, okay? I'm like, that's weird. But then he said, yeah, if my mom was here, she'll break stuff. I'm like, what the freak? Hold on. Did y'all get that part? Hold on. No, right there. Hold on. Yeah, my mom will box everything down. Hold on.
Clock it.
Your mom has no sass whatsoever?
My mom will box everything down.
Yeah, so he said his mom would destroy everything. Like if his mom came in there, she would have destroyed everything. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, who the fuck is your mom? Right? So she's like, oh. But I'm like, the fact that they didn't even peep that part, I'm like, he is telling you that the mother he had was emotionally unstable. So if she's upset, she just breaks stuff. She destroys stuff. And I'm like, how can you raise children like that? Like, how can you raise your kids in that kind of environment? So you have to also see, I'm like, I can see it from his perspective. If you grew up with a black mom who behaved this way, and now you're dating and you get the same energy from these women, I can't do this because it's traumatic. It is really, really traumatic because you'd be traumatized. If your dad acted a certain way, and if you go in the dating world and most men that you meet are behaving the way your dad acted and it causes you trauma, you're going to be like, I'm out of here. Because it's a trigger for me. Right? And I feel like one thing I'm starting to understand too with a lot of young black people when they get together, converse, argue, live panels, you name it, is that they're not respectful of boundaries and they're not respectful of triggers, right? If somebody says to you, this right here is a trigger for me, don't poke the bear, right? They told you it's a trigger, just don't go there. But I think with a lot of Black people, the more they know that something triggers you, the more this is the thing that they want to keep messing with, because they want to see if they can get you to act out of character. So this is when you have to disengage and you have to go. Because if you're not capable of respecting my triggers, I'm out of here. Because this is not conducive, right? This is not going to lead anywhere. Because you want to see me act batshit crazy. But if somebody says to you, this is a trigger for me, be respectful of that. Just like if you say to someone, this is a trigger for me also, you would want that person to be respectful of that as well, because it's a trigger. Which means when that happens, I might not know how to control myself. So should we keep doing this to a person? I think the answer is no. The answer is no, right? And it's a lot of men that are like that. It's a lot of Black men who are like that, right? They didn't have the best matriarchy ever. So I think when they're out here trying to date, they want something different, which makes sense, right? You don't want to be with a woman or date a woman who reminds you of how toxic your mother used to be. That makes no sense to me. Even you would want that. If your dad was toxic, you don't want to date a man who reminds you of how toxic your dad used to be. It's going to cause you to have PTSD. It's not healthy for you, right? So when you date a young man or you meet a young man, right, part of you also has to say, right, am I offering him something different? Or am I giving him what he grew up with, whatever toxicity he grew up with, right? You would want to offer something different. And that's why many times, that's why it's good to talk to people, not have sex with people, but it's good to talk to people to see, how did you grow up? How were you raised, right? What was your family like? Tell me more about your peoples. Right? So then you know, okay, you had this kind of mother, you had this kind of father, right? Am I going to be a woman that can offer you something different? Or am I going to do copy and paste, repeat whatever your mom did? It's just not healthy. I think for a lot of people, the mindset is, well, if your mom is this way, so what's wrong with me being this way? That's crazy, right? Just because my mom is this way and I tolerated that, because let's also be so for real. You don't choose your family. Right? You don't choose your mom. So you have to kind of put up with that shit because that's just your mom. She's toxic, but you only have one. When it comes to a relationship, now that you have a say-so. So just because life or birth forced me to be with this woman because she's my mom, it doesn't mean that I'm going to force myself to be with you because we happen to be Black. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Right? Just like you can't choose your family, but you can choose your friends. You can't choose your family, but you choose who you marry, right? There are certain things you have no choice in. It's just life. It just paired you people. But when it comes to your love life, you have the right to say, I want something better for myself. Right? And then that's beautiful. And that's why, like, what's it called? Joe said there's nothing as real or beautiful as caring as a Black woman. Nothing else come close. There you go. So because if that's the case, then people got to act according to the brand, right? Because if beautiful people don't do all of this, right? Beautiful people don't talk about people's mothers. Beautiful people can have a disagreement and remain agreeable because we're just here disagreeing, but it's not a war. So it's one thing to have a slogan, but you got to live that, right? Does that make sense? Because you can say, hey, Chick-fil-A, we always have real chicken. That's a great slogan. But if we show up and you selling us fake food, it's going to be a problem, right? So I don't do with the hashtags and the slogan. I do what's real. You can say whatever you want. But at the end of the day, what behavior are we seeing? And the behavior is not caring. It's not sweet. It's not this. It's combative. It's aggressive, right? That's it. Because if you keep lying to yourself because you think, oh, well, this is who I am, but how you show up is completely different, you're going to be by yourself. Because you can't force nobody to buy whatever you're selling. They can go buy it somewhere else, right? Yeah. It's very, very loud. You see, because she's South African, so it's very, very loud. It is really loud. But I'm like, there has to be a certain level of self-awareness. If I want to be with someone, I also have to make it enjoyable to be with me, right? And I think from what I have noticed is that most Black women, it's like, well, I'm Black, so therefore you should like me. This is not how it works. That's not how business works. You can't force people to be with you because they share your complexion. There has to be more than that. Oh, because I'm a good time, because I'm this, because I'm friendly, because I can listen to you, because I can help you out. Wumpty wump wump. You got to add value to people. You can't just say, oh, because I'm a Black woman, so therefore you got to marry me. You're going to be by yourself. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. But most successful companies, most successful brands, when they talk to people, they talk about how they can make your life better. How can I serve you? How can I help you? How can I make you run faster? How can I make you lose weight? It's always about how do we serve you, right? What do you need? And here's a solution, and here's a great price for you, right? Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. That's how your mindset got to be. But you got to have self-awareness. Too many Black women on social media lying to themselves. Oh, we're so great. Oh, we're so educated. Oh, we're so this, we're so that. Do you think people are dumb? You think people are blind? You think if anybody saw a diamond, they wouldn't pick it up? Seriously? Even a penny, people gonna pick it up. Even a quarter, it falls on the side of the road, people gonna pick it up. People know things that have value, right? So if nobody's in a rush to pick it up, there's a problem. There is a problem. Right? And that's what we call cognitive dissonance. So take a pause, like the man said, and start reflecting between what I say and what I do. Does it actually match? And if the answer is no, get to work. It's not going to hurt you. It's not going to hurt you. You can't be that insecure, right? Can't be that insecure. If it don't match, you got to fix it. That's it. It's not that hard. It really is not that hard. It really is not that hard. Hold on.
So, but I don't like it.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Do you understand it
Fair
now?
enough.
Just because my mum does
You
it
made
doesn't
your
mean that I
mum sound
fucking like
she's
it.
the only one.
Just because, like, gee, are you lot, listen to what you're saying. Just because my mum
But
raised
why
me
when
and was
it's
sassy,
Latina
doesn't mean
woman
I
is
liked it.
sexy?
When your wife is upset or when she's like angry, does she
She
ever
can have
speak,
all the attitude
does she
she
ever
can.
speak like, I don't know, she's Indian,
She-
so I'm assuming she might speak Gujarati.
She
Does
listen.
she speak Gujarati when she's mad at you?
She can do whatever she wants when she's mad at me. She's mad at
So
me.
it's okay when she can do it, but not when Black
And
women
did
can
I
do
say
it.
it wasn't okay?
I feel like his wife kind of, for some reason or for whatever he's experienced, his wife has the upper hand now. So whatever his wife wants to do, whether she wants to shout at him in Gujarati, give him attitude.
It's definitely a women thing. This is separate. This ain't.
My thing was I was trying to see where is the point. So let's say his wife is Indian in whatever language she speaks. So when she gets mad, she yells at him. Okay. So is that the behavior that you want to emulate? So if you ever got to be a wife, you want to yell at your husband? Because I'm like, where are we going with this? I'm just so confused. Where are we going with this? So if his wife is low vibrational, right? So let's assume his wife is low vibrational. When she gets mad, she yells, she screams, she breaks stuff, right? So because he puts up with that with his wife, when he's out in public, he should accept that from all women. Like is that what I'm listening? This is crazy. This is really crazy. Because to me, if I have a young brother who says, Marlene, growing up, my mom was abusive. She used to break shit, yell, scream, whatever. And then I find out he went and he marries an Indian woman who is no better. She yells, she screams, she breaks shit. I would actually feel sorry for him. Like, babe, you deserve better. Because why are you attracted to dysfunctional women? Right? Why haven't you learned that you deserve better? And there's a healthier way to be in relationship. There is a healthier way to live in a household. I actually feel sorry for him. I'm not going to say, well, since you get abused by your wife, why do you mind if I do it? You sound like a bully. You sound like a bully. If you meet someone and the person doesn't even understand or realize that, listen, you deserve better. You should be treated better, right? Because a marriage should be sacred to both people. A marriage, even if there's disagreement, there's certain boundaries that should never be crossed. Screaming, yelling, breaking stuff, cutting below the white meat and shit. Like, this shit is disgusting. It's disgusting behavior. So if you went from a mom that's abusive to a wife that's abusing you, I feel very sorry for you because you deserve better. Did you ever consider going to therapy? Right? Did you ever seek help to understand that I shouldn't be around people who treat me this way? I should not be around people who talk to me this way. There is a better way, because one day, what if you snap? Because you're a man, right? From your mother to your wife. One day, all it takes is one of these women saying the wrong thing. Your hands might be around somebody's neck. So even for you, it's not safe, because there's only so much verbal abuse a person can take before a person goes batshit crazy. right? But I'm not going to say, well, if your wife does it, why do you mind when Black women do it? It's not okay to be verbally abusive. And one issue that I have with so many Black people on social media is like, why do you only want to compete when the standards are low? Why? Like, if you compete with a white person, it's usually white trash. Like, you never compete with the very best of white people, right? The white people who do the right things, white people who get married, white people who pay their taxes, white people who go to school and study these crazy ass degrees, right? You never compete with exceptional white people. No, your standards are always low vibrational, white trash, bunch of crackers, all that bullshit. Like, your standards are always so low. Oh, there's a ratchet ass Punjabi girl. Let me compete with her ratchet ass Punjabi person. Do you not want to compete with the very best of Indian people? Always looking to compete with cockroaches. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, seriously, what the fuck? Right? If you fuck around, oh, what about the Vietnamese girl? Why don't you compete with some high caliber Japanese person? Right? The standards are so fucking low. They're so fucking low. Oh, this Punjabi girl is screaming, so I should be able to scream too. Why don't you compete with the Punjabi girls who don't scream? Because you don't want self-control. You don't want to stop living, like, I don't know, like an animal. I don't know. But people who refuse to use their intelligence, people who refuse to use logic, people who refuse to use reason, to me, you are no different than an animal, right? Where can I go where I can scream? Where can I go that I don't have to control myself? Where can I go? I can be promiscuous. Where can I go? I can be physically violent. Where can I go where I can be as disrespectful as possible? Why don't you try to go places where people are not disrespectful? Why don't you try to go places where people think 25 times before they actually speak? Why don't you try to go places where people measure every single word before it comes out of their mouth? Why don't you go places where people know when to disengage? Why don't you go places where people know how to have empathy? Why don't you go to those places? Right? Because the goal here is never to be better. It's to continue to find reasons to fester in bad attitude, fester in a bad mindset, fester in bad perspective, fester in bad faith. People don't want to get better. People don't want to get better because deep down there's no innate desire to strive for optimal behavior. They don't want to do it. Right? And people wonder why they keep getting the same results. People wonder why they're at the bottom. People wonder why they keep getting laughed at. People wonder why nobody fucks with you, right? Because you're not aspirational. You're so busy being the same old, same old, same old. People already see you. They know exactly what you're about to do because you're mediocre. The Black brand is mediocrity. And that's why it's so predictable. It is so predictable. How many people sit here and say, wow, watch, you're gonna see a beautiful masterclass in self-control. You ain't about to see that shit, right? Oh, watch, you're about to see a beautiful masterclass in self-awareness. You're not gonna see that. It will never happen for the most part, right? Because there's no desire to not be mediocre. Mediocrity is the standard. So every time you want to compare yourself, you always compare yourself to people who are mediocre. This is sad. It is so sad. You only have one life to live. You're going to stay mediocre and die mediocre? This is some wild shit. It's some wild shit. And that's why I say for most Black people who want to be successful, you got to get the fuck out. You got to separate yourself because you cannot be at your best being around people like that. You can never be at your best being around people who only want to compete when it comes to the worst of the worst. Who can be the most criminal? Who can be the most promiscuous? Who can be the most aggressive? Who can be the most violent? Who can have the most children out of wedlock? Who can have the most like this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. And it comes down to what? The fact that people out here do not train their minds. Because if your mind was trained, your answers will be trained. If your mind was trained, your behavior will be tamed. If you train your mind, you're going to be very careful how you show up in this world, right? But they don't care. They don't care. They just live just to live. It's like, you see? And this is why people don't have no respect. That's why people don't care. And the child, this is why people don't care. This is why people see people coming and they move out the neighborhood. This is why people do the things that they do, because they know these are not people coming here to make things better. They're coming here to make things worse, right? Because nothing gets better, because there's no self-awareness. It's just a race to the bottom. How do I self-destruct as quickly as possible? And anybody tries to correct me, I'm taking that person down with me. You cannot live like this. This ain't life. And this is not how you live. If you have a winner's mindset, you're not going to make it. Not going to make it, right? Because every day you live, you should strive to be better. At least 1% better. The person I was yesterday, I should not be the same person today. The things that used to trigger me yesterday should not trigger me today. So help me God. The things that used to make me cry yesterday should not make me cry today. The things I didn't think I could do, I should be able to do them a lot better, at least 1% better today, because I want to be a better person. Now, well, this is who I am, so accept me or leave me. They will leave you. Hello? You can't force anybody to be with you. People have options. You don't. Because life don't work the same for men and women, right? A woman at 40 can only do so much. A man at 40, you can say his life is just beginning. It's not the same. A man can have kids at 50. I don't care the kids. He just got to shoot up the club. That's it, right? Most women can't carry kids at 50. So we're not the same. And here you are making a steadfast commitment to be mediocre. You got to do better. You really got to do. You really have to do better. Guys, seriously, do better.
The culture thing, the women thing, where women believe just because they emotional, they can talk to you any type of way.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a women thing, period. You know what I mean? It's just all the sass and chicken and all that shit that come from the black women, bro. But it could be white, Asian, Hispanic, bro. When a woman get angry, because they're angry, they can talk to you any fucking type of way, man. It's kind of outside of this video specifically, bro, but that's bullshit too, right? You know, just because you're a woman don't mean you should know how to control your emotions and check yourself on how you speak to somebody. And more times than not, the more aggressive way of talking is going to come from the black community, the black women community. You know what I mean? But it has infected the majority of Western women, period, bro. I don't give a fuck. But it's like, you got to treat women like a child when they get angry or whatever, bro. You know what I mean? You got to treat them like a child, dog. Because when they get tight, get emotional, they don't know how to act.
He's fine because I feel like he's accepted her and he's accepted his fate. But when it comes to any other woman, especially a black woman, like his mum, he don't like it. He's mad. Like, it's just not allowed.
But you said attitude. This girl, I'm like, she's so remedial. So what exactly is your conclusion here? Oh, his wife abuses him, so he shouldn't allow any woman to abuse him, especially if she's black. That's your mindset. Girl, I would love to see your A-levels. Like, how did you score on that? Like, I swear, sometimes I listen to these girls and I'm like, I really think most black children, wherever they are, child, they don't have access to good schools because this is crazy. Are you listening to yourself? Right? At least you could say that's his wife. So, hey, if he wants to be abused by her, I don't think it's okay, but at least that's his wife. But if he was abused by his mom, he should continue to let her talk to him any kind of way. And then when he goes outside, because you are a black woman, he should, oh yeah, talk to me any way you see fit, because, you know, my wife does the same. And when you also hear that his wife mistreats him, nothing in you says, you know what, that's sad. You know, I might not like you like that, but I don't think anybody should be talked to this way. You know, and I hope, I can't tell you to leave your wife, but I hope you go to therapy and you find a healthy way to address that with your wife, because verbal abuse, emotional abuse is never okay, right? And as a black woman, I don't want to be verbally abusive towards you. Like, I think you've been through enough. Oh no, he should accept that from black women too. So what are you people, like bunch of bullies? Bunch of bullies? And I'm like, yeah, that's the brand. Bunch of bullies. Bunch of people who bully other people. Bully other people. Oh, you're going to have to like me because I'm black. You're going to have to accept I'm fat, but hey, I'm black, so be with me. I have a bad attitude, but I'm black. Be with me. Oh, I'm black like your mom. Okay, and I don't give a fuck. You're not my mom. Right? I don't have a choice but to deal with my mom. She is my mom. The mere fact that a random ass woman who happens to be black wants to be put on the same pedestal as somebody's mother is batshit fucking crazy. You are a fucking narcissist, right? You're not his mother. And you're not comparable to his mother just because you happen to be black. At least he can say she gave me life. So I have a reason to put up with her goofy ass abuse. But to just be a random ass black woman and to say, well, I'm black like your mom, so therefore you should allow me to abuse you like your mother. It just shows you most black people, they don't know how to love. They just know how to abuse. They just know how to be emotionally abusive. That's it. That's all they have for you. Abuse, 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 abuse. And they wonder why a lot of people stay the fuck away. Like, yeah, leave me alone. You are crazy. You are really, really crazy. I am not somebody's mother. I can't say to Jimmy, oh, well, since you put up with this with your mom, you should allow me to do this. No, it's not the same relationship. I am not his mom. He has his mom. So because that's his mom, there are certain things he might be more, I don't know, like he might tolerate more because that's his mom. Right? Just like even Trey or Stefan or Maverick, right? One day, like, you know, my mom is crazy, but that is my mom, champ. Right? But do you as a random woman, even as a wife, say, oh yeah, well, if your mom do it, then I can do it too. You're not the mother. You didn't give life to this person. She gave life to her child. She raised her child. So there's a reason why he will feel indebted to his mom, even though she batshit crazy. You're a random ass person. And for you to think because you're black, automatically it grants you all these rights to a person is some sick plantation bullshit to me. Are you a slave master or some shit? That is just weird. That is so fucking weird. And it's so fucking entitled. I mean, who fucking raised you? Who fucking raised you? Who raised you? Like, who are your people? Like, what the fuck was your household like? Seriously. And I think a lot of young ladies, you just grew up in very chaotic homes. There was no structure. There was no rule. There was no paternal authority. Like, you just grew up like, it's just complete chaos. You just grew up in chaos. And then you come into the world and you think people should embrace you and your poor ass culture. You have horrible culture. And I always said this, your mother failed you. Your mother really failed you. Because I'm like, young ladies that were raised by a decent, gracious woman will not carry on like this. You're not going to carry on. Even arguing back and forth with a man is out of order. I'm telling you this, even going back and forth with the man, arguing with the man, trying to be disrespectful towards a man, it goes to show you grew up without structure. Most likely your parents were very low income, right? And if you are the child also of an immigrant family, most likely your parents never had much. They both working hard, cleaning hotels, cleaning rooms, cleaning offices. You did not grow up in an affluent household because you would never subject yourself to this. I'm not going on no damn panel and going back and forth with the man. That's out of order. Like, what are we doing? How does this help my life? I'm not doing this, you know? But when you don't have culture, when you were not raised right, and when you come from a family that pretty much had no means, this is how you carry yourself. This is very unladylike behavior. And to all of y'all who love me, I'll never want to see y'all in this disposition. Because I already told you, I'm not here to save black women. Okay, I just do this content for y'all. I never want to see y'all in these dispositions. You don't fight, go back and forth with the man. That's not your brand. That is not your brand. We can have a conversation, a peaceful conversation. If it gets too crazy, you know what? I can tell that emotions are high. Maybe we just need to, table this conversation. We can resume another day. Okay, gotta go. This is not your brand. You got to have the brand of a very sophisticated, classy, educated, emotionally mature type of woman. I don't argue with men. I don't go back and forth with men. I don't do none of that with the man because at the end of the day, you're a man, champ. Because once these cameras are off, I don't need for you to wait for me outside to beat my ass, okay? I'm not doing this. A lot of people are not well. A lot of people are unhinged. I don't go back and forth with the man. That is some crazy shit. Right? That is some crazy shit. I kind of miss the days where men used to talk to men and women used to talk to women because this hybrid bullshit, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It really, really doesn't work. This is.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Ladies, you know you're proving his point. So here's what
I don't give a shit.
No, but I'm saying, no, but you're proving his point. Like,
I don't give a heck.
Wait. Let me say something. Let me say something.
Not my man.
No, let me talk. Ladies, please.
And he likes my attitude.
Come on, please. Watch this.
But at the end of the day, the only reason why women, period, no matter what race they are, talk that way to men is because men allow them to talk that way. If you nip that shit in the bud and don't tolerate the shit and remove yourself from said woman, the shit will stop. It's only because these women are allowed to speak to men, or men allow these women to speak to them crazy, is why women continue to do it. But if you tell the woman straight up, you can't talk to me that way. If you talk to me like that, you know, I will no longer be here, or I'm not talking to you unless you talk to me like a fucking regular adult, or just don't give them what the fuck they want. But more times than not, men cower, right? For whatever the fuck the case may be, and men have never cowered more than they ever have today because of the access to women that men do not have, right? So they're willing to put up with all this shit, which just makes the angry women monster worse, because men keep feeding them the ability to do it, bro. Cut that shit off, dog. Cut that shit off, bro. I don't give a fuck who it is, or how she fuck, or how she cook, or whatever the fuck. No, bro. Do not tolerate disrespect, and men tolerate disrespect. So that should speak volumes to black men if black women are the ones that get stigmatized that way, bro. Because all that means is that black men allow these black women to talk to them crazy, which goes to show why there's such a lack of fathers around black women. It's fucked up, bro. But hey, it is what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? The feminine woman always wins, bro. The feminine woman always wins.
Yeah, she does. The feminine traditional woman always wins, y'all. I'm telling you, I showed y'all this. I was like, oh, I have to do a video because I don't want y'all to behave like these girls over here. Don't behave like these people, y'all. Do not behave like that. Do not behave like a gutter rat. Do not behave like that, you guys. A woman who respects herself does not conduct herself. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Like, what the fuck is this? Right? Like I said, I would love to see her A-levels. Did she even pass her A-levels? I would love to see it, right? You have, if you're going to be inspired, inspire yourself with women of high intelligence, like high emotional IQ, women that know how to conduct themselves. A lot of these girls, they're just little girls. These are not grown women. Okay? They love to say, as a black woman, no, you're a black goofy child. You are a confused black little girl with lots of issues, okay? But self-control, I don't play. Self-control is the number one indicator. It's the number one indicator of emotional IQ, high emotional IQ, and also high intellectual IQ. You start behaving like this, it lets me know we grew up on different sides of the track. Well, I don't identify. I don't hang around people like that. Okay, that's why I don't claim everybody. What are your values? How were you raised? What was your household like? Who was in your household? What kind of mother did you have growing up? I don't think we have the same culture. Okay, so therefore, no, I don't identify with you. And this is why I prefer to identify as a child of God versus identifying as a black woman, because this is what it means. When you say black woman, people have an image in mind, and it's not a good brand. It is not a good brand. I can't help that I'm black. I can't help that. And I don't hate it, right? But there are certain things I don't say about myself because I know there are certain words that evoke certain things in people's heads. And that's not something I want people to think about when they think about me. My name is Marlene. That's it. That's it. That's that. At most, I'm a Christian. Okay? That's it. That's that. But you got to be very mindful of how you conduct yourself. Got to be very mindful how you carry yourself. Got to be very mindful how you talk to people. Okay? And like you said, to all these guys who put themselves in these places, who go back and forth with these young ladies, they're also to blame. Because as a grown man, if you are a grown man, you should be like, okay, this is getting too disrespectful. And also these young sisters here are not mature enough for us to have a healthy conversation. So I'm going to gracefully bow because this is not my audience. Okay, go find some other clown to do this shit with. But I do feel like Ginger, he probably is a clown also because he struggles with regulating himself. Because otherwise, just leave and go. Don't do all this. It's just not necessary. Okay, just don't do it. It's crazy.
Watch this. You just triggered me a little bit because you did something that all the other black women used to do. You asked me a question, you didn't let me answer it, and then you said you don't give a shit.
I don't though. That's the truth.
I know you don't. So what's the point of the conversation?
And then your point is invalid.
And then what's the point?
I don't care
So
for
why
the
would I keep
answer.
dating
That's
you?
why.
So why would I keep dating you?
No, but me is me as.
So why would I keep
I
dating
know
you?
all the black women out there.
What does
you're
it sound like?
categorizing
What does it sound
all
like?
of the black women over the couple
What
of
does it
black
sound
women
like?
that you dated. You
What
just
does it sound
proved the
like?
point. You proved the Rose point.
Hello, can we hear from Darrell?
What does it sound like?
To me, it does sound like a little bit of a race thing. And but don't kill
It
me.
is a race thing. I don't date black women. I stopped dating you for a reason. Stop trying to say that what I
They
didn't
want to
say.
know the reason.
I told you the
He
reason.
already said the reason. He
I
already
told you the
he
reason.
said the reason already.
Listen, here's what we're not doing. We're not going around it.
Let her finish. So can you let me finish?
Probably ain't it. This can't be it, bro. Because all these women have done is prove this whole fucking point. All they've done is proven this point, right? So I'd imagine it's women out here trying to cancel him because they can't look in the mirror. They can't hold themselves accountable and realize how the fuck you talking and how that shit is atrocious to men. It's like, why, what man would sign up to be with a woman like that, bro? I mean, long term, an actual relationship. You know what I'm saying? They'll bust the guts. You know what I'm saying? They will inseminate and then deal with the aftermath after. But staying long term, why would any man decide to stay with a woman like that? Why would any man, black or Hispanic or white, Indian, Asian, whomever, why would any man stay with a woman like that? I mean, you do got your outliers that like love that shit. Y'all fucking weirdos love getting, you know, shit on and demeaned and minimized and emasculated by women. Y'all like that toxic arguing shit, bro. That's the fucking minority. Y'all motherfuckers is nuts. But what grown, commonsensical, trying to thrive type of man would sign up for that? That's nothing but chaos, bro. Can't even talk to her because she is unable to hear what you're saying because her feelings are hurt by what you're saying. Right? Fucking woman is upset. You say the fucking sky is blue.
Let me, pardon?
You said that she didn't let you finish, but could you let me finish?
No, I ain't got time for it no more.
Damn, bro. See, now I can't even support you, bro, because you sitting here acting like how they fucking acting. You know better than them. You acting like a whole freaking female, bro. God damn, dog.
You gotta remove yourself.
Yeah, that's whole shit.
You gotta remove
That's whole shit, bro. It didn't even need to go there, bro. Like, that's not how men move. Let the woman talk, especially her. She didn't disrespect you. She asked you a question. Now you all and your females acting feminine, bro. And then this is the fucking problem with men. Adopting female traits. So angry now you have the inability to communicate. That's whole shit, dog.
Did that. You had your chance. And watch this. Hey, watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch
Nah,
this.
bro.
Watch this. You see, if we was having a conversation, yeah, if we was having a conversation because you was talking perfectly fine, no attitude, and you was delegating yourself perfectly fine, and then black attitude happened.
That's me.
So watch this, and then watch this.
But she ain't got nothing to do with you.
Watch this. So then that's so that means
This here, they empowered by it. They're empowered by it, dog. They feel good, bro. That's the whole fucking problem with these women, dog. And this is a black thing, bro. Find me a clip of women of other races celebrating the fact that they act like angry men. No, that's cap. That's cap. I can think of videos right now off the top where bitches is fucking nuts celebrating what men hate. It irritates me, bro, because this is all due to and their lack of being a man, dog. We've allowed our women to fall off the tracks this fucking much, bro, because guarantee somebody is dicking them down. Guarantee somebody is simping for them. Guarantee somebody is some men out here, some beta ass bitches that have made these women this fucking confident, bro, because a woman that gets no attention from men, a woman that gets no validation, no attention, nothing from men is not gonna act like this, bro. These bitches are empowered by it, dog. I don't give a fuck how much Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion and social media they watch. It ain't gonna have these hoes acting like that. It's because they can act this way, they can have their cake and eat it too. They could be out here acting like fucking Leroy and still find some simp to bend them over and buy them a Birkin. So every time I see bitches act up, it just makes me angry about fucking men, dog. And at the end of the day, that's the fucking problem. Men got to get their fucking shit together, bro. And with that, you sick of this shit, you sick of the stigma, you sick of the fucking label, you sick of how men, or if you see yourself in the type of man I'm describing, dog, pull up to my private community, bro, where we getting active and we dead in that shit, man. We dead in that shit, giving men the confidence and the balls to not have to put up with no bullshit, bro. I'd rather be at the crib dry as fuck than dealing with some demon ass puss.
Watch this. So then that's so that means
So white women don't snap. Indian women don't snap. They're not angry. It's only us black women.
Yep.
Conversation is done, and I address it.
To her defense, because it's not a race thing, it's a women thing.
Here's why I don't date black women. Nah, I did that. You want to know? Here's why I don't date black women.
Here we go.
Listen to me when I'm talking to you lot.
I'm listening.
Because you lot don't like to fucking listen.
I'm listening.
I don't date black women because you don't like to get put in your place. And when you get your place, and when you get put in your place, you think you got taught like a man.
That's why they were cheating on you then.
You're not men.
That's why they were
Watch
cheating
this.
on you.
Stay in your fucking place.
That's why they cheated on you multiple
Black women-
times.
Yeah, I know.
Because
I know.
you
And that's
put no one
why
in
I'm
their
never
place.
going to be in your
That's why
proper
you had to
again.
go dip out
Yeah,
the pool
I'm not with
because
black
you
women
control
because you don't like to
nobody.
get put in your place.
Apologies,
Listen,
sir.
listen.
Apologies.
Apologies where?
Apologies.
Oh wait, you do wait. Did she just shoot? Did she just shoot?
What kind of
Did she just shoot? Go. Where's your hair? Where's your fucking hair? Where's your hair?
Once you talk about black women's hair, you're on your own, my guy. You're on your own. I was with you. Like, he's like,
That boy said, sure you can. Bro went for the jugular. He wants violence. He wants violence. You can't talk about a black woman's hair. Bitch, why not? The lack of hair. Bitch, why not, dog? Hey, I don't give a fuck. Y'all follow me enough. Y'all know I can't stand the weave. Unbelievable. I can't stand that shit, bro. Motherfucker said fatality.
I have a preference. You know, he's trying to talk about how she's held him down and picking up his Asian queen. But the moment you went for the hair, my guy, you was on your own. You're going to have to deal with it. Yeah. You're going to have to deal with this by yourself, my brother.
Take off your head,
triggered.
Where's your hair?
You're triggered.
Where's your hair?
No,
I'm
that's
triggered.
supposed to hurt.
I said I was
You're
triggered.
triggered.
Did I not say I was
No.
triggered? Where's your hair? Where's your hair?
But he's sitting up here acting like a whole woman, though, bro. In here arguing with bitches, bro. Just let them have it, bro. Just let them die on their sword, bro. You sitting here acting just like a fucking bitch. It was funny, bro, but bitches with bitches.
Where's your hair?
Show me your hair.
No, he's
Show me your hair.
pressed. He's
Show me your hair.
pressed.
Take off your eyelash. Take off your eyelash.
You're
Take off your
pressed.
makeup.
You're pressed
I'll
because
bring
you got
watch this.
cheated on.
I'll-
1,
no,
2,
yeah,
3,
yeah.
4.
Wait, watch
1,
this.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
6, 7, 8.
Wait for it. And I'll bring my natural hair Indian woman in here now.
And then what?
she looks like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on your blood.
But the crowd
Shut
is
up, man.
silent. The crowd.
Why he so tight though, bro? God damn. Yeah. This is not a good reflection of
This is a lot.
black women or men at this point, bro. Are they canceling him because of the weave shit? But this is a black channel, bro. Because I'm been fucking called out how much I hate the fucking weave, but I ain't never felt no heat because of that. I felt heat because of some other shit, but you know, I don't got a big black following here. But yeah, he's pressed, dog. This ain't it, fellas. This ain't it, fella. Don't ever allow a woman, especially a woman you don't fucking know, to have your ass out here looking more triggered than them, dog. They more stoic than him, bro. Like his goddamn pussy hurt, bro. Like, damn, fool.
You, my fair lady, haven't even had your legs open wide enough yet to even think you can speak to a man like me.
What?
So, a bit of advice. Go put your legs on some shoulders. Go swing from some chandeliers. Go get some life experience. And then come back and see me.
No, blood, no. I don't date black women because of this.
Didn't he?
You didn't understand me. You didn't want to accept the fact that I said it. I'm triggered.
Cap in the
I
rag.
told you, don't get me on a fucking
Didn't
show.
he?
I don't date black women. Not
Didn't
this.
he?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many of you got your hair on? None of you. Shut up.
Shut up.
Actual women.
You pissed off the gingerbread man.
Shut
Calm
up.
down. You're 4 foot. You're not scaring anybody. Sit the fuck down.
I don't know why this guy's crashing out so much.
I date natural women. I date natural women. Shut up.
Didn't he?
Shut up. I'm not talking.
Got a big man press.
I'm pressed.
Press.
I press Indian girl. I'm definitely pressed. Like your hair. I'm pressed like your hair.
Damn, big dog. Damn, big dog. Like, that's a lot of hate, boy. They must have gave him the fucking business, bro. Bro, don't ever allow a bitch, especially a bitch you don't even fucking know, to have your ass out here acting like a fucking 3-year-old, bro. That shit was embarrassing, dog. Word to the wise, to the bros out here dealing with angry ass manly hoes like that, bro. Just don't talk to them, bro. You know what I'm saying? Belittle them, bro. Don't give them that fucking energy back. Let them fucking crash out. Say whatever the fuck it is, and don't give them your energy. The moment you give that back at them, you're not even at their level. You're beneath them, because you shouldn't even be talking to them that way from jump.
They should. People are very low vibrational.
Stop! Leave us alone! That's it!
I'm crying because I'm frustrated. And I'm just going to make this video to let out all of the anger and frustration that all the Black women feel, because I'm tired of it.
Okay.
There's this viral video of J, whatever the UK from UK, saying some shit about Black women.
Right.
And I'm here to let out the anger of shut the fuck up. I want everyone to shut the fuck up about Black women. I'm so serious. I am just so like, I don't think you understand the weight this holds on Black women. It's always something, always something to be said about Black women. Black women wear weave. You don't wear your weave. You wear weave because you don't like yourself. Oh my God, you don't want to be natural. Then when I wear my natural hair, and just because it's short and 4C, then I'm ugly as shit. Leave me alone. Leave us alone. That's it. If you don't want Black women, go with the other ones. Stop talking to us. Stop.
Oh my goodness. What? Someone needs to check up on this chick.
Talking about us. Shut the fuck up.
Drink the coffee. It'll make you feel better.
I'm so tired. It's always something from white people. Then it's from Black men. Then it's from Africans. I'm tired. Shut the fuck up. Shit.
All right. So there you go. You guys heard it for yourself, and definitely heard it for yourself, right? She was screaming at the top of her lungs. Snot, spit, profanity. She hit all the check marks, and she's saying, I'm tired of seeing these videos.
Me, when I saw this video, I was like, what the fuck is going on? What is this? What does this solve? Like, what, like, you see, I'm like, they're not capable. They don't regulate their emotions. Like, that's why with the other video, I just stopped talking. Like, what are we doing at this point? What are we doing at this point? Right? People don't know how to regulate their emotions. They're not capable. I don't know. I'm like, maybe she needs to be sedated. Right? Oh, when I wear my wigs, I'm told to stop wearing my wigs. And then when I wear my natural hair, people don't like it because it's short. It's not because it's short. It's not well taken care of. If you always wear wigs, the day when you wear your natural hair, most likely is damaged. You need to go see someone and get it cut. But wearing your natural hair, just because it's natural doesn't make it beautiful. You have to take care of it. Right? Once again, mediocre standards. People are just picking on me because I'm a Black woman. Nobody's picking on you because you're a Black woman. Your life has no structure. You don't have structure. Yeah, exactly. She needs help. But then she don't get the help. She thinks there's nothing wrong with her. This is the kind of people, like, what's her name? Six the Goddess calls these loser ain't shit bitches. Like, this is it. This is some loser ass energy. Why are you screaming? You can just talk. Just say how you feel. You don't have to scream. Yeah, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, they're so fucking loud. Why are you screaming? You can just say, hey, when I saw Ginger's video, it really triggered me because this and that. But I would hope everybody would realize that everybody's triggered because everybody's hurt. He has his personal hurt, so he says things like, oh, I don't date Black women, right? Not that he doesn't like them. right? But he doesn't like the attitude because it really hurts him and it really emasculates him, right? The other ladies too, they get really hurt because they do have black men that they like. So when you say that, it reawakens something in them and it makes them feel like they're not wanted and things like that. But everybody is hurting over here. And instead of everybody acknowledging that, you know what, you're hurting, so you're lashing out, I'm hurting, so I'm lashing out, how can we do better? They're all hurt. If you're not that hurt, you ain't gonna react like this. Right? Ginger, well, he already said he was triggered, so he has some kind of self-awareness, right? But the other girls too, they're triggered. Even the one who asked the question, like, yeah, she's more mild-mannered, but she seems like she's in her 30s. She's not, there's nothing on her finger. So obviously something is wrong because you're really cute. So why aren't you married yet? Why don't you have a person? Why are you at this show asking questions at a goofy ass panel? Right? Because obviously you don't have nothing going on in your romantic life. There you go. So there is a problem. There, like I'm like, everybody here, y'all all need help. Right? But it's like we have normalized lashing out, screaming, being petty, mocking people, degrading people, instead of saying, you know what? I see you're hurting. I'm also hurting. How do we fix it? God forbid. Maturity? Yeah, right. Yeah, he did. He said that. And like none of these girls are confessing that they also have trauma. They all have trauma. We all have trauma. Oh, he just hate black women. No, he doesn't hate black women. He doesn't like the attitude because it makes him feel emasculated. And he's already short. You know, he's a short guy. So that already gets to him, right? Yeah, I see it. Right? It's the attitude. He never said he didn't find black girls attractive. He didn't say he didn't like him. He said, I don't date them because I don't like the attitude. Because it reminds him of his mom. It just triggers him. Right? That's it. It's not that hard. But I guess he could also, like, he could work on explaining himself better because he hasn't dealt with that. He needs to go to therapy as well. But I'm like, if you are with a bunch of girls who want to hackle you and act like a peanut gallery, just leave. It's not worth it. They're not mature enough for this conversation. Right? They're hurting too. Like you got 40 inches of wig that's not even your hair. Like you hiding from something also. Show your real face. Show your real hair. Come up as yourself. She can't do it. So they're all triggered. They're all triggered. They're all a bunch of black people living in a white ass country and they all feel like they don't belong. So then they pounce on each other because they don't feel good about being in the homeland of a colonizer. Like it's not that hard. But this damn screaming, it's a lot. Like it's just so damn painful.
You talking about black women. Who? She said white people. She said black men. She said, I'm assuming when she said black men, she meant as in black men worldwide. And then she goes on to say Africans. She says enough is enough. So here's the interesting thing. I saw the video that she's referencing to, and it wasn't made in the States. She's right. It was made in the UK. And it was a panel of people having a conversation, and they purposefully went out to seek out black men who no longer date.
No, but it's not black features. He never said he had issues with black features. He said he doesn't like the attitude. Yeah, he said he doesn't like the attitude. He didn't say he didn't find black girls attractive. He never called these girls ugly. He said he doesn't like the attitude. He said to the other girl, the way you spoke to me, we were just fine, we were vibing. But this right here, black attitude. He's like, he doesn't like the black attitude. And because of that attitude, he has decided not to date black women anymore. Right? That's what he said. I feel like he somewhat expressed himself. I got it. Right? It's the attitude. So then the way the girls were acting like a peanut gallery with their loser ass behavior, they were validating what he was saying. Like, yeah, it's too much attitude. Oh, I'm not giving you attitude while she's giving you attitude. Oh, yeah, girl. We ain't. Like loser ass behavior. They act like a bunch of pookies. These are a bunch of female YNs in the UK. Right? So it's like you live amongst white people, but you haven't picked up on any of their ways, especially being demure. That shit is fucking crazy. Right? Yeah. So he said it's the attitude he doesn't like. But a lot of men agree with him. They're just not going to say it. Right? It's the attitude. So then the other brother said the reason why so many of these women are able to do this because weak black men have enabled this behavior. Even the whole sassy stuff, right? Because a lot of black women want to act like gay black men. Like they want to do their makeup like gay black men. They want to dress like gay black men. They want to talk like gay black men lingo. They want to behave like gay black men. It's like if most black men are heterosexual, how do you think that you as a black woman, if you start acting like a gay black man, they're going to find you attractive? They're not gay. And even if they were gay, I don't think they'd be attracted to this kind of gay stuff. Yeah. But I'm like, you know what I'm saying? If you're looking at a straight black man, if I look at a heterosexual black man, I'm assuming he's attracted to a traditional heterosexual black woman. So now if this black woman starts behaving like a gay black man, it's going to be a problem. He's not attracted to that kind of stuff. And the behavior of sassy gay black men is a turnoff for most straight black men. But most black women want to act like sassy gay men. It is weird. They don't find it attractive. And it's the only gender group who wants to keep doing what the people they're attracted to doesn't like and expect people to be attracted to them. They don't find that shit cute. It turns them off. So why are you doing it? Right? Why are you a biological woman acting like a sassy gay black man? You are a black woman. You were born a woman. Why are you acting like that? It's not cute behavior. It's just not cute. Right? Even it's like these long ass weaves and these long ass wigs. It's the gay black scene, right? You can do like install a traditional sewing, and you can have a regular, it can have a normal length to it and still look natural, right? You don't have to look like a damn streetwalker. Like, it's just too much. From what I see, sometimes the stuff I see from black girls in the UK, it's just too ratchet. It's excessively ratchet. Like when Bridget talks about it, she's like, oh my gosh, Marlene. It is just too ratchet. And these are the kinds of girls who dominate. Like they just dominate the black woman scene in the UK. You have a lot of black girls in the UK that are very posh, very chill, very Pilates princess, right? They love Halo. They're very calm. They're very demure. But the mainstream image of black girls in the UK is that. It's the lashes, it's the loudness, it's the long hair, it's just so, it's not cute. It's just not cute. It's just not cute. You know? And also it's like, it's not like you don't have an even representation when you get to see the black girls that are a bit more, they're a lot more demure and very calm. They're very, very calm. But they don't get seen because I guess, they're trying to act white. No, they're acting civilized. Is this a joke? Yeah, this is crazy.
Black women and asked them why, right? It was kind of like a rowdy panel setup. You know what? We'll check it out real quick. But I want to read some of the comments on this post because I really haven't read any of them yet. But this is the video that was in reference with the caption, "I don't date black women. I stopped dating you for a reason." Now, before I play this video, here's something interesting that a lot of people don't know about algorithms and complaining about content and the things you see. You know, you often hear people say stuff like, I'm tired of seeing this. Can we move on to another subject? Can we talk about something else? When the honest reality is whatever's appearing on your For You page, whatever you see is really a reflection of the videos you choose to linger on, click on, and show interest in. These algorithms are very, very good. Shisha, what do you mean? What does this have to do with anything? This could apply to, and I mean in any capacity of your life. If you're tired of seeing negativity, no matter what it is, it could be the coffee pot, could be the news, could be anywhere else. All you have to do is literally start watching other videos, start watching other genres, being interested in other topics, and your algorithm within the same day will start to change and start feeding you topics that are different. What's more likely? This chick is probably somebody who addresses a lot of these topics. And a lot of people complain about like not wanting to see certain topics or being tired of negativity. It really is a reflection of what you are actually interested in. A lot of people don't want to be that honest with themselves, but it's just the truth. And I think when it comes to like platforms and podcasts, it's not like Fox News or CNN, you know, people never complain like, why are they always reporting on negative things? But the reality is we as human beings are just attracted to topics that unfortunately are high in emotion and maybe highly triggering and may be personal and affect our lives in a real way. And so that's my advice to this chick. I'm like, listen, that didn't come in your algorithm by itself. That's one. That's one. And so let's check out this video that she's referencing to. Let's get it. The Coffee Pot is backed by fathershaverights.com, the ultimate prenup prep guide for men who value marriage in our modern day. Future husbands, the divorce.
Listen to me when I'm talking to you lot.
I'm listening.
Because you lot don't like to listen. Oh, where's your hair? Where's your hair? Watch this. No, wait, watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. You just triggered me a little bit because you did something that all the other black women used to do. You asked me a question, you didn't let me answer it, and then you said you don't give a shit.
I don't though. That's the truth.
I know you don't. So what's the point of the conversation?
Because to me, your point is invalid.
And then what's the
So
point?
I don't care
So
for
why
the
would I keep
answer.
dating you?
That's why.
So wait, no. So why?
I said this part. You see, this part I agree with him on this part. If you feel like his points are invalid, why are you even here? Right? Why are you even there? If you feel like his points are invalid, then why are you here? So you just waste your time going to panels to argue with people whose points are invalid. You sound crazy. Like I said, let me see your A levels. Number two, if you're going to ask someone, okay, how do you feel about this? And then you don't even let the person talk. You say, well, I don't give a shit what you have to say. That is rude. That is just rude. That's just a rude behavior. So he said you did that and it triggered me because I guess previously maybe his mom, sisters, other people have done that to him, right? But it's like, oh, but we don't understand why he doesn't like black women. You guys are doing exactly what he's telling you. This is why I don't date them. Okay, well, I'm going to do it anyways. I don't give a fuck. Well, okay, cool. Then why are we here? Right? It's rude. It's disrespectful. It's unnecessary, right? If you're going to say somebody, if you're going to ask, okay, tell me how you feel about that. Let the person talk. And don't talk to argue, talk to listen. Like, okay, cool. Then you say, okay, I heard what you said, but how about this? How about that? Right? There is a way to converse with people. There is a way to disagree with people, right? But I feel like also, if you didn't grow up a certain way, it's not going to be obvious to you because you probably come from a family where people yell, people attack people, people assault people, people make fun of people. Like you come from a very verbally, emotionally abusive household. I can always tell. You can always tell when people were raised in emotional abuse because they think it's normal to abuse other people too. Because that's just what you know. That is all that you know, right? And I feel like sometimes, I think something that also needs to be said is that a lot of black girls, unfortunately, were not raised to be soft. They were not raised in household where the mother was soft. There was an expectation of you being feminine. The mother was feminine and things like that. People were raised by wolves. You can say black wolves, whatever, but people were raised by wolves. So then when people are looking at you and expecting a modicum of class and sophistication from you, they ain't gonna get it because you have no idea what it looks like because nobody ever demonstrated that behavior to you. You don't know what it looks like, right? But this is not how adults actually converse. If you ask someone a question, then let them respond. Otherwise, why did you ask the question? Do you have ADHD? Are you slow? Right? If you don't care about what he has to say, don't even engage with this man. Why are you here? Why are you here? Right? Another thing I didn't like too with the feedback is always, oh, he attacked black women. He attacked black women. Because once again, you're looking at a bunch of ethnic narcissists, classic narcissists, textbook narcissists. They did nothing wrong, right? He attacked black women, sure, no problem, but they also attacked them as well, right? So why is it that correction is always towards the black men, but it's never towards the black women? When you watch this stuff, this interaction, you can't say, okay, these young ladies too, they could have handled this better, they could have done this better, or you could have talked to him a certain way, or you could have at least been a bit more sensitive when he talked about the fact that he grew up with a mother that just used to just break shit all the time. No, that is perfectly normal. It's normal for these women to not have empathy. And somehow they don't realize that is monster behavior. What kind of woman does not naturally have empathy? You have apathy. Something is wrong with your ass, right? Something is wrong. It's usually men that don't have apathy. Women usually have empathy. It's part of being feminine. But when you're masculine, you're more likely to not have apathy. Something is dead on the inside of you. Something died. It's just weird. Something is dead. But most black women too are godless. So there you go, right? Because otherwise you would have empathy. I don't like what he's saying, but obviously he's disclosing something, which is that he grew up in a not so great household and he had a mother who was, it seems like verbally and physically abusive. And that has scarred this man. And I don't think he's got the help for that. Right? So I'm sorry that you had this childhood, that you shouldn't have had that. You didn't deserve that. Right? Start there first. Acknowledge what the person is saying. He grew up in a very toxic household with a very toxic mother. But no, let's just fly by like, oh, that's just perfectly fine. He's attacking Black women. Did it ever occur to you that the first Black woman he encountered was not a good person? Right? If your own mother makes you hate Black women, you don't think it's going to be a lot harder for you to like Black women? And that's why if you have children, you should work hard to be a great Black mother to your children, because you're the first Black woman they will encounter. Be a good person. But no, his mother was a shit, right? But that's not a big deal. But him, he should still somehow, he needs to thrive above it all and still be a good person. That's abusive, okay? He is not my type. He doesn't have to be my type. I have a type. But I do believe that when people talk about their trauma, people should actually listen, right? No, he's ginger though. He's more like red bone. Jimmy's light skin. He's not like, he looks almost albino, right? But it doesn't matter what color he was. You know, if a young man says, if my mom was here, she'd just break everything down. That is just not normal. Hey, Lonnie, that's not normal behavior. A parent should never be breaking shit around children. It is just not normal. It's not normal. And if somebody says that, everybody should be like, you know what? He has childhood trauma. So proceed with caution, right? If he had a healthy childhood and he had these point of views, it'd be a little different, right? But if people grew up in trauma, right? If people grew up in trauma and they let you know, my mother did this, my mother did that, it should kind of be something that you keep in the back of your head. Like, okay, I am dealing with somebody who off the rip didn't interact with the best Black woman possible. So it does impact his behavior. He's a human being, right? I don't like it how people make it seem as though because you're a Black man, you don't have the right to be sensitive, or you don't have the right to say like, my mom was not a nice person because she happens to be a Black woman. He didn't have a good experience, right? Why is that? Why you can't criticize Black mothers and say like, yeah, you was crazy, right? You don't have to break shit. You don't have to scream. It's just not normal. Yeah, of course he did, because look at how he was raised. How you not gonna go to prison? Even right now, you can see he can't control himself. So yes, he said he went to prison because he couldn't control himself, because he grew up in a household that was toxic. Where do you think he's gonna go? Oxford, Cambridge? Like, where's he gonna go? You think children who grew up in chaotic environments end up going to like medical school? No, they go to prison. They go to prison. Children who are not raised to handle their emotions will go to prison, because they don't have self-control, because they've never seen anybody demonstrate self-control. Why are so many Black boys in prison in America? Because they were raised by mothers who could not control themselves, so they're in prison. Most Black boys raised by single moms will go to prison at least once. They will go to prison, right? Because they're not raised by women who are stoic. They are raised by women who are tempestuous. They're like a freaking hurricane. So these boys act like women. That's what he did, because they're raised by women who can't control themselves. So of course he went to prison. It's obvious. Yeah, exactly. And then he said that. He said his mom, his wife also screams. He said the same thing. Said his wife, she screams. I guess she breaks stuff too, which is actually sad. Because I'm like, this is it's a vicious cycle. And if he's not careful, one day, one of these women, whether it's his mom or his wife, they're going to push this man too far. He's going to go break their neck, because he could kill somebody. He went to prison, and then also add the PTSD of prison. Because going to prison is traumatic. It's not normal. It's very violent. You're out there by yourself. It's just weird. It's unsanitary. It's violent. It's lonely. Like somebody can just snap your neck. But I'm like, you add everything he's been through, one day, whether it's his mom or it's his wife, somebody's going to push this man too far. He's going to go, and someone will die. Right? That's why I say when people talk to you, you have to listen. Even when sometimes you argue, that's why I say I don't argue with men. Because even if he's short, even if he's skinny, that is still a man, and something can snap in there. He can kill my ass. I don't want to die. So when you talk to people, you have to even look at their eyes. Like if their eyes are opening up too wide, they start to salivate and shit like that, bring it back down. Bring it back down, because you don't know where the fuck he's going, because he could snap. And he been to prison. Just like people who've been to war. Be very careful arguing with these people, because at any moment they could snap. You're a regular civilian trying to egg people who've been through some crazy shit. They can snap and kill your ass. Exactly. So it's like prison is rough. It's really rough on people. So to have civilians who've never been to prison, don't know what the prison life is, to poke on a former prisoner, you don't know. You might do something that somebody did to him in prison. He gonna snap on your black ass. And that's why when you talk to people, you got to start looking at their body clues, like emotional clues, body clues. Are they sweating a lot? Do you see, are they like agitated? Are their eyes bulging? The corner of their lips have got saliva? You bring down the temperature, because this person is leaving their body, right? But most women are too busy, yippity, yappity, yappity, yappity. He will snap your fucking neck, because a man is a man. I don't care how small he is, how short he is, how skinny he is. He can freaking kill your black ass. You might need to calm the fuck down. Shut up. And most women don't want to fucking shut up. He will fucking wring your neck. And trust and believe, if he did 11, 12 years in prison, you don't think he got 20 years in him? You don't think he got 20 years in him? You don't think he got 20 years in him? They like to play with dangerous people. Go play with something safe. Go play with your Barbies. Play with something safe. Right? You understand? Like you gotta have, like, that's why I say, like, a lot of these women don't have situational awareness, right? Do you think it's prudent for you to try to go back and forth with a former inmate? Are you dumb? What if he waits for you outside the building? Right? Even when you have, no, seriously, like even when you go outside sometimes and you have a man giving you a compliment, I always say thank you. Child, they're about to kill my ass. I never said, like, oh, ew, who you talking to? Ew, child, please. Let me not make somebody feel like shit. And next thing you know, they want to kill my black ass. Okay? I'm like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Then I start walking real fast. Okay? I always look at people in the eyes. I acknowledge the compliment and I walk as fast as I can. They're about to kill my ass. You know? Because, hey, even if you're my type, you're not my type, you gave me a compliment. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, God bless you, Chad. Oh my gosh, you're so sweet. Gotta go. Boop. I'm out of here. You ain't got to do all this. Ew. What? Who you talking to? Like, what? Ew. What's that for? What's that for? Because that is still a man. That man can wait for you outside. When you come out the store, beat the shit out you. He can even have acid in his. He can even have acid in his hand. There's a YouTuber here. One time she went to a club. I guess the guy was trying to talk to her. She ignored the man. He felt some kind of way. You guys, the man went to the car. Jesus Christ. The man went to the car. He took the acid from his battery. He waited for her. When she came out the club, he went pow on her face. Jesus Christ. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my gosh. Right? So even me, I am very mindful. I say hi to people. Hey. Because I don't want to make anybody feel less than. I don't want no problems. You understand? And also, when I'm out there by myself. James is not walking with me. And even Jim was walking with me. I don't want him to have to fight for me. This is ridiculous. I can take care of myself. Because I have situational awareness. Don't make anybody feel less than. We're going to be good. Especially, I don't try to make no man feel less than. I'm about to grab my black ass. Okay? I don't want to die. I don't want to get beat up. Yes, Lenny, she was coming. She's here. She's a black woman. She does makeup. When she saw him, I guess the way she answered to him, he didn't like it. Because he felt like she was dismissive towards him. So he went back to the car. He opened the hood of the car. He got the acid from the battery shit. He waited for her. When she came outside the club, he grabbed it. He just threw it in her face. She was screaming. I said, Jesus Christ. Right? So I'm like, you don't know. Yeah, you see, that's what I'm saying. Like, you just said, oh, thank you so much. Run. So they can't say, oh, she thinks she better than me. Listen, I don't want nobody to beat my ass. You don't know, people are mental out here. People are unhinged. There are people out here who don't have nothing to lose. So you think I'm going to go back and forth with an inmate? I ain't doing that shit. 11 years in the pen. No thanks, bro. He's seen some shit. I don't even want to trigger you. You went to prison. I'm gonna start whispering. Are you okay? Okay. Well, thank you for telling me. Child. I don't want to die because I know prison is traumatic. Just like war. War is also very traumatic. You know, like because you know I'm in DC, so we have Quantico. It's not far, but like after like Iraq, for example, a lot of our soldiers they were killing their wives on Quantico. PTSD. You know, blackout, killed the woman, blacking out, killing the woman. They were out here killing their wives, right? Yeah, don't kill my ass. Just, oh my gosh, thank you. Run. Okay. Oh my God. Oh, thanks so much. Run. But at least nobody can say you weren't friendly, right? That's it. I always say, oh, thank you. Oh, you're so nice. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, thank you so much. Boom, gotta go, right? Because I'm not trying to make. Oh, you can't even talk to me. You beneath me. You're not beneath me, sir. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. God bless you. Gotta go. Right? That's it. I accept the compliment. I act like I'm, oh my gosh, I'm so touched. Okay? Pew! Gotta go. You will not kill my black ass. You ain't gonna beat me up. You ain't gonna pounce on me. You ain't gonna kill me. Nope. You guys, listen. No, you gotta have situational awareness. But I'm like, the man, and on top of that too, he's short. You know, short guys also have a lot of insecurities. So think about everything he deals with, right? He's short. He's, you know, I guess maybe he feels the way about being albino, like being ginger, right? Then he didn't have the best childhood with his mom. Then he went to prison for 12 years. So who knows how he feels about that, what he missed out on and what he had to endure in there, right? So it's a lot for him. So if you keep doing this and doing this, how do you know he's not going to go all the way black, you know what I mean? Ginger. Listen. Okay? Exactly. Listen. It's okay. Wow. I'm sorry you feel this way. Wow. Well, thank you for sharing that with me. It must have taken a lot for you to tell me that, huh? Okay. Well, you know what? Moving forward, I will definitely try to be more mindful because you're right. Sometimes the attitude, it can really get in the way. And I'm so glad that you shared that. Wow, you're so brave. Boom, we're done. Okay? Because me, I know my clients. Trust and believe that shit. You're about to stab my black ass. You're all crazy. Every time I tell you, I say, oh, don't go after these phones. Don't go into people's phones. I tell y'all this all the time. Whatever is done in the dark will come to light. Don't fight over a cell phone. Don't be diving for a phone. Leave these phones alone. People get killed behind these cell phones. I tell y'all this all the time. Your life is not worth a cell phone. Whatever's on that phone, who gives a fuck? Right? Because even if you find out what's on that phone, are you really going to leave? The answer is no. So then why are we doing all the shit? It's a fucking circus. Because even if you find out what's on the phone, you're still going to stay. So then why do you want to know? But you see how my friend, he killed his wife over a cell phone. Leave that stupid ass phone the fuck alone. It's not worth your life. But you see how quickly he snapped? But that's his wife. You see how quickly he snapped, killed her, then he left her in the fucking closet, and then he grabbed the iPad looking for his phone while she's dead in the fucking closet. People will kill you and just live like nothing happened. Meanwhile, your family's sitting here crying. You think if Ginger Man kills you, you're going to lose sleep over that shit? He already been in prison. He has nothing to lose. Right? So I'm like, is it really worth poking someone you know went to prison? I'm not doing that goofy shit. That to me is crazy. I'm not doing that. Okay. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm like, oh my gosh, you know what? Oh my gosh, Ginger, thank you for telling me that. Well, from what you've shared, I can tell that, you know what? You didn't have the best experience with your mom. And it was quite traumatic. So on behalf of all Black women, I would first like to start by apologizing for that. Right? Because you deserve better, right? When people tell you what happened, you affirm, you whatever, you can't bring the temperature down. Like you're safe with me, you know, I'm not here to be your enemy. So the attitude, well, yeah, I have noticed the attitude myself. Once upon a time, I used to have one too, but you're right. I had to work on that. And I'm very grateful that I did. So thank you for sharing. It's very brave, you know. Anything else you want to share? Okay. Well, thank you so much. Like, this is really, really going to be impactful. I think we can all learn from that. right? Is there anything you want to hear from me? Right? Do you see? And this, like, you know, the older I get, I understand why sometimes even white people, they move the way that they do, because they're mindful about their brand. Like, they talk to you very soft. Like, are you okay right now? Is this a good time to talk? And they're actually right. This is how you do stuff. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. And it's like, and even if she gonna get the phone, she's not gonna leave, Elena. So why are we even doing this? She's not going anywhere. She just wants to create foolishness in the household because she's bored. Because if she gets the phone, if she sees the text messages, she is not going anywhere. So why are we doing all this? Right? And like I said, God forbid you go on the phone and you see the girl and you realize she's prettier. Then what the fuck you gonna do? It's gonna make you even feel worse. You know, you're gonna be at a higher functioning vibration, right? If you don't even know what you're really competing against, right? Exactly. Because I'm like, he's not mentally stable. So it's not healthy. It's like poking with a homeless person. Would you go and make fun of a homeless person? Oh no, they're crazy. And homeless people are hella strong. They skinny as hell, but they strong as fuck. Don't go out there trying to pick a fight with a homeless person. They will beat your ass. Even a crackhead. These people are strong as hell. They are really, really strong. Oh my gosh, they are really strong. So a homeless person, don't you dare. They will beat the shit out you, okay? Crackhead people too. They skinny as fuck, but they strong as hell. Don't mess with them skinny people. Leave these people alone. Stop triggering people. I will never stop saying it. Yeah, exactly. You see, because they don't want, you see, but the thing about HR, they don't want you to go ballistic. Because what if you're if you're currently in the office, you can go crazy and try to destroy the whole business, right? If you're at home, you could also self-harm. We don't know. So they have to do it in a way where they try to be as sensitive as possible while telling you, you ain't got no more job. Strategy is everything, right? Because like we don't know his mental state. But I'm saying, like, what if the girl who just kept going and going and going, what if you waits for her outside? Is it really worth it? Because you want to clap back at this man and act like a whole hood booger from the Brixton or from Elephant and Castle or from fucking Peckham, right? What is this? What's this bullshit, right? It's not worth your life. Because you don't know if he's going to wait for you outside the building because you don't even have fucking security. You want to antagonize a man who's been to prison for 12 years while you have no damn security. He's been to prison for 12 years. You don't think he can do it again? You think he's scared of prison? Right? And if he did almost 12 years, it had to do with him taking somebody's life or coming close to taking somebody's life. Okay? Because 12 years, that's a lot. Right? So do you think this is the man you want to do all this bullshit with? He could wait for you outside the building. You have no security. Also, London is not that big. You never know. You might meet this man one day. You completely forgot about it. Oh, it was just a panel. We were just out there roasting. You completely forgot about it. But he didn't forget. He's short. You know, short men have a complex, you know. He's short. He didn't forget. You going to meet this man in the tube somewhere. Pow, 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 pow. Because the way you made him feel. Because he obviously can't, he doesn't know how to deal with his emotions. Like the guy said, like, he also started behaving like a woman. So he didn't want to talk anymore. He wanted to be sassy himself. Right? And he has nothing to lose. So is this the kind of man you want to be doing this poking shit with? I don't think so. I'm not fucking with this man. Y'all crazy. Exactly. I'm not doing this shit. I am not doing this with this guy. You people are crazy. Chat. I'm not doing it. Yeah, exactly. They still stay. So why go into his phone? It's just not worth it. It's just not. You're not going to leave. Not going to leave. So why bring all this turmoil into your heart? Bring all this fire into your heart when we all know you ain't going nowhere. Even Beyonce ain't going nowhere. You ain't going nowhere. So leave the phone alone. Leave it alone. Like, just leave that phone be. Exactly. So I'm like, nah, don't want no smoke. I ain't doing this. You are crazy. He got some big ass arms. No, ma'am. Thank you. Y'all, you should see me outside. Oh, thank you so much. Gotta go. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, yeah, thanks. Okay. Child. Because a lot of people get offended by something small. And you should always look at people in the eye so you can make sure they don't have anything in their hands that they could be using to hurt you. So I always look at people. Oh, thank you. Oh, gotta go. All right. My safety. I don't care about going back and forth with the man. Nope. I'm straight. Gotta go. I'm getting the fuck out of here. This ain't safe for me. This is not safe.
I'm gonna keep dating you.
To me, it does sound like a little bit of a race thing. But don't kill me.
It is a race thing. I don't date black women. I stopped dating you for a reason. Stop trying to say that what I didn't say.
They want to know the reason.
I told you the reason.
He already said the reason.
I told you the reason.
He said the reason already.
Listen, here's what we're not doing. We're not going around it.
Let her finish. So can you let me finish?
Let me upset you. Let me. Pardon?
You said that she didn't let you finish. But could you let me finish?
No, I ain't got time for it no more. Get that. Get that. Get that. Get that. Get that. Get that.
Here's what I'm talking about. And I know I'm not speaking to the topic at hand yet, but like all these people came together to obviously discuss a real issue in their eyes. They're like, hey, why don't you date black women? Now, never mind that the majority of black men who do marry or date black women, they're obviously, when you look over here in the West and probably when you look over in the UK, I'm sure the stats aren't a lot better. Despite the majority of black people marrying within their race, people still want to know why the marriage rates so low. And yes, they are low, right? You have like close to 50% of black women who at the time they do a lot of these studies are single and not married. That's half that will most likely never get married. People.
And me, this is what I cared about to get back to Layla, right? I was always trying to tell Layla. It was like, oh, Marlene, is he your type? Layla was messing with me. She's so crazy, right? This is what I was saying earlier. Me, Ginger doesn't have to be anybody's type. And also it's a little too much, right? He doesn't have to be anybody's type. However, right, it doesn't take away from the fact that he is a black man. It doesn't take away from the fact that he does have access to other black men. And we have to also be honest and say, are men more likely to be a bit more open around other men? The answer is yes, right? Are most black men going to be comfortable being more open around other black men about what they like, what they don't like about other black women? The answer is yes, right? To your face, he's going to lie. To your face, a lot of black, oh no, there's nothing wrong. Oh, I love black women, but their behavior shows something else. So you say one thing, but you do something else because I know you don't want to be canceled, right? You don't want to be canceled. Now, the thing about Ginger, because he really has nothing to lose, let's be so for real. So he doesn't mind saying how he feels, even though I feel like he could have worded himself better. But then again, he went to prison, not Oxford. So let's be so for real, right? Makes sense. But he can let you know certain things that most black men don't like, but they don't want to say it out loud. That was my whole point. So to me, if you, like I said, if you like the black man and you have seen your type before, you have seen your type, you have seen him on the metro, you've seen him outside, you've seen him at the office, you've seen your type. Your type has also seen you. But every time y'all see each other, you lock eyes and he keeps walking away. You see this other type. He looks at you, you lock eyes, he walks away. You see your type over here, he looks at you, y'all lock eyes, he walks away. At some point, you have to say, well, something is wrong. Right? Because it's not like I don't know him. It's not like I haven't seen him. The problem is he doesn't want to talk to me. So there's something he wants to say. He don't want to say it. Ginger gonna tell you what it is. You get me, right? Because just because a man is not your type doesn't mean that he doesn't have access to the information that you need in order for you to recalibrate your strategy. Hopefully I'm making sense, right? So I think a lot of black guys don't like the attitude. That's number one. Number two, a lot of black guys don't like that black women are taking on traits of sassy gay black men. It is a big turnoff. Like there's all of this talking with the black gay lingo crap. They don't like that shit. They don't like it, right? So for all the black girls who are listening to Anwar on Out of Date, you might not want to because he can't tell you what most straight black men want because most straight black men do not like the sassy gay attitude shit. They don't fucking like it. They don't like it, right? But not once did he say, for as far as I listen, right? He never said that black women were not pretty. He didn't say he didn't find them attractive. He said he doesn't date them anymore because his mama getting PTSD and the attitude stuff, he just can't do it. All right. But he never said he didn't find them pretty. He never said he didn't find them attractive. They don't listen. They just want to be offended. You got to listen. Right. So could you say that is it possible that the black men that you're attracted to, maybe he fears your attitude? If the answer is yes, listen to Ginger and be like, you know what? You ain't shit, but thank you for putting me on. I think I can fix the attitude. Moving forward, this is how I'm going to try to talk. This is how I'm going to try to converse with people. This is how I'm going to try to, try to resolve a disagreement. It doesn't have to be all of that. So thank you for pointing that out. That's it. We're done. Okay. That's it. That's that. We're done. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like that's it. That's that. We're done. Because the thing is, my main concern is not going back and forth with Ginger, because that's a non-issue, right? My main concern is I don't want you to meet your person. And because of all of this, the person says, oh shit, I don't want this. Because it's too much of a caricature, it's too much of a stereotype. Does that make sense? If the attitude is what's withholding someone from pursuing you, getting to know you, and if you know deep down inside, you can abate, you can, bring it down a bit, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. Right? And you got to stay away from these loser ass females who are egging you to behave like a sassy gay black man. You are not a man, you're not gay, and you shouldn't be sassy. You know what I'm saying? So that's that. Just get rid of that. But I'm like, too many black women today are acting like sassy gay black men. And it's not cute. It's not cute behavior. It's not cute, right? And also, when it comes to disagreements, when it comes to arguments, right? When it comes to dissension, right? Try to do it in a peaceful way, right? Okay, I don't agree, but I'm going to try to see your perspective and I'll keep it in mind for next time. Boom, we're done. That's it. That's all I'm saying, right? If somebody says, I don't like when you do X, Y, and Z. Well, I don't do that. Well, that's not true. You're being defensive. You're being combative, right? Well, I disagree, but I'm happy that you brought it up to me. I'll try to keep it in mind. Okay. So moving forward, thanks for that suggestion. I'll try to see how I can do better. Boom, we're done. That's it. That's it. It's not a big deal, right? Anything that can make you better, even if you don't feel like right now you need it, would it hurt for you to have that in your toolkit? The answer is no. Put that in your toolkit, right? It's not a big deal, right? If you had a first aid kit and somebody offered you extra gauze or extra Band-Aids, you're not going to take it? You'll take it like, yeah, sure, whatever. I can put it in my toolkit, in my first aid kit. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal because that's the only way you're going to get better, right? But God forbid you meet the person you like and because of your attitude, it goes left. It's not easy to meet the right person. It doesn't happen like that. It's not, I met this guy. He was everything I wanted, but who cares? I'm not going to change my attitude. And then I'm going to wait and then the next 2 days, I'll find another one. It doesn't work like that. Go ask Ashanti. Go ask Ashanti. Ashanti said, Nelly told her, your mouth is a problem. She thought it was a joke. He left. He went to see Miss Jackson. She waited for 10 years. So why not just fix your mouth and keep your man? Instead of waiting until you're 40 to have a baby. Right? So it's like, it's not even just him saying it. Right? But Ashanti went with, what's her name? Angie Martinez. And she said, when she first got with Nelly, Nelly told her, your mouth is a problem. You think she fixed it? Oh, I don't have a problem. Nobody ever told me that. There's nothing wrong with me. Womp. Okay. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Right? And what happened? He left. LL Cool J, we saw his wife. She said when they were really young, her mouth was a problem. Right? And she had to learn, you can't do all of this. It's too fucking much. So she stopped. Right? It's a real thing. Now, who else said it? I forgot. Right? But it's a lot of women that'll tell you, like, you know what? My mouth was a problem. Jada and Will Smith, he told her, because she's from Baltimore, talking all kinds of crazy. He had to say to her, you don't talk to me this way. Because he said they were having a dinner with friends and she said the F word or she was cursing at him. And he said, you're not going to talk to me this way. You see what I'm saying? So it's not like Ginger Man is just making this up. There is a problem with this thing right here, right there, not right there, this right here, right? So what we're saying is, if this thing can cost you a whole relationship, fix it. That's all we're saying. It's not that hard, right? It really isn't that hard. But I'm like, Ashanti, all she had to do was fix her mouth. We wouldn't be in this predicament.
Or curious about why. What's the problem? Is that when we get into why, you're asking the men why they aren't getting down on one knee, and that can become highly sensitive and highly volatile. With that being said, I do think there gets to a point where the return on these type of conversations starts to diminish, right? And it becomes more of a shock value factor than actually getting to the heart of the issue.
Exactly. They're not capable of this because they're all intellectually inferior. Yeah, Vincent Tamar is not an example. He would tune out when she would pop. Yes, it's overwhelming. Now, where's Tamar today? Right? Oh, Vincent's abusive. Vincent this. Vincent's doing just fine, child. He's doing just fine. Oh, I woke up in a bathtub. I woke up in the pool almost half dead. It's like, look at Tamar's life ever since she left Vincent. It's a hot-ass mess. She should have stayed married. It's a mess, right? But it's your mouth. I'm like, it's this mouth thing. It's a real, even the Bible says it. This small thing, it is so small, but it can set an entire forest on fire, right? The Bible says that. You got to be mindful with this whole thing right here. It can cause so much harm. It can cause so much harm. So if you are in a great relationship, but your mouth keeps, it's the reason why he's scared. Like, he's scared to propose. He's scared to meet your family. He is scared to do this. You're not going to fix this shit? Yeah, you see? You see? Because Tamar was way more respectable, way more respectful when she was married. Her life is a mess. It's sad. She never should have left Vince. She can't do it by herself. She just can't do it. She's a mess. She really is a mess. So once again, fix your mouth. It's not gonna hurt you, right? Fix the mouth. It's not gonna be a problem, right? Because these girls, the peanut gallery, they can say, "Oh, I have a boyfriend now." Of course, it's not having a boyfriend ain't hard. Having a husband is, right? You can have a boyfriend, and he might be somebody else's boyfriend. Child, a lot of these London boys is fuck boys. They got multiple girlfriends. Okay, that's not a problem. Put your boyfriend pics up. You're gonna see a bunch of girls dating your mans. It's London, like that's all they do. London is full of fuck boys. London is full of fuck boys. That's their energy. That's the kind of time they're on. Okay, but my thing is, having a boyfriend is hard. Having a serious relationship with somebody who proposes and wants to get married and does get married, that's a whole different ball game. So if you continue to act this way, are you ever going to move up to wife status? The answer is no. You can't behave. Yeah, exactly. This is my point. Then I think the other brother, I mean, he does cuss a lot. He says all the whole bitch stuff or whatever. Like, listen, that's not how he talks. That's not how I talk. That's his culture, right? But what he was saying is that sassy gay black man shit is not attractive to black men. And like you said, Tamar has this obsession with sassy gay black men. Because you have black gay dudes that are very serious. You have some black guys here who are gay. If they don't tell you they're gay, you would never know. Because their energy is very much heterosexual. It's not sassy. It's the sassy gay black dudes that black women are so in love with. They want to be like those people, talk like those people, do their makeup like those people. They get dating advice from those people. They get sex advice. Like, you are insane. You are truly insane, right? But that's all Tamar wanted in her space when she was married to Vince. So she started picking up these attributes, and it's like, this ain't gonna work. Then she went with the guy, the lawyer, the Nigerian lawyer from Harvard, right? What's his name? Forgot his name. David, right? David? He didn't like that shit also. But most heterosexual men do not like the sassy gay black men energy. They don't like it. It turns them off. So if you're a woman and you behave like this, do you not see how that's going to create a clash? Because he sees a woman But the behavior is that of a sassy gay black man. That's not what he signed up for. Right? Imagine, exactly, another one. Perfect. You get my point. And they act like that, and it's just not cute. It's just not cute behavior. They think it's cute. It's most men don't like that shit. So you got to stop doing it. It's weird. Well, there you go. You see, Lonnie said on their show, Vince planned a family getaway to Mexico, and Tamar invited all her gay friends to their romantic vacation. Right? Vince was so annoyed the whole time because it's too much. Like, hey, it's overwhelming. Even for me, it's overwhelming. And I'm a woman. I can't do it. And the thing about a lot of sassy gay black dudes also, they're highly emotional. Ooh, they're so emotional. They are so emotional. They're worse than women. They're so toxic. And they have daddy issues. They have hatred against black men because most black men don't embrace them. They have a lot of issues. It's a lot. Okay, it's a cornucopia of trauma. I can't. It's excessive. Like, even I have friends who watch like Funky Dineva. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they watch Q like that. I can't do it. It's overwhelming. And he's so dark. His energy is so dark. So mean. I can't do it. She said, you are the only group of men who said they don't like to date your women. I think, Danielle, I don't think you're being fair also. I think, Danielle, I think you play this incendiary games that a lot of black women love to mess with, which is like, oh, you're the only, a lot of black women make content saying, oh, I look better ever since I stopped dating a black man, right? Oh, a white man loves me more. Oh, this and that. You both do it. Black men and black women are both petty on this app. Okay, both genders are doing it, and it's disgusting, and it needs to stop, right? Because for some reason, if a black man talks about the black woman shows up. If the black woman talks about the black man, he shows up. Y'all don't want to stay away from each other. You don't want to stop talking about each other, right? You don't want to leave each other's name out your mouths, so you like each other. Why are y'all being so mean to each other like this? You both do it. Gotta stop doing this. Gotta stop doing it. Right? It's like fingers on a hand. No matter what you do, we're stuck together. So we gotta make it work. Gotta make it work. Exactly. Couples really should be hanging out with other couples, especially married couples. It's weird to have a bunch of gay men around your man all the time. Most black men do not like that stuff. What's another one? Tiana Taylor, another one. Bunch of gay black dudes all up in the house like that. It's excessive. It's unhealthy. And if the black guy, he can't really say anything because if he does, oh my gosh, he's homophobic. He's not homophobic. It's just overwhelming. It's overwhelming, because sassy gay black dudes also, they don't know when to turn it off. It's like they're on 10 all the time. It's excessive. It's too much. It's just too performative. It's a lot. I think most black guys, if they were around like a Walter Lee, for example, they would have an issue because Walter, if he doesn't tell you he's gay, you would never know. Like when he said he was gay, I couldn't believe it. Like, you're gay? Yeah, no way. How can you be gay? How are you gay? Are you sure you're gay? I was so confused, right? But it's like you have black guys that are gay, but they are still men. They're still manly. If they don't tell you they're gay, you would know. And they're right because it's a private matter. It's nobody's business for real, right? But the thing about sassy gay black dudes, it's nonstop. The behavior is nonstop. It's overwhelming. It's just the same way men don't really like to go shopping. Men don't really enjoy shoe shopping, grocery shopping, just going to the mall for the sake of going to the mall. It's the same thing. They don't like it. You can't force people to eat or just enjoy something they just don't enjoy doing. Like in small amounts, yeah. But just nonstop like this, it's a lot. It's a lot. It really is a lot. It's just too damn much. I feel like the guys who love a violent Latino also, I think there was a certain vibration as well. Because why would you accept a woman to be violent? You need to go to therapy, right? You really need to go to therapy. Like, why are you with a violent person? Like me, I would never understand that. But to me, also, that's not a flex either. Because I'm like, if she's toxic, she's toxic. Doesn't matter if she's toxic black or she's toxic speaking Spanish. She's a toxic ass woman, right? Or men that care, like they're toxic. So why are you accustomed? That's what they say. Like weak men create for hard times, because why do you want to be emotionally abused? Something is wrong with you. Like you need help. You need help, right? But that's just me. I would never want to be with a man anyways who wants to be emotionally abused. I don't abuse people. So it wouldn't even work because I'm not going to abuse you. So if abusing you turns you on, you need to get help, because nobody should get turned on by being disrespected. That is just weird. That is not. So she does it in front of your friends, your kids, and you're okay with this shit. You need to get serious help. This is not normal behavior. Something in you died. This is sick. This is really sick. Like, this is really, really sick. You know, it's really sick. But it's sad though. I really feel like the sad part is people just don't know how to have mature disagreements without getting disrespectful. And so it leads nowhere. So you're still frustrated. He's still frustrated. You don't know how to solve your problem. He don't know how to solve his problem, because people don't know how to peacefully have even if it's a triggering or challenging conversation, it could still be done if people agree to be respectful. We can get to the bottom of this, right? We can really get to the bottom of this. But it's like people don't even want to try. It's crazy.
I think black men and black women who are ready for marriage, who are ready for the sacrifice it takes, get a prenup, and they're willing to enter that relationship and work on themselves, that's going to happen. And the people who are not, are not. There's enough information on the topic. Is it going to end? It's not going to end. It's just not going to end. More on that later.
I said that. You had your chance. And watch this. Hey, watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. You see, if we was having a conversation, if we was having a conversation, because you was talking perfectly fine, no attitude, and you were delegating yourself perfectly fine, and then black attitude happened.
That's me.
So watch this, and then watch this, and then watch this.
Black attitude.
Watch this. So then that's
look at her standing up. Yeah, that's me. I'm black attitude. You see, like, I'm like, oh shit, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. And I'm sure she's like, listen, I'm gonna say it right, but this is crazy. You should not take pride in identifying with bad behavior. Oh, that's me. That's black attitude. I'm like, this is the kind of people that Six the Goddess refers to as handshake losing ass bitches. Like, this is it. This is loser behavior, right? You see the other girl, the other black girl, she's over there. She's calm. She's demure. She's very classy. Why don't you try to imitate her behavior, right? But the peanut gallery here, look at how they acting. And it's funny how the girl who's standing by herself, I think she has her natural hair. This is the weave committee, okay? Look at their behavior. And it's kind of sad that many of these girls, too, are dark-skinned. And when people start associating dark-skinned girls with bullshit behavior, they're going to be in their feelings. Right? Because you never give soft. You always give hard. I feel like sometimes with some dark-skinned girls, because they drank the Kool-Aid that, oh, when you're dark-skinned, nobody likes you, you're unattractive. So they step into the world already believing that people are not going to find me beautiful. People are not going to find me attractive. Nobody's going to ask for my number. So I might as well just go out there and just show my ass. Right? Because they usually don't believe in themselves. They have low self-esteem because they happen to be dark-skinned. Why is it that most of the time, if I see a black girl acting a fool and being the most ratchet I've ever seen, she's usually dark-skinned, right? Because you step in there not believing in yourself. If you really believed in yourself, if you really believe in yourself and you saw yourself as beautiful, I believe that even when you get upset or you get triggered, you're like, I'm still a pretty bitch though. Like, I'm still pretty, like, you know what I'm saying? So even when I get upset, I got to give pretty upset. Not like, I'm a pretty girl get upset. Or I'm like pretty girl music. Like, okay, like, okay. Because I'm a pretty girl. I can't be doing that kind of stuff. Right. But I think like if you're a dark-skinned girl and you drank the Kool-Aid that you're so ugly, you're so unattractive, nobody likes you because you're dark-skinned, no black man likes you because you're dark-skinned, right? You've internalized so much goofy shit that when you step out, you're angry already. So you act a fool, you act a clown, you act like a loser, you heckle at people. It's the whole peanut gallery behavior. It's ridiculous, right? Exactly. Like, you gotta see yourself as a beautiful young lady, right? The other lady too, the other girl too. I'm sure she don't like what he's saying, but why is she able to be calm? And why are you doing all this? Right? Like, that's crazy. You have to get to a place in life where you understand that I'm a beautiful girl. Yes, some people are not going to like you just because you happen to be dark skinned. That's not your problem. That's their problem, right? But you have to know you're beautiful. So as a beautiful young woman, is this how you want to represent yourself? No, because this is not beautiful behavior. This is not pretty girl behavior, right? Oh, yeah, that's me. I'm the girl with the attitude. Yeah, look at me. I got attitude. Where's that going to take you in life? Loser behavior. Where's that going to take you in life? Right? And you never know. When you all do these panels and shit like that, you never know who's looking at you. You never know who's watching. But you're so consumed trying to get even with this young man, you don't even realize that maybe your future husband could be watching the show. You don't know who's watching. So always, like Beyonce said, like, always act like there's cameras on you. Like, always act like you're, you know what I mean? Like, it's your brand, right? You never know. Hey, this interview or this panel, this show, who knows how many millions of people are going to see that. And the way I'm going to show up, I'm going to represent myself in a classy manner, because this is crazy. I'm not doing this. You people are crazy. Think about your brand. Oh, yeah, that's me. Oh, yeah, I'm the loser. Yeah, that's me. Black girl attitude. Yeah. What you doing? Representing for all the girls who love a KFC chicken bucket? That is crazy. That is so crazy to me. Exactly. Just sit down somewhere. Like, this is not a big deal. Like, let him say what he says.
So that means conversation is done, and I address it.
To her defense, because it's not a race thing, it's a women thing.
Here's why I don't date black women. Nah, I did that. You want to know? Here's why I don't date black women. Listen to me when I'm talking to you lot.
I'm listening.
Because you lot don't like to listen. I'm listening. I don't date black women because you don't like to get put in your place.
Which place?
Your place. And when you get put in your place, you think you've got to talk like a man.
That's why they were cheating on you then.
You're not men.
That's why they were cheating on you.
Stay in your place.
Cheated on you multiple times.
Yeah, I know.
She's saying that's why they cheated on you multiple times.
I'm going to be in your proper level again. Yeah, I'm not with black women because you don't like to get put in your place.
Apologies.
Listen. Apologies where?
Apologies.
Oh, wait, you do. Wait. Did she just shoot? Did she just shoot? Go, where's your hair? Where's your hair? Take off your head. Where's your hair?
You're triggered.
Where's your hair? I'm triggered. I said I was triggered. Did I not say I was triggered? Where's your hair?
All right, so that's that. It ends right there. I mean, very entertaining, but to be honest, how many of these conversations are productive enough that people leave and go, all right, I feel like we got something done here. I think most people have looked around and said, it is what it is. You're not going to change the minds of anybody who does not find you attractive, and you go where you're appreciated at the end of the day.
I don't know if this is news to you, but dating a black woman is not for beginners. We are so loyal and loving, but also we're strict. We will help you evolve and grow, but we're also going to give you some feedback and set our boundaries. If you cannot handle that, if you're not ready for growth, please leave us alone. Don't talk about us. Ginger J, leave black women alone. Thank you.
Like, this girl, I don't know what she was trying to say. Oh, dating black women is not for beginners. Like, what? What does that even mean? Like, girl, what are you talking about? Oh gosh, what? You speak for yourself. Speak about who you are and how you date, and what you can't speak for me, right? What does that mean? I'm not for beginners. What does that even mean? I'm like, what are we even talking about, right? They swear. I'm like, these women swear they have this collective identity. They have this, like, they agreed on the core principles. You are all individuals who just happen to have black skin and a vagina, right? That's pretty much all you have in common. You're all very different. Every woman is pretty much different. You want different things. What this black woman might like, you might be, oh, hell no. What this black woman might not like, you might love. We're different people, right? What you might not be attracted to, she might be attracted to. We're different people. So just speak for yourself. Me, this is what I want. But I just feel as though if you're going to tell somebody that if you date me, I'm going to give you feedback, I hope that means that you are also open to feedback, right? Because hopefully this is not a dictatorship, it's actually a relationship. Because if you have a relationship where you're the only one who gives feedback and nobody can tell you anything because you're a Black woman, you know, it's not gonna last. Right? Because relationships are about the two people, not just one person having their way all the time. It's not going to work. So if you give them feedback, you just say, you know, I love to give feedback and I also love to receive feedback. There you go. That shows partnership, right? But I think a lot of these women, you've never been in a relationship. You're just yapping, because nobody's going to, like, there's no, I think some of these women, they should be like the little fact checkers. But okay, this woman has never been in a relationship. This woman, her last relationship was 7 years ago. Okay, we should have fact checkers every time these girls want to come out here and start yapping and saying all kinds of foolishness. When was the last time you were in a relationship? Okay, yeah, when was the last time you were in a relationship? And how long did it last for? Why did that man leave you? You gave such great feedback, but there's no ring on your finger. You are able to help people evolve and grow, and there's no ring on your finger. Sis, please be quiet. People know value when they see it. Right? If you are truly the key of David that just opens these doors and you help people to evolve and grow, men will be lining up to marry you. But that's not the case, is it? Right? You barely helped yourself. How can you help anybody to grow? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Stop with this delusional babble, grift bullshit talk. It is not impressing anybody. Right? If somebody told you that Nike makes $16 trillion, you would be like, yeah, probably it sounds about right. Because you see the success of Nike. Because Nike adds value to people. Like, it makes them feel like they can be like Mike or whatever it is, right? So people buy it, right? When somebody really is all of these things, you see it. There's going to be natural demand for that person, right? If you look at the numbers, and Black women have the lowest numbers of marriage, then obviously people are not seeing, oh, well, there's such value in marrying Black women. Oh, they'll change your life. Oh, they'll do this for you. Because if people saw that, people be lining up from all ethnicities, not just Black men. It'd be all kinds of people. Because when the product is great, it adds value and the price is reasonable, people go crazy, right? We live in a marketplace. We're all living in a marketplace. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. So stop saying things that are not true, because when you say things that are not true and just sound good, like it's a goofy ass fairy tale, you are preventing other Black women from getting to the root of the problem, having some self-awareness and starting to say, you know what, maybe I can fix this, right? Maybe I can change a little bit of this. Maybe I could work over here. Maybe this I can make some concessions over here. So that way she can indeed be somebody who adds value to someone's life and even her own life. Stop lying to people. Stop saying things that are not true. We're not stupid. We're all living life. We see with our own eyes. You don't call any person who sells wedding dresses, right? Who's your number one customer for wedding dresses? They're not going to say Black women, right? So there is a problem. And when you sit here and you gaslight your sisters into further, digging a hole for themselves, you're being a bad person. You're not being a good sister. You think, oh, I'm trying to help her out. No, you're not helping her. Helping her to feel as though there's nothing she can do better. There's no way she can improve. There's nothing she has to fix. You're part of the problem. Then this is why most Black women keep other Black women single. You give bad advice. You just give bad advice. Your advice is horrible. It's just horrible. And it never leads to marriage. It leads to promiscuity. It leads to people having kids with men who leave. You don't give good advice. Shut up. Just shut up. So just be quiet. Oh my gosh, just be quiet. If your advice was so great, we would not see the shit we see out here. You can see a 25-year-old Black girl. She got 3 kids by 3 different men. And all she listens to are Black women. So why is she in this fucking predicament? Why is she in this predicament? You got this other Black girl. She's living out of a freaking hotel or her car because her Black sisters told her, oh yeah, leave your husband. Now she's fucking homeless. You don't give good advice. Shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Just shut up. When you're not good at giving advice that makes people win, you have to learn to shut up. There's a reason why people don't pay Black women $20,000, $50,000, $100,000 to have them give advice, right? How many Black women can compete with this? What's his name? What's the guy's name? The white man who does all the conferences. Mel Robbins? No, what's his name? I can't think of his name, right? This dude gets paid hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars to tell people how to think because his advice actually works, right? Most business consultants are not Black women. Shut up, right? Most people who give advice to presidents are not Black women. Most people who give advice to CEOs, Fortune 100 people are not Black women. You don't have a track record of giving advice to people that leads to success. Your advice leads to fuckery. Shut up. Yeah, Tony Robbins. Do you know how much Tony Robbins make just to give somebody advice? Do you know how much they pay this man for like 1 hour of his time? Like what, $1 million? Okay. You know how much they pay this man just to give advice? Right? Because his shit actually works. If he tells you to do something, it's gonna work. Because he has a track record of giving advice to people that leads to success. They go there with a problem. He said, okay, let me think about it. Then he says, okay, you're gonna do this. They go do it. It actually works. It fucking works. Then they go tell their friends. That go tell their friends. And next thing you know, he's only an advisor to billionaires. Because he has a track record of giving advice to people that actually fucking works. Right? You don't have a track record of giving advice to Black women that actually works. You lead them to fuckery. You lead these girls to the butcher shop. You are destroying their lives with your stupid ass advice. It doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work. It doesn't even work for your own life. Where the fuck is your life? Okay, where are your relationships? Where is your marriage? Where are your children? What is your husband doing? Okay, non-existent. So shut up. Just be quiet. Oh my gosh, just be quiet. This is so fucking crazy. Like yesterday too, I was sitting here listening to, what's her name? That Bryant lady and Kendra Giamal. Shut up. Just fucking shut up. Shut up. Okay? How many people has Kendra G married? And how many has she married that are currently successfully married? Shut the hell up. Just fucking be quiet. Shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up. It's always the ones who are not successful in relationships who want to give advice to people how to be successful in a relationship. Why don't you go do it? Right? Because you can't. You don't have the emotional maturity to do it. You don't have the wisdom to do it. You've never done it. You opine on doing it, but you don't do it because you're not about that life. Move out the way. It's too much. Like, it's just annoying. It's really annoying.
Also, it's just bad juju coming for Black women. The universe doesn't like it. If I were you, I'd repent and go to therapy.
What does that even mean? The universe doesn't like it. Like, what do you have in the universe? What place do you hold in the universe? You're Jesus. People talk bad about Christ. So there are people who talk about Christ they're living. Oh, it's bad juju. So what are you? Are you a witch? Are Black women a witch? They're a spirit. Like, are you people that people have to fear you? So if somebody doesn't say something that you like, bad things happen to these people, it sounds diabolical. It sounds like demonic energy, right? Like, what is this? That's why I say it's apostate, because you believe, oh, if anybody offends me, the universe. Don't even talk about God. What's the universe? What's that? Right? You are crazy. You are a person like anybody else. You've also offended people. You have also hurt people, right? Black women are not without sin. They're not blameless. If you're a human being, you've hurt people, right? And God did not drop the skies on your head. So if somebody's hurt you also, I mean, listen, it depends on how far it goes. God is also not going to drop skies on people. That's that miserable talk. Oh, God is going to punish my enemies as if you're not somebody else's enemy. And you don't think God loves that person too? A good person, especially if you're a Christian, you never make God choose. Oh, well, God is going to go do this. No, God don't have to do shit. I'm okay. But it sounds like you're speaking curses over people. You sound like a witch. It's weird. It is seriously abnormal. It is weird, right? It's weird because that also goes into your mental health issues. That narcissist shit, it goes into it, right? Oh, if somebody talks bad about me or if someone doesn't like me, then bad things will happen. Nothing bad will happen to these people. Nothing. And the Bible is clear, right? A curse without proper justification goes back to the person. Be very careful speaking curses over people's life just because you don't like what they said. Okay, grow up. Find you some better feelings. Find you some tougher feelings. But it's kind of gross to walk around saying bad things should happen to people because they said something you didn't like. You don't have that kind of power, sis. right? And if you have power, I would hope that you would ask for the power that actually gives life instead of the power that seeks to curse people. Are you a witch? Right? Do your people do roots? Like, is that what your family's into? Right? The occult, darkness, dark magic. That sounds crazy. That sounds hella crazy. You have chickens in your closet? That is so weird. Like, stop trying to speak curses over people. He said what he said. You don't like it, you don't like it. You've also said things about other people that were nice. There is not a single person that has lived this life that has never said unkind things, disparaging things, or whatever about a person. We all say things we shouldn't say. Right? And would you want God to say, well, you said this thing, so now bad things will start happening to you? You wouldn't like that. So once again, that's how I say you separate ungodly people from godly people. A Christian wouldn't talk like this. And that's why I don't identify with people just because they happen to be black. Because some people meddle in the occult, like this one over here. Because why would you talk this way? Right? Me as a Christian, you say something I don't like, pray for your soul. I hope God forgives you. This is not, I don't have time for this. I do not have time for this.
I'm concerned. After what I saw, I'm concerned for you and your black mama when she sees that. You're in trouble.
Right. Let's read a few comments here. Top commenter says, so it's not just America. And somebody else responded and says it's influenced by America. That's interesting. And I do think there's some truth to that, right? They say the number one export of the US is pop culture.
I think it's perfectly fine to have a preference. I think in this day and age, you can like the woman that you like, and it's absolutely fine. It doesn't matter if she's black, white, Asian, Chinese. It does not matter. You can have a preference, all right? And I have no problems with that. I don't think anyone should have a problem. If a guy wants to date a black woman, that's fine. If a guy wants to date a white woman, that's fine. Whatever his preference is his preference. But there is one thing I will not stand. I'm going to try and articulate myself in a way which doesn't come across disrespectful, because I feel like what this guy has said is incredibly disrespectful, right? And I'm vexed because I'm insulted because I have beautiful black women in my family, my mother, my aunts, my sister, my cousins. I find it, and it's not just the fact that they're black, but disrespecting the fact that they wear hair extensions, wigs, eyelashes. Listen, when my wife puts on extensions and eyelashes, I cannot get, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about my marriage, but I cannot get enough of her. But to
sound hella stupid. So your wife is more attractive. You see, this is the problem with simping culture. So he's saying your wife is more attractive to you when she puts fake hair on. So your wife is not your type, right? That's some crazy shit to me. I don't take that as a compliment. Oh, when my wife puts extensions and fake nails and makeup and fake lashes, I can't get enough of her. So you find her more attractive when she has European standards. Right? If she has more, when your wife does the European shit, then you find your wife more attractive. That is part of the problem. Right? So when she's in her natural state, it's okay. But when she does all that white people shit, now you want more of her. You are also part of the problem. And you're part of these types of black men that make black women feel as though the only way they can be desirable is when they do the extensions, the wigs, the lace front, the fake nails, the this and that. Your wife, you shouldn't be able to keep your hands off your wife no matter what. But I would hope that you would love her more when she's natural, because we're black people. We don't naturally have straight hair. Like, that's crazy, right? We don't have natural straight hair. It grows out of our head, extremely kinky. It's black hair. What's the problem? Right? But I don't find that to be empowering. Now, when it comes to the weaves, the wigs, and extension, yes, black women need to tone it down because it's excessive. I'm not saying never wear a wig, never wear a weave. But a lot of these colorful wigs, like the platinum blonde on a dark-skinned girl, it is not pretty, right? At least if you're going to do it the way Mary J. Blige does it. Like, Mary J., when she does her blonde wig thingy, right, she knows how to do it because she has the low lights, she has the highlights and stuff like that. So it's a bit more natural because she puts different layers of blonde. You got the cool blonde, the warm blonde, the honey blonde. It's all in there. So with her complexion, it's a lot better, but that costs a lot of money. Okay. But she got the money though. Okay. But it's like, if you, hold on. Right. But if you're dark skinned and you just wear the platinum blonde Like, okay, like right here, right? You just wear a platinum blonde wig like this with no, like, they don't even try to like tone it down. There's no toner to it. It is not a good look. And it's not even a natural look. Black women do not grow naturally blonde, straight hair. And don't hit me with, oh, what are people in Australia? The Aborigines. They are Aborigines. You're not from Australia, okay? You have West Africa. You have African ancestry. People in Africa don't grow blonde hair. Go sit down somewhere, okay? You're not Aborigines. It doesn't look good. Does not look good, right? You find colors that are at least suitable for your skin. Also, you can try to use textures that mimic more of your natural hair, right? But we know your hair does not grow out of your scalp this way. It is not beautiful. It looks crazy. And sometimes it just washes you out because it's so fucking blonde. It's just too damn blonde. Now you see every black woman now wears blonde wig. They all blonde. Why? Why? It's like these white girls are living rent-free in your head. Come up with your own style. Be your own person. And if you're going to wear extensions, at least wear extensions that mimic your natural curl pattern. Why are you embarrassed of your natural curl pattern? That is crazy. But who do you see? Like, do you see white women running to buy black hair, put on their head? No. Do you see Indian women running to buy hair that look like black people? No. Do you see the Chinese? Nobody is trying to wear black hair. It's always black women trying to wear everybody else's hair but their own hair. And then when people make fun of you, you're in your feelings. But you go around telling people you don't love yourself. That's what it is. Why would you want to wear the hair of people who hate your ass? Why would you want to look like the woman who enslaved your children and fed your babies to alligators? Something is weird. Something is so weird. Why can't you show up as yourself? Why can't you take care of the hair that God gave you? These Indian girls who grow their hair down their asses, they were not born with hair this long. Okay? They were not born with hair this long. But these Indian girls too, they take good care of their hair. They spend their entire life taking care of their hair so their hair grows. You don't want to take care of your hair. You just want to buy somebody else's hair. Something is wrong with you. You need help. Like, I will never stop saying it. Why do you not want to tend to your own hair? Within 5 years, you can have so much hair. You can have your own hair. You don't need to wear somebody else's hair. It is weird. It's weird. Why you're black, but you want hair from South Asia on your head? Make it make sense. You hate yourself. Let's be so for real. You don't like yourself, right? Have you ever seen an Indian girl buy Afro kinky weave? No. Have you ever seen a European woman buy Afro kinky hair? No. Have you ever seen a Chinese woman wear Afro kinky hair? No. Have you ever seen a Latina wear Afro kinky hair? No. We are the only people who want to wear other people's hair on our heads. Something is not right. Something is off. And once again, we normalize self-hatred. So when somebody tells you this behavior is indication of self-hate, oh my gosh, yeah, because you don't have self-awareness. You do not have self-awareness. You don't have it. So like, make it make sense. You don't have it. You got to have self-awareness. So I'm like, I don't know what he's saying, but to me, this is not flattering at all. If my husband said, oh, I can't get enough of you as soon as you put on the wig, the weaves, okay, I'm not your type. You're probably attracted to a white woman, right? Because you should like me more when I am my natural self. I'm a black woman. I am not a white woman. This is not my hair. And I don't want to feel like I need to wear fake hair or a hat on my head for my husband to find me attractive. That is some sick shit. That is so damn sick. That is so sick. Not doing it. Gotta go. Thank you. Not doing the shit.
To degrade black women to prove your point, you've lost your point, my friend. The fact you cannot degrade a black and furthermore, when you look at society today, the beauty of women in 2025, you see the long hair, you see the eyelashes, the big bum, the waist. Where has all that derived from? Where has all that derived from? Because back in the 1930s, you had the black woman with the big bum being incredibly disrespectful. We fast forward now almost 100 years, or 95 to be exact, if my maths is right. This is now beauty. You've got white women, Indian women, Chinese, all of them having big bums, But they want big lips. Where's that derived from? Black women. All the things.
This dude just sitting here pandering. If we look at Black women here in America, for example, in the 1950s, right? They wore mostly their natural hair. I don't even know what people are talking about. These women wore their natural hair. Yes, historically, Black women have always been curvaceous, but they didn't lead with their ass. Like, what the fuck, right? A lot of Black women have always been well endowed. Like, they got the full chest, they got the curves, and they got the ass. But that's not how they led into the world. They were very classy. Now, if you found out, you found out. But that's usually because you were her husband. But she's not going to be out here trying to boom, 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 boom. No, she's not. Today, the average Black woman leads with her ass. That's the problem. She doesn't lead with class. Women in the 50s, they led with class. They led with their natural beauty. I'm not saying they didn't wear makeup, but that's pretty much what she really looks like. If she takes off the makeup, you're not going to be like, oh, is that her? Yes, that's her, right? Because it's not that drastic. And also, Black women in the 50s were not even in proximity to sassy gay Black men. What the fuck, right? Black women in the 50s were with other Black women. So they remained more feminine. They were actually women. They were exactly what the Black men like, because they didn't have this perverted, sassy, gay Black man influence all over their shit, right? These are classy women. The modern woman today, the modern Black woman today is not classy. She leads with her ass. She don't know how to show up nowhere without twerking. She don't know how to show up nowhere without being half naked with bunch of wigs, bunch of weave. It is just not cute. Now, if you find that cute, maybe you are attracted to the trans look. You might be down low. What the fuck do I know, right? But we got to stop saying this bullshit. Nobody's ever said that, oh, Black women didn't have lips, didn't have titties, and didn't have ass. Nobody's ever talked about that. That is not the issue. The issue is, how do you lead? The Black women in the 1950s, how did they present themselves? How did they lead? And even though they were very pretty, they were very sexual, but they were more sensual. Today, the average Black woman is hypersexual. What the fuck are we talking about? Stop pandering to people. Stop pandering. It's disgusting. It is so disgusting. It is so disgusting. And men like you are the problem. Men like you who come here and lie to these women are the reason why these women think they're doing nothing wrong. And yes, they are doing something wrong. They're not the first Black girls to have ass. There are Black mothers, there are Black aunties, there are Black grandmothers who came up with more ass, more titties, and yet they knew how to dress. They knew how to dress for their size. They knew how to dress for their curves. They knew how to carry themselves. And the first thing that came to your mind was not, oh, damn, she got a fat ass. Oh, wow, she's gracious. Oh, wow, she has a beautiful face. Oh, wow, she's very friendly. Oh, wow, I met her at the church. Because those Black women led with beautiful personalities. They were actually people. They were not sexual objects. Today, the modern Black woman in 2025, she completely objectifies herself. She has turned herself into a caricature. She has turned herself into some weird sexual object. It is disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. This is crazy. And also in the 1950s, how many Black women wore blonde wigs, right? Pretty much none. Because back then too, if you were a Black girl and you wore a blonde wig, you were usually a prostitute. Because most Black women in the 50s and before used to wear colors that were very demure, black hair. Because black hair was synonymous with being classy. If you saw a girl with the blonde hair, a Black girl with the blonde hair, she was usually a prostitute. Because it's not a classy look. We are no longer the women of the 1950s. Stop saying this bullshit, okay? We are not these women. And that's why we don't have the same success rate as these women. These women didn't have to scream, cry, go to a prayer meeting, go to late night talks or watch a podcast to find a husband. Because these men were lining up. Because that's what you call a fucking wife. Like, make it fucking sense. right? You look at these women and their rate of marriage in the 1950s, and you compare the rate of marriage today, it's not the same. These ladies did not have a hard time finding a man, didn't have a hard time finding a husband, didn't have a hard time finding a provider. It was so easy because this is what you call wife material. These are wives. They're not just black women, they are wife material. Today, you have hookup culture material. You have Netflix and chill material. That's all you got. Baby mama material. That's it. That's all we got. The number of black girls who qualify for wife material like this, maybe a fist, a handful, and that is problematic. Stop lying to people. Like, just stop doing it. It annoys me. Like, I hate people who pander to people. I really do. Because the pictures are here. The videos are here. And how many black women do you see with a blonde wig? Because it was a no-no, you guys. You can ask anybody. They know this. Colorful wigs, especially blonde wigs, were reserved for prostitutes. Like, what? These crazy-ass colors. They are not classy colors. They are not demure. They're not cute. They ain't pretty. Okay? So look at these ladies, right? Is it the same kind of black woman you see today in 2025? The answer is fucking no. The black woman of the 1950s, she is gone, and that's the problem. That is the problem. So like these girls, they're over-sexualized, they're hypersexual, and they think they deserve the same treatment as the grandmothers who showed up looking like they stepped out of a freaking Dior magazine. Are you sane? No, you're insane. You are seriously insane. Right? It is only lazy people who do the very least amount of work, their image, the way they show up, the way they talk, the way they carry themselves, and think, oh yeah, I deserve what my grandmother had. Girl, bye. Your grandma could make breakfast, make lunch, make dinner, make dessert, keep the house clean, keep herself skinny, work out, have great sex with her husband, fold his clothes, iron his clothes. Can you do even like a fifth of what she did? The answer is no. Get the fuck out of here. Pay your own bills. You are crazy. They are really, really crazy. That's all they do is twerk. They're always twerking. When are they not twerking? If they're not twerking, they're fighting. If they're not fighting, they argue with a man. Their behavior is so disgustingly masculine and it's feral. It's like it's like them ratchet ass animals out there at night. Like, what is this? What is this behavior? It is very, very unclassy behavior. And instead of saying to themselves, how the fuck did we drop the ball to end up like this? No, they want to fight black men instead of fighting their own goofiness to see, whoa, if my grandma had no issues, if it was so easy for these women, maybe it's time for us to go back to that. No, because they're stubborn and because they love mediocrity. They want to stay the same and think that they deserve to have what these gorgeous ass, classy ass, demure black women in the 50s had. Are you sane? Are you really sane? You think you deserve what she had? You think you deserve the kind of black love she had? You think you deserve the same? Man, get the fuck out of my face. I don't even have time for this shit because this is really triggering me right now. It is really triggering me, right? Can you identify with this? Is this your energy, right? And the funny thing is, and it's funny how all these black women, and mind you, this is America in the 50s, right? Racist as fuck, okay? Racist as fuck. It is so fucking racist. America is so fucking racist, right? But you see how these women, they're all smiling. Every woman is smiling. They had a horrible life. Like those, like living in those times is worse. We will never understand what that's like. We will never know what living in white racist America in the 50s is like. We have no fucking clue. We're so fucking privileged. And yet we're always screaming racism. We have no fucking clue what real racism looks like. Because these new age white people, they're a lot nicer, you know, right? But my thing is, you look at all their pictures, they're all smiling. Today in 2025, when most black women can do whatever they want, they always mad. Their faces stay mad. It's always clenched up like a mean anus that's constipated. Always mad. Do you ever smile? Do you ever smile? Are you ever friendly? Are you ever grateful? Do you ever show up with a healthy disposition? Of course not. They're always upset. And ask her why she's upset. Does she even know why she's upset? No, she manufactured some bullshit in her head, so now she's mad. But there are people who had a real reason to be mad. They had a real reason to be angry. They had a real reason to hate America. And yet they showed up with grace. They showed up with class. They had a bunch of smiles, beautiful faces. They wore their natural hair. These women should be the ones wearing the blonde wigs, because you can say, well, America's so damn racist. Let me do everything I can to fit in. But they don't. They wear their hair. Right? And you, now that America is not as racist, you are obsessed with these goofy ass blonde wigs all over your head. It's all fucking backwards. It is fucking backwards. Stop lying to people. It's disgusting. It is so disgusting. But I feel like sometimes, because like I said, the pictures are there, the videos are here. Anything you need to know, it's all right here, right? But you got to look at these women and really ask yourself, do I even embody this energy? Do I even embody this feminine energy? Do I even carry myself like this? Do I even smile like this? Do I even pose like this, right? Everybody in this picture is happy, right? But yet America was so racist. America was so damn racist. But everybody has a smile on their faces. Today, take a Snapchat of most black women, they mad. They're always mad. What, like, how does this serve you? How does it serve you? So yes, sir, don't say all kinds of bullshit. It's disgusting. The issue is not the curvature. It's not the ass. It's not the titties. The issue is, how do they show up? The black woman in the 1950s, how did she show up? And the black woman in 2025, how is she showing up? You think these girls, these ladies here, were out here, all these niggas this, niggas, you think they were talking like that? Of course not. And I'm sure they call these black men by their first names, right? Oh, Darius, oh, James, oh, Paul, oh, Kevin. They call people by their actual birth names, not calling people the N-word, right? So it's not the same kind of woman. It's getting old. I am sick of tired of people hiding behind the mantle of the hard work and the sacrifices of black women of yesteryears. You say, well, I'm a black woman and I'm entitled. No, you have not done a good job being a steward. If the history of black women was actually a museum, you have done a horrible job keeping it safe. This place it's been looted. They went in there and did all kinds of graffiti in there. They did all kinds of foolishness. Right? If you have been a good steward of the black woman's image, I can see why you can feel a certain way. But when you yourself, you grab the whole marker, you grab an entire, like, I don't know, you like a whole can, right, of whatever spray, and you just went and sprayed all kinds of bullshit on everything these black women have worked hard for, please go sit down somewhere. Because nobody has destroyed the image of black women more than black women themselves. And you have to take accountability for that. Nobody has destroyed the image of black women more than modern black women have. Go sit down somewhere. Because these women from the 50s, if they were to come back, if they could come back, even they wouldn't even recognize all of this. Like, what is all of this? It's ratchet. It is low class and it's low brow behavior. And it's not becoming of a lady. Most black women today are not concerned with being ladies. They don't want to be ladylike. They don't want to move like, oh, you want me to be respectable. Can you imagine being offended? Because you feel as though people have a standard for you to be a respectable young woman. Unbelievable. So you don't respect yourself, but somehow the man should respect you. You don't respect yourself, but everybody should respect you. Every time you come on social media, what you mostly see is black women disrespecting themselves, degrading themselves. You have no respect for the black women that came before you. So here we are, right? But if you respected the black woman who came before you, you will do everything in your power to uphold that legacy. No, you want to weaponize a legacy that you yourself have been an active participant in destroying. You've destroyed this brand. It was a beautiful brand. This brand had everything. This brand had everything required to have us all be invited at these goofy ass, luxury ass fashion shows. If this brand has stayed intact, everybody would have won. Life would have been so much easier for us. It would have been so natural for people to associate black women with freaking luxury. Instead, they got us with Popeyes, they got us with McDonald's, they got us doing like KFC commercials, all kinds of bullshit. Because this is the brand, right? This is the modern brand. But if people had kept this brand, everybody over here be getting invited to the Jacques Mus fashion show or the Loewe fashion show, it would be a problem. Because the brand is class. It has a long history. It has a legacy of being a brand of classy people. But today, it's all hypersexual. Everybody's naked. Everybody's twerking. Everybody's sleeping with the same man. People having kids out of wedlock like it's running out of style. What the freak is this? It is not good business. It's not a good brand. The brand is bad. It is bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. I won't stop saying it until people fix it. If you fix it, I'll give you credit. If you don't fix it, I'm not giving you credit for this brand. This brand is bad. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done on the brand. It's not a good brand.
Things that you don't like it, that you're using as a disrespect. You have, and you prefer to have Asian women, or I'm assuming that your partner is an Asian woman, but there are Asian women, or Indian women to be exact, so I'm saying Indian in the UK, you have Indian women who put on these things, but you do not disrespect black women to prove a point. Let me just make it very clear. Black women are beautiful. You can have extensions on, extensions off, eyelashes on.
When did he say that they were not beautiful? You're all over the place. When did he say that black women were not beautiful? He just asked that one girl who kept messing with him to show her natural hair. When in the video did the man say that black women were not beautiful? Just saying all kinds of bullshit because you want to grow your numbers on TikTok, right? You're a weak ass man. When in the video did this man say black women were not beautiful? He said he doesn't like the attitude. He never once said, I don't find them attractive. He never said, I'm not even attracted to them. He said they have a bad attitude. That's all he said. We all watched the video, right? Because he speaks English. He never once said they're not pretty. He never even said that his Indian wife is prettier than black women. He never said that. He said, I don't date black women because his mom used to crash out and he doesn't like the current attitude. That's all he said. He talked about the attitude. But even his Indian wife, oh my gosh, she's prettier. No. It's when the girls started doing 678, 678, and he did that to mess with her. But that's not even where he was going. The other black girl who stood up there, he said, yeah, you were very calm. You were very classy. He gave her credit, right? So obviously he doesn't hate black women. But there's a certain attitude he cannot deal with. So for you to sit here as a black man and try to gaslight people as if you yourself, you have never seen this attitude. Even black girls do it to each other. It's not just black men. Black men, black women are disrespectful towards each other. We saw Kelly Price over here come and say all kinds of crazy shit to people. We have seen Mooney Long come over here say crazy shit to people, right? We see hairstylists talk crazy to their black customers. Right. So it's not even just that, oh, black women talk poorly to black men. They talk poorly to each other. They talk poorly to their own matrons. Like, this is crazy. Do not play with me. Right. There is a problem with disrespect, and that disrespect from black women has been allowed. And they think now it's the new normal. I can just be disrespectful. Oh, I'm in my feelings, so I can just talk to people any kind of way. And we're saying, no. You're not the only person on the dance floor. You have to consider other people. We are asking black women to stop being classic narcissists and to consider other people's feelings. You're not the only person whose feelings actually matter. They were all being disrespectful. He got disrespectful. They also got disrespectful. They were all disrespectful. So for you to make a video and to not say all you people could have done better, because at the end of the day, this is a poor representation, because this conversation could have been handled differently. But instead, you all allowed yourself to be typical black people, emotional as fuck, right? Which is how most white people see you anyways. Bunch of barbarians, bunch of savages. You're not capable of having difficult conversation and keeping your humanity because you're black. That's the problem, right? Oh, I'm black, I'm upset. Let me get disrespectful. Oh, I'm black, I'm upset. Let me start shooting somebody. Oh, I'm black, I'm upset. Let me put my hands on people. That is the problem. It's this barbaric ass behavior. Why aren't black people capable of having heated discussions, heated disagreements, and people are still respectful? Because we normalize savagery. We normalize behaving like savages. And we think it's normal because white people monetize off of us behaving like these goofy ass animals. We need to stop. It's disgusting. It's so disgusting. So many black people will take any kind of money to go on TV and act a plumb fool. And you're damaging the brand because you make us look like an incapable people. Savage people, barbaric people. And I'm saying it's disgusting because they were all wrong. He was wrong. They were wrong. And there's a better way. There is a better way. If you're not capable of having these discussions, don't show up because you don't have the emotional maturity for these conversations. Take your ass home. Stay inside the house because you can't take it. Why are sensitive people always trying to be part of panels? You are a sensitive person. You are still triggered and you are not healed. Go back inside the house. You can't have this conversation, right? But I'm sick and tired of all these triggered people always believing, oh yeah, I can do it. I can handle it. You cannot handle that. You have never been trained on how to handle and manage your emotions. You're Black. That's the problem. It's the lack of training in how to manage your emotions. This is why we are where we are. People don't know how to manage themselves. And I'm saying that needs to stop. It needs to stop. But they were all wrong. And to only focus on him is disgusting. Because that's part of the problem. Oh, we never correct Black women. No, they also misbehave. And the way they behave also, they put their lives in harm's way. Because like I said, the fact that he went to prison, you never know if this man can wait for you outside the building and cause you harm. You got to have situational awareness. You can't play with everybody. You can't trigger everybody. Be very careful. But once again, there's a spirit of goofiness that possesses a lot of Black girls where they feel like, oh, I can just trigger any man. I can fight any man. Be very careful. You might end up dead. Because that's just you being goofy. You're just being goofy all around because you just never know. If you hear that somebody went to prison for 12 years, you should even ask, what do you go to prison for? Because if it's attempted murder, listen, okay? Attempted murder for 12 years, I'm going to be nice to you, right? Do your research on people before you start poking at people because you just never know. But if somebody did 12 years, who's to say he don't have 20 more in him, right? If he did it once, he can do it again, right? Can you fight this man? Can you fight him outside? Can you fight him if he catches you somewhere? The answer is no. So keep it respectful. Because you are not a celebrity. You don't have security. You walk these London streets by yourself. Trying to be cute on TV, trying to be cute for the YouTube and the TikTok could get you killed. Because it's not everybody you play with. Everybody is not your little friend, right? He's not your brother. He's not your family. He's not your kinfolk. You have no idea what demon this man has. Stop poking people you don't even know. Stop poking people you barely know. And this is why every time I go on YouTube now, a bunch of girls getting unalive, messing with the wrong kind of man. Some people will kill you in a heartbeat. They don't give a fuck. They will shoot you down in the street. They will kill you and toss your body over a bridge. It's not a joke, right? But like I said, there's a spirit of goofy inside of a lot of Black women's head. They play dangerous ass games. You claim to not be protected, but somehow your mouth is faster than your feet. When you really feel like you're not a protected person, right? You got to be the one to be the most, you got to be the most stingy with your words. Because God forbid something happened, who gonna protect me? God forbid this man feels slighted and now he wants to take this shit a little too far. Don't forget, he's been to prison. Like I said, if it's 12 years, it had to do with some kind of attempted murder. Because that's a real charge. Hey, Queen, that is a fucking charge. If you do 5 or 6 years, it might be transportation of drugs intent to distribute. But if you're doing 12, 15, it might be manslaughter 2nd degree. But once again, they don't fucking listen. They don't fucking listen. What kind of, what people is this? Okay? Don't fucking listen. Context clues. You didn't grow up watching Blue's Clues. You didn't grow up watching Blue's Clues. You don't know how to pick up on context clues. Anytime you hear 11, 12, 15, it's giving manslaughter 2nd degree, manslaughter 3rd degree, or aggravated assault, or some kind of armed robbery, something crazy violent. Do you think this is the, plus he's short. I already said he's short. Plus he's short. Do you think this is the kind of man you want to be doing this with? I don't think so. You have to show yourself to be intelligent, right? And that's having situational awareness. When people talk, actually listen. Like, you know what? He might be off his bunkers. I ain't going to try this man. It's not worth it. Because at the end of the day, if, what's his name? Ginger wants to catch your ass somewhere, because I saw his arms. He wants to catch you somewhere. You're not going to get out of that. If he puts you in a headlock, you're not coming out of that. If he wants to choke you, you're not coming out of this. Oh, okay. So there you go. All right. But I saw his arms. He got big ass arms. Oh, the fuck. All right. So no. You gotta have context clues with people. Like you gotta go, 12 years. What the fuck? Why'd you go to prison again? Ooh, well, damn. Terrorist, so he knows how to put bombs together. Child, I don't have time for this. Okay. Okay. We don't have time for this. I would never stop saying it.
Eyelashes off. You can. Black women come in all shapes and sizes, in all different shades of color. It does not matter. Black women are beautiful, but for this guy to be honest with you, some people just cannot have a debate. In his defense, he was saying how they accused him of hating his mum because he doesn't like black women with a certain attitude, which I can agree. I've listened to it maybe 2 or 3 times, but I got to double check again. I don't think no one did actually say anything about his mother. But he did say, I don't like black women with an attitude because they don't like to be put in their place. Nobody likes being put in their place. Nobody likes to be checked. No one does, but it depends on your delivery. My wife checks me when I'm acting a fool. She checks me and puts, all right, babe, I'm sorry. I do the same for her. But it all depends if it's said in love and the delivery of it. I've got friends, male and female, we check each other all the time. But it depends on how you say it. If you're acting right, acting out of character, of course you're going to get checked. But to say only black women don't like to be checked is an absolute disrespect. And I don't care if you're a black man. If you're a black man disrespecting black women, that's racism. I'm sorry, but I don't care. But
Shut up. Black women don't like to be checked. They're the only ones. When you say, I don't like your behavior, oh, you just hate me because I'm a black woman. You can talk to an Asian woman. You talk to a Chinese woman. You talk to a Korean woman. You talk to an Indian woman. You talk to a white woman. They can all say, you know what? I see where you're coming from. Thank you for letting me know. Right? There's a reason why most of these people don't have issues with HR. There's a reason why black women get fired in droves. People are, the thing about black women, their brain is intimidating, right? Whether they want to be honest or not, most people see black women and they are scared. Like, you know what? She's going to yell at me, scream, cuss, da, da, da. Nobody thinks of a black woman and says, wow, she's coming here with positive energy. She is coming here with her emotions checked. She's about to be a pleasant sunshine. No. People are, when most people see black women, they're scared. What is she going to do? How is she going to react? How is she going to behave? Stop lying to these people. And you see it. Even me, I see it. Right? And I have awareness of that. So I try to be very mindful, and I always try to show up with a big smile because I know a lot of people are not familiar with black women, but what they do see of what they've heard of black women is aggressive, combative, this and this, this and this, this and that. And it's a fact. It is a fact. Most black women do not show up as being sweet people and be like, oh, well, you know, I need someone in order for me to be soft. What does that even fucking mean? You're either soft or you're not. It's you are that person or just not, right? When most people see Chinese women, are they scared? No. She might be stingy, but you don't fear her. When most people see Korean women, are they scared? No. When most people see, I don't know, Indian girls, they're not scared because they don't come off like, oh, I'm here to da-da-da-da. They don't do all of that. Black women have a very scary image, right? They have a very scary image. So most people don't try to get close to them because they don't know how they're going to react. They put people on edge. So people are scared because you don't know if she's capable of like even being mature, I guess. I don't know, emotionally intelligent. No, she might go crazy. She might spaz out. Right? And that's the reality. And to sit here and to pretend as if this is not a cultural image is wild to me. Right? People are scared. People are scared. Oh, as a black woman, or they'll say things like, well, when a black woman is talking, you should listen. No, I don't have to listen. Are you intelligent or you're just a black woman? Right? But who even talks like that? Oh, when a black woman is talking, a black woman is talking, we don't give a fuck. Is God talking? No, it's just a black woman. Okay, Ann, are you actually intelligent? Are you going to say something intelligent? It's never listen to me because I have something intelligent to say. Oh, I'm black. I'm black. I'm black. They're the only ones who lead with their skin color. Bunch of supremacists. People are sick and tired of that shit. It's exhausting. It's exhausting. It's never fun to be around people who think, well, I should have special privilege because I'm a black woman. Only black women walk around feeling and asking and behaving as if they deserve special privileges for being born black. Is that an achievement or something? Or like they suffered. What suffering have you been through? You were born in 1985. What suffering have you been through? You were born in 2000. What suffering have you been through? Like, what suffering have you gone through? Okay? And most of your suffering is self-inflicted, right? You've never been through slavery. You have not been oppressed. You didn't go through Jim Crow. You don't know anything about those things. When you were born, the iPod was a thing. When you were born, the iMac was a thing. Airdropping was a thing. Like, be so for real. People are sick and tired of that shit. It's annoying. Even I'm annoyed. It's cringe as fuck, right? Oh, I'm a black woman. I'm a black woman. And the fuck what? So what? Are you a good person? Are you a nice person? Are you a friendly person? Oh, that don't matter. Character values never matter. It's always complexion, vagina, complexion, vagina, complexion, vagina. People are sick and tired of that shit. That's why nobody wants to fuck with you. Because you're too fucking much. You're too much into yourself. You are a fucking narcissist. You're not fun to be around. Let me tell you this, okay? You're just not fun to be around. People want to be around people who don't take themselves too seriously. Black women take themselves too fucking seriously. Oh, I don't swim. Oh, I don't run. Oh, I don't sweat. Oh, I don't do this. Oh, I'm going to stay your fucking ass in the house. You're fucking annoying. You're a fucking bore. People are tired. People are so damn tired. Oh, my standards are high. But we turn around, you got pregnant by a fucking YN. People are tired. People are so damn tired. Stop asking for more privilege than other people, right? Be an actual human being. Act like you want to be with other people. Act like you know how to be a friend. Act like you know how to be a U.S. citizen. Act like you actually want to be with other people. And sometimes if people mess up, just correct them peacefully. It's not the end of the world, but everything is a major issue. If a white woman don't act, she racist. If she acts, she racist. It's like either way, nobody wins with you because deep down inside, you're just not happy with yourself. You're just not happy with yourself. It is never that hard to make a person happy. But with you, somehow, it's like climbing Kilimanjaro. It is excessive. It is so excessive, and it really needs to stop. The world does not revolve around Black women, and it never will. No matter how much you scream, you blackmail people, you insult people, you cancel people, the world does not revolve around Black women. The world revolves around people who know how to make money. The world revolves around people who create jobs for other people. That's how it goes out here, child. That's how it goes. You want all this attention? Start being productive. Start creating businesses that hire a bunch of people. Start doing things that actually make the world a better place. But it's always, I'm a victim. Everybody hates me. Nobody even hates you. People just don't like your behavior. But God forbid anybody says, I don't like your behavior. Oh, you hate me. You hate me. No, you hate yourself because you hate the truth. You hate yourself. You hate yourself. And you do the same old bullshit that these goofy ass white people do, is that you project onto other people. The stuff that you do, you claim somebody else is doing it. No, you're doing it. Nobody hates you. Yeah, do you even know what hatred looks like? Maybe. Look in the mirror. I don't know. Right? But nobody hates you. You hate yourself. And that's why you have a hard time with relationships. You struggle with friendships. Your only friends are on social media. You only have a sisterhood online. You have no real friends in real life. How many people would actually pull up for you right now if you were hurting? Right? If you needed $1,000, how many friends can you actually call to help you out? You don't know how to be a friend. Right? In real life, don't know how to show up for people because you're so imbued in yourself. It's excessive. Right? You only have allies and friends on social media because they don't know you yet. They only see you through a phone. But if they had to actually engage with you in person, would they actually like you? The sisterhood is all digital. It's not real. You don't see it in the real world. You see it online because y'all don't even like each other, right? You don't even like each other. If most Black women liked each other, the world would look so different. Even on social media, most Black influencers will have 1 million followers, right? Don't like each other. You don't collab with each other. You don't give it. No, it's always destruction. That's the only thing that brings you all together. And how to avoid accountability. You don't even know what real support is, right? You are so, I don't know, you're so threatened by the idea that other Black girls could have more than you. It's a lot of jealousy. It's a lot of envy. It's a fake ass sisterhood. It's fake. That's why the advice is basura. The advice is trash because you're miserable. Why would you ever give her advice that she can have a better life than you? You're miserable. Most Black women are miserable. They're miserable. And it reflects in their advice. It's miserable advice. It's always bitterness. It's always unforgiveness. It's always rehashing the same old bullshit back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Don't you get tired of living like this? Don't you want to actually win? Don't you want to go places and people are actually excited to see you? Right? Don't you want to be able to have meaningful conversations with people? Wouldn't you love it if people could come to you and really confide in you and they wouldn't be afraid that you would turn into a whole volcano? Right? But it's a choice. It's a choice. But at some point, you got to realize if everybody keeps saying it, there's only so much deflection you can do. There's only so much deflection you can do. Right? If people keep saying it, there might be some truth to it. And you can keep running away as much as you want. I mean, you're good at that, right? Or you can stop and say, you know what? Maybe today is the day I decide to become a better person. Today is the day I become a better friend. Today is the day I become a better woman. Today is the day I go back to Christ and I stop worshiping myself and my gender and I actually stop worshiping Jesus Christ of Nazareth and my truth will come from God, right? Everything in this life, it's a choice. But you make your life artificially hard when you have to be hard. Nobody hates you. And I know America has a thing for creating a victim or making a victim out of everybody because people don't know how to be victorious. They just know how to be victims. Blame people. Oh, this person did this to me. This person hates me. Well, nobody hates you. People are just sick and tired of your shit. That's it. Nobody hates you. You know, you have no idea what hate looks like. Go ask the children of Palestine. They'll tell you what it looks like to be hated by these goofy ass Zionists. You don't know what hatred is, right? But there are people who just don't like you because you're just not likable. That's it. And it's a choice. You can continue to act that way. It's up to you. Or you can decide to be more likable. It's also up to you. But people not liking you doesn't mean people hate you. Some people are just not likable. Their disposition, their conversation, their mindset, the way they talk to people, the way they look at conflict, the way they resolve conflict, it's just not attractive. It's just not attractive. I had a person like that. She's like, oh, Marlene, I want your number. I'm like, no, I don't want you in my life like that. That's just too personal. If you need me, message me on Instagram. Because the mindset is just basura. Like, you don't call me for what? No, just talk to me on Instagram. If I feel like it, I'll respond. If I don't want to, I ain't gonna respond. Right? No, you gotta have standards for yourself, right? But it's like you're just not likable. You have to become more likable. And you have to work on that. It's part of your personality, just like a muscle. You have to work on becoming likable, right? Fix your face. Smile a little bit more. Be friendly. If somebody makes a mistake, it is not the end of the world. It's not because they hate you. Stop talking like this. It's incendiary language. It's excessive, right? It could have been a mistake, right? And allow them that. Like, you know what? Maybe it's an honest mistake. Because most likely it's an honest mistake. They're getting to know you. They're going to make mistakes. But it doesn't mean they hate you. You don't even know what real hatred looks like. You have no idea, right? Because you've never seen real hatred. Just saying shit because that's the kind of language that gets you attention. Oh my gosh, he hates me. Oh, he hates me because I'm a Black woman. What does hate even look like? Describe it. What is hatred? He dislikes it. He doesn't hate you. Like, what in the world? Like, but this guy here, oh my gosh, triggered me.
I'm so happy to see on social media that Black women are speaking up now, and it's not only that they've only just started because they have been for ages, but I feel like now they are truly being heard. And I'm just saying what I'm saying for to do my bit as a Black man who loves Black women, and I've been raised by Black women. That this guy is completely, and he's lost his argument completely now for the way. And I'm glad you walked off the show because you would have made yourself look like a bigger idiot, my friend. And I'm being very.
You sound so stupid. Oh, Black women are talking. Black women are speaking more. Maybe they should speak less. Okay. Is it a sign? Is it a sign of high intelligence to always talk, to be valuable? Maybe you should talk less. Do Asian people talk a lot? I wonder why. Do some people that are highly successful, do they talk a lot? No. They're mindful before they speak. So Black women talk a whole lot to say what? Like, at the end of the day, what does it lead to? What does this, like, how is that of any service to these people? What are we talking about? And you, friend, I don't know you, but I feel like you're also not a high achiever. So I don't know. You're probably one of these Black men who used to being emasculated. You probably come from a very toxic matriarchy because you don't give masculine energy, right? But to say, oh, they talking more and they're talking. Okay, and it's leading to what? Are they healthier because they talk more? Do they have better jobs because they talk more? Are they getting more? Are they getting married now because they talk more? Do they have more happiness because they talk more? No, it's just more chaos. So maybe they should talk less, right? Reflect more, talk less, right? Because all this talking is not leading to anything constructive. It's creating more destruction. Where are they now? Where are they now? Because I feel like that's how you always measure everything, right? Oh, I can talk more. I can speak my mind more. Okay, so where are you now? Where are you now? What has this done for you? You talk and you talk and you talk and you talk. Okay, cool. What has that done for you? What has that done for you? Like, made your image even worse? So maybe you should talk less. That's why a lot of people who are very rich don't talk a lot.
Very real. But for me, this guy completely, I don't know if anybody's on his side, but this guy's completely lost my respect. He's completely lost the argument. And as far as I'm concerned, unless you come out with a sincere, heartfelt apology for what you said, I'm skipping past everything that you're in.
Another comment here says Black women need to work on being feminine. Here's somebody else that says they just proved his point. Another person who says, honey, this is everything that he was saying was proven right. Let's go back to this comment section. I'm curious to know what this comment section is about. Of course.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Let me show you this because I just saw this. Hold on. Give me a second. Let's watch this. What happened?
Black women, you are some of the most nasty, disrespectful people on God's planet Earth. The things that you say about other Black women, but you're an activist and you are educated and you are this and you are that and you are the other.
Leave folks alone. Y'all done pissed me off this morning messing with Kelly Price. She ain't done y'all but sing. You can't even sing in peace. Can't wear your clothes in peace. Can't sing in peace. Can't wear your hair in peace. Can't be with your man in peace. Can't do nothing. Y'all got something to say about every little thing. It's sad. Leave folks alone.
So Kelly Price came out defending herself against Black women saying some things about her. She called Black women the most nasty, disrespectful people on God's planet Earth. That's what she said, which made Black women more angry. Then Clarissa Shields got ticked off too and decided to speak on it because she didn't like how Black women ganged up on Kelly Price. We're going to get into it, but first, take a second to make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the notification bell for all updates. Won't waste any time. Let's go ahead and get into it.
Usually, I don't let people, negative Nancy's, okay? I usually don't let them mess up my day, my morning, right? But today, I get on the Instagram and I see some people done triggered and then got told out by Kelly Price. I love Kelly Price music. And today when she spoke about how it's mainly Black women who are saying some of the meanest and nastiest things to her. And it pissed me off. Because she ain't lying. That's the part about it. She ain't lying, right? She ain't lying, and she said something that I want people to just keep in their mind. I'm gonna actually play her video when I finish, when I give me a free hand. She said, y'all said some most nasty stuff, right? And she pointed out that it was Black women. And then she said to say,
educated, pretty. She went on to say a whole lot. And I'm sitting there looking at this because y'all got so much to say about those who you think you can judge. Talk about their clothes. Talk about their shoes. Talk about how they look, their size. Y'all got so much to say. Y'all got so much to say. Right? But your life not together. You're not happy. You're insecure. You feel ugly. You're in an abusive relationship while you're judging others' relationship. Your boyfriend been beating your ass for you don't know how long you sticks with him, but you want to judge me. You want to talk about Kelly Price being comfortable in her shoes and comfortable in her skin because you're not comfortable in your skin. You're living for other people. But y'all want to go messing with Kelly Price. Them pissed me off this morning. Them pissed me smooth off because leave folks alone. Leave folks alone. Look at this weirdo. Out of here. Leave folks alone. Y'all come bothering people who happy in their own skin, who don't ask you for your approval.
But if you're happy in your skin, why are you making this video? I am so confused. You see, these are, oh, I'm so happy that today Black women get to talk more. This is my point. They talk more, and what does it lead to? Like, maybe they should just be quiet because it's not helping their image. It's one thing if you talk and it was actually helping your image, but it doesn't help the image. It makes it worse. Doesn't make it better, right? My thing is, if you want to be a celebrity, I'm like, to me, when you're a celebrity, you can't take the good and not take the bad. Y'all love it when you get the likes. You love it when you have thousands of comments. You love the shares because all of this is helping put money in your pocket. So you want nothing but good comments in your section and nothing bad? That's not how life works. Don't be a celebrity, right? But if you want to make it, you will be talked about. Everybody even talk about Kim Kardashian. Even I was involved in that too, y'all. I sure was. I used to talk really bad about Kim Kardashian. Okay. But it's like, that's part of being a celebrity. That's the life you want. But once again, self-awareness. Kelly Price herself should have known that the way she dressed was not appropriate for the night of the show. It looked like she went in there for mic check. So yes, they talked about her because she was not on her square. Her team should have told her how to dress. She should have known how to dress. She needs to wear shapewear, point blank, period. And if she doesn't wear the shapewear, then well, it is what it is. People will talk about her. That's it. And then they'll move on. They always move on to something else. But I'm like, Clarissa, you also, like, you don't have a great sense of style. It is what it is. You can either hire a stylist. I think you have decided not to do that. But you don't have a great sense of style. So people will talk about the way that you dress. But they don't talk about the way that you box, though. Right? So when you're good, they give you credit. When you can't dress, they let you know you can't dress. You just can't dress. You don't dress well. It's very tacky. So even I would tell you that to your face. You can either hire professional stylists or you're going to keep getting roasted. It's up to you. You got to have self-awareness, right? Got to have self-awareness. And yes, the Black women who talk bad about you, yeah, they need to stop. But it's like, it's part of social media. Like, that's what comes with it, right? Everybody's not going to agree with you. So if that's what you require because you're also a narcissist, then maybe you need to gracefully bow out of social media. It's just not for you. But I'm like, if you can't dress and people talk about your outfits, you can either hire a stylist or you keep dressing yourself and you keep getting roasted. It's a choice, right? That's it. But I'm like, why are you here? If you're so happy with yourself, why are you here?
Who don't ask you for your approval, who don't want to look like you, who don't want to dress like you. Y'all come bothering them. Y'all come bothering people. Leave folks alone. Out of all people, y'all got to say something about Kelly Price.
That's interesting. Clarissa said y'all coming for people who don't want to look like you, who don't want to dress like you. Look around at the average Black woman today, especially the Jezebel class. A lot of these flamingos have the same uniform. This is why so many of them can relate to Teacher Bay. You know, and they defended her on social media talking about jealous haters. That's because they think it's cute to walk around in Magic City uniforms, straight up Dollar Tree thought bucket attire. They hate their own hair. So they go and buy disgusting Indian sewer hair. Then they buy piles and piles of makeup, copying the makeup styles created by LGBT men. I mean, stole the whole drag queen aesthetic to the point it's hard to tell the difference. And for the people who don't wear all that makeup with damaged skin underneath, or for people who don't install Indian sewer hair to cover up their damaged natural hair underneath, they don't like them. So yeah, they'll pick on the way they dress, they pick on their hair. If they don't have the fake BBL starter package with the fake hair, the fake eyelashes, everything. And it's not just Kelly Price or Clarissa Shields. Please tell me, all the women that picked on Gabby Douglas and made fun of her hair years ago when she was competing representing the U.S. on the highest stage, which group was that criticizing her hair? It wasn't white women. It wasn't Asian women. Or take Simone Biles. Who had the most to say about Simone Biles when she was competing becoming the most decorated gymnast ever? Which group was talking about the way her hair looked? Remember? Or when she got married, her hair wasn't good enough for them while they sat at home with their hair helmets on. No doubt about it. We all know who.
Yeah, that wasn't nice. That's true. On her wedding day, they were doing a little too much. I'm like, child, y'all crazy. Right? But you see, but the thing is, I feel like these women really believe, oh, Black women were just going to attack Black men. No, it never stops there. Just like Hitler. I'm sure people believe, oh, he's only going to go after these people. It never stops there. Like, that's the thing about supremacists. Don't just stop at one victim. Eventually, you're also going to be a victim. So it's kind of crazy to me that so many Black women never felt that they were going to be on the receiving end of the Black woman's wrath and the crazy shit that comes out of her mouth. Oh, absolutely. Her going after the Black men was just her testing the waters. Right? Because once you tell her she can never do wrong, she's a Black woman, her emotions are always valid. Whatever she wants to say is always valid. Her opinions matter no matter what. Why would she stop? Why would she stop? I'm like, you have given power to people who are not turning to supremacists. Why would they stop? So anybody can get it. Anybody can get it. Because why would she stop? Why would she stop and say, oh, you know, that's kind of hurtful, you know. Maybe I shouldn't say that to people. Why would she stop? You cheer for her when she does it to the Black man. Oh, no, Marlene, she was just meant to do it just to the Black man. No, she was not. Where did she sign that contract? She had never told you that this was only for the Black man. She was just testing the waters. But now she's doing it to you. And it hurts because you thought, but I thought we agreed to only do it to Black men. No, that's why you don't allow disrespectful behavior. Because once it starts and it becomes culture, you know, it's not going to stop. Everybody is going to suffer because of that, because it's not good behavior, right? That's why we have to encourage people to be mindful before they speak. But most Black women have been told, say whatever you want. If you're upset, say whatever you want. You're happy, say whatever you want. You're starving, say whatever you want. You're angry, say whatever you want, right? Black women have no filters. Even the food they eat, they don't have a filter. They can just eat whatever. Even Ashley, this Ashley girl, I was going to show you all a video. You guys, I saw Ashley at the restaurant. I couldn't believe it. She tells the girls, oh, eat less, eat less. I saw the stuff Ashley was eating. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God, what a fraud. I said, what a fraud. She going to eat all this food? She ate all the food, y'all. Right? Because there's no self-control. Like, there's just, yeah, there's just no self-control. You don't control what you eat. You don't control what you say. Don't control how you feel. There's no self-control. Because I'm a Black woman. You're turning into a monster. You are turning into a very unpleasant person to be around. You're going to wake up one day. Everybody's going to pack their bags and get away from you. At the same time, you know you're sensitive and you know you don't really want to be alone. So my thing is, if you know in your heart of heart that you don't want to be alone, that you do want friendship, you do want love, you do want partnership, I am saying you have to relinquish these types of attitudes. They're not conducive to you being in a partnership with anybody. Got to be nicer. Everything you think, you don't have to say it. Everything you feel, you don't have to say it. Everything you see, you don't have to eat it. Self-control. I need to control myself. And what they have done, especially in America, they've told the men, don't hit the woman. Don't hit the woman. Don't hit the woman. Don't hit the woman. But they haven't told the woman, mind your mouth. Because verbal abuse is also abuse. Emotional abuse is also abuse. right? The scary monster is always physical abuse, but emotional abuse, it leaves scars as well. Verbal abuse, it leaves scars as well. It's just not a place that you can see, but it still damages a person's soul. God, be mindful how you talk to people. But first and foremost, I will say, you have to be mindful how you talk to yourself. Because if you can lash out on other people, most likely you lash out at yourself. Because there's no way you can speak kindly to yourself and be cruel to other people. That's not possible. You're first cruel with yourself. And because you have normalized talking down on yourself, you don't have a problem doing it to other people. But people who love themselves, truly love themselves per God's will, they're usually nice to other people. They're usually friendly. They're comprehensible. They're, you can have a good time with those people. You can argue, disagree, and it's still a good vibe. Like, it's nothing personal because these are good people. Got to be a good person, right? So whether it's Clarissa or Kelly Price, they themselves are the Black women that they complain about, which is what's killing me. Like, girl, be so for real.
It was.
You know what I inboxed her? I said, you know what? These women that's doing that, they got too much time on their hands. Only thing in their name is a damn social media account. They ain't got no car. They ain't got no mortgage. They ain't got no businesses. They don't got nothing pertaining to them that's in their name except for a social media account. And they want to make you feel this small because they feel this small. I'm sick of it. Leave people alone. Leave them alone. Leave them alone. Anybody who see this and your goofy ass had the nerve to go in there talking shit to Kelly Price about how she looked and her clothes and her shoes and what she should and shouldn't be doing, you need to go apologize. I'm so sick of y'all.
And the crazy thing is, they talked about Kelly Price, but supported Lizzo, who ran around making a spectacle out of Black women for years, wearing barely nothing, going to professional basketball games with her whole big old bare behind out, sitting on them people chairs in front of children, adults, everybody. I mean, making a fool out of herself. They defended that degenerate clown behavior and wouldn't even criticize her when she was out of order for that. And not only did she make herself look ridiculous, that was not a good look for Black women at all. You would be a fool to think that wasn't embarrassing. That whole self-humiliation ritual she was going through.
So sick of y'all, man. Y'all need to go apologize to her because you had no reason to come meddling and bothering her. Y'all want to bother people all the damn time. Leave folks alone. It ain't right. And I'm glad that she pointed out that it's mostly Black women. Y'all make yourselves look so bad on there. Listen, I ain't that type of Black woman. If it's something that I see that I don't like, I keep it the scrolling. I will think about something in my head, but I'm never going to go on somebody's page and say something mean to them.
I mean, so like my thing is you made this live and then what? So because you said it now, oh, Clarissa said it, so we all got to be on our best behavior. They're still going to do it. And now that they know that you're triggered, they're going to do it even more because you let them know it gets to you, right? So that's why you don't entertain people. I repeat, just because today Black women can talk more doesn't mean it's for the best. I miss the days when they actually talk less because then you could kind of imagine who you think she is. And that actually, I love that more. Today, I just don't like it, right? Yeah, a lot of people drag Lizzo for that. Some people really did drag Lizzo because it was out of order. Kobe Bryant got up and he took his kids out because he was like, what is this, right? But a lot of us did not like Lizzo's behavior. But Lizzo, I think because she had white people support, the LGBTQ support, so she got away with a little bit more. But nonetheless, just because Lizzo ran around looking crazy, does that mean that Kelly Price couldn't have worn shapewear on that night? The answer is yes. It's okay. It really is okay. It wasn't a good look. She wasn't well put together. But there's always next time.
The nerve of y'all. And ain't got no talent. And leave folks alone.
She's a boxer.
Now, I'm sitting here looking at what Kelly Rowland said. I keep saying Kelly Rowland. What Kelly Price said. And I'm like, the sad thing is, she recognized Because you can tell on social media when you look at the comments and everybody profile pictures, whatever, you go to people's pages, you can recognize what is the group that is attacking you. It was a point in time in my career where I was getting attacked by a lot of English men, right? When I say English men, guys from Britain, right? These guys are fellows of boxing and they're intimidated by me and they don't think I'm as great as I say I am. And they had a little issue with me, right? And that was a bunch of English men from, from Great Britain. Now, when I started calling that out, they stopped. So then maybe about 2 years ago, when I started changing my looks and, growing into the woman that I want to be, I noticed that when you have a level of comfort with yourself, people have a problem with that. When you have a natural body, natural curves, natural face, natural lips, it's kind of offensive to people because they're not okay and secure within themselves. Right. So with that being said, I've noticed people started attacking me for things that I love about me naturally, that I think are good things about me. I like my shape. I like how I go from 6-pack to 4-pack to skinny to big butt, medium butt. I always got small breasts. It doesn't matter. But I like how I look, right? And the more you comfortable with yourself, the more the people try to make you be uncomfortable with yourself and come throwing all these insults and all this bullshit at you. And I'm just mad today because why do y'all pick at folks who don't want no smoke with y'all? And the thing is with me, I be wanting to smoke with these girls like in real life. Like I wish I could find these girls that be talking and beat them.
You see this masculine behavior. You see that? So because y'all say things about me, if I see you outside, I'm gonna beat your ass. How's that feminine? Do y'all see what I'm talking about here? Do you see they are the same black women they complain about? Nothing better. It's like at least if you're gonna turn your camera on and complain, I would love it if you showed something different. So because a lot of ladies are writing things in your comment that you don't like, if I see you outside and you're a professional boxer, by the way, self-awareness says, right, you can kill people. So if you catch these ladies that are regular civilians with your boxer hands, you're going to put hands on these women? Are you all the way there? Somebody take her phone, please. Right? And that's why I said about the men, oh, I'm so glad that today black women are speaking more. That is the problem, sir. They need to speak less because they're not saying anything meaningful. They say things that are damaging to their brains. They need to be quiet. So if you catch people outside, then what, Clarissa? Your big boxing hands, you're going to touch these people? Are you insane? You're going to kill these women. That's not even a fair fight, right? If they're talking about you on social media, keep it on social media. You can either block these ladies or you can clap back. I don't even know why you would clap back, though. But for you to say, oh, I have a mortgage, I have this, I have that. But if you write a comment, I'll throw it all away and go to prison. This is just bullshit. This is just crazy to me.
Yes, really. I love fighting so much. Sometimes you got to let it know, just for you running your mouth. This is what happened when you antagonize folks, when you mess with folks. But I'm in a world where we can't do that. Y'all want to sue folks now. Y'all want to play the victim now. You know what I'm saying? But I'm used to when you run your mouth a certain way, you need to know how to back it up. A lot of y'all can't back up nothing. Y'all celebrities. Y'all goddamn comedians. Y'all goddamn educated women who so educated and so pretty and you got so much knowledge, but you don't want to tell nobody your business. I have a gun too. Why you talking about people got guns? I have a gun too. I have guns, plural. Let me play Kelly Price video. Cause y'all done pissed me off this morning. And y'all swear y'all just some of the girliest girls. I'm a girl's girl. And even though I'm saying this, y'all always make, oh, I'm not being mean. Like I put the video up like, oh, people be calling me ugly. A bunch of girls are like, nobody ever said you was ugly. We said you can't dress. Why you saying anything to me? Why? Why are you saying anything to me? I didn't ask for you to tell me how to dress. I didn't ask you how to wear my hair. I didn't ask you was I fat or was I skinny. I didn't ask you shit. So why are you telling me anything? I didn't ask you if I look good. My man think I look good.
And why are you here?
Kids call me pretty all the time.
And why are you?
Why do you think that you even have to comment that? You know what I'm saying? And then y'all done triggered Kelly Price today. Y'all done pissed me off with this one. Leave folks alone. And she looked so mad and bothered. She said,
so she said she has guns. This girl is crazy. Yes, Brittany, look at her food. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, is she really about to eat all this? Is she really, look at this, y'all. The drinks, the food. I'm like, there's no way Ashley did not eat 4,000 calories.
If your friends can drop $500 without blinking on dinner, the men in your life can too. The snails. She's trying snails for the first time. Oh, this looks wonderful. Thank you. And the rice, you can take that. I don't want any more of that. Yeah. Perfect. And they're gonna bring the rice as well, right? Okay. You have your vegetables, but hold on. If your friends can drop $500 without blinking on dinner, the men in your life can too. The snails. She's trying snails for the first time.
I tell you, she's such a fraud. I'm like, there is no way this lady did not consume like 4,000 calories in one sitting. Oh, go to the gym. She's had plastic surgery. And no way. Do you see this? The steak, the lobster, the mashed potatoes, and the butter. How much do you think that is? And then the vegetables are completely sauteed and God knows what. Then she's like, oh, yeah, they're going to bring the rice as well. Then it's like a multitude of cocktails. I'm like, this lady is a fraud. This is fourth. See, look at they ate all. Then they got dessert. Do you see this? One woman. When I saw this, I got to show this to my ladies. I have to show them. What is this? I said, Ashley, you going to eat all this food? But her thing is, oh, it's $500. It's too much food. It's not the price that matters, sis. You are going to eat all this food. Yep, she sure did eat all the food. Because look at this part, right? Hold on. Look right here. Hold on. Hold on. Where's the video? Child, where's the video, child? Where was I? Hold on. Look right here. Hold on. What the heck? Okay, you see right there? You see this? You see the whole lobster shell? You see the lobster shell? You see this? Right there. Look right there. The lobster shell gone. The vegetables are still there. They ain't eat the vegetables, y'all. They ain't eat the vegetables. The plates with the rice, gone. The lobster shell, right there. This first martini drink, gone. I'm like, then this girl drank that. I'm like, but damn. Ashley, how much food do you fucking eat? These are two women. No, she's with another woman. I'm like, there's no way this lady did not eat 4,000 calories in one sitting. Oh, my God. When I was walking with Maverick and I saw this video, I said, I need to report back to my people because this is insanity. Y'all, she ate all this food. I said, it's not giving demure. She had liposuction. She did. I'm in the gym. No, she's not. Do you see this? Hide the food, y'all. I was like, no, I need to bring this back to my people. This, because the lemon drop, hold on. Let me see. Oh, no, you guys. Oh, no. How many calories in a lemon drop drink? Okay, let's see. You see this? So just the drink, that little drink, the little pink drink she had is 300 calories. No, they sure do look good, but for the advice she gives, no, Elena, she's fraudulent. That little drink alone is like what? It's 300 calories. Hold on. Let me see. Oh my God. Okay, a dinner of steak, lobster, and mashed potatoes will vary greatly in calories depending on the size of the steak, the amount of the lobster, and preparation of the mashed potatoes. Example, with butter and cream and any sauces or topping, a single serving of lobster mashed potatoes alone can range from 250 to over 800 calories. So the total calorie count for a surf and turf meal could be anywhere from 1,000 calories to 3,000 calories. I said, oh my gosh, the lady swallowed all that food. Okay, this is insanity. And then the rice. Ashley, I said, no, I need to report back to my people. So 3,000 plus the drink, 3,300. Then she had another drink. Yeah, she ate 5,000 calories in one sitting. What? Y'all, when I saw this, I'm like, no, I need to send this back to my people. And then she had dessert. She had dessert as well, you guys. I said, no, this is low vibrational.
On dinner, the men in your life can too. The snails. She's trying snails for the first time. Oh, this looks wonderful. Thank you. And the rice, you can take that. I don't want any more of that. Yeah. Perfect. And they're gonna bring the rice as well, right? Okay. You have your vegetables, but hold on. If your friends can drop $500 without blinking on dinner, the men in your life can too. The snails. She's trying snails for the first time.
You guys, when I saw this, I said, Ashley a fraud. I was like, Ashley is a fraud.
Yeah, and I will stick if it goes wrong. So yeah, I will not be played.
But I think we'll be back. You know,
we'll be back.
Yeah, please come back, ladies. All right. It was nice meeting you both, ladies.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Good night. Oh, cute girls. Thank you for coming up, ladies. Yes, I say not only with her situation, but with all situations. Ladies, follow your intuition. Because not with just relationships, but I know everyone has had a moment, you know, as a woman, we've all had a moment where you went against that. And then I want to say a month or 2 months later or a year later, you're like, oh, something told me not to do that. I'm not saying relationship. This could be a job. This could be school. This could be buying a new home. This could be a new car. This could be walking up a street. Anything. I mean, just anything. Okay. So just follow it and take your time. There's no rush. You guys aren't breaking up. He loves you. You love him. Right? So just give it. Just time will tell. There is no rush.
I couldn't believe it.
Take your time.
I couldn't believe it.
Okay. All right, you guys. We're not getting into zodiacs and all of. We're not doing that right now. Okay, we not doing. Y'all talking about voodoo, judo, zodiac. Hello, Open Rebuke. Welcome in.
Hi, Ashley. I just want to say thank you for even allowing me to be on your panel because you charge for this. This is expensive therapy.
Ah, you're welcome, honey. Okay, let me ask you: do you consent to be on a live and potentially all platforms?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What brings you up?
So honestly, I lost my spark. I lost the ability to, I guess, let me reframe. I don't have a sense of identity. I know there's journaling, running, exercising, praying, but I feel like I could do all that, but I still don't have a direction, like identity,
So what is it that you want to do with your life? Do you have a sense of that? Do you know what you want to do with your life?
I think I know I want to go back to school, but I think the very thing that I want to focus on is like my hygiene, like how I carry myself. Like I want my identity, like I want to see who that woman is. I want to embrace what confidence feel like, and what that looks like, so I could be like, now that I'm comfortable in my skin, now I know I can pour into somebody else, and now I can show up to the world because I've allowed myself to heal. But I don't know where to start. I don't know what to do. Right?
But listen, love, you started with saying, well, I know everyone say doing that journaling and that gym and that eating right. That's what you got to do. You got to do those things.
Yeah.
And that's going to help you. Step into that. Build your self-esteem. Like you said, you're feeling good about yourself, but it's going to help increase your confidence. So you need to have a routine. I know that sounds so cliche. All the girls on TikTok say routine, routine, routine. It really works.
Okay. And that's what I think. That's what I like on those two things: the routine and the consistency. Like even the routine, I don't know where to start. Like, do I wake up at 4 a.m. and then I do my mud face and then I go hit the gym and then I don't know. Like, it's just
you don't give me 4 a.m. vibes just yet. Not yet. I don't think you're there in the journey, right? But we could start. Can we start from 8 a.m., 9 a.m.? Can we start there?
I can. I have a 4-year-old. He gotta go to school by 8:30. So maybe 6. I could do 6.
Okay, 6. Let's do 6. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I should be writing it down. Usually when I'm on your lives, I write everything down.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 6 a.m. you're getting up, and then what?
I want to, like, the first thing I want to do is like hygiene, like brush my teeth, because I'm gonna take accountability. Sometimes like I can go like a day or two like without even like acknowledging like. So like when I wake up 6 a.m. just brush my teeth.
So that sounds like depression then. When you stop brushing your teeth and taking showers, that's depression, my love.
Yeah.
That's depression. So something's going on. Have you been to therapy?
I've been to therapy. I took in therapy. I took in like medication. My son had a heart disease. Has a heart disease, 2 open heart surgeries. Shelter. It's a lot of unpacked trauma, but I'm so strong, and I know I have God. Like like I'm resilient. I never give up. It's just like in the midst of all that, it's like I lost myself. Like I'm missing a tooth. This is so much. And I didn't come on here to play the victim. I'm just
no, it's fine. It's fine. So what you can do is with what you have now, I want you to take care of yourself, okay? So right now for you, even if it's just the small steps every morning, I'm gonna put my, toothpaste aside, my little lotion for my face, okay? That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the toothpaste, we're gonna do the lotion for the face. If we have a little smell good, that'll be our third thing. That's it. You ain't gotta do the makeup, the lip gloss, we ain't there yet. Okay, so we're just gonna focus on the basics. And I want you to put on something positive in the morning. The first thing I don't want you on your phone on TikTok looking the first thing, because something's gonna pop up and you're gonna get discouraged. So you can put on something. I don't know if you're religious, gospel music, or affirmations. Something that is positive and that's going to pour into your spirit. Do not get on those apps. Okay? No Instagram, no TikTok first thing in the morning. None of that until you drop your kid to school or until you take your kid to wherever they, need to be. Then you can get on the apps. But start your day with writing things down. You're going to do, like you said, your self-care routine, teeth, skin, a little perfume spray. That's it. And something positive. Mm-hmm. All right, can we do that? How does that feel? Tell me.
That feels realistic. And it just got me out of like that mindset of I had to do 10,000 things to accomplish something. Like, okay, that makes sense. That's because I'm all over the place.
Yeah. And even if for the week you line up your shirts. Monday, I'm going to have on this shirt. Tuesday, I'm going to have on that shirt. Wednesday, I'm going to have on that shirt. Okay? That's even going to be helpful. So you don't have to think about it, or you don't get in a loop where you're like, let me just grab this shirt again and put it on. No. I want you to feel new every day. Okay? And you said are you in a shelter now? Are you in a shelter?
No, I was in a shelter last year. Went through 2 shelters, and I prayed, I fast. I just got closer to Christ. And he blessed me with my apartment with me and my baby. So now I'm settled. And what I can say about this is that I feel like, okay, now I can, I can help. Because I've been through a lot, anybody that's been in the shelter in the chat, the curfews, the humiliation, the food lines, the people stealing out your room.
The people, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I lost myself in the midst of that. But now that I'm here, it's just like, man, I lost myself. I was smoking cigarettes. I was drinking every day. I just fell in a really deep depression. I gained weight. Like, I'm so big. I've never been this big. Not to shame the big girls. The big girls was cute. Okay.
But no, if you big, that means you eating good. That's what that means. Okay, you eating good. A lot of people not eating good.
Yeah, listen.
Oh, okay.
God is good. It's a pantry.
Actually, so damn silly. You're not big because you eat. Sometimes it's just sugar. She told you should drink alcohol.
Tuesday, me and my son go.
It's not crazy.
I just don't like it.
But no, stop
But
saying
you just
that.
said, let me stop saying it, yeah?
You know where to start.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Every morning, that will be your routine. That takes under 10 minutes. Okay, you could get up at 6 a.m., be done at 6:10, and get back in the bed. But it gotta be done.
Gotta be done.
It has to be done.
Okay.
Okay, and I need an update.
I definitely will. Thank you for this time. Do you have I'll look on your links because I know you probably got mentorships and like cohorts and stuff.
But you can always just come back here if you like. You can always, the girls come back every week, they update us. That's fine. All right, and let's send her some gifts. What's your name, my love?
Amber. Oh my God, I got 284.
Amber. Yes, let's send her some gifts. Let's send Amber some gifts. Send her some roses, some hearts.
Yes.
Send Amber some love.
Yes, send me love. Thank y'all. Thank you for your time, Ashley. Thank you so much.
Of course, you are more than welcome. You are more than welcome. Again, start small so you won't feel overwhelmed.
Okay.
Please. All right?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to leave now. Thank you so much. Thank
You're
y'all.
welcome, beauty. You're welcome. All the best. Send her lots of love. Yes, lots and lots of love. And I know, and maybe not, that's not just Amber. This goes for anyone. You can find yourself in depression. Even if you're not struggling financially, even if you're not.
Do you see why I'm really big on this? Is why you have to encourage women to be suitable for partnership, right? Because if you don't know how to live with a man, you don't know how to make it work with a man, you're going to end up in these shelters. That's why I say most of these Black women, their advice, send people to shelters. I will never stop saying this, right? Sometimes, is he perfect, ideal? No, but you got to make it work because two better than one. Oh, you can do it by yourself. You don't need a man. No, she cannot. She cannot. Stop with this goofy ass advice. Most women can't even make it by themselves. Like, leave it alone. You kidding me? It's too much work. It's too much work. Yeah, but she said she was drinking alcohol. It's nothing but calories.
There are people here on the live and they may not know it. All right. Sending you lots of love, Marissa. What are some signs of depression? Overworking that people
So like a lot of Black kids too, like a lot of Black kids don't grow up with structure. Like, this is the table, do your homework, it's homework time, it's food time, it's this. There's no structure in the house, Queen. There's just no damn structure. So when these young people become adults, they don't have no damn structure. They never learn that shit. You see, regulate your emotions, have structure. They didn't grow up with structure. That's why it's good to give young people chores and things like that and make sure they do their work and check their homework. You have parents who don't even care to check their homework. So kids, they never had to follow through growing up. So when they get older, following through is really hard for them because they've never had it. They don't know. You see, I'm like, it's sad. Like I said, in the sisterhood, they don't show up in real life. They never show up in real life. But on social media, oh yeah, girl, leave the man, girl, leave this man, girl, do whatever you want, girl. Yeah, she gonna end up in a shelter. I will never stop saying it. They don't give advice that leads to success. They leave advice that's gonna have you in the food line, in the shelter line, in your car, like all kinds of dumb stuff. Because it's just emotional advice. There's no strategy to it. It's really sad. And then when the girl's by herself with a child now, she really is by herself. Where's the sisterhood now? They're nowhere to be found.
Look, hordes right now, what you can do is always go on TikTok. First steps to get over depression. You can look up some first steps to get over depression, because there are a lot of therapists on YouTube who offer tips if you can't afford it right now. You can always go on YouTube. There are therapists, certified, bona fide, on TikTok and Instagram who give free tips. So start with that. All right. And start with small steps. Some jobs offer free therapy. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. Someone said thoughts are going by. Yes, that's also a part of it. They said, Beth said, call 988 for a crisis. Thank you for saying that. If things get really bad, you can always call 988 for a crisis.
That's sad.
Oh, thank you, Yaya. I'm happy to help. Coloring books help with anxiety. That's good to know. Thank you, Miss.
And that's what Margaret said. Like, her cousin got mad. She said she's leaving the man, but she has no plan. So now she's in a hotel. But she can't stay there forever. So what next? What's next? Most likely a shelter. Right? It's because she's going through depression. Because somebody told her, leave him, girl, leave him, girl. She didn't have no plan. Now you're taking your children to a hotel. How's that even stable? That is not stable. You can't put the kids there. They have to go to school. They got to go to school. You can't do shit like this. It's the reality of life. You guys, I don't know. I can't. It is what it is. You got to deal with, like, you have the cards that you're dealt with. You got to make the best out of it. Right? I make the best out of it. But yeah, even if he's like an ain't shit person, if you have a baby with him, you kind of have to try to make it work, because what are the odds that someone else is going to want to raise this child with you, though? So at least that's his child. That's why you got to be very careful who gets you pregnant, because this is what happens. And I feel like that's why I know, but a lot of women are like really strict on do not get pregnant out of wedlock, because this is it. If he won't even marry you, why are you getting pregnant by this man? Lord. It's insanity. It really is insanity.
That makes
my therapist is gonna end soon. Like, she's retiring, and I don't want to get a new one because I don't want to have to tell my whole story. She knew my son before. She's my daughter's old therapist too. So
so he made suggestions. I'm sure she has given you some suggestions on your next steps and what you should do, right?
Yeah, but she's not the most feminine either. she's a tough one. She's old school.
Okay. So right now, what I'm hearing you say, because you're mentioning feminine, so what I'm hearing you say, is it, and correct me if I'm wrong, you want more help with your appearance, being more girly in a sense?
Yeah, I tried to do the wig thing. I didn't know how to put it on.
I don't think you need to do the wig thing. It looks like you have hair. Why don't you just go get your hair done? Go get your hair styled.
Exactly.
It's a lot of work.
You came up here, you said you want to be feminine, you want to change up your look. Why not go to the salon? That'd be a nice treat. Have them wash it, press it,
Yeah. Sorry, I'm quiet. I'm an introvert. So I'm trying to.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I think that would be nice. A nice switch up to go to the salon and get your hair done, and then go get your nails and toes done.
Yeah, I can't afford to do that right now. So I was just doing press-ons and all that stuff.
Okay, press-ons is good. Okay, but can we get to the salon? Can we do that?
She said she can't afford press. She can't afford fake.
Not right now.
She can't afford it. Are you slow?
I can't afford it.
Okay.
Started working because I wasn't working after everything that happened. I've been surviving off of certain things. And I got out of a really bad relationship that he just kind of brought me down. I don't even know how to explain that one. I don't know.
And that's over with, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
You guys, I swear, this is like, I'm getting really triggered. I feel like I need to go to bed. I'm getting really triggered. I am really getting triggered because, I'm getting triggered. I am. I don't like to see, it pains me. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it just pains me how my people just don't like to be strategic. They're so emotional. Like, it triggers me. Like, stop expecting life to be ideal. It is not. You got to deal with the cards that you have and make it the best. Like, that's what else can you do? You don't need a man. Yes, you do. You actually do. Like, I don't know how to say it. You cannot do it I will never stop saying it. Unless you got some crazy ass degree where you make some crazy ass money, then that's a little bit different. But when you barely make enough, you're going to need someone to help you out. Yeah, she does, Elena. She's in her car. When I tell you, like, the fear that you guys, I don't know, one day I was sitting here, the vision that God showed me, part of me is like, I hope it doesn't happen, but I think it will. You guys, I saw so many Black women homeless. I saw so many of them homeless in their cars. I said, Jesus, what is going on? You see what I mean? And that's why I will change, but I will never stop saying, you have to learn to get along with these men. You have to learn to be suitable for partnership. You got to learn to pick your battle. It's not just them, Kevin. It's a Black woman thing. It's not just them. This feminist Western bullshit has destroyed a lot of Black women. Like, it's just bad. It's just bad business. It's horrible. It's just horrible because they just see it for now. They don't see it for later. Life, you don't just live life in the now. You got to think about 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now. Is this actually sustainable? The answer is no. We were not built to live by ourselves. We got to be in partnership, even if you don't want a man per se, but you still need to come from a well-to-do family. Like, your sister has to do well. Your brothers have to do well. Like, the whole family has to do well so that if something is hard, they can help you out. If it's hard for them, you can help them out. Because this life is not going to get any cheaper, y'all. Inflation is real and inflation is here to stay. Things are only going to get more expensive. Taxation is only going to go up. They're not bringing prices down. They're not reducing people's taxes. It's not happening. It's just not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? But when you get to a certain age as a woman, you should be able to get your nails done. I don't get my nails done. I don't want to, because that's another commitment. But y'all do know I'm obsessed with. I have other things I'm obsessed with, right? But there are little things like that as a woman. You should be able to have that. But when you carry everything, the entire financial load, everything is on your back. You guys, how is this woman not going to crack? And it's very evil to tell a Black woman that she has some kind of superpower or because she's a Black woman. No, she's a regular fucking human being. Everybody has a threshold. This thing right here, it can only take but so much liquid, okay? This thing right here, this container here can only take but so much. Then after that, it's going to overflow, okay? Everybody only has a certain amount. You have a limit, your capacity. My capacity can only take so much. The average woman, the average Black woman can only take but so much stress. She can only take but so much financial pressure. How can she carry all of this by herself? This is not sustainable. And nobody should want that for her. Nobody should want any Black woman to be by herself. This is crazy. This is crazy. She's a woman. She can't do this shit by herself. She can't, these women are fucking psychotic. She cannot do this by herself. So you should say, sis, I know you think you can, but let me tell you why you might not want to do this by yourself, right? Like, if you can be softer and he's going to stay, calm yourself down. If you can be more feminine, be more feminine. If you can, and I even feel, this is why I despise this whole like body positivity bullshit stuff, because it encourages women to not even try to lose any kind of weight, right? I don't need a man. I don't care about no man. You know, I'm going to go back to my little picture. Where's my picture, y'all? Where's my picture? You see, The black women of yesteryears, they cared about men. So therefore, they look good. Have you not noticed that? I'm not saying a woman should sit here all day obsessed with men. What is he doing? Is he thinking about me? Let me grab my phone. No. What I'm saying is when you have women, let's say black women, but when you have women who are heterosexual, they enjoy being heterosexual. They love men. They don't see men like the demon. They're attracted to men. They want men to be attracted to them. Do you notice how those women, they keep up the effort? Because they like men. So they are going to do what men actually like. Right? Right. 2025, women have become more masculine. Women have become more in love with the gay men, the gay sassy, whatever. They are this and that. So because of that, and body positivity, they're getting bigger. They're getting fatter. They're getting more masculine. They're getting more sassy. They're becoming more and more unattractive. They're doing everything that men don't like. These women here, very soft, very cute. You see how they smile? Everybody got a pretty smile because she wants to be seen as attractive. This is how you win, right? When a woman cares about men, she usually smiles. Right? See, that's inviting. Today, like what the what? People are scared of your ass. What is this? Like seriously, why are you doing this? Right? Why are you making yourself unattractive? Right? Look at these ladies right here, y'all. Look at these people, man. Look at these people. You see? And this is why we got to stop telling a woman, oh, it doesn't matter what a man thinks. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Because if she cares about the opinion of men, how much you want to bet she's not going to get too big? How much do you want to bet she's going to take care of herself? So therefore, she's less likely to have depression, huh? There you go. Right? It matters for women who are heterosexual, not lesbians, but if you're a heterosexual woman, it matters that you care about what men think. Because you're more likely to take care of yourself because you like these men, right? Just like a man who's heterosexual, it matters that he cares about what women want. So, because otherwise they're not going to find him attractive. But the more he wants to be attractive, the more he'll push himself because he wants to be attractive to a woman. If a woman says, I don't care about the man, I don't want no man, won't you want, won't you want, she will get bigger. She will get bigger. She's more likely to get depressed. She's more likely to let herself go. She's more likely to not care. And before you know it, she don't even recognize herself no more. Every woman who's heterosexual, even if you're married, but any woman that is heterosexual has to care somewhat about what men think of her. Because as long as you care, it's going to force you to put yourself in the best position to actually win. Because you care. So you're more mindful how you put yourself together. You're like, oh, I want to put some perfume on. I want to put lotion on. I want to do my skincare. Why? Because you want men to find you attractive. It does matter. We try to tell women not to care, and now everybody fat. Everybody depressed. Like it's insanity. Hold on, you guys. Where are we? What's the sound here? Okay, they moved on, y'all. Hold on, my bad. Hold on. Let me go back.
I feel like I kind of lost myself, like, because I don't really have a problem with, getting cute, looking presentable, stuff like that. But like here lately, I just don't have like no ambition or like no spunk to even get cute, and I just want like advice to like get back to myself.
So what's wrong? What's bothering you?
Oh, wait.
Well, I'm 7 months postpartum, so that's a big part of it.
Yeah.
And my son has been in the NICU for the whole 7 months of his life. Going through that. I don't want to get on here and cry. Like, this is not no pity party. I'm trying to glow up. I'm trying to glow up. Like, I'm not trying to get on here and cry and do all that, but that's just what I've been going through. Like, my son is in the hospital. I'm battling with like, it's his story. It's just so much, but like, it's basically we're at a point where is have 3 major surgeries or basically go towards like hospice for babies, like getting him ready for transitioning. And that's just been so hard on me. Like, it's been hard to show up for him, show up for myself. And I just kind of like want advice to like kind of snap out of it. Cause like, I don't like being depressed. Like, I don't like this feeling.
Well, I
And
mean, you have a reason to be, you know, this is your child, you know, like that's nothing you just snap out of. You have the right to be. Yeah. And how I see things is I would literally just take things one day at a time. I would take everything day by day. I would not think about tomorrow's decisions. I would only think about today's decisions. Literally, that's it. So making sure you get up and you do like your basic things. I'm brushing my teeth. I'm putting lotion on my face. And maybe I'm going for a 15 to 20-minute walk just to clear my mind. I think that's a good first step. I'm putting on a clean shirt every single day. These are like basic, you know, good first steps to make sure you're just taking care of yourself, like a light self-care. Light self-care says, I'm going for a little walk to clear my mind. I'm brushing my teeth, putting on some moisturizer, and putting on a clean shirt. And tackling today only, not tomorrow, today.
I feel like that's good advice because I feel I'm a big overthinker. You know, like I want everything to be perfect. And I feel like I just think myself into such a spiral where I do nothing. Like I think how I'm gonna do all this stuff, get all this stuff done to the point where I don't get nothing done, you know? So I think that's a good first step, like you said, just to take stuff one day at a time. That's good.
Yes, and if you have things that you need to get done, at least get one of the things done out of the 20 on the list every day. Just tackle one, you know, one goal off each day.
Because I really have big goals for myself, and I feel like my situation has really like, it really like, I don't know, it like stopped a lot of stuff. Like, I don't know, I just feel, I don't want to say stuck, but at the same time, it's like, it's just mentally taxing, you know, and it's like, I don't feel like I'm an ugly girl or nothing like that, but I feel like I just haven't been presenting myself in the way that I should, you know.
No, absolutely. Again, I think you have that right. With all that you're going through right now, you know, your baby's in a hospital, that's a lot. The last thing you're thinking about is dress and shoes, you know, rightfully so. So that's why I keep going back to basic, just to make sure your basic self-care. Brushing your teeth, putting on your lotion, maybe a light fragrance and a clean shirt. That's it. Okay.
Okay, well, I appreciate you for the advice. I'm gonna get down.
You're welcome, dog. Please come back, okay?
I will.
All right, dog. Bye-bye. Wishing her all the very best, sending her lots and lots of love.
The sad thing is, where is her mom? Because right now her mom should be her support system. Like, and her mom should tell her, like, you have all the time to get in the world. Because if they do the 3 surgeries, if you decide to do that, hopefully baby makes it. If you don't do it, baby's going to pass away. So the last thing you should be worrying about is how you look and your goals and this and that. It's making sure if he gets to surgery, by God's grace, everything goes well. If he doesn't, and they have to put him in hospice, you know, may he have a beautiful transition, right? But I feel like, where is her mom? And you see, and like I said in my other live, this is what makes me sad, because I feel like I'm gonna say bad matriarchy, because these young ladies getting pregnant, sometimes I wonder, is anybody talking to them? Do you go into her room and have conversations with her? Do you tell her to come into your room and have conversations with her? Do you go on dates with your daughter? Like, baby girl, what's going on in your life? Who are you talking to? If she's sexually active, do you take your daughter to the gynecologist? I really feel like so many Black girls are just, it's like people driving cars with no driver's license. The way they handle their sex life, it's like they have no driver's license, y'all. It's a bunch of illegals driving out here with no license because nobody is giving guidance. Oh, she'll figure this out. She figures she's good. No, she's a child. She's a child who had a child, and now she's having she's having like childless emotions because I'm sure she has anxiety about my baby might die. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm saying, like, when these young girls are dating and they're sexually active, like, is anybody talking to them? Who is she talking to? Who is she seeing? What's his name? You got to go meet his family. Better yet, take her ass to the doctor. But I feel like these girls are navigating everything mostly by themselves. And I'm like, to me, that is excessively triggering. That is so triggering to me. Where's her live? Where'd she go?
Hello, Drew.
You know what I mean?
Hi. I hope it's not lagging. Is it still lagging? Just a little bit.
This is crazy.
Is it doable, Ashley?
It's lagging. Let me ask the chat. Is she good?
I might have to come on. It's
They're
better.
saying it's good.
Yeah, but the problem, Quad, the issue
was that your.
The issue, Quad, is that what you're saying, textbook, is correct, right? This is it. Any woman should be very careful who she chooses for the father of her kids. But my thing is, now let's be realistic. Does a 22-year-old know what a father is? Does a 23-year-old black girl know the father? How do you pick the father of your kid? This is why I'm saying she needs her matriarchy. Her mom should tell her. Even how she feels. You know, little girls, especially if they've never been in love, like their first relationship, their first real boyfriend, they think he's going to be my husband. We all used to be there. We're all stupid as shit. We've all been there. Oh my gosh, I'm going to marry him. Then you start doing all these weird names, how your kid's going to have these goofy ass and a bunch of bullshit. We've all been there. But the difference is, if you have a mom who's like, girl, they ain't going to be, I mean, maybe, but most likely you ain't going to get married. Go to school, right? But it's a lot of new feelings. Like, she thinks she loves him a lot. She thinks she wants to be with him. She thinks he's going to be there. She doesn't know he's also a young man. He's discovering himself. But I'm like, knowing what a father is for your children, this is not something she can do by herself. She needs help. And that's why people have to talk to her. But her mom has to talk to her. You see your daughter's on the phone for hours. Who is she talking to? Sometimes you wake up at night to go pee. You see a light in her room. She's still talking to somebody. Who is she talking to? You have to know who she's talking to. And your daughter should feel comfortable coming to you if she's sexually active. So you can put her black ass on birth control ASAP. My girl, you scaring me. Right? Because she's going to go through an entire roller coaster of emotion in that relationship, especially if it's her first boyfriend or her second boyfriend. You know, she really thinks she's in love, but it's not real. I've been there too. I was like 20 something. I'm like fucking idiot, right? Sometimes it lasts like 3 to 4 years. Oh, whatever. It's like your apprenticeship, you know what I'm saying? Before you get to the real thing. But I'm saying it's a lot easier if you have help. And I'm saying most black girls don't have the coaching because the coaching has to come from mom. And the thing that pisses me off is like they'll sit here on YouTube and TikTok worrying about black men this, black men that. No, worry about being better mothers. How about that part? Parent your daughters, parent your children. Let this black man worry about himself. Who cares? Like, oh, I'm so tired of talking about these people, right? But your daughter, she about to go left. You over here worrying about this man. Who gives a fuck about these men? Save your daughter. She needs to talk to you. You got to talk to her. Who is this young man you're talking to? And I need to meet him. Right? And then if he gets her pregnant, we got to go see his family. This is crazy. Me and you, I will go see you. I'm going to go to your family's house. Y'all crazy, huh? I will knock at your door. His son is in the hospital. I will sit in front of his parents' porch until they open the door. Your son will come to the hospital. This is the non-negotiable. What are we talking about? She's not going to go through this by herself. It's not going to happen. Right? That's what I'm saying. Her mom has to fight for her. And this young man needs to come to the hospital. And daughter, I get it. Because, you know, the thing about pregnancy we don't want to talk about too sometimes, which is what we have to explain to young women, is that the same way when you get pregnant, you're scared, he's scared too. Young men get scared. They want to have sex. They want to be daddies. Right? They don't want to be fathers. They just want to have sex. And I think that I know sex feels better when it's unprotected. That's why you got to be very careful. He's not ready to be a dad. He's not ready, baby girl. He's just not ready. So we got to get you on birth control. So I do hope you use protection, because even with the birth control, you should still use protection, because he's most likely, he's not going to be the only man that you have sex with, right? There you go. But you're going to feel a surge of emotions. And because you're a woman, they're going to fuck your head up. Somebody got to tell her that, right? And if he leaves, don't be mad. He's still young. He got to figure himself out. But let's create the least amount of damage. And that's a baby with two people who are not ready. She doesn't know. So it sounds good to say it, but does a 21-year-old know what a father is? She don't know. Did she even know her dad? Was her dad even a great dad? Let's start there. A lot of these Black girls, they have no frame of reference. We say things that make a lot of sense if you read a textbook, but this is not a classroom. It's real life. It's real life. This is sad. This is cruel behavior.
Okay. Now, Drew, I'm going to keep it real with you.
You're real, Ashley.
It's going to give cray-cray a little bit. That's what it gives. It gives cray-cray. It's been 3 weeks, and you already telling him you got problems.
But
Okay. You supposed to call up your good girlfriend, girl, I feel convicted, girl, I'm going through this. You telling the man that in 3 weeks he thinks you cray-cray. And he's 26, he's too young. He don't know. He don't know.
Yeah, but he's very mature. Like, I've dated people my age, so in the way that we communicate, I feel like
dog years. Not
okay.
Okay. I'm being silly. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I guess this is the thing, Ashley. This is the thing, Ashley. Like he said to me before, like of the course of amount of times we've been hanging out, he said like, well, I really like basically like he likes getting to know me, and he feel like if there was ever a problem, I would be real and raw with him about it and say it up front. So that's why I'm just all like, do I do that or do I not do that?
Yeah, the problem is, babe, I can't, my shoe broke. Babe, my perfume broke. Babe, I need, are we going to go out? I need an extra $100 for the phone bill. That should be the problem at 26. He ain't thinking, he's really thinking he needs to fix something. Babe, can you change my tire? I think it popped on my car. That's the problems he's thinking. He's not thinking about a spiritual awakening. He's young.
Well, we've had multiple conversations about that. So like we're both in alignment on those. And that's like one of my number one things when I'm dating, where they are spiritually. So that's why I felt like I could talk to him about it. But it's the fact that I mentioned it and he kind of like, I don't feel like he's doing it on purpose, because I know if we were in person, he would say something. I don't know if it's just because it's text and he's been working. You see kind of what I'm saying?
But the thing is, I think, Drew, he is intentionally ignoring it. And I know you've had the conversations, right? You're saying he's okay with the conversations, but too much of the same conversations will drive anyone a little like, whoa, what's happening? Okay. We're having this conversation again. Just thinking about your good girlfriend. She come to you about that guy and that problem 20 times. You're like, girl, we already spoke about this. Yeah. We are not talking about this again.
Okay. I didn't think about that. Okay.
Think about it like that. Okay.
I get you 100%.
Okay. Well, now you get it. It clicked.
No, it did for sure. It did for sure.
Yes. Like it's been 3 weeks, 3 dates. 3 weeks. Y'all supposed to be talking about, oh, I can't wait to see you. What are we doing next? Oh, there's this festival coming up. Like that should be the conversation. It shouldn't be so heavy.
You're right.
And the thing is, when you only have one guy you're talking to, when you just have one guy, right? And that doesn't mean you're sleeping with them when I say you should have more than one. But when you're dating, you should have more than one, because now you're putting all the weight on him, all your eggs in one basket. Now he got to text you. He got to call you. What are you doing? Where he at? You should have more than one.
No, you're absolutely right. These comments are, I'm reading the comments as you talk.
Girl,
Y'all funny.
You
girl.
Y'all funny. I'm not taking anything personal, but y'all are funny. Okay. No, but I agree, Ashley. I agree. No, like you saying this, like I'm definitely gonna take a whole different approach now. Like for sure. Okay. Okay.
You're 26.
Yeah.
You're 26. The way you were talking about conviction and this and not saying anything wrong with it, but that gives a more mature woman. I would have thought that would have come from an older woman to always talk about it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with talking about it, but that would feel more mature. When you're much younger, you know, you're supposed to, the conversation should be lighter. That's what I'm saying. Y'all can mix it up. You know, you can talk about God. I'm not saying she shouldn't talk about God. I'm not saying that. Hush.
She's not 46.
But I'm just saying, mix it up. Oh, wow. Look at the new ice cream shop in town. Maybe we should try that out.
No, she's 26.
You know, I don't know. Switch it up is what I'm saying.
Okay, Ashley. I appreciate
Does that make sense?
No, that made so much sense. And I'm actually excited to like just kind of get it off my mind. Because I'm not gonna lie, you gave me so much clarity in this moment.
Oh my God, girl!
It was like a complete 160
breakdown.
No, because like when something does bother me, like
26, they're both.
I internalize it a lot, and I'm like, oh, I gotta say something. And I talked to my cousin, and then I was, y'all don't be on your phone while driving, but I was going on TikTok. Then I seen Ashley. I'm like, oh my God, I have live access now, so this is my perfect opportunity to ask, you know. So I'm so happy.
You was about to start an argument with that boy for no reason. Oh my gosh, you were not.
That would have been the first two, and I would have hated to be over something like that as well.
No. So you know what you need to do? You need to find, you know, at your church, if you guys have a group, like a women's group where y'all can talk about these things, that would be good. You know, find a group. Yeah, find a group.
And we do. I've just like I've always, I guess at my church, it's kind of been hard for me to like start finding my community within it, but I've been slowly like praying on it, and I did find a friend, and we all they have like a women's group, and we're all going to like this gospel Christian artist. Her name is Morgan. No, what's her name? Madison Ward. So we're going to her concert in next week. So I'm excited. So yeah, I'll definitely keep those type of things for the girls.
Yeah,
for the girls.
That for the girls. And again, I'm not saying you can't talk to them about this once in a while, but keep that for the girls. You know, hey girls, this is on my spirit. This is what came up. You know, let's talk about it.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Ashley. I'm so happy right now.
Oh my gosh. I feel the woota. I feel like you just.
I'm so happy.
Woo! Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. You are hilarious. All right. Thank you so much. You guys have a good night.
Have a good night. Bye.
Bye.
Wow. It was like a weight was lifted just now. A weight was lifted. I think someone knocked at the door. We heard the dog barking. I think a weight was just, she was about to call him up. And it's 10 o'clock. It's late. And this has been on her spirit. She spoke to her cousin. She's scrolling through TikTok. She was already on the phone with the cousin. The cousin was like, girl, he didn't say nothing, girl. He didn't say nothing, girl. You know what that means, girl. Already hyping her up, feeding into the emotion. She gets off the phone because, you know, our phones can read our mind. Now something pops up on TikTok. 5 signs he doesn't really like you. The first sign, you tell him something and he ignores you. Then you scroll again. Someone's on live and 2 people are talking. Girl, he didn't text me back. I was telling him about confirmation again. Uh-oh, it's 11:11. It's 3:33. Wait, that must be a sign. Now you ready to call him up. You hyped up. You're home. You're still in your house clothes. You still got your shoes on. The dog hasn't gone to pee. You haven't even walked the damn dog, child. You sitting on that couch ready. Bag still on your arm. Calling him. He don't answer. You're calling him again. He's asleep. He waking up like, hello? Oh, God. You go off. He's confused. He's confused. Oh, God. They said guilty. This is y'all. This is y'all. This is y'all. You hang up 24 hours later. You wake up in your right state of mind. Your right, not your left. And you're regretting it. You're regretting it. So breathe, ladies. Really think about it. Just breathe. Talk to your girls. Talk to your girls. Yes, please talk to your girls. It's only been 3 weeks. That goes for everyone dating. That's why it's good to date more than one person. So you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. Okay? You're not putting all your eggs in one basket. Divvy it up.
Ashley is such a pagan. Like, she just gives the most hoish advice. Why would you date multiple people at once? Can you have multiple jobs at once? Like this, like she's such a fucking loser. Can a person have multiple jobs at once? Can you drive multiple cars at once? Can you wear multiple clothes at once? Right? You go on the first date. If he's not what you want, go somewhere. Right? But if this man doesn't give you attention, you need another man to give you attention. You're a pick me. You need help. Why do men matter like this? Go get your fucking hobby. That's some bullshit. Why would you date multiple people at once? How does that even make fucking sense? So you don't know what the fuck you want. You just don't know how to be by yourself with your own thoughts. That sounds crazy. Can you do 3 jobs at once? You can work 3 jobs. No, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Get multiple jobs. How sustainable is that? So I'm going to work 3 jobs simultaneously. I'm going to go work 1 job for 8 hours, get off that job, go work another job. How is that even sustainable? Can you wear my entire closet at once? You sound so damn stupid. Where is your husband? Not even your man. Where is her husband? Bad advice. That's why you go on these first dates, whatever, to know, is it worth pursuing? Oh, it's not. But if you're talking to multiple men at once, you're confused as fuck. Get a fucking hobby. Because as a woman, especially now, in just the dating phase alone, you don't know how to occupy yourself in a healthy manner. You won't survive marriage. Because guess what? In marriage, when you have kids, you're not going to be the star of the show. It's going to be these damn kids. And you're going to have to know how to entertain yourself in a healthy way. We don't replace the attention of one man with another man's attention. Something is weird. Go find your dad. Do you have daddy issues? This is batshit fucking crazy. And for you to be a Christian and to call a secular woman to give you dating advice, you're a clown. You should find people at your church that you trust that are actually married. Ask your church family for dating advice, not this heathen lady. She eats 4,000 calories at night when she goes out to eat. Can you trust this woman? She's a glutinous woman. Okay? No, that is stupid advice. Can you drive 3 cars at once? Oh, I have 3 cars. I own 3 cars. Let me drive all 3 of my cars. It is not feasible. Singular focus, right? So once again, you should know how to vet people. You should know how to vet people, right? Is she going? Where is she?
Stop, make silicone stop, make silicone stop, and then start all over again. It took me 3 times as long to paint.
Well, I guess she's going now. Okay. But I'm like, no. What kind of advice is this? This is really, really crazy. This is bad advice. This is bad business. Okay. This is why you go on these first dates. You should know how to vet for what you're looking for. That's it. Right? Because it's better. What the fuck? It is better. It is so much better to focus on a great person than to be all over the place. What do you say over here? Focus on yourself, stop giving out too much. Tell me somewhere. He's crazy.
Reserves front row seats to your life. Some people need to be moved to the balcony.
That's true.
Or out of the building completely. This is your wake-up call. Focus on yourself. Reclaim your energy. Rewrite your story. Have you ever reached a point where you felt completely drained? Not just physically, but emotionally, mentally, even spiritually. You kept showing up for everyone else, answering every call, solving every problem, being the strong one, the reliable one. You kept pouring and pouring until one day you looked in the mirror and realized you had nothing left. Not for them, and not even for you. I remember someone telling me, "You're so strong." And I smiled, nodded, said thank you. But inside I was crumbling. I was tired of always being on, of stretching myself thin, of always being needed but never really known. Somewhere along the way I had mistaken love for performance and compassion for self-neglect. Let me ask you, have you ever given so much that you forgot you existed? Have you ever been so busy filling everyone else's cup that you didn't notice your own was bone dry? And yet, you kept going, you kept giving, because somewhere deep down, you believed that slowing down or pulling back would make you look weak, or worse, selfish. But what if I told you that focusing on yourself isn't selfish at all?
Let me show you all this video I saw yesterday, guys. Thank you, Pastor. Let me show you this. Where's the video? Oh, this one. Oh my gosh, you guys. Let me show you this video.
And I have been unemployed for over a year. This has to be one of the hardest years I've ever had to go through in my life. My mental health has really declined severely. I'm isolating myself from friends, both because I can't afford to do things with them. And then also, I have nothing new to bring. So instead of feeling sorry for myself like I have the last year and being down and really, really depressed, I am going to change my narrative and I'm going to just start creating myself. So I was working at this beauty company for 4 years, and on a Friday afternoon, late, I got a invite for Monday morning at like 10 a.m. to meet with my boss. My boss was my boss for maybe 2 years out of the 4 years I was there. He came after I did. But this man didn't know I could see his meetings. Not only could I see his calendar, I could see who he was meeting and what was meeting for. Whatever notes he had in there, I could see it. I never told him that. So when I got that invite and I saw one of the HR women was on that invite, I knew. So I spent the entire weekend, it was Oscar weekend that weekend, and I spent that entire Sunday saving 4 years of work from an internal server to a Dropbox. And I've been let go before, maybe twice before, and I freelanced for maybe 10 years. So a little bit about me. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I went to NYU, graduated 2006 with a degree in journalism and mass communications. And I've been working within the beauty industry.
Okay, did I hear this part? When I heard this part, I laughed yesterday. I said, girl, what? She went to NYU to major in journalism. I'm like, does that pay? It pays money? That major pays money? I don't know. You tell me, right? Okay, cool. That's number one. She's like, oh, I went to NYU for journalism. Okay, you went to NYU. You didn't find a fiance at NYU? You're in New York City. What's up? What do you need? You are in New York City. You didn't find anybody in the New York City? You didn't find no young man in the NYU, right? Isn't like even Barron? I think Barron Trump goes to NYU. There's a lot of rich kids out there that go to NYU, right? Why didn't you find anybody at that school? Why didn't you find a fiance at that school? Yeah, she in debt. She went to a fancy school in New York City and she just left there with a piece of paper and no husband. Okay? Like, make it make sense. I was like, yeah, so that's where you fucked up at. See, I can see where you messed up at. That part right there. NYU, you go to school in New York City, around these rich-ass kids, you can learn their culture and fit in that culture, okay, and leave that place with a fiance, madame? Are we all the way there? Are we all the way there? So let's keep going, you guys. Let's keep going. I was watching this yesterday. I was like, I have to play this over y'all.
For about 18 years. I have done work across the board in terms of entertainment and media. When I was at NYU, I interned at Saturday Night Live, which was one of the best experiences of my life.
Okay. 1 second. Again, she entered an SNL. I'm like, there's so many celebrities there. You didn't meet anybody? Oh, I interned. Girl, you didn't meet anyone? So you went to NYU, you left that place, no fiance. You go to intern in Saturday Night Live, a place that's full of celebrities. You didn't meet nobody there? Girl, what? Child, Lord have the mercy.
And then I also worked at MTV or Viacom, VH1, where I was shadowing.
Okay, so she worked at MTV. It's the same MTV. Lala worked for MTV. She got herself a basketball player. Lala used to be a VJ at MTV. She was able to land Carmelo Anthony. So, baby girl, hold up. Wait a minute. You guys, I was like, girl, what the what? Right? You were around a bunch of these rich people. You didn't find no one at all? Nobody? Nobody at all. Do y'all get me? You follow me, right? Are you following me? Right? Because to me, if you go to a school like NYU, no, I don't get this. If you go to a school like NYU, your job is to find a way to find all them rich kids and be part of the rich kids crowd. You got to be around those people because you're not about to leave college, a fancy college like this, with no husband. Why are we here? You think we're here for the actual degree? I think Black women really think they go to school for a degree. Y'all crazy as hell, okay? You are really crazy. People go to school for connections. People go to school to network. I think you ladies are actually literal. Like you go there for an actual degree. You know, you can walk and chew gum at the same time, right? You can get the degree and get a fiance. Now you go to SNL. You're around all these people. Like, how did you dress? How did you look? Then you go to VH1. You go to MTV. You didn't find anybody there. You didn't have enough money to get a membership to go to these bougie ass gyms in New York City and be around those people too? Do you not want to win? Do you like poverty? Right? You see, and this is the part that gets me. It's like, you don't like to compete, huh? Or you think, oh, if I work hard, the right thing will happen for me. If I work hard, things will just, it doesn't work like that. Right? We have to learn to finesse. Just working hard at your job is not enough. You can't just work hard at the job. You got to go to the parties, the after parties, the whatever, the work events. You got to get to know people. Get the fuck out the house. Get to know people. It's New York City. Right? You got to see yourself in these fancy apartments like these other people. You got to have a vision for yourself. And it can't just be, oh, I have a degree and I just work and I intern. That sounds like poverty. It really does sound like poverty. Hold on.
Red carpet on-air talent. So she taught me everything that I needed to know about how to interview people, the editing room, the whole process, all of it. So after those internships and I graduated college, I went into the workforce. I could not find a job.
No.
So for about 8 years, I freelanced I started off as like a fact checker, working for InStyle magazine, Essence magazine, Elle magazine, and eventually I had a rotation of freelance work that sustained me for 8 years.
So you're not going to try to find someone. You just want to work at these magazines. If you work at Essence, all these like InStyle, like all these fancy places, you don't see people. Because I'm like, that has to be the Condé Nast building. It's a very fancy building. I'm like, you don't dress up. Like, how do you go to that place? Like, you don't dress up. You don't try to be seen. You just go there just to work. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus, Jesus.
And that was at the time when unemployment was kind of unlimited, where now it's max, I think, at 26 weeks.
Oh.
So whenever I wasn't working or if I didn't work enough to meet my unemployment minimum, I would file for unemployment that week. And if I did work more than what I was going to get for unemployment, I claimed I did work. So I didn't get anything. So that was basically my routine for almost 8 years. And then I finally found a salaried job where I worked at a small startup marketing company, and I was a marketing assistant. So
So you work at a startup, so they had money. You still didn't find anybody there. I think this young lady, I think she doesn't understand that you need to be in partnership with a man, not out here looking for a job. Like, this is insane. This is really insane. So now you are at a whole startup. Sis, how did you dress when you went to that startup? On a day-to-day basis, what did you wear? Whoa, Jesus. I don't know, y'all. Like, all I see, you know what I see? All I see are opportunities for her to snatch her husband. And she just letting these things just right past her because she's just happy filing unemployment. Whoa! Ah, baby, it's New York City. Especially back then, it has a lot of rich young people there. Finesse. Get into, and the fact is, because you're a woman, if you put yourself together right, you won't even have to pay for stuff. Men will pay for you. They'll pay for your drinks. They'll pay for you getting inside the club. They'll pay for you for this, and that. They'll pay for your food. You got to know, I'm telling y'all, listen to me, right? You got to know how to be attractive. You got to know how to be seductive. You got to know how to flirt with people. You got to use your woman, like your feminine energy. Like, you got to know how to get shit. Like, you got to get shit done. Right? But you were an NY. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my Lord. I'm like, Lord.
I went backwards to go forwards because also publishing was dying and you could read the writing on the wall. And I was like, digital's where it's at. I need to learn how to do this. So I took a big pay cut to do that. Not even a pay cut because I was getting paid pennies. So I went from making, like, at the time, $25 an hour. I was working at BET at the time on a Patti LaBelle show that was canceled the day before Thanksgiving. But we fall, we rise. And then I found that job at InStyle. Shout out to my homegirl, Asia. She was working there as in the photo department. And I ended up working in the research department. So I did a lot of fact checking on small stories and also cover stories.
What the fuck is that going to lead you to? Like, long term, what the fuck? What you gonna get out of that shit? $25 an hour? Girl, you could have just focused on being a girlfriend to somebody rich. Like, that could have been your business. That could have been your job. Because I'm like, imagine, because she seems like she's pretty fit, right? But I'm like, imagine her being a fitness trainer. Like, if she was even able to be a fitness trainer in a hot, like, gym in New York City, you would have made even more money. And you would have met more people. Do you see why? That's just me. What the fuck do I know? But do you see how sometimes I think this chasing career shit is bullshit? It's just crumbs. Right? Sometimes even specializing and being a wife or fiance to the rich might even be better for you. Because this work shit, I don't know. You tell me. Right? But if all you make is $25 an hour, if you don't make money, you get unemployment. And it's only for 26 weeks. Why don't you set a target for yourself that within 26 weeks, you need to find a way to get inside all these big circles in New York City? Because it's at this rate, I'd rather be a wife, because worst case, if we file for divorce, he won't give me alimony. Yeah, it's really weird. But I'm like, I really don't hate trauma. I really feel like they don't understand that a big part of a woman's job is to look for partnership. It's not just to get a degree, get a job. You need a husband. I'm being so for real. You can be mad. Oh, Marlene, it sounds so traditional. Y'all don't care. Traditional women always win. They're always protected. You need a partner. You need a husband. Now, because you're in New York City, if you do it right, you can have access to some pretty amazing people. But you got to know their culture. So what I'm saying is, instead of wasting your time doing that goofy shit for $25 an hour, why don't you say to yourself, what would it take to date a man in finance in New York City? What would it take to date an engineer in New York City? What would it take to date a doctor in New York City? Study these people. Study the people. What do they like? Where do they go? How they vacation? How they work out? Find a way to weave yourself into their lifestyle, right? What's the best gym for most of these people to go to? See if you can be a trainer there. See if you can work part-time there and be super fucking cute. Be super cute, right? Because she thin. So that's a great start. And then you went to NYU. That's another great start. You don't have to struggle. You don't have to live like this. You don't have to suffer? Men are already suffering. Your job, like the Bible says, the wealth of the wicked is amassed for the righteous, okay? That is your job. Go pick it up. Right? But what, I'm like, what is this? Like, what's all this bullshit? What's all this? If you stay on your unemployment for 26 weeks and you give yourself a goal, when I get out of this, I got to find myself a way to be in those circles, or I have to become a trainer at some really like Berries or Soul Cycle, whatever the fuck they have out there, right? Find these boutique gyms and make sure you get the 5 o'clock in the morning shift, right? Go work over there. Even at NYU, find a way to be involved with the alumni. Like, this is broke people shit. It's not going to get you anywhere. You got to be strategic. I feel like these Black women out here, they take going to school, like, it's way too literal for you people. Well, I just get a degree. And a fiance, maybe? That's your graduation gift. You got to give that to yourself, you know? Because you don't want to go to a fancy school like that and just be, oh, yeah, I just got my degree. Nothing else? You can walk and chew gum at the same time. You can go to your classes and learn how to flirt, right? You can go to class and learn how to get a boyfriend, right? Or you can learn to meet other people who know other people that go to another school, Columbia or something. What the fuck do I know? Cornell, whatever, right? Find a way. Build a network. Get to be around people that have access to quality people. So even if it's not on campus, they know somebody else somewhere else. That's what school is for. It's not just to study and get a degree. It's a fucking lie. It is a fucking lie. Who told you this lie? I gotta sue this person. Okay? That's not how life goes. But I was like, oh my gosh, I was so irate last night.
Stories of the celebrities and all of that. And then I went to this small startup, which was chaotic. It was very much like WeWork, where there was a lot of drinking. So looking back, I'm like, I don't even know how I survived that, because it felt very fraternity, sorority, you know, like, anyway, I got out of that situation and I eventually worked for other companies like CoverGirl, their internal agency. I did content strategy for them on the lower end of the consumer funnel. And I also worked for brands like Flower by Drew Barrymore, TPH by Taraji, and of the sort. I am a beauty junkie. I'm a skincare junkie. I'm a hair junkie. I love beauty. But the beauty industry does not love me back. And I'm coming to that realization now at 40 years old. Yeah. Because after the year of interviewing with all these companies, thinking I have the experience, I have all of this experience. I have worked with reputable brands and companies. I've had the most amazing leadership for the most part. And yet I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough. I am trying not to take it personally, but there's a lot of us looking for work right now. And especially with things happening in the government, with the federal layoffs as well, I want to hold on to hope, but it is becoming very difficult. And as someone who lives with depression, I am struggling right now. It's very hard to, I'm going to try not to cry. It's very hard not to bring myself down, put myself down, doubt myself, especially because it's not just the work, it's the money. We need money to survive. And I take care of myself. I thank God for my friends and family who have financially supported me in the last year.
But isn't, like she said, her friends and family supported her for the last year. But I'm like, isn't that the job of a husband? You see why I'm against saying to young Black ladies, oh, you don't need a man. You can do it by yourself. Black women make more than Black men, but you can always get fired. Listen, right? So even if you make less than you, at least he's making something. It takes the pressure off of you. You know, she's 40. She's 40 years old, right? This is why I will always be a big proponent of Black women have to learn to do partnership. They have to learn men. They have to understand men. I don't care if you want a white man, an Asian man, I don't care. Either way, you're going to have to understand men because you don't want to do this thing by yourself. It's expensive, it's hard, it's difficult. But they're the only ones who think marriage is, I don't know, I don't care, it's not a big deal. It's a fucking big deal because you don't control the future. You don't control the fucking economy, right? But her friend and her family, because she has no husband. If she was married, she would not be in this predicament. Most of the time she wouldn't be. Right? And that's why when you are in your younger years, your career years, you got to know how to walk and chew gum at the same time. You can find a man. You can make it a priority. Oh, my job, my career. This job can leave you tomorrow. Somebody send this to Tab Brown because she was telling people to get jobs. You see, her job don't lay her off. A job can lay you off at any moment. Right? But your marriage, if you do it right and you take care of it, you guys can make it through the end. But 2 is better than 1. If I lose my job, he has his job, he will be okay. If he loses his job, I have my job, we'll be okay because 2 is better than 1. You don't want to do life by yourself. You know? She could have even finessed a Jewish guy. Because some white Jewish boys, they like that kind of stuff. They like her type. They like this prototype, right? You could have finessed a Jewish boy at that NYU school whose father had some kind of fabric stores or something. Okay. But it's like, it's not a priority for them because they think men is an afterthought. I'm like, men need to be a top. They need to be a priority in your head. Okay. Not an obsession, but a priority. Right. Because I think it's very, like, you are privileged if you get to go to a fancy school like NYU. Barron Trump goes to NYU. I even think Riley, Candy's daughter, also went to NYU. It's a lot of rich kids who go to NYU. The Korean people too, they got lots of Nepo babies from the Korea who go to NYU. It's a very bougie ass school, you guys. Very, very bougie. Because one time I watched a documentary on that. It was like very fancy. You see? They got a bunch of rich kids out there. I remember watching this. Hold on. Let me show y'all.
Because ambition and drive.
Look at y'all. Look at these. They play me on like
Oh. I think some Celine would do
Celine is
good.
cute. You're giving Celine, girl.
Okay.
Let's see.
Okay, tell me, what do you hate about my outfit the most? Right? The logos. But there's just one logo.
I mean, there's like a million, babe. Like.
Okay, enough of bullying me. Winston, Linda, looking at you, it's almost impossible to believe that you're just 19 years old, sophomores at NYU. So how come you're in New York and where are you from originally?
We're both actually from Orange County, California, and I guess what brought me to New York was really just wanting to be at the center of fashion and filmmaking, and this is definitely where everything is happening. And I think New York is the best place to live when we're in our early 20s.
It's like, it's the place to be. It's the epicenter of everything. I wanted to come here to expand my network and just eventually make it to the top.
You're a model and you're a business owner, but what are your majors?
So I'm majoring in film and TV.
Mm-hmm.
It's my first year.
Yeah, same. I'm first year too, going to my second. I'm majoring in hospitality at NYU.
Are your parents paying for your university?
Yes.
Yeah.
They are. Okay.
Fully.
And what is your monthly allowance?
For me, I don't really necessarily have a monthly allowance. I kind of just I don't know, they're fully supporting me. I just can't spend, too much money.
So when you meet people for the first time, what is the first thing you notice about them? And what is important for you?
Notice, well, 1, their face.
Okay.
If they're attractive. 2, what they're wearing. And then, I'll approach them or they'll approach me. We'll have a conversation. And you can tell if somebody's how they hold themselves, if they're educated, if they're not. It's like a whole thing.
Do you approach people first often or?
Not often. I'm usually introduced to people. I have mutual friends who introduce me to their friends because I don't know, that's the best thing about having a good network is that people will always introduce you to their friends. And I don't know, that's how I've met most of my friends personally.
That's nice. Cheers, guys. Thank you for coming.
Of course.
point. So my thing is for her to go to NYU and for her not to finesse to be around these people, that's some crazy shit. Girl, you got my nerves. See, it's a lot of money, but it's a lot of rich kids. It's a playground for a bunch of rich children. Learn to speak like these people, talk like these people, study these people, create a persona. Like, yes, I vacation in Paris, bien sûr. Like, what? Better be in your room studying French. Oui. Okay? You need to have a certain aura about yourself. Marlene, oui. Okay? Look, I'm not leaving this place. Y'all crazy. Can you imagine going to school, a bunch of rich folks, and you just leave there? Oh, I just came here to get a degree. You see, the girl was like, the other Asian girl, she's like, oh, I came here to network. She didn't come here for a damn degree. Y'all too damn literal. I'm not saying don't get your degree, but understand that the degree is like, yeah, I mean, you get the degree, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you're here for other things. The networking, the you know, hopefully you get a husband, right? You're here for all of that, not just one thing. What are you, Emory? It's just one thing. No, you got to be smart. It's freaking NYU, right? It is NYU. I'm like, and this is where sometimes y'all listen. I ain't trying to be mean, but if I'm mean, that's fine. But this is where, like, I wish more Black girls were on their fucking, what's that girl, y'all? I don't have time for this. The white girl who stole all that money. What is her name? They did a whole Netflix movie on her. What's her name? What's that? Oh my gosh. White girl who stole money in NYC. Netflix special. Hold on. What is her name? Yes, Anna Delvey. There you go. I wish more Black girls would really get into their legal Anna Delvey bag. This girl finesse. This girl is up. She is something else. Yo, the way this girl has so much confidence is out of order. I swear, man, I don't know. Part of me, I didn't know if I should be inspired or disgusted. But she lied with so much confidence. But the girl is a visionary, though. She is a visionary. She's like, oh no, me and poverty, it don't make one. I wasn't meant to be poor. I was not born to be poor. What is this? Right? But I'm like, you're NYU, like, you gotta have some kind of confidence. Like, find a way to get inside these circles. Find a way to get these fucking rich kids to love you too. Oh my gosh, do you want to come to my house for spring break? Do you want to, right? But Anna Delvey, this bitch is psychotic. Do you know how much money she stole? The bitch had nothing. A fucking immigrant with no fucking money. Was she even here legally? Okay. But I'm like, damn, this heifer is bold. You got to have legally, within the legal confines, of course, but you got to have some kind of confidence about yourself. Like, I can make it. I will make it around these rich people. Look at Candace Owens, her broke ass, okay? Found herself to get herself a rich-ass white husband. But I'm like, Anna was so broke, though. Like, this girl is something else. You are crazy. This girl is crazy. She is really, really crazy. She is so damn crazy.
To help me pay my mortgage, to help me buy food, to assist me in any way that I needed.
Oh my God.
And I wouldn't be here without them, because there was a time I didn't want to be on this earth any longer.
Why?
But I prayed, I persevered, and I told myself,
imagine being in the Big Apple instead of saying, you know what, I'm going to make it, because it's a place that has so many opportunities. Oh, things are not working out, so I want to take my life. You see why you don't leave women to their own devices? They're not mentally resilient. Like, they're just not. I want to take my life. Girl, you live in New York City. Readjust the plan. Rebrand yourself. Rebrand. That's what I'm saying. Don't even work these goofy jobs. Just take unemployment. And all day, work out all day. Right? Put yourself in the right places all day. That's what I would do. Because, like, $25 is not a lot of money. Find a way to go work at Barry's. Find a way to go work at Equinox. Find a way to go work at freaking, like, Soul, what's it called? Soul Cycle. right? Find a way. There has to be a way. Why would you kill yourself? That sounds crazy. And then what? Then when you get in front of God, what you gonna say? Oh, I was tired. God's gonna be like, ooh, there was a husband waiting for you around the corner. But how you gonna feel? Man, can I go back? No, you're dead. You're gonna stay here. Can't go back now. It's over. Right? That makes no sense to me. You gotta fight. You gotta rebrand yourself. If Anna Delvey can be a goofy ass immigrant, come to America and just lie like this and be successful in New York City off of a freaking lie, why can't you do it? Why can't you? Why you can't do it? You can definitely do it. You don't have to take your life.
If no one's going to hire me,
Oh.
I'm going to create myself. I'm going to do this myself. I had a YouTube channel in the heyday of YouTube doing like hair videos,
Why did you stop?
reviews and all of that. And
Stop.
instead of going that route,
Why did you stop?
I'm going to just create and make my own lane. I have no idea what that looks like. I really don't. I wish I had a crystal ball. I wish I could see into the future. I wish I can hire everyone who's having a hard time right now and we can hold each other's hands like the toys in Toy Story and Toy Story 3 before the incinerator, to say like we are in this together, because it just feels like the world is burning up right now. People are losing healthcare benefits, Social Security benefits, VA benefits. So not only am I dealing with this like as a country.
The funny thing is, you talk about Medicare, healthcare benefits. People don't understand benefits are not a right; they're a privilege. They can go at any point. They can go at any moment in time. Right? Anything given to you by the government is really not guaranteed because they got to tax people to get those things to you. Well, what if they can't tax the people? Right? But I'm saying government benefits, these are privileges. They're not rights. And that's why they're all about to go broke. So that's why you got to have a bigger plan. No one is coming to save you. Right? Yeah, hers was the government. Exactly. Like you see, you should have been married by now. You wouldn't have to worry about none of this bullshit. Could have married a fancy lawyer in New York City. If you decide to know how to do it, then you can go and pursue your hobbies. It's a lot of rich people in New York, you guys. It's a lot of wealthy people in New York City. Oh, I want to work a job. Her YouTube channel, she was not consistent. No, she wants to work a job. Oh, I work for CoverGirl. Oh, I work for InStyle. Oh, I work for this. Oh, I'm freestyling. I'm freelancing. If you get unemployment, why don't you just focus on your YouTube channel and take the unemployment? Because your channel would have been so big by now. You'd have had way more people by now, right? Because you had unemployment. You didn't really have to work. But you see, the socialist mindset of many Black people is someone needs to hire me. Someone needs to give me a job. You see, the two Asian kids from California, they said, well, I want to have my own business. They already have businesses. They're college students, but they already have businesses, right? Because they don't want to work for people. Their parents are rich. Their parents are entrepreneurs. So most of them, they want to be like their parents. They want to work for themselves. It's only Black people who take this degree shit literally, and then they want to go work for people. Nobody's going to hire you. Hire your damn self. Nobody has a job to give you. They got their own Nepo babies to take care of. Like, it's not going to happen. But you should have worked on your YouTube channel and you shouldn't have given up, especially if you get unemployment. So take the unemployment. Yeah. So take the unemployment and work on your YouTube channel. Well, I have a surprise for you after this video. I have a surprise for you. You'll see. I'm like, you're crazy.
It feels very dark, and I don't see moving forward any positivity coming out of this situation other than me changing my narrative. So I am creating and restarting my YouTube channel. Like I said, I don't know what that looks like. I am active on social media, but that's just kind of a me thing. Like, my Instagram is private.
Why?
You know, I post pictures of my family. TikTok, I'm on TikTok, but I'm not on TikTok like that. I have like 100 followers maybe.
That girl, she didn't belong in New York City. You're not aggressive enough. New York is not the place for you. I think you probably grew up watching stuff on TV, Sex in the City and shit like that. So you just want to live in New York just to live in New York. But you don't have the mindset of a New Yorker. Like you don't, oh, I'm on TikTok. Oh, I can't pay my bills. Oh, I don't have money. Oh, I don't have a husband. I don't have this. But your Instagram is private. You don't want money. Start another Instagram. Hello, you can have multiple Instagram accounts. Oh, I'm not on TikTok like that. Do you not want to eat? You ain't got no damn job. You don't have a husband. You ain't got kids. You should be posting 5 times a day. Yeah, she's very chill. She's not built for New York City. Because I'm like, you should be posting 5 times a day. Huh? Wait until you see her YouTube channel. Oh, I'm restarting my YouTube channel. Let me show you her YouTube channel. I'm like, what the heck? Even my crazy behind, I have more videos than she does, and I barely have time nowadays. Hold on. Where's her channel? Let me show you her channel. Right? This is her channel. So she has 10 videos. When did she start this channel? 2011. You see? Do you see the lack of consistency here, right? 2011. She started her channel in 2011. So in 14 years, she only has 10 videos. 14 years, 4,000 people, 4,000 subs, and 10 videos. Is this, y'all, is this a serious somebody? Right? Oh, I'm restarting my YouTube channel. 10 videos? And you ain't got no job? Why can't you post a video a day? You don't work. This, like, why don't you make this your full-time job? Right? And you see why I keep telling you, and I know sometimes y'all get mad at me. You don't want to hear it, but I will keep saying it. They can't do it by themselves. I know many of y'all want to see the Black Superwoman. She can do it all. She can, brave the unknown. She can be self-sustainable. They cannot, y'all. Trust me. I watch enough content to realize they can't. The lack of structure, lack of focus, lack of determination, lack of vision. She's 40. I don't know what my future looks like at 40. You should have that shit figured out. We live in the age of deep seek. Even deep seek can help you to have a vision for the next 10 years. It's not that hard, It's not that hard, right? But even having a work schedule, like, okay, I don't have a job. Okay, but I can turn this into my own job. Work, post the content. Because she's in her feelings. I'm depressed. My thing is, are you really depressed or are you just broke? We call everything depression. But if somebody gave you $20,000 right now, would you still be depressed or would you be excited? So are you broke or are you depressed? I think you might be broke, right? Oh, I'm really trying to figure out what I really want to do. How about you do? And in the process of doing, you'll figure it out. You will never figure shit out if you don't do. You got to do. And as you do, you adjust. You have to do. But even me, I have a lot on my plate. I do a lot, right? I have multiple channels, right? And I'm like, I can still work out. I still come here. Like, I try my very best. But it's like you don't have kids. You don't have a husband. You don't have a weight loss journey. You're very skinny. So it's like you have more free time than I do. Why aren't you posting like you're obsessed, right? But in 14 years, though, you only have 10 videos on your channel and you wonder why you're broke? I guess not. Oh, she's 41. That's crazy. That's really crazy.
And I talk about videos, or I talk in videos about things that interest me of the time. So the latest Love is Blind episode. I'm rewatching Vampire Diaries. Well, I just finished Vampire Diaries, but I'm rewatching the originals now. And anything that comes to mind, whether I'm in my bonnet or not, I'm just going to record a video. So I've made applying for jobs my full-time job. And anyone who has applied for jobs knows what I'm talking about. Because it's not just submitting your application, boom, bam, right to the moon. You're not done. You have to write a disposition, an essay, to explain to these companies why you want to work there. Mind you, Everybody in America, at least, is working to survive. I don't understand what is not to understand. I'm interested in this company because I believe in your brand ethos. I don't know why I have to write a 5-page letter, 4-page letter to explain that. You know, I show up for these interviews for different rounds, knowledgeable of the company, what they stand for, their products, who their CEO is, what their, you know, their target demographic is. I'm showing up well prepared.
Sometimes, y'all, let me tell you something. Sometimes I really do wish that more Black women would have a more diverse group of friends. Be friends with Asian people, Koreans, Japanese, Chinese, Indian, Vietnamese, white, all kinds of whites. It's like whatever, Latinos. I wish they would have different friends, because I feel like sometimes when you rub shoulders with other cultures, you can see how much of a socialist you are. It's gonna save your life. Let me show you a video, right? Let me show you a video of this one white girl right here. Hold on. Okay, let me play this for y'all so you can see.
Be a full-time content creator. Great. Let's do it, because you're not too late. You are right on time. You are right where you need to be for your journey. This video is going to teach you how you're going to become a full-time content.
Hold on. No. Which video did I see from her? What is her name again? Let me redo this. Hold on. That is not okay. Look at this.
Being a content creator has easily changed my life. I went from having $3 to my name to now running my own creator business that makes over 10 times my corporate income in under 5 years. My business has helped me become 100% debt-free. I mean, student loans, car loans, credit card debt, fully paid off. It supports me and my family so that my husband and I can both work for this business and stay home with our son. Plus, I was able to take a 4-month maternity leave this year and still make money passively. Now, I say all of this as a testament that being a full-time content creator is possible. And since
you guys, I swear I'm not trying to be mean. I really promise. I am not trying to be mean. Like for real. Like I am not on that Kelly Price energy. I'm not trying to be mean. Do you see the difference in disposition? Right? The girl said, I used to have $3. Three. That's $1, $2, $3. $1, $2, $3, okay? $1, $2, $3. $3. She went from $3 to millions because she took content creation seriously. She ain't applying for no job. Then you got your sister over here. Oh, I wanted to take my life. I didn't want to live anymore. I don't want to be here. I want to thank my friends and my family for helping me to pay my mortgage, for helping me to feed myself. Now I have turned applying for jobs into my full-time job. Hey, are you okay? And if you notice also, you guys, if you noticed, right, her channel has how many subscribers? Her channel has 3,600 people. In order to be monetized on YouTube, you only need 1,000 subscribers. So she met that first requirement. The next requirement is to have 4,000 watch hours. With this video, she got it. Her channel's monetized. Understand? But when you are like, when you're, not trying to be offensive, huh? But when you're a mental slave and you have this weird, goofy ass black socialist paradigm where you think, I need a job, got to get a job. God could have given you the entire vehicle to crazy amounts of wealth, crazy amounts of money. Because you would say, because with 52,000 views, she most likely got like 600 from this video, right? A business person would say, well, what if I can do it again? And again, and again, and again. Because if you have 3 videos like that, that's 1,800, right? Right? If you have 6 videos like that, that's like 3,600. So all you need is set like at least 10 videos. You make 10,000. You make $6,000. Why do you have to go apply for a job? God gave you a YouTube channel. Your channel is monetized. Why don't you go crazy Instead of wasting your energy applying for a job. You already have a job. You have your YouTube channel. Turn that into a job. Learn as much as you can about YouTube. Too many people gotten rich off this shit. And you see why when these black women decide to insult DDG, I don't go along with that. Because how many of them have done what DDG has done? $11 million. His monthly rent is $20,000. They live off unemployment, but they want you to hate DDG. Oh, it will never be. Okay, if I ever meet him, he gonna teach me how to live stream even better. Right? Right? You understand? Like you like this, but do you see the disposition? Black people, come save me, come help me. I'm sad, I can't make it. I'm gonna take my life. Why would you take your life? You sound batshit crazy. You want to take your life for what? You're not even sick. Like, this is insanity. But then you got the white girl over here. She's like, oh, me and my husband. You see, she has a husband because she makes money, but she still values having a man in her life, right? I went from $3 to $1 million. Look at her disposition. I became a full-time content creator. She ain't looking for a job. She is the job. She has the job. It's her YouTube channel. You see? It's a different mindset. And that's why I always say this whole blackity black, oh, stop the bullshit. A lot of black people need to start being friends with different kinds of people. And hopefully you become friends with entrepreneurs from different communities. You're going to start to see that that weird ass socialist mindset is not serving you. It's holding you back. It's holding you back. The more you receive money from the government, it's going to hold you back. I don't even think this girl ever took welfare. There you go. That's my point. Okay, listen to her.
Never shared my journey here on my channel. I figured, why not now? Why not share how I was able to leave my corporate job within 4 months of deciding to pursue content creation? How my first attempt at being self-employed failed, and how I had to go back to the corporate world. How I was able to make $70,000 in 1 week doing my first ever course launch.
You see how happy she is? She made $70,000 in 1 week. While you over here panhandling to your friends. And you think it's noble. Take your life. Y'all, listen. There are too many resources on YouTube for you to not be a successful YouTuber. Like, that just sounds crazy to me. Especially if you don't have no kids, you ain't got no job, people not calling you back. No, they don't have a job for you. Create your own damn job. Create your own business. Take your YouTube channel seriously. And that's why you got to expose yourself to different people besides just black people all the time. Black people give bad advice. I can tell y'all this. They give bad advice. Woe is me. I'm a victim. Everybody hates me. Oh, be quiet. Be quiet. People don't like it that you're always playing victim. That's it. Nobody hates you. No one hates you. But you hate yourself because you refuse knowledge that could put you on a whole different level. Look at this girl. What's so special? I mean, not to say she's not a good person, right? Because you know what I'm saying, God loves her, but I'm just saying, like, she's like me, she's like you. She just decided, I'm going to make what I make in 4 months. She just made up her mind. That's it. But she's a human being like you, like I, we're just regular people, right? Set goals for yourself. Learn as much as you can. Be ambitious and stop always being around black people all the time. There are other people who can serve you. There are other people who can teach you something. There are other people who can open your mind to stuff you never even considered. Like, oh, I didn't even know that was a thing. It's a thing. Leave the block, leave the culture, leave the neighborhood, leave the barbecue. Go see other people. You'll be just fine. I'm like, dang.
And so much more. So here's my journey of how I've made over $1 million from being a content creator before turning 30. These are lessons I've learned along the way, the goals I have for my business moving forward, and so on. So let's rewind to December 2018. To the moment that set my creator career into motion without me even realizing it at the time. Basically, this is when John and I decided to move to LA. So John, who was boyfriend at the time, now husband, he had gotten a 6-month mentorship program with Jacob Owens, who's a director and filmmaker. So we packed up our things and moved into a townhome with 4 other people. So 6 people in townhome. It was great. For me, making the move, I didn't have any sort of like LA dream that I wanted to pursue. So I planned on still keeping my corporate job that I had in San Diego. When I told my job that I was making the move, they said I could be mostly remote. Originally, they said I only had to go in once a week, which wasn't bad. It's a 2-hour drive to my office, and then it would be a 2-hour drive back home because, you know, LA traffic, it's great, we love. So I would wake up at like 4 a.m. and then leave the house by 5, make the drive to get to work by 7, and then I'd work 7 to 4, but I didn't want to sit around and wait in traffic all day. So I would go to my parents, have dinner there, and then leave their house around 5:30 or 6, so that by the time I reached LA, most of the traffic was died down. So I wouldn't get home until like 7 or 8 p.m. when I did do those commute days. Now it started as going into the office once a week, slowly turned into like twice a week, and then 3 times a week, and then sometimes 4 times a week. So that gradually increased over a few months' time. Now, during that time, I was posting to social media, but it was never intentional or strategic. Like, I've always loved creating. I had a YouTube channel with my brother since, oh my gosh, I don't even know, 2008, 2009. We posted there for almost 10 years. I also had like an Instagram modeling account back in the day. That's how I met John. I was at Instagram portrait models. And during this time when I'm up in LA, I am just posting like fun lifestyle content, whatever the heck I wanted to. Creation has always been like in my bones. It's always been a piece of me. And part of me has always been interested in social media, hence the YouTube channel when I was like 13, no, 13, I don't know. So anytime I would do my 2-hour commutes, I would be listening to content creator podcasts or influencer podcasts, because this is 2018 where like influencer is the term. So I'd listen to the Influencer podcast by Julie Solomon, Gold Digger podcast by Jenna Kutcher, Online Marketing Made Easy by Amy Porterfield, now the Amy Porterfield Show. So for months, I was just listening and absorbing information just because I was interested in the creator space, but I never took action on anything. I think I just didn't believe or think that it would have been possible for me, because I would hear episodes on my drive where they would like interview somebody and that person would be like,
well, yeah, I've been in marketing for like 7 years. And I'm like,
not me. I have 0 experience and I don't have that kind of time. Plus, I already have a job that provides me a lot of safety. So like, why would I leave this job? But looking back, I think a part of me still wanted that for myself, or still believed it could have been possible, even though what I was telling myself was like, this could never happen for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be listening to those podcasts, I don't think. And I was somebody that would just lie awake at night, even though I had to wake up at 4:30 or 4 a.m. the next day. I would just lie awake, couldn't go to sleep because I just like wanted to create. I was thinking about an Instagram post for the weekend for my lifestyle blog, you know, like I could not sleep because I felt like I needed to do this. Anywho, January through June, I was posting lifestyle content, no strategy, just for funsies, commuting 2 hours both ways. And this is kind of when everything started to go downhill. Pulling out of that drive-through, crying my eyes out was the turning point for me. That's when I decided that something had to change. In that moment, I felt trapped. It felt so frustrating having this corporate job. I was paid salary. I had benefits, but no matter how hard I worked, or even if I wanted to work harder and prove myself and show how great of an employee I was, it wouldn't change how much I was paid. I was always going to be getting paid the same. And I didn't like that feeling. I felt trapped and I wanted to be more in control of my income. I wanted to feel like there was no limit, no ceiling on how much I could make. So that's when I decided I was going to find a way to work for myself. So the new goal that I set driving home was, I'm going to quit my job by the end of the year. I'm going to leave and replace my corporate job by the end of the year. Little did I know it would actually be sooner than that, but we'll get there. This was the game plan. I was going to make at least half of what my corporate job was paying through content creation, because I told myself with the extra 40 hours a week plus drive time, I would easily be able to double that. Exactly. So I think where things started to shift here when it comes to social media was I stopped having my goal be a follower number and started to have my goal be an income-based goal. At this point, I didn't care about how many followers I had or how many followers I wanted. All I wanted was to set something up that I genuinely loved in a way that would help me make money. So I did what anyone would do. I joined a free webinar, was pitched a course, and used my credit card to buy said online course. 11 days later, I was finishing my first course on Instagram.
We will use credit cards and Klarna to go buy clothes, buy shoes, buy wigs, right? Instead of investing in education, having somebody coach you through the process. Everybody needs a coach, y'all. Everybody needs a coach. Like she said, if you have a job, you're capped at how much money you make. Even with a career, you have a great degree, great career, you're still capped. You'll never make more than a CEO. Like, sit down somewhere, right? But if you start your own business, the beginnings are not easier. Now, what I do like about content creation is that you don't have to ship anything, right? Like, see, when I had Leah Lashes, for example, like, we have to ship the lashes. Like, you got to pack it, you got to store it, you got to go to the post office, right? When you create your content, it's direct to consumer. They just consume the content. You don't have to ship anything, right? So the hard part is to make great content. But once you have that, usually the algorithm knows how to find your people, right? So it's a lot easier. You don't have inventory. You don't got, no, all you have to do is create a catalog of great content. And then people put the ads on that, and there goes your money, right? There goes your money. Right, which is, so it's like, that's why I say, like, go get a job. No, become a content creator. Find a niche. Find something that people are really interested in. Set an income goal. I need to make this in the next 6 months. And it's going to be challenging, but at least it's for you. Because once the channel is monetized and you start getting a pretty good groove on like how much money you make, the money just keeps coming, right? The money will just keep coming. But you see, she said she took her money and she took a class with someone who could actually help her, right? She took a few classes actually. Right. But look at her strategy versus, oh, I'm going to take my life and I'm waiting for unemployment. I'm waiting. Like, this is crazy.
This was the Influencer Bootcamp taught by Christina Galbato. And I did a complete rebranding of my personal brand. That means I had to do the thing that I was refusing to do, niche down. I never wanted to niche down. I would always hear people talking about it, like on social media, Instagram, YouTube. They'd always say, well,
if you want to grow, you have to niche down. Stop doing lifestyle content. Niche down.
And I was like, not me. I don't have to. I'm going to be a lifestyle creator. And I would just post lifestyle and not grow. And then I'd be frustrated that I wasn't growing, thinking, oh, I'm niched down enough. But I went further into debt for this course. And because of that, I took it more seriously than anything. I needed it to work. I followed everything that she taught to a T, even if I didn't agree with it, which included niching down. I did not know.
Being coachable, you have to listen, not argue with your coach. You got to listen. Go ahead.
I had to niche down at first because I love so many things. I remember like writing down everything that I was interested in. And I was like, well, I love coffee. I love true crime. I love fashion. I love travel. I love organization. I love YouTube. Like, I literally sticky notes of everything that I love. And I'm like, I don't see a clear path. I love all these things and I want to talk about all these things. What do I do? And how I decided to niche down happened in almost 2 moments. One was in the back of my mind, I had heard advice to niche down or find a niche that was profitable, that you knew would be able to grow a business. So that was always in the back of my mind. And when I looked at all these things, I was like, I don't know how any of these are profitable. Like collaborations, yes, I could get paid to travel. Like,
why would you do a faceless channel market? You have a beautiful face. Show your face. You have a pretty face. Show your face.
I kind of saw an avenue, but nothing was like glaringly, yes, this is how I can make money. And then because I couldn't figure anything out, I remember on one of my long commutes, John came with me that day. He came down to work with me. He stayed in San Diego and then we drove up together. And on the drive home, I asked him, what are some things that you think I'm really good at? What would you come to me for advice on? And he gave me 2 answers. He said, Instagram and organization. And I remember being like, really? That's it? I was like, well, Instagram's not hard. Taking photos isn't hard. Organization, not hard. I was a project manager for my corporate job and I was like, these things are really easy. What do you mean? And I think it was such a mind-opening moment because sometimes the most mundane things to you is exactly what other people need to grow and to learn from you. So Instagram, taking photos, editing photos, creating Trello boards, organizing my week, like all of that was just like, oh yeah, that's just what I do. But to other people, it was like, oh my gosh, teach me your ways. And so I was like, okay, I will niche down and teach what I know Even though it's easy for me, I think this could benefit people. So that's when I decided to become an influencer coach. I focused on teaching people how to take cool photos, how to have confidence in front of the camera, different editing tips, and how to like grow on Instagram, brand collaborations, how to plan out and organize your posts, all those things. And I had no problem teaching everything I knew for free. It was the money-making part that was hard for me mentally. This is where there was
this girl right here, our sis right here, right? Because she has worked with so many beauty brands. Instead of her even applying for jobs, she should sell herself as a consultant. Listen, I've worked with all these great magazines. I can get you a review if you want. I can get an article. They can write an article about your new product. I can organize your PR. I can connect you with magazine editors, right? Sometimes what you think you need a job. No, you need to be a connector of people. What does most beauty brand want? They want exposure. They want to be in these magazines, people giving them the allure review or the little stamp, right? Think, how can I add value, right? Because sometimes you have outgrown getting a job, right? And this is where I'm like, this loudness, I would like to see it here. Like, this is where you need to be confident. Fighting these black men, going back and forth with these black men, gonna go do nothing for you. Okay, this is where I need you to start being loud and being like, oh, I'm so confident. I don't need this. Like, you need to start believing in yourself this way, right? Because I'm like, her whole channel should be focusing on business strategy, beauty brand strategy, this kind of strategy. What this brand is coming out with this. How could they have done a better rollout? Like, do stuff where people can see you as a consultant and then they want to hire you. Oh, I saw your video, or I saw this on TikTok, or I saw you giving this kind of review, or you gave these kinds of suggestions to a brand. We want you to come in and tell us how to fix our business, right? This is how you got to think about it. That's how you got to think about it. But you want to take your life for what reason, right? Why would you? Are you insane? Why would you even say that? That's just weird.
Was a lot of imposter syndrome because I would ask myself, like, why me? Why would people want to pay me? I'm not an expert. It's just Instagram. It's photo editing. Why should I charge for something like that? I think where it felt uncomfortable was asking for money in general. I've never been somebody to ask for money before, but I remember hearing on a podcast, I don't remember which one, but they said something like, there are people less qualified than you doing what you want and getting paid for it simply because they believed they could. And that's when I was like, all right, bet, let's make some money. So I bought another course. This one was Course from Scratch by Danielle Leslie. Basically, this helped me create my own course-like curriculum to launch a 6-week coaching program. It would be live, weekly Q&As, weekly teachings, an exclusive high-ticket program only open to like 10 people. And they could have access to like asking me questions throughout the week and getting feedback on their posts. So on September 26th, with less than 10,000 followers, I got 10 people to join my coaching program for $597 each. I had done it. I made more than my corporate job and decided to quit. So
you see, all it took is 10 people. She made $6,000. Like, you guys, I swear I'm not trying to be mean, but I hope you see like the difference in the mindset, right? The way we think versus how they think. You're so afraid to lose your job. You're so afraid to not have a job. Fuck a job. What the fuck? That's the old model. I'm not against getting a job. I'm not against that. But if all you do is apply, nobody's calling you. At some point, you got to be like, you know what? Why not try to make my own money? There are a bunch of people making money on social media. There are a bunch of people becoming millionaires on social media. Why don't you try it? What's the worst thing that can happen? 10,000 followers. She only got 10 people. You know what 10 people out of 10,000 people is? That's like 0.001 or something crazy, right? But she just made 6,000. Like, that's crazy. And if they have a good time, they'll tell other people. Stop being so afraid. Stop being afraid to bet on yourself. And I feel like sometimes we talk a good game, but when it's time to really, show up and show out, like, we get scared. Like, we don't really believe in ourselves. We're just loud. It's just people just love being loud. People just like to be loud, right? But you got to have the real confidence. And I'm like, that's when you got to show up and believe in yourself. Believe that your YouTube channel can actually work. And instead of you looking for a job, your YouTube channel can be so big that you might have to even hire people to help you maintain your YouTube channel. You got to see it for yourself. But first, you got to set little goals, like little money goals and stuff like that. Then because the more you set money goals and you meet your money goals, the more likely you are to be encouraged to set even bigger money goals, right? So can I make 300? Then, can I make 1,000? Then can I make 1,500? Can I make 2,000? Can I make 5? And then you start being more confident, you'll start making more money. But first you got to make the baby goals, right? And then that's going to give you confidence to make even bigger goals. But yeah.
So October 4th was the first day officially of me being self-employed. This is great. This is exciting. This phase of my life, like those first few weeks, great, exciting. I loved working from home. I loved being a content creator, but the victory was unfortunately short-lived because this is also when I made the biggest mistake that caused me to go back to work. I stopped focusing on the income stream building tasks. During this time, I stopped thinking about like the future for making money. I was just thinking, okay, well, next year, because it was October, January is when I'll launch this big thing. And so from October through December, I thought in order to launch another coaching group and look professional, I have to build a website. I don't know why, but I convinced myself in order to be a successful influencer, content creator, blogger, you have to have a website. And so I bought a course that would teach me how to build my website from scratch and start a blog. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to build out my own WordPress website from October, November, December. And that's not my zone of genius. I know nothing about website building, and doing that felt so draining and frustrating. I hated it so much. By the time January came around, I was like, I don't think I want to be a creator anymore. I don't think I could do this. I don't want to build websites. And so I quit. I gave up on being a content creator because I didn't want to build a website. And John and I were supposed to get married April 2020. We were trying to pay for a wedding. Money wasn't coming in because I hadn't built my website yet, so I couldn't launch anything else. Don't know why I believed that. But January is when I was like, okay, I think I need to start looking for another job. February 2020, I went back to the corporate world, but I need you to lock in because things are you're about to get a little bit of whiplash. So 5 days into starting my new job, my dog gets diagnosed with an autoimmune disorder, IMMATURE. When we take her to the vet, we're told that she's not going to make it. So we're spending thousands of dollars on blood transfusions with a insurance credit card for our dog. We went into further debt, y'all. I think it was like $10,000. And spoiler alert, she made it. She is fine. She's literally sleeping right there. So she made a full recovery, even though the vets literally sent her home with us to pass on. They don't know how she did it. They're like, this is literally a miracle. Oh my gosh, she's alive. But spoiler alert, she made it. She's fine. But we went into further debt. And then 3 weeks into my new job, I get let go because COVID, which ended up kind of being a blessing in disguise because since I got let go from a corporate job, I was able to get an unemployment paycheck or apply for unemployment, and I got approved. But then after that, we have to cancel our wedding. The wedding that we had already paid for and put down payments for everything on and still haven't gotten money back from. It's okay. So now living off my unemployment check, I thought, you know what, let's try this whole working for myself thing again. Because now there's no pressure to like have to make money, but this time I'm not gonna make the same mistake. I'm gonna actually focus on making money. So throughout 2020, this was like, let me throw spaghetti at the wall. I joined like the Amazon influencer program, which made me $84 that year. I brought on, or I accepted 2 one-on-one coaching clients, which helped me make $3,400 that year. I focused on negotiating paid brand collaborations instead of just doing free ones. So that year for brand collabs, I made $4,000. I started posting to YouTube every single week, which ended up getting monetized in about 6 months. Right. And so YouTube monetization made me $9,500 that year. I had taken on 2 virtual assistant clients where I would run their social media accounts. So that year, that made me $16,000. So all in all, in 2020, from focusing on money-making tasks, my business or my creator business made me $33,000. This was very exciting, but I noticed I had reached my capacity for output. I was pretty much capped on time. I didn't have any other time to allocate to take on more coaching clients or virtual assistant work because I was already doing so many things. It didn't seem possible to scale this. Like I didn't know how I could make more money when I was already running myself down to the ground. So the goal for 2021 became, how can we make passive income? how can I set up streams of income that would help me make money without me working harder or doing more or having to show up all the time? So this is when I started to do market research. I started studying other people in my niche and industry to figure out what sort of income streams they had that were passive. And I noticed the 3 common ones were memberships, digital products, and selling online courses. So I set up all 3. Why the heck not? I basically made digital products based off of what my audience was currently asking for. I think at this point I had 50,000 followers on Instagram because in August 2020 through December, I just was like balls to the walls. I don't know if that's an appropriate phrase, but I'm saying it anyway. I just went balls to the walls posting, and I think I grew 50,000 followers within like less than a 6-month span. So at this point, I had 50,000, maybe 60,000 followers on Instagram, and I started creating digital products based off of the most asked questions from my audience. I also launched a Patreon membership so that I could have a more predictable recurring monthly revenue. If there's 10 members, then I know I'm always getting this much money per month. And then the big task was to create a course. This one felt a little bit more daunting, but I knew it would be like the gold ticket. And so in order to like do it right, I felt like I needed more help. So in March, I invested into a 6-month mastermind led by Christina Galbato. If that name sounds familiar, it's because she's the gal who I took her Instagram course. And then she was launching a exclusive mastermind where she would just bring on some students and work with them in a group setting. And I was like, yes, that's what I want. So over those 6 months, she helped coach me on how to turn what I was doing in like one-on-one coaching into like a course. And she also helped me create a webinar for launch week and set up my course and then launch my course. So July 26th, 2021, I launched my very first online course, The Modern Influencer. This course I do not sell anymore. It's actually evolved into the BSP model, but I think this was like that next big mind-blowing moment for me in my creator career because so many things felt possible that week. This was the first time I had made money in my sleep. So I had been teasing this launch. I had been creating this course with my followers. For months, I would ask them, what do you want to see here? What's lacking in other courses? What do you want to learn? What misconceptions do you have? So I was building this out with my followers, building up the hype. And then I was like, okay, mark your calendars for this day, this day, this day, and get on the wait list, get on the wait list. So people were in my email list. I was building up this email list. And then I remember I scheduled an email to go out first thing in the morning, July 26th. It was like a 5 or 6 a.m. send out to let people know doors are open. You can now join and purchase The Modern Influencer. The first 30 people that sign up will get Instagram audits from myself. And my goal that week was to hit 30 people to join my course. I wanted 30 people to join the course. It was priced at $697, I believe, with payment plan options. I remember waking up July 26th, rolling over, checking my phone, and seeing that I had a course sale. Somebody had already bought my course. And I hadn't even gotten dressed for the day, put on makeup. I haven't even posted it to Instagram that it had launched. My email just automatically sent, and people were already buying the course. I think I had 3 sales from that first email before posting to social media. I remember laying in bed being like, oh my gosh, I just made money in my sleep. This is what everybody talks about. People make money in their sleep. I just made money in my sleep. Oh my gosh, email lists are so cool. Like I remember freaking out because I did what everybody said, oh, you can make money in your sleep. And I had done that. Not only that, but later that day, I hosted my first live webinar where you host a webinar. And at the end, you tell people like, hey, this is the course that I have. You could join. On my first day, my 30 sales goal, I hit it. 30 people joined my course. All 30 audits that I was going to offer, gone, done. I remember this was another moment. John helped me moderate the webinar. He would like screenshot comments of like testimonials. He would mark comments that were questions so I could answer it at the end. Like he was in the room with me moderating the comment section while I taught. And I remember I was like, okay, we're going to hang up. Bye. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. And we go off live. And John and I, jaws on the floor, looking at each other like, did that just happen? I think during that call, we had like 20 something sales, which meant we had made 5 figures in an hour. We were both sitting there in disbelief. We're like, we need to go celebrate. We need to go celebrate. So I remember just that feeling. And John's like, we got to do this more often. I'm like, yeah, we do. That week, my first course launch, I had 100 people sign up for The Modern Influencer and made over $70,000 in 1 week. So my income streams that I ended up making in the year of 2021, focusing on like passive income, was affiliate marketing made me $2,000. Digital products made me $4,000. I was still doing coaching, so I made $23,000 with that. YouTube channel was monetized. It made me $37,000. With collabs, I made $34,000. My Patreon membership was $12,000. And then total made for courses that year was $96,000. So we went from, I think the year before was like a $33,000 year. 2021, my business made $215,000.
Jesus Christ. Like, y'all, I'm not trying to be mean, you guys. I ain't trying to be mean. But you see why sometimes I don't do the whole blackity black stuff. You see how we are? And you see how we hold ourselves back, and then we pass that foolishness to other Black people. Oh, get a job. Oh, go apply for unemployment. Oh, you need to go get a job. Oh, spend all day applying for jobs. Are you stupid? You might as well review a funny video from TikTok and post that. You'll get like 100,000 views. That is so damn stupid. I'm not spending a whole day applying for jobs. You are insane. I am not doing that crap. Okay? But do you see the difference in mindset between our sister and these people? Okay. I'm not done, you guys. I am not done. I am not done. I will share all of these on the community tab. So you guys, the stuff I see on social media. Me, Marlene, apply for a job. You out your mind. Anyways.
And how much revenue influencers can drive.
Kristen, welcome to Not My Business.
Jenny, thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
I'm so excited to talk to you because obviously, number one, you are like the blueprint for going from corporate to influencing.
Stop, that's so nice.
But also you are one of the most like hardworking, savvy people I know. And I don't think people get to see that side of you on the internet. So I'm excited to kind of show your followers and the viewers like a new side of you.
Amazing. I'm excited.
Okay. So I want to start from your origin story just a little bit because when you started creating on TikTok, you were working full-time at Sephora and you were sharing like DIY home videos. But I feel like the first videos that blew up for you were a series of videos about sharing rent prices in San Francisco.
Yep.
Did you have like a content strategy or like what was the plan when you were first starting on TikTok?
Honestly, there wasn't really a plan. So the reason I even started posting on TikTok was I had just started a brand new job at Sephora. I had just moved to San Francisco. I was remodeling my apartment, doing some DIY stuff, and I had so much free time. So I was like wallpapering my walls. I was repainting. I was just filming it along the way. And my first viral video was just a video of my apartment transformation. And then it kind of just went from there.
It was really good.
Thank you.
I also feel like what you've done so well that I think a lot of creators can learn from is that like you've evolved your content with your audience. Like you went from DIY, then your work from home, then like things you love. How have you intentionally tried to like evolve your content?
Literally, I have just always gone off of what are my followers and what is my audience commenting on my videos. For example, I would have a viral video on my walking pad and people would be like, what running shorts are those? Or people would be like, what shoes are you wearing? Or your skin looks really good. Oh, that's an opportunity for me to post my skincare routine. So I was naturally kind of digging myself out of that home decor niche. Like I can only post my coffee table book so many times. So it really, really opened up what I was able to post when I responded to those comments. Even if it was just one comment of your skin looks really good. What are you using? I'm like, great. I'm going to tell you about Paula's Choice Vitamin C. And it just like really naturally got me out of that DIY home decor space.
Did you want to be an influencer when you started on TikTok?
I did. I actually, I just had always been so fascinated by them. And I remember my last day of my first corporate job when I left that startup, I told them, you know, I'm moving to San Francisco and I was talking to my former CMO. She's like a huge mentor of mine.
Okay.
And she was like, what is your goal for like building your audience? Because I had always been transparent. Like I want to try and influence. And I was like, I'm going to have 10K by the end of the year. Like mark my words, I will have 10K.
And then what did you get?
I like far surpassed that. I don't even know. I think I was at like more than 50K by the end of the year.
But I also love that you said that because I feel like people are embarrassed to say they want to become an influencer and they just are like, oh, I just like fell into it. But you were like, no, I want to do it. I'm going to put myself out there.
I did. I think it was a combination of both. Like I definitely had said, I'm going to try and do this, but I also was just naturally posting things that I was doing. I wasn't like copying what somebody else was doing necessarily. I mean, I think a lot of things on TikTok are like rinse and repeat or change it up a little bit. But I was just kind of showing what I was doing in that very moment and it worked for me.
How long were you doing Sephora and then influencing for?
I was doing Sephora and influencing for 2.5 years. I left Sephora at that like 2.5 year mark. And it was really a point where I just had to do it. Like I was so busy between both. I was doing 2 very full-time jobs at that point. I had also just gotten a promotion at Sephora, which was really exciting, but I'm like, I want to be able to put in everything that I can to this job, but I also am seeing a lot of success with influencing. So I'm going to go all in.
How much were you making at Sephora? And then how much were you making as an influencer when you were like, okay, I gotta walk away?
At Sephora, when I left, I think my total compensation with my bonus was like close to $140,000 a year. And
Which
I was
is like
making
not a little money. It's
no,
like,
it was a very, very good salary. Like I was making a good salary for my first 2 years at Sephora, in like a manager title position.
Okay, but then influencing.
But I was making way more with influencing.
But also I feel like I remember you wrestled for a long time. Like you probably could have quit a lot sooner too.
I could have.
You notice how, because if she was making $141,000 at Sephora, but she said she's making way more with influencing, right? So she found a way to make about $250. Do you see how some people, I ain't gonna say, do you see how some people, they don't have an income cap? Oh, because for us, people, I make 140, I make enough. Oh, it's hard. It's hard. We always speak hard. Whoa, we have a problem. I'm just not trying to sound mean, so I'm trying to be mindful. Because it could sound like I'm just like pummeling on me. I don't want to do that. But do you see how we have a lot of limiting beliefs? Like, oh, you make 140, you make more than enough. How often have you heard, oh, it's so hard to make 6 figures. It is so hard. It's so hard. Okay. So she's saying she made her whole compensation is 140 at Sephora, but she was making way more influencing. So she's over 250,000. So TikTok was making you more than your actual job. Jesus. No, I really despise socialism, Kevin, because socialism says I need the government, I need welfare, I need Medicare, I need this. No, you don't. You have everything you need to succeed. F these people and their benefits. They're holding you back. They're holding you back. I was like, what the freak?
Quit far sooner, like probably 1.5 years before I did. And everybody on my team was so supportive. My managers all knew, they all followed me. And
that's nice.
Like when I tell you, it was such a thoughtful decision for me. I think a lot of people are like, oh, you just left your corporate job to influence. Like, no, it was a very big deal to me that I sobbed to my manager in my one-on-one telling her, like, I think I'm done with my time at Sephora.
But when you left Sephora, you didn't go straight into influencing. You were consulting for Better Days Greens, which I also think is like a really good learning for other influencers and creators, because you were an influencer for Better Days and you leveraged that relationship to kind of have a different role. Like, what was your role at Better Days?
So my role at Better Days was marketing brand manager. And so I had gone startup to this huge company, back to very small startup. There were 3 of us. And Better Days.
You guys, hold on. So here's her TikTok. So now she's at almost like 560,000. Okay.
People were upset when I did this earlier this week. I really need to redeem myself because I promise this is a delicious combination. So let's make a pumpkin spice Diet Coke. We're actually going to start with some milk.
You guys know that I do a lot of my shopping at Costco. I'm a high protein girly, very into wellness. I've been asked so many times lately what my supplement routine is. So I'm actually currently at Costco and I need to stock up on some of my supplements. So I'm going to bring you with me and show you what I get. You guys, I love Costco. I love this place. It's the best. Found it. This is the specific one that I'm looking for. These are my favorite daily supplement. It's the Multi Plus Omega 3 for her. I take this one as a daily multivitamin. It supports bone health, immune health. You guys know that I do a lot of
If you are a female that is wanting to lean out, tone up, get stronger, otherwise known as body recomposition, you need to listen to this podcast. It's called The Dr. Shannon Show. I found her. So I'm going to show you how I'm building my sandwich.
No, I want just music on this. I want your music, sis. But yeah, this is her page. And it's not like she does crazy views. But even with these views, though, she's making money with these views. Wow. Okay. Let's go back, you guys.
I just am so inspired by female entrepreneurs, and Lisa was a very strong female entrepreneur. I really looked up to her. I was not planning on going to Better Days when I left Sephora.
Oh, so that wasn't already ready for you. Okay.
No. I mean, the talks had kind of been there. Lisa sent me a cold DM on Instagram, and she was like, hey, if you're ever gonna leave Sephora, I'm interested in chatting with you. We're looking to grow our team. And I was like, you know, I'm in this interesting position right now, but like, let's hop on the phone.
Yeah.
And she was like, it can be super flexible. You can kind of define your own role. Like, we really just need help in like getting this team organized, focusing more on the operations, on the brand. And I just couldn't say no. If you follow me, if you've even seen my content for like 2 seconds, you know I love Better Days
And
greens.
it's so yummy.
They are delicious. It is a brand that I believe in 100% without a doubt. And I was like, I have to do this. Like, I will find the time to do this.
Are you allowed to talk about, like, tell us what you're allowed to say, but like, I think you probably came on Lisa's radar because you were selling so many Better Days from your Instagram, right?
Yeah. Lisa has told me this, and when I was working at Better Days, I could see this, but I was the top affiliate for a really long time.
That's crazy.
And right now, I obviously don't know where I stand, like in the ranking of affiliates, but I know I'm in the top still.
Yeah.
And numbers like that excite me a lot. They're very, very intriguing to me. That's what drives me and motivates me. So like the fact that I could see like, oh, I'm the #1 seller, I was like, let's keep going. Let's keep going. So yeah, I think the fact that Lisa knew I was an influencer that was promoting her company a lot, but I also had this background in marketing, she was just like, let's reach out and see. And it ended up working out really well.
Okay, so people know you, like on the outside, I think what people see is like, you obviously have great recommendations, but they know you as like the walking pad girl and the Diet Coke break girl.
Yeah. Yeah.
People have no idea that you're running a full-on business.
They don't. They really don't. And I made a conscious decision when I started content creating that I wasn't going to share details about my job and my corporate experience, just because like I didn't want to dive into the nitty gritty of change management, what I was doing at Sephora. Like, I think there's a small percentage of people who would find that entertaining, but I was just like, no, I don't want to talk about that. But people don't see that side of me and see what I've also built for my own business. Being an influencer, you are running a business. I mean,
when did it change from you, from like just posting videos to like kind of building something bigger?
I think it was probably.
Hold on, you guys. So here is the company Better Days. They do supplements like this. It looks like Bloom a little bit. Okay. So this is what they do. I was like, what is this? So what do they sell? Greens. Okay. Yeah, it kind of looks like Bloom a bit. Protein. Okay. All right. Okay, so that's what she's referring to. Okay.
When I established my LLC.
Okay.
So
what's your LLC? Is it Hoss Chris?
No, it's not. It's KHS Content LLC. It's kind of all encompassing for all of the different things I do besides just like doing brand deals. But I think I incorporated my business in 2023. I think it was the 2023 like fiscal year. And that's when things like were really ramping up. That's when I left Sephora, moved on to Better Days. And I think that's when I really started treating influencing like a business.
Okay, so what does your team look like? Who are the people? What are their jobs? How'd you find them?
Yeah. So right now I have 2 employees. I have 1 full-time employee.
Which is crazy.
I know, it's really wild.
You
She
don't
works
talk
for
about
me-
this.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't. She works for me 100% full-time. And she started out part-time. She sent me a cold email. Her name is Natalia. And it's funny, the day before, I was talking to one of my friends. She's a friend who's like really savvy in the business world. And I was kind of just confiding in her about how like I felt like there was not organization. And she was like, you need a virtual assistant. She's like, let's write out a scope of work and like you can list it. And I was like, okay, perfect. So as I'm literally like typing out this scope of work for a virtual assistant that I wanted, I get a cold email from Natalia and she's like, hey, I'm offering personal assisting services. Here's what I can do. I was like, let's hop on the phone tomorrow. So we hop on the phone and I told her, I was like, I feel like I manifested this. And she was like, I feel like I manifested this. Like I've been following you for so long. Like I want to work for you. And I was like, great, let's do it. So I really
what did
just
you say you wanted? And what did she say she could do?
She basically told me everything that like I was looking for, which was inbox management, calendar management. And as time went on, her role grew because she was doing so good. Like, I have ADHD, and something that like I really couldn't figure out was like managing my inbox. Like, it was just getting crazy. Like, she organized my inbox in literally 1 hour, and I was like, it was beautiful. She categorized everything for me. She was like, hey, I noticed you didn't respond to this. Like you should follow up here. And usually I don't miss those things, but like she just was like a second set of eyes for me that I really needed. And even with like my brand deals, like my manager wasn't putting things into my calendar, and some managers do, some managers don't, and mine didn't, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But she was like putting all of my due dates for everything in my calendar.
Did you
so I had it
ask
right
her,
there.
or she just went above
I
and
did.
beyond?
I think that was like initially something I told her I needed, but she is the kind of person where I can like give her an inch and she'll run a mile. And that is really, especially in the influencing space, that is something that is so valuable in having an employee, because she can anticipate my needs. And even like if I'm going on a trip, it's like she still knows how to kind of run the ship.
Okay, and you said you have 2 people now.
Yes. So I have Natalia, who works for me full time, and then I have Raquel, who works for me part time as a personal assistant in San Francisco. So Natalia is fully remote. She started in the Bay Area and then ended up moving, and I was completely fine with that because she was doing so great in her role, and like I didn't need her in San Francisco. And then Raquel just handles anything I would need. Like, she helps me organize things in my home. She helps me capture content. She helps me ideate. She pulls analytics from the past week. She helps me with DMs. She helps me with LTK and my shop my. So anything and everything like in person that I would need help with, she kind of helps me with. I very much use a lot of what I was doing as a manager in the workplace. Like, okay, are you hating this task? If you're hating it, let's find something else you can do that you love, and I'll find somebody else to do this job. And I kind of have really told my team, like, if I'm growing, you're growing too.
Yeah.
And I think it's motivating for everybody.
At this point too, like, what are all the different ways that you're making money, and what's like the like percentage split of each of them?
So the main 2 are brand deals and affiliate. And affiliate has always been a very strong driver for me.
Yeah,
Some
you
people
are so good with your links.
Thank
You have great
you.
decks.
Thank you. Some people are not huge affiliate people, and that's understandable. It's kind of a hard game to get into, but once you're in it, it can just start making a lot of passive income for me. So I think 2023, my split was like 70% affiliate, 30% brand deals.
Really?
Yep. Yeah. 2024, it was more like 50-50. And then this year, I'm trying to get heavier back into affiliate and less brand deal, because I just find that with brand deals, it's like you have to put all of these value propositions that they're giving you. I have to say, I love this probiotic because of the 3-in-1 gut. Like, I don't want to say that. And I'd rather just post affiliate links for things that I actually like, things that I love. It just comes a lot more naturally to me. And I have more freedom and flexibility. Like, I've been traveling like 70% of the month of July, but I'm still working because I'm still posting affiliate links.
Interesting. When you left Sephora, do you think people had any idea that you were making more money?
I don't know. I think people always.
I think that makes me sad, because if she went to NYU, she had access to people. Like, show up with this confidence, like, you sell yourself, finesse, create a brand, sell a fantasy. You went to NYU, scam these people.
Assume like if you're leaving your corporate job, you're probably making more than your corporate salary, but I never really talk numbers.
What's next for you? Like, what's your goal in the next like 1 to 2, 3 years?
I have historically gotten very antsy like every 2 years in my corporate jobs. I get antsy. I'm like, what's next? What's my next step?
Yeah.
And I'm hitting that 2-year mark since leaving Sephora. Of course, I love content creating, but I'm like, I want to do something more. There are a lot of small businesses that are founded by women that, again, I am very inspired by. And I'm kind of thinking I would love to refound a business, buy a business, or buy majority stake in a business. And I think it's a win-win for both parties, because I'm giving them a liquid cash asset right then and there to use and invest in their business. And I also am using it's in my best interest to use my platform to promote these products to help this business grow.
Yeah.
There is a business that I have my eyes on.
Really?
Yeah. I want to buy them. And I was actually just in Miami with a friend, with a group of friends, and we were at dinner one night, and there was just like a product that we were like raving about. And she was like, Kristen, you should buy this business. And I was like, wait. I was like, wait a second. It's a very, very small business, but I really believe in them.
You should buy Diet Coke.
Such a good idea. I don't have the money for that. Maybe one day. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Or at least like having majority stake in the company. Like it just excites me. I just see this product and I'm like, this is such an untapped market. There's so much we could do on the branding front. There's like so much that could happen with
so
expanding the business and like the products. I don't know, really, really excites me.
So do you have to have like a financial advisor?
Yeah,
do you have like,
and
how
I
does
do
that
have
work?
a financial advisor right now. So I think there's also these parts of influencer teams that people don't know about. Like you have an accountant that you're in contact with, or at least you should,
Yeah.
that you're in contact with pretty
I have none of
often.
this, by the way.
Don't worry. Like it took me so long to get like a structured accounting system. Like I just started paying quarterly taxes last year. Like before that I was paying like lump sum end
That's
of the
what I'm
year.
doing, yeah.
Miserable.
Okay.
Miserable. Pay quarterly taxes is much better. But you have an accountant, you have a financial advisor, and our financial advisor advises us on like not only my influencing income, but my husband's income, our investments, stock plans, things like that. So yeah, I have a financial advisor who's looped in on these things, and my husband and I are saving, and we're kind of like, do we save for a house? Or we were saving for a house. Now I'm honestly thinking like, I think it's a better investment to invest in a business than in a house, at least right now. So we'll see.
Wait, so then how do you even know how much you have to set aside to buy this?
I have literally no idea.
You're just gonna like see how things go and then like figure it out.
Yeah, obviously I'm gonna tap into like business-minded people that I know. Like I need to bring this up to my dad. I need my dad's advice.
Business person is my dad.
Yeah, I need to talk to my dad. I need to talk to my financial advisor. And my friend who even brought this up, she works in business strategy. And so she was like, I can help you with this. I have no idea what they've done in revenue, but I do think I have enough to buy what they're worth right now.
Okay, but I know I keep talking about Diet Cokes because you are the Diet Coke girl. You went to Watch What Happens Live.
Yeah.
What did you do with them there?
Bravo contracted me to make content for their platforms, but it was through my Diet Coke partnership. So my partnership with Diet Coke, I am the director of Diet Coke Breaks. It's like kind of like a scoped out role. So I have kind of like a role on the Diet Coke team. And not only am I making ads for them, but I'm also making content for them on their page. I'm advising them on like launch strategies. So
these white girls are all married. They're all married. They make a lot of money and they're all married. It's not a problem. They're all married. My husband. And then they have my dad. I talk to my dad. I have to reach out to my dad. I gotta see what my dad thinks. Over here is like, hate your dad. This patriarchy is evil. This is, oh my gosh, you guys, I swear. Well, I tell you, they give bad advice, man. They just give horrible advice. They just give bad advice. Just give bad advice. These girls are all married. And I feel like because they're married, they can go a lot harder because there's a man. So as a woman, you don't get in your head so much like that. Oh, yeah, it's not a big deal. Just do it. Yeah, you're right. I'm just going to do it. You know? Like, man.
I'm looped in on like product launches or like things that are happening in the future.
Interesting.
And like I'm part of those plans. And I have consulting hours built into my contract with them. So like any hours that like we need to hop on a call to discuss plans for anything, that's built into my contract. I have like talent and entertainment hours. So like if they want me at something, like for example, Watch What Happens Live as a Diet Coke representative, that was built into my contract. And then separately, I was also making a reel for the Bravo TikTok page and Instagram page.
Okay, wait. So did they come to you and they're like, okay, Kristen, we want you for X amount of videos. And then you were like, actually, I could play a much bigger role if I do this?
No, they actually came to me with everything. Well, I got this cold email from Coca-Cola and she was like, Diet Coke wants to partner with you. We have this entire written out role for you. Can you hop on a call? And I was like, this looks like a scam.
Yeah.
But I immediately responded and I was like, yeah, I'm super interested. And so she sends me this document and it's this like 8-page long PDF of Kristen Hollingshouse as the director of Diet Coke Breaks. And it has like, we want you to do TikToks, Instagrams. We want you to post on our channels. We want you to have these consulting hours. Like they had already scoped out this role of the director of Diet Coke Breaks and they had been working on it forever. Diet Coke hasn't really had a hand in the influencer business like in a long time. They haven't really had to.
Yeah.
And so this was kind of like their first really big like influencer push and pulse. And honestly, it's worked out really well. Like I was immediately aligned and like, this is perfect because of my experience and also my influencing and content creation. It just made a ton of sense.
Why don't you talk about this on your TikTok, you think? Like all the business side.
I don't know. It just hasn't really naturally come up, but I want to find a way to, because I do think people would find this like interesting. And last year it was a 6-month contract. And then the contract basically stated if this works out well for both parties and if they both agree on it in the next calendar year, then it will be renewed for another 12 months and like the deliverables and rate will just double.
Fascinating.
And so I was like, great, I'm aligned.
I'm so glad we talked about this because I do think there's a lot of people who want to become influencers. And like I've had conversations with people where they're like, not even just like, how do I do it? But like, is this a sustainable career? What's possible for me? And so I think it's so helpful to hear all the ways you've kind of like made it into what it is without a blueprint. So thanks for like sharing all this.
Yeah, of course. I think it's an industry that there's not a lot of transparency in, but like I said before, the ceiling is non-existent and it's just going to keep growing. I think there are people who say influencers are going to die. They're not. This like influencing truly is the future. And honestly, do I think I want to be slinging links and posting myself for the next 30 years? No, I don't. I honestly do not. And that's why I'm like already strategizing. What am I doing next? But if I wanted to be, I think I could be. I'm very confident that I could be. So it is absolutely a real fulfilling career.
Okay, speaking of transparency, in the spirit of not my business, I do want to ask you a few juicy questions that are absolutely none of my business. And you can tell me mind your business or you can answer them.
Okay, great.
Okay. Not my business, but it was Amazon Prime Day recently. How many of those freaking walking pads did you sell?
I just reviewed my numbers and I sold 775 walking pads this Prime Day. And like that's from posting. I posted one Instagram story about my walking pads. Yeah, I think in the past, like my past years have been way crazier with walking pads, but it is always like my top seller every year.
Not my business, but what's the most amount you've made from one single Instagram story?
I don't know what the absolute top is, but the most recent, I posted this yellow workout set, one Instagram story frame. I had just gotten it in the mail. I threw it on. I'm like, wow, this is really cute. I took a mirror selfie in it and I sold $55,000 in revenue from that workout set in one day. Just one Instagram story. I think like people, or even like for Prime Day, for example, this year, I drove 500,000 in revenue. And this is like a low Prime Day for me. Like in the past, I've driven like $1 million in revenue in one single Prime Day, which is 3 days. Like, I don't think people understand how much revenue influencers can drive. Like, these are real numbers. I will show screenshots. Like, it's real. It is real.
That's crazy.
It really is wild.
I do love what you say about ceiling too, because I think that's one thing I'm passionate about. Like when you hear these kind of stories that hopefully you believe that the ceiling can be like a little bit higher for you. Okay, my last question for you. Not my business, but how much was your Diet Coke vending machine in your house?
I want to say like all in costs, I'm probably at like $5,000 now. Initially, I made like a huge mistake when I was buying my Diet Coke machine and I bought a cold plate instead of this like carbonator thing that I needed. And that was a $1,500 mistake. So I had to buy a $1,500 like carbonator machine to keep things cold. So I don't know if I can say that it's paid off yet. Like, you know, cost per use.
Yes, but it's joy.
But it'll get there. It is joy. And it's like, it's my life.
Yeah, I love it. Thanks so much for being here. We have to do a part 2 when you do found this company.
Yes, absolutely. Hopefully it will be by the end of the year. That's my goal. My goal is like end of the year. Like I really want to make things move at least by the end of the summer. So we'll see. I'll keep you updated.
Okay, love.
Oh my Lord. Now let's get back to this one, Joe. Is he feeling sorry for herself? She's a victim. This is sad, you guys. Sis, you're breaking my heart today, Joe. I'm tired. Okay. She made $1 million. She generated $1 million worth in sales in one day with her links to Amazon.
Candidate. I don't know if it's maybe because I'm 40 years old and I'm not young anymore, but that's not true. I'm very young. So I'm still going to be applying for jobs because a girl needs to pay her bills. My credit cards are maxed out. I am getting unemployment benefits or I was getting unemployment benefits, and now I'm getting government assistance. I get EBT benefits. I get benefits through the HRA, the Human Resource Administration of New York City. And I'm very grateful for all of it. There are so many benefits that come with being part of the HRA system. Once you get through the application process and everything, oh my God, I never knew these things were available to people who are having a hard time. I think I'll make another video about that, because the things that you can get when you don't have a job or income, let's say not a job, when you don't have income, is heaven sent. I'm not embarrassed by it whatsoever.
Oh, we can tell.
I tell anyone, I don't tell everyone, but like if it comes